A blade pierces through the thick hide of a beast, purple blood erupting as the monster's life is snuffed out in an instant. He kneels over his fallen prey, the crackle of purple mana surging around him as he secures his victory in the dark. With a gaze that could pierce steel, he steals his resolve, his identity forged in blood and sweat. This is a place of nightmares, a dungeon that no hunter has ever managed to conquer. He wrenches his blade from the skull of a monster, the purple ichor dripping from the steel as he prepares for the next wave. His face is a mask of grim determination, sweat and blood mingling as he stares down the abyss. Before him stands a wall of nightmares, beasts of impossible size and hunger, all converging on a single man. With a guttural roar, he lunges forward, his eyes burning with a murderous red light as he throws himself into the fray. He becomes a blur of motion, his blade carving through the air and flesh with lethal precision. He lands with a heavy exhale, the massive beast behind him collapsing as its life force spills onto the cold floor. But the dungeon isn't finished. A massive, scaled tail whips through the air, threatening to crush everything in its path. He senses the incoming strike, his instincts screaming as he prepares for the next unavoidable impact. He catches the blow with his bare hands, the sheer force of the monster's strength threatening to shatter his bones. The beast's red eyes lock onto his, a silent promise of death as he grinds his teeth against the pressure. Monster roars in his face, a deafening sound that echoes through the hollow halls of the dungeon. A massive fist descends, slamming him into the stone floor with enough power to crack the very foundation. Pinned down but not defeated, he jams his blade into the monster's open maw, refusing to yield. With a violent surge of strength, he cleaves through the creature's head, sending its severed skull flying through the air. Another behemoth steps forward, its massive frame trembling with rage as it prepares to crush the intruder. This new threat is covered in tribal markings, a tattooed giant that radiates an aura of pure violence. It lets out a blood-curdling roar, the sound waves alone enough to push back the surrounding shadows. He doesn't wait, he charges, his movements a blur of speed as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. His blade strikes true, carving a glowing line across the monster's face, but the giant barely flinches. He follows up with a brutal horizontal slash, the impact sending sparks and blood flying into the dark. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. His sword, the very weapon he relies on, shatters against the monster's hide. Thinking fast, he delivers a powerful kick to the giant's chest, using the momentum to create some distance. He slides back across the blood-soaked floor, his boots carving tracks through the sea of corpses. He digs his heels in, blood splashing around him as he fights to maintain his footing in the carnage. He drops into a low stance, a red aura of pure killing intent beginning to swirl around his broken form. The giant looms over him, a mountain of muscle and hate ready to finish what it started. It swings a massive, spiked fist, the sheer weight of the attack threatening to pulverize him into dust. He activates his power, blue mana erupting from his body like a solar flare as he prepares a final counter. The two forces collide in a blinding explosion of energy, the blue mana clashing against the monster's raw physical power. He drives his remaining blade deep into the monster's throat, the blue energy incinerating the beast from the inside out. With one final, violent motion, he rips the blade through the giant's neck, ending the struggle once and for all. He stands alone amidst the silence, his breathing heavy and ragged as the adrenaline begins to fade. He looks back over his shoulder, his eyes still glowing with a faint, dangerous light. He surveys the aftermath, a sea of fallen comrades and monsters alike, wondering if anyone else survived. His gaze falls upon a sword stuck in the ground, a silent monument to the lives lost in this godforsaken place. Blood drips slowly from the tip of the steel, a grim reminder of the price paid for survival in the dungeon. Warrior, heavily armored and bloody, trudges through a crimson, watery expanse. His face, though scarred, holds an unwavering resolve as he mutters that the current circumstances simply don't matter. A fierce intensity burns in his eyes, his teeth bared in a snarl as red energy crackles around him. He declares with grim conviction that he will kill the boss by himself. A lone figure stands before an imposing, ancient gate intricately carved with the visages of monstrous beasts, the blood-soaked ground reflecting his solitary march. With a resounding crack, the massive gate slowly begins to open, a blinding, ethereal light spilling forth from the abyss beyond. The warrior steps into the searing white light, his silhouette stretching long and distorted as he ventures into the unknown depths of the dungeon. From behind, the warrior's armored form is silhouetted against the brilliant light, his cape a stark splash of red against the encroaching darkness. He surveys the oppressive void, a darkness so profound that nothing can be seen, yet he senses a presence, certain that the true enemy is definitely here. A single, crimson slit of light pierces the absolute darkness, expanding slowly, hinting at a formidable power awakening. He recognizes it as the mark of the Master of Darkness. The darkness coalesces, forming a gargantuan, malevolent red eye that radiates an overwhelming aura of dread and power, fixing its gaze upon the warrior. Warrior, mid-leap, his sword poised to strike, is enveloped in radiant white energy, his face obscured by the sheer force of his attack as he lunges forward. A cataclysmic explosion of light and debris erupts, the ground shattering as the warrior's powerful strike connects with an unseen enemy. The force of the counterattack is immense, sending the warrior hurtling backward, his armor cracking as crimson blood bursts from his form. Warrior cries out in agony, blood spewing from his mouth and chest, the impact of the blow leaving him severely wounded. Collapsing onto the blood-drenched floor, the warrior lies amidst the wreckage, a massive stone pillar crumbling beside him, signifying his crushing defeat. Spitting blood, he laughs weakly, a hollow, bitter sound. He wonders if this desolate place is truly going to be his grave. His eyes filled with despair, he acknowledges the overwhelming power of his foe. He realizes that the Master of Darkness is too strong, making it impossible for humanity to kill him right now. Lying defeated in the deepest corner of the dungeon, he reflects on his impending death, acknowledging it's not a bad place to fall, yet expressing disbelief at being bested by a mere boss monster. Suddenly, a woman appears, her face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down as she desperately cries out for him not to die. The warrior, barely conscious and covered in blood, looks up at the woman, his vision hazy. The woman, her eyes brimming with tears, cradles a glowing blue orb of energy between her hands. He wonders in surprise about her identity, while she, equally shocked, asks if he's alive. Kneeling over him, the woman presses her hands to his chest, transferring the radiant blue energy into his gravely wounded body in a desperate attempt to heal him. The warrior, still bleeding, weakly protests, urging the woman to run away quickly from the perilous dungeon. The woman, fueled by fierce determination, shouts back, refusing to abandon him and vowing to save him, no matter the cost. Her face etched with sorrow and worry, the woman laments the severity of his injuries, acknowledging it's a miracle that he's even alive. A single tear escapes her eye, reflecting her unwavering resolve. She believes if she can cause a miracle, she can save him. A blinding flash of white light erupts as the woman channels her power, convinced she can save him. The warrior's vision blurs, blood still staining his face. He questions if he is dying, accepting that this is how his life, which he's devoted to killing monsters, ends. In a fleeting memory, he recalls a younger woman, his partner, expressing that he has no regrets but worries about her being left alone. He apologizes for not treating her well enough. Another memory flickers, showing a different woman whom he thanks for her affection, his thoughts still on the dangerous world his child will inherit. The woman screams, surrounded by a potent purple aura, declaring she won't let him go, even if it means pushing the limits of how much she can turn back time. Golden light emanates from her hands as she focuses her power, resolute in her promise to save him. A colossal pillar of golden light erupts around them, tearing through the dungeon, signifying a massive temporal shift. The golden light intensifies, culminating in a blinding explosion that reshapes reality itself. The world dissolves into a cascade of shimmering golden particles. The warrior's consciousness drifts, calling out her name as he fades into the unknown. The perspective shifts. He is now a baby, being looked at by a man and a woman, his new parents. The man gently tells the baby to look at him, noting that the baby is still sleeping. The man and woman smile warmly as the baby begins to stir. The man happily exclaims that the baby is awake. Baby looks up with wide, innocent eyes, making soft baby noises. From an overhead view, the man and woman stand over the crib. The man playfully remarks that the woman woke the baby up while the baby's internal thoughts reel, questioning if this is the afterlife. The woman introduces herself as the baby's mother, and the man proudly declares himself the father, playfully asking if the baby woke up just to see him. A tiny baby hand wiggles in the air, a small gesture in a new, unfamiliar world. The woman gazes down at him with eyes full of wonder, her breath catching as she witnesses the spark of life in her newborn. With a gentle smile, she leans in and asks if he truly wanted to hold her hand so soon. But Gunha is no ordinary infant. His mind races as he realizes this isn't the afterlife. He has been reborn, yet he's trapped in a body that won't obey. It feels impossible. Turning back the clock is a feat beyond comprehension, yet here he lies, staring at the ceiling of his past. He remembers the end, the blood, the cold, and the moment Yu-Young must have activated miracle just as his life was slipping away. The woman notes how much he resembles his father, especially those large, round eyes that seem to hold a depth far beyond his age. Gunha stares back, overwhelmed. He never thought he would see his parents' faces again, let alone from the confines of a crib. The memory of their deaths when he was only 6, slaughtered by monsters, had fueled a lifetime of hatred that now feels like a distant shadow. Destiny has reached out. He has been granted a second chance, a rare gift to rewrite the tragedy of his bloodline. This time, he will take control of the narrative and change the future before the monsters can take everything again. His mother squeals in delight as Gunha clenches his tiny fist, unaware that it is a gesture of absolute resolve, not just a baby's reflex. Despite the iron will of a seasoned warrior, the reality is humiliating. He is still just a baby, bound by soft bones and weak muscles. His daily existence is reduced to the basics, eating, sleeping, and the indignity of needing his diapers changed. However, he finally finds a moment to breathe, a chance to begin his physical reclamation. His first major objective, mastering the art of rolling over. It is a struggle that requires every ounce of his concentration. Cheering him on with boundless energy is his sister, Yunha, her voice echoing through the room as she urges him to succeed. In his mind, Gunha can only describe her as a crazy person, her enthusiasm far outweighing the simplicity of the task. His memories of Yunha are foggier than those of his parents, lost in the trauma of their shared past. But one moment stands out with crystal clarity: the day the monsters came and Yunha stood as his shield. Amidst the carnage, she had held him tight, her voice trembling but firm as she promised to protect him no matter what. Back in the present, Gunha finally flips himself over, a small victory that sends Yunha into a fit of ecstatic clapping. She scoops him up in an overwhelming embrace, her love for her baby brother as intense as her energy. By 9 months old, Gunha begins to sense it, the mana that permeates the very atmosphere around them. In his previous life, his low mana reserves had been his greatest weakness. He won't make that mistake again. He will gather every drop his body can endure. His meditation is cut short by Yunha's curious face. Her constant presence is both a blessing and a distraction. He looks at her with a mix of affection and annoyance, realizing that his sister is far more special than he remembered. Yunha possesses a staggering amount of mana within her small body, a natural talent that radiates like a beacon. However, such vast power comes with a price. If left unchecked, it can lead to manopyknosis, a condition that threatens her health. Yunha takes it upon herself to help him practice walking, her patience as endless as her enthusiasm. Time passes, and Gunha regains the ability to walk and talk. His world begins to expand beyond the walls of his home. Yunha proudly introduces him to everyone she knows, her social nature making her the star of the neighborhood. The other children flock to her, eager for her attention, while Gunha remains a quiet observer in her shadow. Compared to her popularity, Gunha is content to stay low-key, focused on his own secret preparations. But even on the playground, his past life's bluntness occasionally slips through, especially when dealing with the local kids. A young girl with vibrant pink hair stands her ground, looking at him with a mixture of confusion and defiance. She demands to know why he even came if he is going to be so dismissive. Gunha sighs, calling her Stick Minji and claiming he was only dragged there by his sister. The girl explodes in anger, screaming that her name is Kim Minji and that he needs to stop with the ridiculous nicknames. Ignoring the earlier bickering about names, the playground atmosphere shifts as the neighborhood kids gather to decide their next move. One boy suggests a high-stakes game of cops and robbers since they have enough people to make it interesting. Gunha watches them with a look of pure exhaustion. To these kids, it's just a game, but for a man who is mentally 36 years old, playing pretend feels incredibly beneath him. His internal grumbling is cut short when Yunha comes rushing over, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she calls out his name. Assuming he's just shy or confused, Yunha leans in close, beaming as she offers to teach him the rules of the game. Gunha finds his annoyance melting away. Despite the absurdity of the situation, seeing Yunha's genuine smile makes the childish charade feel almost worth it. As the sun begins to set, casting long, amber shadows across the city, the two of them start their walk back through the narrow back alleys. Gunha looks down at his clothes, realizing they are both completely covered in dirt from the playground. Yunha just giggles, finding the mess hilarious. She looks up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, asking if he actually had a little bit of fun despite his grumpy attitude. Gunha turns away, trying to hide a small smirk while admitting that it wasn't the worst way to spend an afternoon. Suddenly, the playful mood vanishes. From the shadows of a nearby corner, a low, guttural growl vibrates through the air, accompanied by the sound of snapping jaws. Both siblings freeze in their tracks, their eyes widening as they realize they aren't alone in the alleyway. A massive, mangy dog with glowing red eyes emerges from the darkness, saliva dripping from its teeth as it locks onto its prey. The beast looks less like a stray and more like a monster, its predatory gaze fixed directly on Gunha. Before Gunha can even react, Yunha throws herself in front of him, her arms outstretched to shield him from the threat. Her voice trembles as she tries to convince herself she can handle this, but the sheer terror in her eyes tells a different story. Tears stream down her face as she pulls Gunha into a protective embrace, sobbing that she will protect him no matter what. Gunha stares blankly, the sight of his sister's trembling back triggering a cold, distant memory from his previous life. Gently but firmly places a hand on her shoulder, his voice dropping to a calm, icy tone as he tells her to no. With a steady stride, Gunha walks past Yunha, stepping directly into the path of the snarling beast. In his past life, he was a coward who could only hide and shake in his sister's arms while tragedy unfolded around them. But things are different now. In this life, the roles have been reversed. He plants his feet firmly, ready to unleash the power he's been hiding. He whispers a silent vow to himself. This time, he will be the one doing the protecting. Standing tall against the darkness, Gunha looks like a completely different person, his presence suddenly heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, a violent surge of blue mana erupts from his body, lightning-like energy crackling through the air and illuminating the entire alley. The intensity of the mana is overwhelming, the raw power vibrating with a sharp electric hum that forces the shadows to retreat. The wild dog's aggression instantly vanishes, replaced by a primal sense of dread as it stares at the glowing child. Beast whimpers, its red eyes shrinking in terror as it realizes the creature standing before it is far more dangerous than any predator. Gunha glares at the animal, his eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent as he delivers a simple, two-word command: get lost. The dog doesn't need to be told twice. It turns tail and flees into the darkness, yelping in fear as it disappears from sight. Blue energy slowly dissipates, leaving Yunha standing there in stunned silence, her mind struggling to process what she just witnessed. Gunha exhales sharply, the strain of using his mana in such a young body causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face. Yunha finally finds her voice, stammering out a question about what on earth just happened. Gunha flashes her a confident, slightly arrogant grin, telling her not to worry because he is much stronger than he looks. Yunha's shock immediately turns into pure, unadulterated fangirl excitement. She realizes that was mana and begs him to teach her how to do it. She begins swarming him, her enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Gunha just sighs, knowing this was exactly the kind of reaction he should have expected from her. He eventually relents, promising to teach her. Yunha celebrates her victory with a triumphant shout, her energy seemingly bottomless. Gunha scratches his head, realizing he probably would have ended up teaching her anyway just to keep her safe. Yunha grabs his hand and starts pulling him toward home, reminding him that their mother will be worried if they stay out any longer. But as they walk, a dark vision flashes through Gunha's mind, the memory of his family lying in pools of blood during the massacre of his original timeline. He was only 6 years old when he lost everything. Now that he has a second chance, he will do whatever it takes to stop that nightmare from becoming a reality again. In order to change the future, Gunha knows he cannot afford to hesitate for even a second. His eyes burn with a terrifying resolve as he declares to the heavens that he will do anything to succeed. A simple spinning top begins to hum, enveloped in a radiant blue mana that defies the laws of physics. Back in his childhood home, Gunha watches intently as Yunha attempts to master the basics of mana manipulation. He explains that she needs to apply the same amount of strength in the same direction to maintain balance, but Yunha finds the task incredibly daunting. Gunha sighs internally, realizing that while Yunha was born with the blessing of mana, she possesses absolutely no talent for controlling it. Refusing to be discouraged, Yunha puffs out her chest and tells him to just wait and see, promising to spin it perfectly. With a sharp shout, she unleashes a surge of energy, her small hands glowing with a bright blue aura. Ta begins to whirl violently, the mana spinning so fast it creates a miniature vortex on the floor. But the power is too much for her to handle, and the top shoots off like a bullet, nearly striking her. As Yunha panics and chases the runaway toy, Gunha watches with a look of exasperation, thinking she still has a very long way to go. On the television screen, the famous actress Lim Jae-yul weeps tears of joy as she accepts a prestigious acting award. The family sits together on the sofa, a rare moment of domestic tranquility before the coming storm. His mother turns to him with a gentle smile, reminding him that he'll be 6 next year and it's time to start kindergarten. Gunha immediately protests, but his mother holds him to his previous promise. He had managed to avoid it for years by whining, but a promise to his mother is something he cannot break. Mere thought of being stuck in a room full of crying, boisterous children is enough to give him a massive headache. Suddenly, the TV broadcast shifts to a special news report counting down the final seconds of the year. The anchor excitedly tells the viewers to look at the screen, announcing a moment that will change human history forever. Reporter Liv from Jongmyo Shrine declares that a new chapter of Korea's history is about to begin right where the ancient kings are buried. Gunha watches the screen with a heavy heart, knowing that this new chapter is actually the beginning of the end. After humanity discovered how to use mana, the world became obsessed with its power, unaware of the consequences. At the turn of the century, the incident occurred. Korea lost 30% of its population as dragons and monsters rained fire upon the cities. Humanity felt fear down to its very bones as nightmarish creatures appeared out of nowhere, turning the world into a slaughterhouse. A new hierarchy emerged from the ashes, ruled by the wealthy and the players who possessed the strongest mana. Cities were isolated, and those trapped in the outskirts had no choice but to wait for the monsters to finish them off. In a Korea filled with nothing but despair, a small flame of hope was finally lit. At the shrine, a woman descends from the heavens, bathed in a celestial light that pushes back the darkness. Her gaze is cold yet majestic, adorned in traditional royal garments that signify her new status. Watching from the sofa, Yunha is completely spellbound, whispering about how pretty the woman is. This is Lim Jae-yul, the famous actress who became the first-generation goddess tasked with protecting Korea. She possessed the unique gift of white grace, allowing her to stop mana from going rampant and disperse it at will. The players who protected the altar would become the legendary swords of the nation, known as the 12 Thrones. Yunha knows the political reality. While the Bureau claims control, the powerful players truly rule through their clans. Because of her rare gift and the public's adoration, Lim Jae-yul was naturally chosen as one of the elite 12 Thrones. These players used their status to gain absolute authority, becoming the shadow rulers of the industry. They wielded the power of both the government and their private clans to control every aspect of the new world. Addressing her peers, Lim Jae-yul tells the 12 Thrones that she looks forward to their future performance. She places her hands over the mana orb, sealing a destiny that Gunha is now determined to rewrite. Pleading with ancient powers, a mysterious priestess invokes the gods of heaven and earth, begging for the strength to protect their nation. The surge of power, she channels her will into a glowing mana orb, radiating intense blue energy that ripples outwards. Above the city, a colossal blue energy barrier erupts, expanding rapidly into the night sky, a shield against unknown threats. The barrier's shimmering light bathes the urban landscape in an ethereal blue, transforming the familiar cityscape into a spectacle of divine intervention. A news reporter broadcasts live, announcing the unfolding of a massive cocoon, a hemispheric barrier designed to contain rampant mana, now painting the skies of soul silver. Inside a home, a young girl excitedly declares her desire to witness the phenomenon from the veranda, rushing towards the balcony. The girl and a young Gunha lean over the balcony railing, their eyes wide with wonder as they gaze at the illuminated sky. Girl gasps in awe, her face alight with pure joy as she takes in the breathtaking display above. From their balcony, the girl watches alongside countless others, all mesmerized by the vibrant, protective glow blanketing the city. Gunha's father comments on the beauty of the night sky while his mother agrees, a sense of peace washing over their family. Gunha's father clasps his hands in prayer, expressing hope that they can now live their lives in undisturbed peace. Gunha's mother joins him in prayer, offering her gratitude to the goddess for this newfound tranquility. Across the city, families gather on their own balconies, hands clasped in prayer, sharing in the collective relief and hope. Neighbors stand together, their faces serene as they too offer silent prayers, believing in a future free from chaos. Parents, their eyes closed in devotion, embody the widespread sentiment of thankfulness for the protective barrier. The young girl, eager to participate, declares her intention to pray alongside her family, mimicking their gesture. Gunha's mother encourages both children, calling out to Yunha to join them in their prayers, embracing the moment of shared faith. Young Gunha, however, remains unconvinced, questioning who they are praying to, his thoughts reflecting a stark cynicism: God doesn't exist in this world. Chilling flashback reveals a world ravaged by monstrous beings, fire, and destruction, confirming Gunha's grim conviction: when the world ended back then, the gods died too. Suddenly, the vibrant blue light begins to recede, and the sky above the city starts to darken once more, signaling a change. The brief period of luminous hope fades, leaving the building silhouetted against a returning night sky, now devoid of the protective glow. Young Gunha observes the fading light, noting with a hint of concern that the sky is turning dark again, a stark reminder of the world's fragility. Unaware of Gunha's internal conflict, the girl continues her heartfelt prayer, wishing for her family's lasting happiness. Gunha watches his sister, a complex expression on his face as he considers her innocent faith against his own harsh reality. A faint smile touches Gunha's lips as he joins his hands, a silent vow forming in his mind: yeah, in this life. Young Gunha closes his eyes, hands clasped in a prayer of his own, not to gods but for the destiny he is determined to rewrite. Deep within the shadows, a monstrous, dark entity with piercing red eyes stirs, its presence a chilling contrast to the fleeting peace. Time progresses, and having turned 6, Gunha, known then as Yunha, enrolls into kindergarten, a new chapter beginning. Teacher Taeyo, with a warm smile, greets the class, announcing the arrival of a new friend to their eager students. Teacher Taeyo turns to young Gunha, inviting him, as Yunha, to introduce himself to his new classmates. Gunha, with a serious demeanor, introduces himself as No Yunha, stating his age as 6 years old. He concludes his brief introduction with a polite "nice to meet you all," addressing the group of curious children. Teacher Taeyo gently prompts Gunha for more, suggesting the other children want to be friends, but Gunha internally dismisses the idea of befriending little kids. Gunha's expression shifts to surprise as he reacts to an unexpected voice, a sudden interruption to the calm introduction. A fiery young girl, Miyake Minji, points an accusing finger at Gunha, demanding to know why he is in her class. Gunha, taken aback, recognizes her, asking, "What, Miyake Minji, you were here too?" Miyake Minji erupts in a fit of anger, her face contorted, shouting at Gunha not to call her by that name. Teacher Taeyo quickly intervenes, urging the children to avoid fighting and granting them free time until lunch, emphasizing the need for friendliness towards Gunha. As the other children react, Gunha, still looking unimpressed, observes the chaotic start to his kindergarten life. Surrounded by a swarm of energetic toddlers, Gunha is bombarded with endless questions about where he lives and invitations to play house. It's a chaotic welcome to kindergarten that he clearly wasn't prepared for. Finally breaking free from the crowd, Gunha sighs in relief. He isn't here to make friends, thinking to himself that he simply can't stand the rowdy nature of other children. His eyes land on a quiet sanctuary, the children's book corner. It seems like the perfect place to hide out until the day ends. Settling into the solitude, Gunha decides that even though these are just picture books, they're a much better way to pass the time than dealing with his peers. He pulls out a chair, ready to immerse himself in whatever simple stories the shelf has to offer. Nearby, a bright pink ribbon catches the light, belonging to a girl sitting quietly by herself. The classroom is divided. While Gunha seeks peace, Julie is focused on her own studies, unaware of the trouble approaching. Gunha rests his head on his hand, looking more like a weary salaryman than a 5-year-old as he observes the room with a cold, analytical gaze. Suddenly, Julie looks up, her eyes wide with a flicker of apprehension as a shadow falls over her desk. A group of boys looms over her, led by a kid with a band-aid on his nose who clearly thinks he runs the playground. Choi Yunhya crosses his arms, mocking Julie for reading again and demanding to know what could possibly be so fun about books. He sneers, asking Julie why she's always alone and if she even has any friends to speak of. Julie stammers his name, her voice trembling as the intimidation begins to take its toll. With a swift, mean-spirited grab, Choi Yun-hyuk snatches the ribbon right out of her hair, calling it tacky as Julie cries out in shock. Julie desperately reaches for it, pleading that her father gave it to her, but the bully just laughs and refuses to return it. Boys start a cruel game of keep-away, tossing the ribbon between them while Julie chases after them in tears. Her eyes well up as she clasps her hands together, begging them to stop the bullying and give back her precious memento. From his seat, Gunha mutters that the whole display is incredibly childish, catching the attention of the lead bully. Gunha remains seated, his back to the commotion, but his words have clearly struck a nerve with Choi Yun-hyuk. Choi Yun-hyuk turns his aggression toward Gunha, demanding to know what he just said with a face twisted in anger. Gunha slowly stands up, his shadow looming over the book as he prepares to deal with the nuisance. He looks Choi Yun-hyuk dead in the eye, repeating that he's childish and asking if he's actually having fun picking on someone smaller. Enraged, Choi Yun-hyuk lunges forward with a punch, screaming insults as he tries to strike Gunha down. Gunha is on a different level, his eyes flash with a predatory light as he effortlessly tracks the clumsy movement. In one fluid motion, Gunha uses the bully's own momentum against him, executing a perfect counter that sends Choi Yun-hyuk flying. Choi Yun-hyuk is flipped through the air like a ragdoll while Gunha calmly retrieves the ribbon mid-tussle. As the bully crashes into the floor, Gunha simply turns to Julie and hands her back the ribbon with a casual "here." He stands tall, completely unfazed by the physical confrontation, his expression remaining as stoic as ever. Choi Yun-hyuk cries out in frustration from the ground, threatening Gunha, but Gunha just scoffs, noting he has no interest in threats from a 6-year-old. He gives the group one last chilling look, a gaze so intense it feels far beyond his years, effectively ending the fight. Bullies scramble to their feet and flee the room, shouting empty promises of revenge as they disappear down the hall. A small hand reaches out, timidly tugging on Gunha's sleeve to get his attention. Julie looks down shyly, her face flushed as she tries to find the words to thank her unexpected savior. With a beaming, tearful smile, she thanks him for getting her ribbon back, her gratitude lighting up her entire face. Gunha observes her, his internal system analysis noting that while most kids are average, Julie and the bully both possess mana levels slightly above the norm. His eyes narrow as he focuses his perception on Julie, sensing that there is something far more significant hidden within her. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue mana erupts from Julie, swirling around her in a violent, beautiful display of raw power. Gunha is stunned. The sheer volume of her mana is incredible, potentially even eclipsing that of his own sister. He realizes that this girl is destined for greatness, likely to become one of the legendary 12 thrones or at least a seed that they will desperately try to foster. Having recognized the immense potential within the young girl, Gunha extends his hand, a soft glow emanating from his palm, and declares his desire for friendship despite not fully understanding his own compulsion. Young girl Yunha recoils slightly in surprise, taken aback by Gunha's sudden, heartfelt offer. A subtle smirk plays on Gunha's face as he internally confirms his strategic decision, recognizing that in a world where mana dictates power, staying close to Yunha with her burgeoning potential is a calculated move. Yunha hesitantly accepts Gunha's outstretched hand, a nervous thanks escaping her lips as their hands clasp, sealing their new, albeit one-sidedly strategic, friendship. With a wide, innocent smile, Yunha expresses her genuine excitement for their newfound bond, unaware of Gunha's deeper motivations. The scene shifts to an exterior view of Yunha's house, a modest apartment building bathed in sunlight, indicating a passage of time. Yunha's mother, a kind-faced woman, warmly thanks Yunha, proudly wearing a paper carnation pinned to her shirt. Gunha, observing the scene, recognizes the paper flower as his own kindergarten creation, realizing Yunha must have taken it from his backpack. Yunha's mother gently pats Yunha's head, praising her carnation and noting its beauty even if it's not a real flower. A look of profound disappointment crosses Gunha's face as he realizes the poorly made paper flower is also a carnation, silently judging Yunha's lack of artistic talent. Yunha's mother then offers Gunha his own carnation, which he accepts with a polite but somewhat unenthusiastic thanks. With a knowing smile, Yunha's mother points out that Gunha made 3 carnations, playfully asking if one was intended for Yunha. Gunha stands awkwardly, holding his flower, as Yunha and her mother look on, anticipating his answer. Looking down at the carnation, Gunha quietly reveals that the 3rd flower was meant for his grandmother. A somber flashback begins, showing a young Gunha in a classroom, diligently folding paper carnations for Parents' Day, a ritual from his life before regression. He recalls how his grandmother would later discover these hidden carnations in his backpack and proudly display them on the shoe cabinet. A deep sadness washes over Gunha as he remembers his past self never directly handing the carnations to his grandmother, believing that doing so would somehow trigger an irreversible event. The narrative shifts to a critical historical moment, May 4th, when the goddess government reopened restricted roads to allow families to reunite for Family Month. To safeguard these newly opened routes from potential monster incursions, the government deployed a large number of skilled players. Despite the precautions, a horrifying monster attack led to widespread casualties on the highway, a tragic event that occurred precisely when Gunha's family was on their way to visit his grandmother. Back in the present, a smiling Gunha, seemingly carefree, suggests to his family that they visit his grandmother the next day as the holidays are about to begin. His mother and father, along with Yunha, look on with surprise, echoing Gunha's suggestion with a questioning tone. A wave of dread washes over Gunha's face, the memory of the past tragedy resurfacing vividly, coloring his expression with fear and resolve. Gunha's father repeats the question, confirming the destination, while Gunha stands in the foreground, his back to the viewer, grappling with his inner turmoil. Gunha internally clarifies that he refers to his maternal grandmother, explaining that his father, an orphan, meant she was his only living grandparent. He reflects on his past life, where his grandmother raised him after he lost his entire family, caring for him through his darkest days until her own passing. Gunha's father, unaware of the impending disaster, confidently states that the trip will be safe this year as the government is now maintaining the roads, a stark echo of the past. Gunha, his face shadowed, subtly attempts to reroute their plans, suggesting they visit his grandmother another time instead. His parents exchange a confused glance, puzzled by Gunha's sudden change of heart. Gunha's mother kneels down, reminding him that he made a carnation for his grandmother this year, indicating his previous desire to see her. With a desperate, shadowed expression, Gunha insists that they visit on a different day, unable to articulate the true reason for his plea. Realizing his limitations as a child, Gunha resolves to act his age to avoid suspicion, formulating a new plan to divert his parents. With a sudden burst of childlike enthusiasm, Gunha suggests they go to the amusement park for Children's Day, specifically mentioning the Viking ride. Yunha, equally excited, raises her hand, eagerly seconding Gunha's suggestion to ride the Viking. Gunha's father reflects on how neither Yunha nor Gunha have ever been to an amusement park due to the dangers posed by monsters, acknowledging their past sacrifices. With a warm smile, Gunha's father concedes to the children's wishes, declaring that the entire family will go to the amusement park tomorrow. As the excitement for the family trip builds, Gunha's mother joins in with a gentle smile, offering to pack a special lunch and asking the children if there's anything specific they'd like to eat. The young girl, Yunha, throws her hand up in pure joy, shouting that she wants sandwiches and chicken nuggets, while Gunha watches with a soft, knowing expression. Behind Gunha's youthful face lies a heavy burden. He knows he can't stop the Kraken from appearing, but he is determined to at least prevent his family from walking straight into its path. This single decision, this small deviation from his original past, is the spark he hopes will change the future forever. Suddenly, a sharp, jarring sound pierces the air, and Gunha's heart skips a beat as a cold sweat breaks across his brow. The phone rings out with an ominous beep, and the room falls silent as Gunha's mother answers, her expression quickly shifting from joy to concern. Her voice trembles as she repeats the words on the other end, her eyes wide with shock. "Pardon, my mother?" She can barely maintain her composure, pleading with the person on the line to take good care of her mother as Gunha watches, his mind racing. The family gathers around her in the living room. The father asks if something happened while little Yunha tugs at her mother's sleeve, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. With a look of utter devastation, she delivers the news: Gunha's grandmother has just collapsed. Gunha is paralyzed by the revelation. In his previous life, his grandmother was perfectly fine before he enrolled at the Player Academy. This wasn't supposed to happen. Wringing her hands in distress, his mother insists that she needs to go see her mother immediately, regardless of the planned trip. Gunha's father doesn't hesitate, declaring he'll go with her, though the mother worries about what to do with the children. The reality of the situation sets in. The father explains that they won't be able to go to the amusement park now and they must leave as soon as the roads are clear tomorrow. Gunha looks over at Yunha, seeing the confusion and sadness in her eyes as their happy plans crumble. His mother kneels down, gently holding Gunha's hands as she explains that their grandmother isn't feeling well and they have to change their plans. A dark thought consumes Gunha. He realizes that because he tried to change the future to save them from the Kraken, his grandmother was injured instead. The butterfly effect is real. He begins to spiral into despair, questioning why he even returned if his presence only causes different tragedies. It feels like nothing has truly changed. He closes his eyes, the weight of failure pressing down on him, feeling helpless in the face of destiny's cruel corrections. But then, his eyes snap open, burning with a fierce, orange glow. No, he tells himself, there is a difference this time. He isn't the same wee child he once was. He has been regularly storing mana since he was younger, and he carries the battle experience of a lifetime before his return. Pushing his doubts aside, he simply nods and agrees to the new plan, his face hidden in shadow as he prepares for what's coming. As the family prepares to depart, Gunha's mother sighs, resigned to the fact that they must go see Grandma and face whatever comes next. Far away, beneath the dark waves, massive, purple tentacles writhe with a malevolent energy, signaling the arrival of a terror that shouldn't be here yet. Gunha's eyes flare with a brilliant blue mana, his gaze hardening as he senses the impending threat drawing closer to his loved ones. Standing before the mental image of the colossal beast, Gunha makes a silent, ironclad vow: he will battle the Kraken himself. He recalls the hierarchy of threats. Rank 7 monsters are mid-level criminals, while Rank 6 entities can paralyze an entire city's administration through sheer violence. Rank 5 monsters are even more dangerous, capable of breaking into human territory and causing widespread chaos that shuts down society. Rank 4 and 3 monsters are true disasters. They can domesticate humans, lead herds of lesser beasts, and threaten the very prosperity of the human race. Rank 2 entities are catastrophes on a government level, single entities that can bring a nation to its knees with their overwhelming power. And then there is Rank 1, monsters that constitute a threat to the very existence of humanity as a single entity, the ultimate predators. Gunha knows that Krakens are currently classified as Rank 3. In his past, they were eventually demoted to Rank 4 as players grew stronger, but right now, they are still nightmares. The players currently stationed at the event are only C to E ranks. They aren't even close to the level required to defeat a Rank 3 Kraken. It will be a massacre. Gunha admits to himself that in his current child's body he can't defeat the Kraken either. But he doesn't need to win, he only has one objective. He remembers the heroes of the past, like the red-haired berserker, who fought these monsters with everything they had, even when the odds were impossible. A massive pillar of flame erupts as the battle rages, a testament to the sheer destructive force needed to even scratch a high-rank monster. Gunha knows he just needs to buy as much time as possible until the legendary 12 thrones show up to finish the job. He looks down at the only weapons a child can easily access, a pair of scissors and a utility knife. He thought about taking a kitchen knife, but his mother would notice it was missing. Gripping the scissors, Gunha begins to coat the metal with his radiant blue mana. Even these simple tools can draw blood if infused with enough power. The hunt begins now. The memories of that day always begin with a simple question. A voice calls out, asking if the girl is ready to go. She peeks into the room, her eyes bright with anticipation as she announces that it's time for the family to head out. Boy looks back with a small smile, confirming he's nearly finished packing his things. But beneath that childhood innocence lies a weight no child should carry. He whispers to himself that he is ready for what is about to happen. The sun begins to set over the city, casting a blood-red hue over the heavy traffic crossing the bridge. Inside the family car, the atmosphere is deceptively peaceful. The boy sits in the back, his eyes fixed on the road ahead while his sister rests beside him. His mother turns back with a gentle smile, suggesting that the girl should try to get some sleep if she's feeling tired. The boy assures her that he's doing just fine, though his mind is racing with calculations of time and distance. Red car crawls along the asphalt, trapped in a sea of vehicles as the bridge looms over the dark waters below. The boy's heart hammers against his ribs. In his past life, the monster appeared exactly when they reached the center of the bridge. Sweat beads on his forehead. They are already halfway across, yet the surface of the water remains still. He wonders if his return has already altered the future. He closes his eyes, offering a desperate prayer to just let them cross this bridge safely this time. Prayer is answered with a deafening roar. A massive explosion erupts from the center of the bridge, sending cars and concrete flying into the air. His mother's eyes widen in absolute terror as the world outside their window turns into a chaotic nightmare of fire and debris. His father grips the steering wheel, his face pale as he realizes there is nowhere to run in this gridlock. Gigantic slabs of the bridge are torn away, crushed like paper under an unimaginable force. In the back seat, the boy pulls his sister close. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Destiny isn't so easily changed. As if mocking his desperate hope for a different outcome, the monster finally reveals its true form. Rising from the depths like a god of destruction, the massive monster towers over the bridge. Its massive tentacles lash out, swatting away armored vehicles and buses as if they were mere toys. Boulders and shrapnel rain down on the remaining cars, crushing anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the impact zone. The sound of twisting metal and shattering glass fills the air as the bridge groans under the monster's weight. Panic takes hold. People abandon their vehicles, screaming in agony and terror as they try to outrun the reach of the tentacles. Civilians look around frantically, wondering where the heroes are. Then, a shout rings out, they've arrived. A squad of warriors charges forward, weapons drawn. Their leader shouts for his men to protect the people and engage the beast. But the leader stops in his tracks, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer scale of the power they are facing. Before they can even strike, a tentacle slams down with the force of a falling mountain, obliterating the front line. The scream of a dying comrade echoes through the air as blood splatters across the cracked pavement. Seeing their heroes slaughtered so easily, the crowd turns to rage. They scream at the retreating warriors, demanding to know what they should do now. From inside the car, the family watches the carnage. The bridge is a graveyard, and the fire is spreading fast. His father makes a split-second decision. They can't stay in the car any longer. They have to join the exodus and hope for the best. Looking into the rearview mirror, he tells them that if they move calmly, they might just make it out alive. The boy looks at his father, his heart breaking. He knows what happens next. He knows how this story ends. His mother tries to keep her voice steady as she tells the children to follow their father's lead. She promises they will be protected. They scramble out of the red car, stepping onto the glass-strewn road as the heat from the fires begins to singe the air. In the chaos, the girl's foot catches on a piece of debris. She stumbles, her eyes wide with sudden shock. The boy screams out for his sister, reaching for her as she hits the ground. Girl looks down at her legs, trembling. Fear has paralyzed her, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't find the strength to stand. The girl whispers to herself, I need to get up. I need to get up and start walking, her voice trembling as she fights the paralysis of her own fear. The boy looks on, his face etched with a mix of desperation and urgency as the world around them begins to crumble into chaos. Amidst the wreckage of the bridge, the family struggles to move. I'll carry her, dear, the mother says, trying to keep them moving through the debris. Father checks on his daughter's condition, but the boy, despite his small stature, stands firm and declares he can walk on his own to keep the pace. This way, please follow me and evacuate, a player shouts, guiding the terrified civilians through the smoke and fire of the collapsing bridge. The situation is dire. A massive monster has emerged, throwing the players into a panic as veterans desperately try to manage the evacuation. The boy's eyes burn with a cold realization. The monster isn't the only issue. They have to get off this bridge before the true predators appear. Suddenly, a spear whistles through the air, impaling a player through the chest in a brutal display of lethal precision. Player collapses onto the asphalt, blood pooling around him as a heavy, ominous presence makes itself known. The father gasps in horror, his eyes wide as he witnesses the sudden execution of their supposed protector. Sharp, monstrous claws dig into the concrete railing, signaling that the nightmare has officially reached the bridge. They're here, the boy shouts, his young voice cutting through the sounds of destruction as he spots the incoming threat. Monsters begin their slaughter, leaping onto the bridge to feast on the trapped civilians. One of the creatures lets out a sickening, high-pitched cackle, its bulbous eyes locked onto its next victim. With a savage lunge, a monster sinks its teeth into a player's shoulder, tearing through flesh and bone as she screams in agony. Remaining players engage in a desperate melee, their swords clashing against the tough hides of the monsters in a frantic bid for survival. Can anyone here use healing magic? A man screams, cradling a severely wounded woman while the battle rages around them. I can, a brave player shouts, sprinting toward the injured pair with her hands ready to manifest a healing spell. Before she can reach them, a spear erupts through her torso, cutting her life short and extinguishing their only hope for recovery. The monsters surround the survivors, their numbers growing as the bridge becomes a literal slaughterhouse. Massive tentacles loom in the background as the family is caught in the crossfire of a world ending in fire and blood. Father pulls his family close. Children, you believe in me, right? No matter what happens, I will protect you. So, don't look back, he bellows, his voice filled with a desperate, protective rage as he prepares to make a final stand. They run with everything they have, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the roar of the monster behind them. A gargantuan purple tentacle slams down onto the bridge, crushing a line of cars like they were made of paper. The creature lifts a massive cluster of vehicles into the air, preparing to rain metal and fire down upon the fleeing crowd. Bridge groans under the impossible weight as the monster begins its final, devastating assault on the infrastructure. Cars begin to fall from the sky. The boy looks up in terror as a shadow looms over him, threatening to crush his entire world. Dad, it's dangerous, the boy screams, reaching out as the debris comes crashing down with lethal force. A massive impact shakes the very foundation of the bridge, sending a shockwave of glass and steel in every direction. A tanker truck is struck, igniting a chain reaction that turns the bridge into a corridor of pure, incinerating heat. Colossal explosion rips through the air, a wall of fire rising high into the sky as the bridge finally gives way. The family stands before the inferno, the path forward blocked by a sea of flames that reflects the hopelessness in their eyes. The father stares into the fire, his face pale with the realization that there may be no way out for his children. Players shout over the roar of the fire, when's the backup coming? The road is blocked, the situation has spiraled out of control. The boy clenches his teeth, they need to hold out until backup arrives from the elite reinforcements. The boy recalls that the reinforcements previously arrived too late. He knows he cannot let that happen again. Monsters continue to press their advantage. If someone doesn't contain the giant creature now, everyone on this bridge will die. The boy drops his backpack, his expression hardening. This is what he's been preparing for. Even if he has to put his life on the line, he will change the outcome. The boy stands his ground, a shimmering blue aura beginning to radiate from his small frame. Gripping a simple box cutter as if it were a legendary blade, he declares his resolve to protect his family at any cost. His mother looks on in sheer disbelief, her voice trembling as she calls out to him, unable to comprehend the sudden, terrifying change in her son's demeanor. Ignoring the confusion, the boy commands his parents to stay exactly where they are. He knows the chaos is only beginning and they must remain still until reinforcements can secure the perimeter. His father's face is a mask of panic and bewilderment. He stares at the boy, stammering in confusion as he watches his child prepare for a confrontation that defies all logic. The boy explains that hunters will soon arrive to intercept the monster's onslaught. His eyes remain cold. He knows that if the front line fails, he is the last line of defense. With a heavy sense of duty, the boy vows once more to shield his parents. In this moment, the small child is gone, replaced by a soul that has already seen the end of the world. He realizes that if he leaves their side, the only person left capable of manipulating energy to protect them is himself. He has to trust in his own refined abilities. The young girl watches, her eyes wide with fear and confusion as she witnesses her brother transform into something unrecognizable and powerful. Without another word, the boy bolts forward. He dives into the heart of the disaster, his movements fluid and precise, leaving the safety of his family behind. Ahead, a gargantuan, tentacled entity looms over the highway, its massive limbs crushing vehicles and sending debris flying into the smog-filled sky. Energy sparks beneath the boy's feet. He isn't just running, he's preparing to bridge the gap between a helpless child and a high-level warrior. He blurs into a streak of blue light, weaving through the wreckage of the traffic jam with superhuman agility, closing the distance to the threat. Kicking off the roof of a car, he activates a mobility skill. The energy erupts with explosive force, propelling him skyward. Blue light crackles around his entire body, forming a protective and empowering shroud that defies the laws of physics. His teeth are gritted in concentration. The strain is immense, but his focus is absolute as he pushes his young body to its breaking point. He reflects on the fact that this is a skill he mastered in a previous existence. Using it now, in this underdeveloped body, is a gamble that threatens to tear his muscles apart. There is no other way. He knows if he uses this power, he can reach the massive entity in an instant, his eyes burning with a desperate tactical fire. He becomes a projectile of pure intent, soaring over the gridlocked cars toward the nightmare rising from the asphalt. Bystanders can only watch in shock as a child leaps over their heads, moving faster than any athlete they've ever seen. Someone screams from the sidelines in confusion. They see only a boy charging towards certain death, unaware of the warrior within. Suddenly, smaller monsters, grotesque, fish-like humanoids, scramble over the cars, their jagged teeth bared and ready to feast on the panicked civilians. The boy doesn't slow down. He uses the roofs of the cars as stepping stones, weaving through the emerging pack of monsters with lethal grace. He channels energy into his blade. The simple utility tool is suddenly enveloped in a sharp, vibrating edge of pure power, turning it into a weapon of slaughter. The monsters lunge from all sides, but the boy is already 10 steps ahead, his spatial awareness identifying every threat before it can even strike. He narrowly dodges a massive, webbed claw, the wind from the attack ruffling his hair as he prepares his counteroffensive. With a surgical strike, he takes down the first monster. The energized blade slices through flesh and bone with ease, sending a spray of dark blood into the air. He lands on the shattered windshield of a car, his eyes scanning for the next target. He is a whirlwind of destruction in a pint-sized frame. Using the momentum, he vaults off the head of a falling beast, his movements so fast they leave afterimages in the smoke. He drives the energy-infused blade deep into the creature, the impact sending a shockwave through the monster's massive frame. Mid-air, he spins, his blade a circular saw of blue light that carves through the surrounding monsters before they can even register his presence. He lands and immediately transitions into another dash, his trail marked by the falling corpses of the fishmen. Close-up of his eye reveals a terrifying level of calm. This isn't a fight for him, it's a routine execution he's performed 1,000 times before. An explosion of energy clears the path, sending a final group of monsters flying as the boy reaches the epicenter of the carnage. He skids across the hood of a car, his breathing heavy but his stance remains unbreakable. The sheer physical toll is starting to show. Panting, he looks up. The blue light of his energy is the only thing keeping him upright as he stares down the true horror behind the mist. Massive entity's tentacles lash out again, dwarfing the traffic and the boy standing amidst the ruins. The scale of the battle is beyond comprehension. The boy reaches out, his hand trembling slightly. He isn't afraid, he's calculating the exact moment to strike the killing blow. For a split second, a vision of a powerful, armored warrior overlaps with his current form. The master has returned, even if his body hasn't caught up yet. He delivers a final, devastating slash that sends a wave of energy rippling through the air, cleaving a path through the final line of defense. His eyes glow with a lethal red intensity. The hunt isn't over until every threat to his family is erased from existence. The battlefield erupts as he clashes with the beast, his movements a blur of lethal precision. Every strike is calculated, fueled by a primal instinct that has seen 1,000 deaths. Even in this smaller, younger form, he is a force of nature, effortlessly severing the limb of a fish-like monstrosity with a single, blue-tinted surge of energy. He grips his makeshift weapon, feeling the familiar rush of the hunt. This is the sensation he remembers, the cold efficiency of slaughtering every monster in his path in his past life. In this singular moment, the world slows down. The fear of a child is replaced by the cold resolve of a seasoned warrior. A guttural roar rips from his throat as he lets out a scream of pure, unadulterated defiance, signaling the beginning of the end for his enemies. He becomes a whirlwind of blue energy tearing through the pack of monsters. Their numbers mean nothing against his superior technique and awakened power. Landing with a heavy thud, he doesn't waste a second. He senses the next threat lurking right behind him, his eyes already searching for the next vital point to strike. With an agile leap, he maneuvers over the debris, using the environment to his advantage while the monsters struggle to keep up with his pace. He drives his blade deep into the skull of another creature, the impact shattering the concrete beneath them as blue sparks fly. He launches himself into the air, a spear whistling past him as he targets the next cluster of beasts with predatory focus. Another head rolls. His efficiency is terrifying, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance as he carves a path of destruction through the street. Makeshift blade sparks against a hard shell, the metal groaning under the pressure of his overwhelming strength. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. The tool he's using wasn't built to handle this level of intensity, and it's reaching its breaking point. It doesn't matter. He discards the ruined tool and reaches for a new pair of blades, his momentum never faltering for even a heartbeat. With a blade in each hand, he charges forward again, his eyes locked onto the horizon where the true threat awaits. He sprints through the graveyard of vehicles, his power flaring like a beacon amidst the smoke and fire of the ruined city. His feet pound against the asphalt, each step reinforced by energy as he accelerates toward the massive shadow looming over the district. The true boss reveals itself, a colossal, multi-tentacled nightmare that dwarfs everything in its vicinity. He stands before it, undeterred. He readies his small blades, a determined smirk playing on his lips. He'll take this titan down with nothing more than these. A massive tentacle swings with the force of a falling building, but he is already moving, his reflexes honed by a lifetime of combat. Vehicles are tossed aside like toys as the beast thrashes, but he weaves through the chaos with the grace of a dancer. He leaps directly into the path of the beast, his energy surging to protect him from the sheer pressure of the creature's presence. He begins to scale the creature, running up the length of a massive tentacle while dodging the debris falling from the sky. Higher and higher he climbs, his small form a mere speck against the purple hide of the monster, yet he carries the power of a god. He plants his feet firmly, the impact creating a shockwave that ripples through the beast's thick skin. He clings to the side of the titan, his blades glowing with light as he prepares to carve his way into its core. He strikes, the blades sinking deep into the flesh. Purple ichor sprays everywhere as the monster lets out a deafening, silent vibration of pain. He drags the blades across the hide, creating a massive gash that glows with residual energy. The climb continues. He is relentless, ignoring the blood on his clothes as he focuses entirely on the kill. He screams out in fury, pouring every ounce of his current power into a series of rapid, devastating stabs. Suddenly, the beast reacts. A tentacle sweeps toward him with blinding speed, catching him off guard for a split second. The impact sends him flying backward, the sheer force of the blow threatening to shatter his small frame. He manages to stabilize himself mid-air, but he notices a problem. One of his blades has finally snapped under the pressure. He looks at the broken tool with a grimace. One of the scissor blades is completely useless now, leaving him at a disadvantage. The broken piece falls toward the ground, a silent testament to the intensity of the battle and the fragility of his current equipment. The monster doesn't give him a moment to breathe, slamming its massive weight down where he stood just seconds ago. He slides down the creature's back, using his remaining blade to slow his descent while planning his next move. He falls through the air, the wind whipping past him as he prepares for the final, desperate gambit to bring this titan down. The boy lands heavily on the jagged, bone-like surface of the titan's skull, his small frame dwarfed by the sheer scale of the monstrosity beneath him. With a guttural roar, he lunges forward, his makeshift blade surging with a sharp, radiant blue energy as he pours every ounce of his remaining strength into the strike. Massive, suction-cupped tentacle whips through the air with terrifying speed, threatening to swat him like an insect. His eyes burn with a cold, desperate focus, his teeth gritted as he calculates his next move in the face of certain death. He narrowly evades a crushing blow, the force of the tentacle's movement creating a shockwave that sends debris flying in every direction. A massive impact craters the ground beneath him, sending a pillar of dust and stone skyward as he struggles to maintain his footing. Sweat stings his eyes as he realizes his energy is almost completely depleted, the blue aura around his hands beginning to flicker and fade. Beneath the shadow of a crumbling bridge, the monster's limbs writhe with unnatural agility, searching for its elusive prey. The structure groans and shatters as a tentacle slams into the support pillars, turning the concrete into lethal shrapnel. The boy stands amidst the falling ruins, his small body trembling from the sheer force of the environmental destruction. His frustration boils over into a snarl, his gaze fixed on the beast as he refuses to be intimidated. Leaping through the air, he navigates the falling debris with instinctual grace, his blue blade cutting a path through the chaos. More tentacles erupt from the water below, surrounding the bridge in a suffocating cage of purple flesh and suction cups. He drops to one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the physical and mental toll of the battle begins to overwhelm him. The monster hoists a massive shipping container high into the air, preparing to use the heavy steel box as a terminal projectile. The metal groans and buckles under the monster's grip, the truck attached to it dangling like a toy as it swung with lethal intent. With a violent heave, the monster hurls the truck toward him, the massive vehicle spinning through the air like a meteor. He forces himself to stand, summoning the very last of his power to form a jagged blue blade for one final, desperate defense. He screams at the beast, his voice cracking with the strain as the blue energy flares with blinding intensity. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from him, clashing against the incoming truck in a violent display of raw power. The energy beam slices through the shipping container like a hot knife through butter, detonating the fuel inside. The explosion rocks the entire area, sending the wreckage of the truck tumbling past him as he stands his ground. Fire and smoke consume the road, the heat of the blast singeing the air as he stares down the path of destruction he just created. His breath is heavy and labored, his hands trembling as he grips the small, broken shard of his weapon. From his perspective, the monster is a wall of impenetrable darkness, its massive form filling his entire field of vision. The beast looms over him, a silent, ancient predator waiting for its prey to finally collapse from exhaustion. His vision begins to blur, the world spinning as his body finally reaches its breaking point. He falls to the cold pavement, the roaring flames of the burning truck the only thing keeping the encroaching darkness at bay. His thoughts are a frantic mess as he realizes he can't move his limbs, wondering if his strength has truly run dry. He fights the urge to close his eyes, knowing that if he loses consciousness now, every sacrifice he's made will be for nothing. In the darkness, the monster's single red eye glows with a malevolent light fixated on the fallen child. Boy slams his fist into the cracked earth, using the pain to anchor his fading mind to reality. He claws at the ground, his fingers straining as he tries to drag his broken body back up. His eyes snap open, burning with a renewed, desperate light as he refuses to let his journey end in this desolate place. A vision of his family appears in his mind, a warm, golden memory of a life he is determined to live happily. The monster's tentacle rears back, coiling like a spring as it prepares for a final, crushing strike. It descends with the weight of a mountain, the air screaming as it rushes toward the defenseless boy. Boy stares up at the approaching doom, his heart hammering against his ribs as he refuses to give up. Suddenly, a pair of ethereal hands reach out, gently cupping the boy's head as if to guide him through the final trial. As the ethereal hands descend, Julie throws herself over Gunha, shielding him with her own body. "Don't you dare touch my brother," she screams, her voice cracking with a mix of terror and absolute resolve. In that instant, a blinding pillar of golden light erupts from them, shattering the darkness and pushing back the encroaching shadows with a force that defies the laws of nature. The shockwave ripples outward, tearing through the very foundation of the bridge as the surge of mana stabilizes into a protective dome. Amidst the chaos, a massive impact rings out, the sheer weight of the unfolding power crushing the surrounding debris into dust. Nearby, the monstrous fishmen stop in their tracks, their primitive eyes widening in pure instinctual fear as they witness the divine radiance. A concentrated beam of pure energy lances through the air, incinerating everything in its path as it targets the greater threat lurking in the water. A massive kraken-like entity is pinned against the bridge, its gargantuan tentacles flailing helplessly against the overwhelming pressure of the light. Julie stares at her hands, her breath hitching in her chest. Impossible, she thinks, her eyes reflecting the golden glow. This is a miracle. Before the regression, Gunha knew of only 4 people who possessed the legendary gift known as Miracle. Among them, the only one he could truly trust was his partner, Li Yu-young. But seeing the sheer volume of mana Julie is currently emitting, a radical thought crosses his mind. What if she possessed that very same gift all along? Julie pulls Gunha closer, her voice soft and reassuring. "It's fine now, Gunha," she whispers, her presence acting as a calm eye in the center of the storm. As the light bathes him, Gunha's eyes widen. He can feel the searing pain in his body receding. His broken bones are knitting back together, his injuries are healing at an impossible rate. The protection doesn't stop there. The barrier of light stands firm, a divine shield holding the Kraken's crushing weight at bay, preventing the beast from reaching them. However, such a power comes with a terrifying toll. To reconstruct a world and defy fate, those who wield Miracle must pay a price that most could never endure. Gunha looks up at her, his voice laced with concern. "Nuna, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" he asks, sensing the strain behind her gentle smile. Julie looks back at him, her eyes beginning to glaze over. "Yeah, I'm fine, but," she starts, her voice trailing off as her strength begins to fail. The light around them begins to flicker. "I'm really sleepy," she murmurs, her body going limp as the massive mana drain takes its toll on her young soul. She collapses into Gunha's arms, her breathing shallow but steady. The miracle has ended, leaving her completely drained and unconscious. Gunha holds her close, his expression darkening. He can feel it. There's only the tiniest amount of mana left in her, just enough to keep her heart beating. He realizes the truth. The cost for her miracle wasn't her life, but every single drop of her mana reserves. She sacrificed everything to save him. Gently, he lays her down on the cold, cracked asphalt, making sure she's comfortable before he turns his attention back to the battlefield. Julie sleeps peacefully amidst the ruins, her role in this fight over. Now, it's up to Gunha to ensure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. Gunha's eyes snap open, burning with a cold, murderous intent. The fear is gone, replaced by a singular, sharp focus that radiates from his very being. He stands up, and a torrent of radiant blue mana erupts from his body. "I will take care of it," he declares, his voice echoing with a power that wasn't there before. Kraken senses the shift in energy, its massive tentacles rising from the water once more, ready to crush the small human who dares to stand against it. The monster's glowing red eyes lock onto Gunha, filled with a primal hunger and malice that would freeze the heart of any ordinary hunter. Gunha lets out a chilling smirk. "You've opened your eyes now, have you?" he taunts. "Did you finally identify her as an enemy?" "Too late." Tentacle strikes like a whip, but Gunha doesn't flinch. He's already calculating the trajectory, his body moving before the attack even lands. He weaves through the assault with predatory grace, the blue mana surrounding him like a second skin as he protects the sleeping Julie behind him. With a voice like cold steel, he makes a promise to the beast. "You won't be able to touch her at all, not while I'm still breathing." Gunha lunges forward, his hands glowing with concentrated energy. He's no longer just a boy, he's a weapon forged in the fires of a future that hasn't happened yet. He carves through the Kraken's limbs with surgical precision, each strike infused with the blue mana that Julie's miracle helped him recover. He knows he can't kill the Kraken in his current state, but that doesn't matter. His mana has been replenished and his resolve is unbreakable. A vision of the future flashes before him, a world where his family is alive and smiling. The future has changed, he thinks. My family is not dead. Confident grin spreads across his face. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. I just have to hold on until the 12 thrones get here. This is the journey of the one who returned to rewrite his destiny. This is the story of the real-life player. Meanwhile, at the time of the Kraken's appearance, the Wanhyo Bridge is a scene of absolute gridlock with civilians trapped in their cars, unaware of the battle nearby. Watching from a distance, the red-haired berserker lets out a long, bored yawn. "Ah, this is annoying," he mutters, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous itch for combat. The red-haired berserker crosses his arms, his patience wearing thin as he stares at the stalled traffic. The car's not moving at all, he growls, the silence of the cabin only fueling his irritation. Driver glances back nervously, asking if he's actually driving or just pretending to sleep. He explains that every road leading into Seoul is currently paralyzed by this massive gridlock. Leaning his head back, the red-haired berserker sighs about his life choices. He considers quitting the 12 thrones, wondering why he's wasting his golden holidays on duty instead of resting. He reminds the driver that he joined the 12 thrones to test his strength against the powerful, not to act as a babysitter for civilians. The driver can only offer an awkward, forced laugh in response. Suddenly, the air in the car turns heavy. Both men freeze, their instincts screaming as a massive, invisible pressure washes over them. The driver stammers in shock, realizing they are sensing an extreme amount of mana. The red-haired berserker remains calm, his eyes sharp as he admits he already knows. A sharp, rhythmic vibration cuts through the tension as his phone begins to ring loudly. He picks up the call without hesitation, his voice low and intense. "You felt it, right?" he asks, knowing the person on the other end is sensing the same anomaly. The caller, Park Hiram, gives a short, grim confirmation. The connection is clear, but the news is heavy. He demands to know the rank of the threat. The intel is terrifying. According to the reports, they are dealing with a rank 3 Kraken. Rank 3, he repeats, his eyes narrowing as he processes the magnitude of the disaster unfolding nearby. A dark, predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a sudden, manic joy. "Where is it?" he asks, his blood beginning to boil with anticipation. Driver watches him through the mirror, unsettled. A monster has appeared, yet the red-haired berserker looks like he just received the best news of his life. The scene at Songsan Bridge is pure nightmare fuel. Massive, purple tentacles rise from the water, crushing vehicles as players on the scene struggle to survive. The report continues, the damage is unknown, but it's complete chaos. The current players at the scene are helpless against a threat of this caliber. "I'll come get you soon," he says into the phone, his voice steady even as the chaos escalates. Without waiting another second, he kicks the car door open and steps out into the middle of the highway, surrounded by frozen traffic. The driver shouts in disbelief, calling out to the clan lord. He can't believe his passenger is actually abandoning the car in the middle of the road. He scoffs at the driver's concern. "I'm going on foot," he declares. "We'll never get there with this traffic." He reaches for the heavy equipment case strapped to the roof, the metal latch snapping open with a sharp mechanical click. He draws a massive, heavy blade from the case, the steel reflecting the setting sun as he prepares for the hunt. On foot, the driver yells, sweat beading on his forehead. "It takes 2 hours to get there from here." The red-haired berserker just grins, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. 30 minutes will be enough, he says confidently. He activates the strength skill, and a violent explosion of purple and blue mana erupts from his core, swirling around him like a cyclone. Power surge is immense, illuminating the highway as the red-haired berserker fully unleashes his aura, preparing to launch. With a single, thunderous stomp, he shatters the asphalt beneath his feet, channeling his energy into a single point of impact. He rockets forward with a deafening boom, leaving a crater in the road as he transforms into a blur of pure kinetic energy. He blurs past the line of stalled cars, a streak of blue light soaring over the bridge with impossible velocity. From inside the car, the driver watches the blue streak vanish into the distance, the shockwave from the takeoff still rattling the windows. He can only stare in awe, whispering that this is exactly what one should expect from the clan lord. This is the flame demon, Kong Hyuncheol, the legendary clan lord of the Blades clan, and he is finally on the hunt. A monstrous creature let out a guttural roar, its jagged teeth and glowing orange eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The red-haired berserker charges, his blade igniting with intense, roaring flames as he prepares to cleave through the beast. He slashes through the air, leaving a trail of fire and destruction as he descends upon the monster with overwhelming force. Suddenly, he skids to a halt, his eyes widening as he senses a massive surge of power from above. A titanic pillar of golden magic descends from the sky, vaporizing everything in its path as it strikes the center of the bridge. Sliding back from the shockwave, he realizes that no one currently on the scene is capable of such high-level magic. That means... His dark grin returns, wider than ever. He's finally found something that truly excites him. Amidst the wreckage, a new player has appeared. Gunha stands tall, his blue mana flaring as he shields Julie from the carnage. The real battle has just begun. A massive, pulsating purple tentacle slams down with crushing force. Gunha refuses to back down, channeling blue mana to meet the monstrosity head-on. Sweat beads on Gunha's forehead as he grits his teeth. The pressure is immense, but his gaze remains locked on the target, his resolve hardening like steel. Suddenly, a streak of fire cuts through the darkness. A heavy blade wreathed in intense orange flames descends from above to join the fray. The red-haired berserker leaps into the air, his body a blur of motion as he unleashes a scorching wave of energy that illuminates the area. Gunha looks up, his eyes widening as he realizes reinforcements have arrived. They're here, he shouts, feeling a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. Heavy combat boots slam into the cracked pavement, sending shards of stone flying. The impact alone signals the arrival of a true powerhouse. Standing tall with a cold, piercing stare is the red-haired berserker, known to many as the Flame Demon. His presence demands absolute attention. Without a moment's hesitation, a massive explosion of fire erupts, engulfing the monster's flesh in a searing, white-hot blast. The red-haired berserker delivers a devastating blow, his fist wreathed in flames as he pummels the kraken, forcing the giant beast to recoil in pain. The kraken, unable to withstand the overwhelming heat, retreats back into the depths with a thunderous splash. The bridge lies in ruins, the water below swirling in a violent vortex as the monster disappears. For a brief second, the air turns deathly quiet. A system prompt confirms the newcomer's identity. Gift: Pyrokinesis. This ability allows him to freely control flames, earning him the terrifying nickname Demon Flame. The red-haired berserker scans the area, his eyes darting through the wreckage as he searches for any remaining threats. His gaze finally lands on the two survivors. Gunha is still protectively holding Julie, who looks frail and exhausted against the backdrop of destruction. The red-haired berserker observes them curiously. They appear to be just two kids, yet something about them feels strangely out of place. He notices a strange flow of mana around Julie, wondering if it was Gunha who cast the high-level magic he sensed earlier. He deduces that Julie must have lost consciousness from mana depletion and that Gunha has been the one shielding her from the Kraken's wrath. A predatory grin spreads across his face. Both of them are clearly powerful, and he's genuinely excited to see how they will evolve as players. He raises a hand in a mock gesture of peace, telling them there's no need to be intimidated. He claims he has no intention of fighting them. However, his eyes tell a different story. Not yet, at least, he mutters, his voice dripping with hidden, dangerous intent. Gunha doesn't lower his guard for a second. He stares back with a fierce intensity, his eyes burning with suspicion and defiance. The red-haired berserker turns his attention back to the water, raising his massive sword. He declares that his only goal is to eliminate the Kraken. Stay back, kid, he warns Gunha. He can feel the vibrations in the air. The monster is about to resurface for another round. Beneath the dark waves, the Kraken's glowing red eyes pierce through the gloom. It's waiting, recovering, and preparing to strike again. In another time, the red-haired berserker stands in full armor. He asks Gunha if he is the one they call the undead, noting that his reputation has grown significantly. An older, battle-hardened Gunha stands before him, clad in dark, ornate armor. His expression is cold, his eyes reflecting years of brutal combat. The two stand amidst a ruined cityscape under a blood-red sky. The red-haired berserker asks Gunha what business he could possibly have with him. He admits he just wanted to see if the rumors were true. With a menacing smile, he challenges Gunha to a duel right then and there. Gunha's response is short and dismissive. He states he's not interested and tells the man to simply get out of his way. The red-haired berserker laughs, refusing to budge. He makes it clear that Gunha won't be passing through without a fight. Gunha lets out a weary sigh, closing his eyes for a moment. It seems there is no avoiding the inevitable clash with this battle maniac. His eyes snap open, glowing with a lethal blue light. Don't regret this, he warns, as his mana flares up, ready to tear his opponent apart. The red-haired berserker ignites his blade once more, his silhouette framed by a towering pillar of fire as he prepares for the ultimate fight. Back in the present, the red-haired berserker stands before the young Gunha and Julie, his massive sword resting on his shoulder as he waits for the monster. Gunha remembers this man from his past life. Before the regression, the red-haired berserker was a constant thorn in his side, always seeking a fight. He knows the secret to this man's power. He becomes exponentially stronger the more he fights. He is a monster born solely for the battlefield. The red-haired berserker shouts at the water, taunting the Kraken. He mocks the beast, asking if it got scared just because it felt a little heat. The response is immediate. A massive tentacle erupts from the depths, smashing through the bridge with enough force to level a building. The final round has begun. Red-haired warrior stands on the shattered remnants of the bridge, sword drawn, as the structure continues to crumble. A man cradling a child is caught in the chaos. His face contorts in a furious snarl as the warrior curses, enraged that the monstrous foe destroyed the pillar supporting the bridge. A wave of destructive energy ripples outwards, further shattering the environment with concussive force. The warrior scoffs, his frustration evident as he realizes the difficulty of fighting the colossal threat while simultaneously protecting the children. With a sharp impact, the man drives the tip of his weapon into the shimmering blue grid surface to anchor himself amidst the chaos. From beneath the shattered bridge, two towering columns of radiant blue energy erupt from the water. A grin spreads across the warrior's face as he turns, acknowledging the arrival of support. His eyes widen in surprise as he watches a helicopter descending from the sky. A powerful woman descends from the sky and immediately scolds the man, annoyed by how he addressed her. Her expression tightens in annoyance as she continues to lecture him, questioning why he ran all the way to the bridge instead of using the helicopter. Warrior smirks, pointing upwards as he retorts and acknowledges her point. The man stands firm, his body now enveloped in a vibrant blue energy as the powerful buff takes effect. The man appears to dismiss the need for further buffs, but the woman quickly overrides his objection, insisting he accept the support. As the man runs toward the battle, leaving the children in her care, he calls back to her. The child in the man's arms is also enveloped in protective blue energy, ensuring their safety as he prepares for the encounter. The woman's expression softens with a hint of worry as she responds to him. Waters churn violently, a menacing vortex forming as the colossal creature prepares to fully emerge from the depths. With a terrifying roar, the monster's head, adorned with glowing red eyes, breaks through the surface, causing the water to explode outwards. The full form of the giant sea monster is revealed, a colossal beast with numerous tentacles that dwarf the bridge. The man, his body ablaze with blue energy, launches himself forward with his sword ready as the creature emerges. With incredible agility, the man propels himself off the edge of the collapsing bridge, soaring through the air towards the monster. He plunges into the tumultuous water with a mighty splash, ready to confront the behemoth head-on. The monster's menacing red eyes fixate downwards as a small, ominous red orb of energy begins to glow beneath the surface. The red orb detonates into a violent explosion of fire, engulfing the water in a scorching blaze. From the heart of the inferno, the man emerges, his entire being now radiating with a fierce, burning aura and his eyes glowing with determination. His form completely consumed by the raging flames, the man strides confidently across the water's surface. Without hesitation, the man sprints upwards along one of the monster's massive tentacles, his fiery steps leaving a trail of intense heat. The monster's colossal tentacles attempt to crush the man, but his fiery aura holds strong against the immense pressure. His fiery gaze remains unwavering, fixed on the monstrous tentacles as they bear down on him. Massive tentacles slam down with devastating force, aiming to pulverize the attacker. With an explosive burst, the man unleashes a torrent of raw fiery power, pushing back against the crushing attack. A sinister grin spreads across the man's fire-wreathed face as he taunts the colossal beast. His fiery sword glows with even greater intensity as the man prepares to strike. The man lunges forward with blistering speed, his fiery blade poised to strike a devastating blow. The attack culminates in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and raw energy, engulfing the immediate area. A massive pillar of fiery destruction rises from the water, with the man at its epicenter. The monster's head is now wreathed in roaring flames, its red eyes burning as the man's power consumes it. The man maintains his fierce concentration, his face etched with intense resolve as the inferno rages around him. Standing with his back to the viewer, the man remains triumphant amidst the searing flames, the burning monster a testament to his power. As the smoke clears, the boy stares at the remains of the beast, the words "finally, the beast is defeated" escaping his lips in a breath of pure relief. But as she gets closer, her expression freezes in utter shock, her eyes widening at the sight before her. She can hardly believe what she's seeing as she looks over the two small figures. Despite the absolute carnage of the battlefield, the boy and the girl he protects don't have a single wound on them. A pillar of light descends as she realizes a powerful magic has already been cast, completely mending their injuries before she even arrived. She's breathless, ecstatic to have witnessed such a legendary feat of restoration in person. However, as she reaches out, the boy raises a hand, his posture shifting into something far more defensive. With a voice cold enough to cut through the air, he issues a single, chilling command: "Don't." His eyes darken, casting a terrifying shadow over his face as he warns her never to touch his sister. The woman recoils, paralyzed by a wave of pure killing intent, a level of bloodlust that should be impossible for a child to possess. Trembling, she can only wonder who this boy truly is, his gaze holding the weight of a seasoned warrior. Above them, the sky fills with the roar of engines as more helicopters descend upon the ruined bridge. Shaking off her fear, the woman informs them that the rescue squad has arrived and they need to get to a hospital first. Boy remains silent, his grip on his sister tightening as he prepares to face the aftermath of his intervention. By late afternoon, the news is everywhere. The sudden beast appearance on the bridge has left a trail of devastation and lost lives. On every screen, the government issues statements on the tragedy, while rescue operations continue to pull survivors from the wreckage. From his hospital bed, the boy watches the reports, his eyes fixed on the chaos he just escaped. He remains stoic, the weight of his actions and the secret of his power hidden behind a mask of childhood innocence. Nearby, his sister lies in a deep sleep, her face finally peaceful after the harrowing ordeal. The doctor explains that she is suffering from severe exhaustion, but a simple medicine should be enough to bring her back to full health. Boy looks at his hands, a vision of a darker timeline where his family lay dead flashing through his mind, but this time, he has won. A small, triumphant smile plays on his lips as he realizes he has successfully changed the future. Suddenly, the door bursts open as a voice cries out for the children in a panic. Boy turns his head, his eyes reflecting the sudden intrusion into the quiet room. His parents rush inside, their faces pale with terror as they search for their children. They look like they've seen a ghost, the trauma of the news report still etched into their features. Boy blinks, momentarily taken aback by the raw emotion radiating from them. They stand over him, the silence of the hospital room heavy with the things they almost lost. His mother reaches out, her voice trembling as she asks if he's hurt anywhere. The boy looks away, quietly assuring her that he's fine, though the truth is far more complex. He points toward the bed, explaining that his sister is just sleeping off the effects of the exhaustion. His father lets out a long, shaky sigh of relief, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. But that relief quickly turns to sternness as he demands to know why the boy disobeyed him and ran out into danger. Bowing his head in a practiced show of submission, the boy offers a quiet apology to appease his father. Internally, however, he feels no remorse. His family is alive, and for him, that is the only outcome that matters. As he looks down, a secret, satisfied smirk crosses his face. He isn't sorry at all. The weight of his choices hangs heavy in the air, a silent pressure filling the sterile room as Gunha stands before his parents. His father's gaze is piercing, a mixture of disbelief and a sternness Gunha has rarely seen before. His mother's eyes are clouded with worry, her face pale as she struggles to process the danger her son just faced. A soft gasp escapes Gunha's lips as the reality of their fear finally sinks in, shattering his stoic facade. He realizes they aren't concerned with victory, they only want to know why he would risk his life against a monster like the Kraken. Gunha knows the agonizing pain of losing family, yet he acted on his own whims without considering their feelings. Trembling, he chokes out an apology, admitting he was wrong to be so reckless with the people he loves most. Tears stream down his face as he sobs, promising through gritted teeth that he will never put them through such terror again. Seeing his genuine remorse, his mother reaches out, her hands open in a gesture of unconditional forgiveness. She beckons him closer, her voice soft and warm as she invites him into the safety of her embrace. Gunha lunges forward, clinging to her as if she's the only anchor in a world that had nearly spun out of control. His father joins them, resting a hand on Gunha's head while sternly reminding him never to repeat such a dangerous stunt. As he cries into his mother's shoulder, a sense of relief washes over him. In this moment, he doesn't have to be a soldier, he can just be a child. The night of terror fades, replaced by the bright, unforgiving light of the next morning. At the hospital, the previous day's chaos has settled into a quiet, clinical routine under a clear blue sky. Gunha's father instructs him to stay put while they handle the discharge paperwork for Julie. Gunha waves them off with a cheerful promise to wait, his demeanor completely transformed from the night before. But internally, he knows their trust in him has hit rock bottom and he'll have to play the role of the perfect son for a long time. Nearby, Julie lies in her hospital bed, her breathing steady as she recovers from her ordeal. Gunha sits quietly by her side, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the roar of the battlefield. He takes a bite of a snack, the simple sweetness grounding him back in the mundane world. It's surprisingly tasty, a small comfort after the immense physical and mental strain he's endured. He figures the sudden craving for sugar is just his body's way of recovering from the massive mana exertion. Suddenly, a hand extends toward him, offering another treat with a casual, almost friendly command to eat up. Gunha looks up to see the red-haired berserker standing over him, his presence radiating effortless, dangerous power. Stunned, Gunha can only stare as the man who was just a whirlwind of destruction now acts like a casual acquaintance. The red-haired berserker raises an eyebrow, asking if Gunha has a problem with chocolate cookies. Without waiting for an answer, he stuffs the cookie into Gunha's mouth, a move so fast it leaves the boy reeling. Gunha chews mechanically, his mind racing. He wonders if this man's erratic behavior stems from his injuries. Berserker leans in, his sharp eyes narrowing as he asks Gunha how old he really is. Gunha keeps his voice steady, claiming to be only 6 years old to maintain his cover. The man scoffs at his age before asking about Julie's age and her name. Gunha's guard goes up instantly. He demands to know why this stranger is so interested in his sister. The red-haired berserker points a finger at him, clarifying that it isn't her name he's after, it's Gunha's. Gunha hesitates, the tension in the room thickening before he finally gives his name. The berserker's grin widens as he offers Gunha a recommendation to the academy, a golden ticket into the world of elite players. Gunha's blood runs cold. He realizes the truth. This man wants to groom him into a powerful player just to have a worthy opponent in the future. The berserker tells him to take his time and think about it, his tone light but his eyes full of predatory anticipation. As he turns to leave, he repeats Gunha's name like a promise, a chilling vow that their paths will cross again on a much bloodier stage. The red-haired berserker walks away, leaving a heavy silence in the wake of his chilling departure while Julie watches him with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Julie chases after him, her voice echoing through the hallway as she asks if he's really just going to walk away from a literal miracle, a phenomenon Korea hasn't seen until this very moment. The red-haired berserker stops, his gaze icy as he retorts that he doesn't care about miracles, only the raw power of the strong, prompting Julie to snap and call him a fighting-obsessed idiot. He reminds her that he's her senior and now one of the 12 thrones, warning her to watch her tone before the power dynamic shifts even further. He explains the grim reality: if a gift as rare as a miracle is reported, that child will be bombarded by the world's eyes, trapped under the flashing lights of endless media attention. His eyes narrow as he delivers the final blow. If that happens, the girl will never be able to live a normal life again. Julie freezes, the weight of his words sinking in as she realizes the terrifying cost of fame in their world. The red-haired berserker tells her to drop the matter if she understands, then abruptly shifts the mood, suggesting they just go to a dessert cafe. Julie stands there, stunned by the whiplash of his personality as visions of sweets dance mockingly around her dark realization. She screams at him, asking if he's lost his mind, while he simply tells her to watch her mouth again. With a smirk, he admits he just wants something sweet because he exerted a little too much strength during the earlier chaos. The scene shifts to a quiet countryside home. The day after the Kraken incident, the family arrives at Grandma's house seeking refuge. Gunha's parents are surprised to see Grandma waiting outside, concerned that she's pushing herself while unwell. Grandma smiles warmly, telling them she simply missed them and couldn't wait to see her grandchildren. She peers into the car, her expression softening as she notices the quiet stillness coming from the back seat. Inside, a young Gunha and Julie are fast asleep, completely exhausted from the harrowing events they just survived. Gunha stirs, his eyes heavy as he begins to wake from the deep slumber of the journey. He finds himself in bed, but the peace is short-lived as Julie clings to him even in her sleep. Gunha is visibly annoyed, wondering how someone could have such terrible, aggressive sleeping habits. Julie continues to mumble in her sleep, locking him in a tight embrace that he can't seem to escape. He sighs, wondering if she inherited these chaotic sleeping habits from their mother. Finally managing to break free, Gunha carefully tucks Julie back in, ensuring she stays warm. He quietly slips out of the room, leaving the sleeping girl behind as he seeks a moment of solitude. Gunha sits alone on the porch, staring out into the twilight as the weight of his situation begins to settle. He looks down at his hand, feeling the surge of energy within. His mana has increased significantly. He wonders if this sudden growth is all thanks to the mysterious gift he received. He remembers his life before he regressed. Back then, his gift was known as Berserk. It was a double-edged sword. The more mana he consumed, the higher his physical and magical abilities soared, but at a terrible price. But things are different now. He pauses, reflecting on the anomalies of his current state. Even during the truck accident, he didn't lose consciousness. This gift is perfect if it no longer carries the penalty of losing one's reason. He clenches his fist, blue mana flickering around his skin. He questions if he ever truly knew the nature of Berserk. A voice breaks his concentration. Grandma stands behind him, asking what he's still doing awake at this hour. Gunha quickly hides his glowing hand, making the excuse that he simply slept too much during the car ride. Grandma sits beside him, gently reminding him that if he wants to grow up into a strong adult, he needs plenty of rest. Gunha looks at her, realizing that this is just who Grandma is. Whenever he's lost in thought, she's always there by his side. She doesn't push him, she simply waits for him to be ready to talk, whether it's about a serious problem or just small talk. Gunha turns the question back on her, asking why she isn't sleeping either. She smiles softly and tells him it's because he isn't sleeping yet, calling him by name. Gunha blinks in surprise, caught off guard by her simple but profound devotion to his well-being. Gunha realizes this peaceful moment is exactly what he has been longing for. Looking at his grandmother, he feels as though he has been transformed back into a child, embraced by the simplicity of a time he thought was lost. His grandmother breaks the silence with a gentle smile, offering him some warm milk. Gunha quickly waves his hands, assuring her that he's perfectly fine. The peaceful atmosphere is interrupted when his mother arrives unexpectedly, carrying a tray of drinks. Gunha is caught off guard, wondering when she managed to join them. Setting the tray down, his mother looks at the extra cups and asks with a playful tilt of her head who is going to drink them. Unable to refuse her, Gunha takes the pink mug and begins to drink, surrounded by a whimsical aura of childhood comfort. As they sit together on the wooden deck, his mother admits how startled she was when she first received the phone call. Gunha tries to downplay it, claiming the neighbor was just being dramatic. Her expression softens into one of deep concern as she recalls the moment she heard he had fainted. The weight of her worry is evident in her eyes. Gunha glances toward his grandmother, remembering how she had missed her step but luckily escaped with only a minor scratch. Grandmother admits she was simply distracted, and his mother questions what could have pulled her attention away so completely. He describes it as a daydream, explaining that while she was walking up the stairs, she saw a mysterious figure standing there. Seeing the skepticism on their faces, she insists she isn't senile yet and tells them to listen to the end of her story. A haunting memory flashes back, a shadowy silhouette on the stairs, waving its hands frantically and warning her not to approach. Her voice trembles slightly as she realizes that the figure wasn't warning her but was actually trying to reach out to Gunha. Gunha freezes, a cold realization washing over him as his mother gasps in shock at the revelation. The vision of a massive, destructive entity looms in his mind, a nightmare too vivid to be dismissed as a simple dream. He reflects on the terrifying possibility that if things had gone wrong, his entire family would have perished in that disaster. Gunha feels a surge of frustration, thinking that if his grandmother had seen something so ominous, she should have told them immediately. Trying to lighten the mood, grandmother mentions a fascinating dream she had about a lonely deer standing outside. She chuckles and pats Gunha's head, saying that when she actually went outside, the deer turned out to be him all along. His mother looks puzzled, asking why she would dream of a deer in the first place. She recalls her own dream where his father had left a deer behind, leading to a sudden realization that leaves her breathless. Laughter fills the air as they tease each other while Gunha focuses on finishing his milk, trying to ignore the strange tension in the air. Leaning in close, his mother asks the classic childhood question about what Gunha wants to be when he grows up. Gunha hesitates, his words trailing off as a dark, ominous shadow begins to creep up from behind him. Darkness thickens, swirling with an unnatural energy that threatens to swallow the warmth of the scene. Suddenly, horrifying spirits manifest, their red eyes glowing with malice as they scream for rescue and help, their voices echoing in Gunha's mind. A spectral blue hand reaches out, its fingers clawing toward him. Gunha recoils in terror, the peaceful illusion shattered by this supernatural intrusion. Sensing his distress, his mother places a hand on his shoulder and asks what is wrong. Gunha struggles to find his voice, his breath hitching in his throat. He looks away, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to process the horrific images he just witnessed. Forcing a weak smile, he tells them it's nothing, though the uncertainty in his voice is impossible to hide. His mother reassures him that it's perfectly fine if he doesn't have an answer yet. Gunha looks up at her, feeling a small spark of comfort return. Grandmother joins in, telling him that he's still young and has all the time in the world to decide his path. She encourages him to experience everything, both the happy and the tough moments, and to make friends who will fight alongside him. She tells him to study well and play hard, promising that one day he will naturally figure out exactly what he wants to do. With a warm, knowing smile, she adds that if he still doesn't know by then, he can just keep living his life until the answer finds him. Gunha ponders her words, realizing that she's simply telling him to live his life to the absolute fullest, regardless of the shadows that haunt him. Both women pull him into a warm embrace, declaring that time is on his side and that he has the power to achieve anything he sets his mind to. His mother explains the meaning of his name, telling him it represents the universe, a place of endless potential and infinite possibilities. She looks him in the eyes and promises to cheer him on no matter what path he chooses to take in this life. Grandmother echoes the sentiment, patting his cheek as Gunha finally lets out a genuine smile, feeling the strength of their love protecting him. Morning warmth is interrupted as a young girl bursts into the room with an energetic, childish demand. On the sun-drenched deck, the family gathers in a moment of tranquility. The grandmother smiles warmly, inviting the boy to join them for a drink. The girl beams with pure excitement, her enthusiasm bringing a soft, genuine smile to the boy's face as he watches his family's simple joy. Suddenly, a realization strikes the boy, his eyes widening as he remembers a small but significant gesture he prepared for this morning. With careful hands, the boy presents a bunch of vibrant red flowers, offering them to the grandmother as a token of his deep-seated gratitude. The grandmother is touched by the gift, promising to display it proudly for the neighbors to see, while the boy quietly notes her endearing pride. Looking at her radiant expression, the boy wonders if she truly understands the weight of his feelings, hoping this peace lasts forever. Girl watches the exchange with playful curiosity, while the boy remains lost in his thoughts, cherishing the quiet strength of their bond. A gentle, knowing smile plays on the boy's lips, the innocence of his youth belying the profound sense of responsibility he feels toward his loved ones. Under the vast, clear sky, the boy offers a heartfelt thanks to the woman who raised him, a moment of pure sincerity etched against the horizon. As evening falls, a call for the girl echoes through the halls, signaling the start of a life-changing announcement for the siblings. Parents share the news with beaming faces, revealing that the family is about to grow larger with the arrival of a new sibling. The news hits the children like a physical shock, their dinner forgotten as they process the unexpected addition to their household. While the girl is thrilled at the prospect of being a big sister, the father confirms the reality, leaving the boy in a state of stunned disbelief. Mother notices the boy's strange reaction, her brow furrowing as she tries to gauge why her son looks so overwhelmed by the happy news. The boy's head drops as he trembles, the weight of the moment causing an intense emotional release that leaves his mother concerned. Suddenly, the boy erupts with tears of joy, expressing his intense gratitude as if this new life is the greatest gift he could ever receive. His exaggerated celebration leaves the rest of the family bewildered as the boy declares this to be the single best thing to happen in his entire life. Father reacts with confusion, joking about the boy's intense reaction to the announcement. Laughter fills the dining room as the family shares a meal, the tension breaking into a scene of domestic bliss. Time skips forward to the gates of a kindergarten where a new chapter of the boy's daily life is about to unfold. A group of young girls rushes forward, treating the boy like a favorite pet as they prepare to dote on a very reluctant playmate. Forced into a pair of dog ears, the boy can only offer a miserable bark, his pride taking a massive hit as he endures the role of the kindergarten's mascot. The girls swarm him with affection, mistaking his tears of frustration for genuine sadness as they pet his head and offer comfort. Boy grits his teeth, his internal thoughts screaming in protest as he tries to maintain some shred of dignity while being treated like a puppy. From the sidelines, a girl watches with a cold, judgmental gaze, unimpressed by the spectacle and questioning the situation. The girl makes a sharp, dismissive comment toward the boy, suggesting they get rid of him, which sparks a growl of genuine anger from him. She doubles down on her provocation, threatening to tell the teacher if the boy dares to talk back, leaving him trapped. As the boy finally drifts off into a much-needed nap, a mischievous boy with glasses spots an opportunity to stir up more trouble. Boy wakes up to a nightmare, finding himself being carried off by the girls like a prize while he was vulnerable. When the teacher returns, the boy sees his chance to escape, attempting to slip away unnoticed while the girls are distracted. The girls are preoccupied with greeting the teacher, giving the boy a narrow window to make a break for it and leave the dog ears behind. Panting and exhausted, the boy finally reaches a quiet corner, clutching the discarded ears as he tries to regain his composure. His eyes sharpen with intensity, the playful atmosphere of the kindergarten vanishing as he focuses on something or someone new. In a quiet study room, the boy discovers a girl with dark hair lost in a book, a stark contrast to the chaos he just escaped. Curious, the boy approaches to see what she is reading, noticing how deeply she is invested in the story. Without thinking, the boy reveals the ending of the story, describing the fatal fate of the main characters. The girl stares at him in absolute shock, her world crumbling as the mystery she was so invested in is ruined in a single sentence. Panic sets in as the boy realizes his massive blunder, he's accidentally spoiled the masterpiece for a fellow reader. As the girl begins to tear up, the boy desperately tries to backtrack, hoping to mend the damage he's caused. Shock freezes the boy as he watches the girl's eyes well up with tears, her expression one of pure betrayal. She sobs, calling him mean, sending him into a frantic panic as he desperately apologizes, his cool exterior completely shattered. With a heavy sigh, the boy walks away, the weight of the social disaster pressing down on his young shoulders. He mutters to himself about wasting effort, his dark eyes reflecting a maturity far beyond his years as he navigates the daycare. Nearby, a group of children are embroiled in their own drama, a boy on his knees after a mock duel with plastic blades. Boy catches the eye of the class strongest, a child with a band-aid on his nose and a fierce, competitive glint in his gaze. The child declares its perfect timing, his ego demanding a challenge to prove his dominance over the playground. The boy looks on with a deadpan expression, wondering what kind of television these kids have been watching to act this way. A crowd of children parts, creating an arena for the two boys as the atmosphere thickens with imaginary tension. With a predatory grin, the challenger swings his toy sword through the air, the plastic whoosh echoing his bravado. He points the blade at the boy, delivering a line straight out of a western, "This town isn't big enough for the both of them." He challenges the boy to take up his sword and end their fate right here, while the boy simply finds the whole ordeal annoying. The other kids egg him on, shouting for the challenger to take the boy down in a single hit and claim the title of the strongest. Jealousy fuels the crowd as they chant for the boy's defeat, citing his annoying popularity with the girls as reason enough. The boy looks toward a neighbor, hoping for at least one ally in this sea of miniature enemies. But the girl's aura turns murderous as she tells him to die, her eyes glowing with a terrifying, vengeful light. Boy realizes with a sinking heart that she hasn't changed at all, she's still the same terrifying person she's always been. He reflects on the bitterness of being cheered against, realizing that in this world, he truly stands alone. The sting of the girl's hatred is the final straw, pushing the boy to finally accept the challenge presented to him. Fine, if it's a fight they want, he'll give them one. He grips the plastic hilt, his resolve hardening into steel. In his mind, the daycare vanishes, replaced by the shadow of a legendary warrior as he declares that they are all done for. The imaginary battlefield manifests, a grand coliseum where two warriors prepare to clash for ultimate glory. The challenger charges forward with a roar, his plastic sword transformed into a weapon of destiny in his own mind. Distance closes in an instant, the air crackling with the intensity of their simulated combat. Blades meet with a sharp impact, the boy meeting the strike with a precision that defies his age. With a fluid motion, the boy parries and counters, his movements a blur of calculated aggression. Challenger is caught off guard, his balance shattered as the boy's superior technique takes control of the duel. A final, decisive swing sends the challenger's weapon flying, the plastic clattering against the floor as the crowd gasps. The boy follows through with a low strike, ensuring his opponent has no chance to recover his footing. The battle is over in seconds. The plastic swords lie abandoned, the imaginary coliseum fading back into the reality of the classroom. Boy stands tall over the fallen child, the silence in the room a testament to the absolute dominance he just displayed. He begins to sheath his toy weapon, his expression returning to its usual state of bored indifference. The challenger groans on the floor, unable to believe he was defeated so easily by the popular kid. He laments his sealed powers, playing the role of the tragic fallen hero until the very end. Crowd of kids is stunned, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they witness the boy's incredible performance. The boy offers a small, tired smile, admitting it was a good fight just to keep the peace and end the drama. The kids cheer, amazed by his acting skills and attributing his prowess to his family background. Claim that if anyone can pull out the legendary sword, it must be him, leaving the boy completely baffled by the new challenge. In the corner of the room, a toy sword sits embedded in a pile of building blocks glowing with an exaggerated, heroic light. The boy sighs, realizing that his peaceful day is far from over as he prepares to fulfill the legend of the playground. Gunha stares at the plastic sword in his hands, the weight of the playground legend pressing down on his small shoulders as he prepares for the performance of a lifetime. With a sharp tug, the blade clears the scabbard, erupting in a blinding radiance that draws gasps of awe from the surrounding crowd of children. The playground erupts in cheers as the kids hail Gunha as their champion, chanting his name in a frenzy while he offers a strained, awkward smile. As the sun beats down, Gunha's internal monologue screams for a reprieve, wishing for an end to the relentless roleplay of the afternoon. Nearby, a quiet park bench stands as a silent witness to a world that is far more dangerous than simple child's play. On the pavement, a shattered smartphone lies in a pool of fresh blood, its screen flickering with a chilling emergency broadcast. The news anchor reports that rank 7 goblins have breached the perimeter, with 2 monsters currently unaccounted for after escaping the front lines. The Mana Management Bureau warns that these threats are likely hiding in plain sight, stalking the shadows of densely populated urban areas. Unaware of the looming shadow, the children continue their game of freeze tag, their innocent laughter echoing through the trees. A young girl tags her friend, shouting for her to unfreeze as the carefree game carries on under the bright afternoon sun. From the sidelines, Gunha watches with heavy eyes, his physical stamina reaching its absolute limit as he lets out a weary sigh. He collapses under the shade of a tree, wondering how these kids possess such monstrous levels of endurance while he feels ready to drop. Taking advantage of the break, Gunha forms a familiar meditative seal with his hands, centering his focus to gather his strength. He knows that in this altered timeline, every drop of mana he can store is a vital lifeline for the future he intends to protect. As the world shifts toward a hierarchy of power, Gunha realizes that accumulating mana isn't just a goal, it's a necessity for survival. He recalls the sheer scale of his potential, a vast reservoir of energy waiting to be tapped since the incident that changed everything. His peace is short-lived as his classmates call him back to the game, their relentless energy baffling his battle-worn soul. Suddenly, a teacher arrives like a savior, hoisting a bag full of ice cream to distract the energetic mob of children. The children swarm the teacher, shouting out their favorite flavors as Gunha watches the chaotic scene unfold from a distance. He sighs, walking toward the group while reminding himself that despite his past life, kids will always be kids. Teacher tries to maintain order, inviting anyone who hasn't received a treat yet to step forward and claim their snack. Small hands dive into the bag, scavenging for the best frozen treats available before they're all gone. Gunha finds himself face to face with a stubborn girl, both of them locking eyes over the final ice cream bar in the bag. Heated argument breaks out as Gunha refuses to back down, insisting that he was the one who grabbed it first. The girl calls him petty, but Gunha isn't about to let social etiquette stand between him and his much-needed sugar fix. The teacher intercedes with a nervous sweat, reminding the two friends that fighting over food is strictly forbidden. With a swift, practiced motion, the teacher snaps the ice cream tube in two, providing a simple, if somewhat messy, solution to the conflict. He hands a half to each child, his smile remaining fixed even as the tension lingers in the air between the two rivals. With a terrifyingly intense aura, the teacher suggests they share, leaving Gunha and the girl with no choice but to agree. A blue-haired girl named Haeyoung approaches, asking the teacher about the whereabouts of their classmate, Yoonhyuk. The purple-haired girl points toward the garden, noting that Yoonhyuk is likely busy practicing his swordsmanship alone in the corner. Gunha sits back to enjoy his half of the ice cream, ignoring the girl's complaints about his solitary nature and lack of social grace. He knows that true special training must be conducted in the shadows, far from prying eyes and the distractions of the playground. Haeyoung looks toward the garden with a soft expression, feeling bad that Yoonhyuk is missing out on the group snack while everyone else eats together. Purple-haired girl teases Haeyoung for being too kind, though Haeyoung only responds with a shy, gentle giggle. Seeing an opportunity to help, the teacher asks Haeyoung if she'd like to deliver the ice cream to their lone wolf classmate herself. Haeyoung enthusiastically agrees, clutching the frozen treat as she prepares to head out on her small mission of kindness. She declines any help, preferring to check on Yoonhyuk herself as the teacher calls out for the others to properly dispose of their trash. The young boy stands alone on the playground, a quiet observer amidst the lively atmosphere, holding a small drink. Suddenly, a playful shout cuts through the air, inviting everyone to a game of freeze tag, catching the boy's attention. The young girl approaches the boy, urging him to join, but he politely declines, stating he's finished playing for the day. The girl warns him that the other children might not want to play with him if he sits out, but he dismisses her concern, telling her to go enjoy the game herself. The girl defiantly refuses to leave him, declaring that her older sister had specifically instructed her to play with him. A warm memory surfaces, showing a smiling older sister playfully pulling the boy up, her laughter echoing in his mind. The children gather, their hands quickly moving in a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who is it. Tears erupt as the result is revealed. The girl is it, much to her dismay, while the other children scatter. The boy watches the scene, a flicker of competitive determination in his eyes as he lets out a quiet sound of annoyance. The game begins in earnest, with the girl leading the chase as the boy follows close behind. Hand lunges forward, aiming to tag the girl, whose back is turned in the heat of the chase. The boy manages to tag the girl, freezing her in place, and he lets out a triumphant huff. As another child races past, the girl, still frozen, lets out a small, amused sound. Boy continues his pursuit, chasing another child who lets out a startled cry. The child trips or is tagged, exclaiming in pain as the boy runs past, with the girl still frozen in the distance. Still frozen in place, the girl looks on with a puzzled expression, wondering what just happened. Her confusion quickly turns to irritation as she hears the boy's mischievous chuckle from behind her. The boy then unfreezes the girl with a quick tap, bringing her back into the game. Girl glares at the boy, a frustrated exclamation escaping her lips, clearly annoyed by his antics. Before she can react, another child swiftly tags her and she lets out a cry of surprise. The other child, now free, declares that the girl is it as they run off, leaving her tagged once more. Girl's frustration boils over, her eyes burning with fiery anger as she seethes at the repeated injustice. Enraged, she unleashes a furious threat, vowing retribution as she charges after the boy, determined to get even. Boy, with a smug grin, taunts the girl, challenging her to catch him while enjoying the chase. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint reflecting his determination to outrun her, his competitive spirit fully ignited. His small feet pound against the ground, a blur of motion as he sprints away with surprising speed. The chase ends in laughter, with the boy playfully tagging the girl, who accepts her fate with a wide smile. Suddenly, the playful mood shifts as the boy stops abruptly, prompting the confused girl to ask why he's standing still. The boy is enveloped in a strange blue aura, his face contorted in a grimace as he senses a sudden, murderous intent within the kindergarten. From the shadows, a grotesque, clawed hand emerges, its sharp talons poised to strike, a chilling prelude to danger. The boy's expression hardens as he prepares for the unseen threat, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious. The other children stare in bewildered confusion at a monstrous shadow cast upon the playground, wondering what terrifying entity looms above them. A monstrous goblin, with glowing red eyes and a menacing snarl, fully reveals itself, its presence radiating pure malevolence. The colossal foot of the goblin slams down, narrowly missing the terrified children below and sending tremors through the ground. One of the children, paralyzed with fear, whimpers for her mother, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of the monster. Grotesque goblin looms over the helpless child, its savage grin promising a grim fate as its shadow engulfs her. The monster raises its massive axe, its blade glinting ominously, ready to strike a devastating blow. With a terrifying roar, the goblin brings its weapon down, aiming to strike the defenseless child as a horrifying scene unfolds. Just as the blade descends, a flash of blue interrupts the carnage, stopping the monster's momentum. Gunha extends his hand, focusing his internal mana into a concentrated point to intercept the strike. A streak of azure energy erupts, striking the monster's weapon with pinpoint accuracy and a deafening crack. The goblin recoils in sheer disbelief, its predatory eyes widening as its prey suddenly fights back. Standing his ground, young Gunha radiates a chilling aura of power, his gaze sharp and unwavering despite his age. He doesn't wait for a second strike, immediately putting distance between himself and the snarling beast. With a fluid movement, he slides across the floor, narrowly evading a heavy swing that shatters the tiles behind him. Frustration boils over as Gunha realizes this monster won't stop until it's put down for good. He resolves to kill it in an instant so he can go help the others, blue flames igniting in his palm. He lunges forward, a blade of pure energy trailing behind him like a comet through the dark hall. His footsteps echo as he accelerates, seeking the perfect opening to end the encounter. Suddenly, a teacher named Tayo enters the fray, wielding nothing but a common broom against the invader. Tayo screams for Gunha to stay back, desperately trying to shield his student from the monster's reach. With a powerful throw, the broom becomes a makeshift projectile, spinning with surprising speed through the air. It connects with a satisfying thud, momentarily stunning the green-skinned monster and creating an opening. Before the goblin can recover, Tayo lunges forward, grabbing Gunha by the shirt to pull him to safety. Tayo shouts for them to hang on tight as he hoists Gunha and another child onto his back. They sprint through the playground, two more goblins howling as they give chase across the checkered floor. Tayo's breath hitches as he asks if they're alright, his focus entirely on their survival amidst the chaos. From the sky, another monster pounces, aiming to crush them from above with a savage roar. Hidden from Tayo's view, Gunha prepares a counterattack, his small hands glowing with lethal intent. With a cold whisper, Gunha tells the beast it's not so fast, his eyes burning with blue fire. He releases a point-blank mana burst, the shockwave rippling through the air and blasting the air apart. The goblin is sent flying, its body broken by the sheer force of the protagonist's magic. It crashes into the pavement, completely neutralized before it could even touch the teacher. Tae-yo doesn't stop to look back, pushing his body to the limit to reach the school's safety. They finally burst through the doors, the safety of the interior offering a brief moment of respite. Tae-yo collapses to the floor, his lungs burning as the adrenaline begins to fade and reality sets in. The school director rushes over, checking on the exhausted teacher and the traumatized children. Eunha stands silently, his expression far too mature for a child who just stared death in the face. Tae-yo is told to stay put until the professional players arrive to handle the remaining monsters. A little girl breaks through the crowd, her face stained with tears as she delivers horrifying news. She cries out that Haeyoung and Yoonhyuk are still missing, left behind in the garden during the chaos. The realization hits Tae-yo like a physical blow, his sense of duty overriding his exhaustion. Despite the director's protests, Tae-yo forces himself to stand, determined to save the rest of his class. The other children huddle together, their small bodies trembling as the sounds of battle echo outside. Tae-yo looks toward the exit, knowing that every second he waits is a second his students might not have. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air from the courtyard, confirming their worst fears. Outside, a massive goblin looms over a fallen boy, its axe raised for a final, lethal blow. Beast's shadow engulfs the terrified child, its red eyes gleaming with murderous intent as it prepares to strike. Suddenly, a young girl thrusts her hands forward, a surge of brilliant blue mana erupting from her palms. With a desperate cry to stop, she unleashes the energy, the shockwave slamming directly into the monster's side. The force is immense, sending the hulking goblin tumbling across the playground as the blue energy dissipates. The girl rushes to the boy's side, her voice trembling as she asks if he's alright while he struggles to find his breath. But the nightmare isn't over. The goblin staggers back to its feet, letting out a guttural growl that vibrates through the air. Terror grips the two children as they realize the beast is still standing, their small bodies shaking uncontrollably. The boy grits his teeth, a pained sound escaping him as he tries to overcome the paralyzing fear for the girl's sake. Grabbing her hand, he shouts for her to run, dragging her away as the monster begins its relentless pursuit. The goblin's face twists into a sadistic grin, saliva dripping from its fangs as it locks onto its fleeing prey. As they sprint through the empty playground, the girl asks in a panic what they should do, while the boy suggests they hide until help arrives. Spotting a tall jungle gym, the boy points toward it, deciding that high ground is their only chance at safety. He pushes the girl up the metal bars first, urging her to climb higher as the heavy footsteps of the beast draw closer. A sharp clicking sound echoes nearby. The boy freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes they've been spotted. The goblin looms at the base of the structure, its red eyes fixed on the boy who stands between it and the girl. The boy shouts for the girl to keep going, his voice cracking but firm as he stays behind to buy her more time. His fear is palpable, but a spark of defiance flickers in his eyes. He declares that he will fight until the adults arrive. He draws a small toy sword, his hands trembling as he assumes a combat stance. From above, the girl begs him to just come up with her. The goblin stares down at the tiny warrior, confused by the boy's sudden display of bravado. In this moment of crisis, a memory flashes through the boy's mind, a hero on a screen, surrounded by flames and glory. He remembers watching the news, mesmerized by the powerful figure who defeated monsters with a single swing of a sword. Back then, he had cheered with pure joy, vowing to become a hero just like the man on the television. His grip tightens on the plastic hilt. He repeats the vow to himself, drawing strength from the image of the hero. With a fierce look, he taunts the monster, calling it a weakling as he tries to hide the terror behind a mask of courage. The goblin's jaw twitches, its patience finally snapping at the child's insolence. It lets out a deafening screech, a sound of pure malice that echoes through the playground. The boy tells himself to trust his training, his heart racing as the beast prepares to lunge. With a desperate scream, he charges forward, swinging his toy sword with every ounce of strength in his small body. The toy connects with a dull thud, but the plastic blade shatters instantly against the goblin's thick hide. The broken hilt clatters to the ground, leaving the boy defenseless as the monster looms over him once more. Reality sets in as the toy lies useless in the dirt, a cruel reminder of how outmatched he truly is. The goblin raises its weapon, the cold steel reflecting the dim light as it prepares to finish what it started. The boy flinches, shielding his face with his arms, waiting for the final blow that never seems to come. He opens one eye, sensing a sudden change in the atmosphere as a new presence enters the fray. From the top of the jungle gym, the girl looks down in shock, her eyes wide as she sees someone rushing toward them. A young boy in a red shirt sprints into the center of the playground, shouting with fierce determination. He doesn't hesitate for a second, his focus entirely on the monster threatening his friends. The newcomer stands tall before the trembling child, his presence radiating a calm strength that immediately shifts the tide. He looks back at the boy and tells him he did great, acknowledging the courage it took to stand his ground. With a confident smile, the newcomer tells him he's a true man as the light of a new hero begins to shine in the darkness. But that light is immediately tested as a savage goblin lunges from the shadows, its axe raised high for a killing blow. While the other children freeze in terror, the boy remains unnervingly still, his gaze fixed on the monster. The sharp metallic ring, he parries the massive axe with a small blade. The force of the impact sends sparks flying, but the boy's arm doesn't even tremble against the beast's overwhelming strength. Seizing the opening, he slides low across the floor, his blade trailing a streak of blue light as he hamstrings the creature in one fluid motion. The goblin howls in agony, its eyes glowing a murderous red as purple blood sprays from the deep gash. It realizes too late that this child is no ordinary prey. The boy's left eye ignites with a piercing blue glow, signaling the activation of his latent powers. The world seems to slow down as he prepares to end the struggle. He strikes with clinical precision. A vertical slash of pure energy carves through the air, silencing the monster's screams forever. As the goblin's body dissipates, a brilliant core is revealed amidst the fading embers of the battle. The gem pulses with a cold, blue light, a trophy of his first real kill. The crystal falls to the ground with a soft thud, its glow illuminating the dark gymnasium. He has successfully protected the others, but his expression remains stoic. Exhaling a heavy breath, the boy stands over the remains. The blue energy around his blade flickers out, leaving him standing in the quiet aftermath of the violence. He turns to the trembling children behind him and offers a rare, gentle smile, providing a sense of relief now that the danger has passed. Before he can even process the victory, one of the boys tackles him in a tearful hug, crying out in relief. The sudden physical contact catches the stoic boy completely off guard. He grumbles in annoyance, trying to pry the crying boy off him. Although he acts distant, his actions have already proven his role as their protector. Chaos doubles as a girl joins the fray, leaping onto him with a loud sob. Now pinned by two crying children, the young hero finds himself in a situation he doesn't know how to handle. She buries her face in his shoulder, trembling from the fear she had felt. He can only grunt as the weight of their relief and exhaustion crashes down on him. Looking completely overwhelmed, he stares at the ceiling, wondering how he ended up in this situation. These children are far more exhausting than any goblin. Rewinding to a while ago, the boy is seen approaching a teacher with concern, asking about the whereabouts of two other students. Even then, his instincts were sharp. He set out alone into the corridors, his small frame moving with a purpose that defied his age. He knew something was wrong with the school's atmosphere. Stopping to catch his breath, he centers himself. He can feel the energy in the air shifting, a sign that the monsters are closer than anyone realizes. Suddenly, his vision shifts. His eye glows with an intense blue light as he activates a detection skill, scanning the building for hostile signatures. World transforms into a grid of energy. He sees through the walls, tracing the life signatures of everyone in the vicinity to ensure their safety. He confirms that one student is safe and that another has managed to get away from the immediate danger. But his search isn't over yet. He senses the need to move quickly. In the distance of his mental map, a dark, jagged signature appears. A monster is approaching the gymnasium. He realizes he needs to eliminate the threat coming toward the gymnasium first. The heavy footsteps of a beast echo through his sensory range. Goblin warrior clad in a skull mask and primitive fur armor emerges, sniffing the air for prey. It lets out a guttural cackle, sensing a target nearby. The boy steps out from the shadows, surprising the beast. He meets the monster with a cold, fearless gaze. He stands his ground, his silhouette cast against the bright light of the hallway. He looks small, but the aura of authority he radiates is immense. He draws his weapon, and blue energy erupts from the blade like a torch. His eyes narrow, locking onto the goblin with lethal intent. Goblin charges, its heavy feet pounding against the concrete. It lets out a piercing shriek, swinging its axe in a wide, desperate arc. He meets the charge head-on. He parries the massive blow with effortless grace, the blue energy of his sword clashing against the rusted iron of the axe. Using the monster's momentum against it, he leaps into the air, flipping over the goblin's head like a shadow in the night. Mid-air, he twists his body, his blue energy flaring brightly as he prepares a devastating counterattack from the beast's blind spot. He descends like a bolt of lightning, his blade carving through the goblin's back. The creature screams in shock as it feels the bite of the enchanted steel. The goblin staggers, its skull mask rattling as it tries to turn around, but the boy is already moving too fast for the beast to track. He performs a low spin, his blade a blur of light that cuts through the monster's defenses once more. He is a whirlwind of calculated destruction. He strikes again and again, his movements precise and relentless. The goblin can do nothing but howl as it is systematically dismantled. Finally, he delivers the finishing blow. A massive vertical pillar of energy erupts through the goblin's center, splitting the darkness and the beast in two. The monster's physical form begins to crumble into dust, its existence erased by the sheer power of the boy's strike. The boy lands softly on the ground as the last of the monster fades away. He sheaths his blade, the school once again falling into a heavy, expectant silence. Battle finally subsides, but the heavy atmosphere remains. Gunha looks down at the makeshift weapon in his hand as the blue mana flickers and dies out. He realizes he can no longer use this. Any evidence of his unnatural strength must be disposed of immediately. With a subtle movement, Gunha drops the cutter into the dirt. His mind flashes back to the chaos in the kindergarten, wondering which of the children tried to trip him. A cold promise echoes in his thoughts. If he ever finds out who it was, they'll pay. He doesn't have time to dwell on revenge. Gunha bolts across the playground, his small legs moving with desperate speed. His only concern is the safety of his friends. His eyes glow with an analytical blue light as he scans the area. He shouts for Haeyoung and Yoonhyuk, his voice cracking from the strain of pushing a child's body to its absolute limits. The only response is the sound of distant wailing. The sky remains indifferent to the chaos below as the cries of terrified children fill the air. Suddenly, Haeyoung and Yoonhyuk tackle him in a tearful embrace. Gunha stands there with a deadpan expression, letting out a heavy, slightly annoyed sigh as they cling to him like lifelines. A familiar voice calls out. Teacher Taeyo limps toward them, clutching his side. Despite his own injuries, he's desperate to ensure the children are unharmed. Gunha is genuinely surprised to see the teacher still standing. As the adrenaline fades, the crushing reality of the situation sets in. Gunha watches his friend sob, feeling the weight of his secret role as their protector. When asked if he's alright, Gunha manages a small, tired smile. He gives a simple yes, but the word carries the exhaustion of a seasoned warrior trapped in a 7-year-old's body. As the sun sets over Duan Kindergarten, the scene is swarmed by guards and investigators. The golden hour light does little to mask the tension of the ongoing investigation. One of the investigators stares at Gunha in disbelief. He asks the boy directly, did he really manage to defeat the monster all by himself? Gunha plays the part of an innocent child perfectly, scratching his cheek awkwardly. He lies, claiming the goblin was already badly injured and simply collapsed after he hit it a few times. Investigator stares at the glowing mana core in his hand. He knows goblins are high-ranking threats, hardly the type of creature a toddler should be able to kill, regardless of its injuries. In this world, monsters only fall when their cores are shattered by mana-enhanced weapons or overwhelming force. The math simply doesn't add up for a child to be the victor. The man presses further, asking about the second goblin found in the corridor. He's searching for a logical explanation that doesn't involve a superhuman 7-year-old. Gunha doubles down on his story. He suggests that the two goblins fought each other first and he just finished off the winner. He adds that they didn't seem to be on very good terms. The investigator sighs, seemingly accepting the absurd story for lack of a better one. Gunha lets out a nervous giggle, relieved that his cover remains intact for now. Days later, a formal press conference is held. Officials stand before a crowd of reporters, offering their deepest apologies for the security failure at the kindergarten. Teacher Taeyo stands with the children as the official promises to prioritize the safety of the school moving forward. The camera flashes are constant. Then comes the moment Gunha was dreading. The portly official gestures toward him, announcing the arrival of the day's true hero. Gunha looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. He is presented with a Brave Child Award. The certificate praises his sense of duty and justice, though Gunha stares at it with a completely hollow expression. The crowd erupts into cheers. Teacher Taeyo and the other children clap enthusiastically, celebrating their little hero while Gunha stands frozen in the spotlight. Gunha's mind is elsewhere, imagining the lecture waiting for him at home. He can already hear his parents screaming about his recklessness and demanding a written apology. He clutches the award as a cold sweat breaks out. To the world, he's a hero. To his parents, he's a troublemaker. He knows he's dead meat the moment he walks through the front door. Someone shouts for him to smile for the cameras. Gunha forces a pained, robotic laugh, his eyes reflecting the internal struggle of a regressor trying to play nice. This is the life of the real-life player, juggling the responsibilities of a savior with the mundane expectations of childhood. Time passes, and the kindergarten holds its annual festival. The atmosphere is light and joyful, a stark contrast to the blood and mana that once stained the halls. On stage, Haeyoung takes the lead as Snow White. The narrator begins the classic tale of a princess with skin as white as snow, capturing the audience's attention. She is surrounded by her loyal dwarves, played by children with innocent glee. The play describes how Snow White was beloved by all the creatures of the forest. The crowd, including teacher Taeyo acting as the MC, watches with bright smiles. It's a moment of pure, untainted childhood happiness. Backstage, however, the mood is frantic. Gunha and Yoonhyuk wait in the wings, preparing for their entrance into the performance. Yoonhyuk is having a complete meltdown. He clutches his hat, panicking that he's forgotten all of his lines. He begs Gunha for help, calling him captain. Gunha looks at him with deadpan exhaustion. He reminds Yoonhyuk that he only has one line, right, you shouldn't eat it. Yoonhyuk snaps out of his panic instantly. Gunha observes his friend, noting how much Yoonhyuk has changed since the goblin incident. The trauma seems to have been replaced by a strange, intense loyalty toward him. He recalls their compromise. Yoonhyuk wanted to call him warrior in public, but Gunha shut that down immediately. They settled on captain as a middle ground. Yoonhyuk gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, promising to show off his acting skills. Gunha just stares, muttering about how weird the whole situation has become. Cue comes. The play continues as the next dwarf approaches Snow White and the audience leans in for the climax of the performance. The wicked queen leans in with a sinister smirk, presenting the fruit of her malice. Look at this red apple, she coos, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Doesn't it look delicious? Hee hee hee. The princess is completely captivated by the vibrant, shining skin of the fruit. Wow, it's so pretty, she whispers, her eyes sparkling with innocent hunger. It looks delicious. Suddenly, the dwarves rush onto the stage in a frantic panic. "No, princess!" they shout in unison. "You shouldn't eat things from a stranger. I bet that apple's poisoned." The smallest dwarf screams at the top of his lungs, his face flushed from the effort of the performance. "Don't eat it, princess." Another dwarf joins the chorus of warnings, his mouth wide open as he commits fully to the dramatic tension. Exactly. The stage descends into a chaotic scramble as the dwarves surround the princess, their desperate cries echoing through the hall. "Don't eat it." Off stage, the narrator watches the script go off the rails, his glasses fogging up from the sheer stress of managing the unruly cast. From the back of the auditorium, the scale of the production is clear, but the dialogue is becoming increasingly improvised and frantic. The audience isn't just leaning in anymore, they're erupting in laughter at the over-the-top acting of the young performers. One dwarf stands frozen on the sidelines, sweating as he realizes the lead actress is performing with the stiffness of a programmed machine. Losing her patience with the dwarves' interference, the queen hurls the apple with surprising force. "Ugh, just eat this and leave me alone." The projectile finds an unintended target, wedging itself right into the mouth of a dwarf. "Kaya, not you!" the queen shrieks in horror. The dwarf collapses instantly, his soul visibly departing as his classmates scream that he's been killed by the poison. Thinking fast, the narrator tries to salvage the plot. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple in the princess's stead. But the script demands a tragedy for the lead. However, the queen did not give up. The narrator continues, prompting the actress to take action. The narrator's voice booms over the speakers, forcing the scene forward. The queen forced the princess to eat the remainder of the apple. The queen shoves the fruit into the princess's face with desperate aggression. You eat this too and get away from me." Princess cries out in confusion, but the queen snaps back. "I told you not to call me mother. I'm your stepmother." The princess stares at the bitten apple in her hand, the realization of her fate finally sinking in as the spotlight intensifies. With a dramatic gasp, she collapses onto the stage, the apple rolling away as she enters her deep, enchanted slumber. The scene is a complete mess of fallen actors and bickering dwarves, leaving the audience in stitches at the absurdity of it all. Amidst the chaos, a new figure approaches the stage. The narrator looks on with a glimmer of hope. The prince has finally arrived. The teacher catches Gunha backstage, his eyes wide with desperation. I only have you to rely on now," he pleads. Gunha grits his teeth, realizing the teacher has a personal bet riding on this performance. "This damn teacher," he thinks, adjusting his costume. Gunha steps onto the stage, his gaze falling upon the princess lying amongst the lilies, waiting for the kiss that will break the spell. Dressed in regal blue, Gunha walks with a heavy heart, the weight of the entire class's reputation resting on his shoulders. The princess looks peaceful in her mock death, a sea of white flowers framing her as the prince draws closer. Whispers ripple through the crowd. "Is that him?" they wonder, recognizing the boy who has become a legend in the city. The narrator notes the crowd's recognition of Gunha's feats, the boy who received an award from City Hall for accomplishing the impossible. But the rumors are darker than a simple hero's tale. A child killing a monster, a being that shows no mercy for human sacrifice. The image of a monster-like player, an undead warrior clad in dark armor, flickers in the minds of those who know the truth of Gunha's power. A sudden shout from the audience breaks Gunha's concentration. A young girl is waving frantically, calling out his name. Gunha freezes, his cool exterior shattering as he recognizes the voice. Exclamation point. He turns toward the source of the noise, his eyes searching the dark auditorium until they land on his family. His parents and sister are making a massive scene, cheering at the top of their lungs for their handsome son and brother. Gunha looks down, his face heating up as the spotlight remains fixed on his now embarrassed expression. Despite the awkwardness, a genuine smile breaks through. They're totally embarrassing me," he mutters, finally letting the tension of the play melt away. The stage is bathed in a soft glow as the play reaches its pivotal moment. Gunha, dressed as the prince, stands over the sleeping princess in a field of lilies while the audience watches in rapt silence. He takes a steadying breath, the weight of the performance finally settling as he prepares for the final act. Gunha leans in, his internal monologue mirroring the script. "How can someone so beautiful exist in this world?" he thinks, following the choreography to the letter. With a gentle touch, he closes the distance and plants a soft kiss on her forehead to break the curse and wake the princess. Princess's eyes flutter open, gold meeting brown as the magic of the stage takes hold of the room. He helps her up, a small, triumphant smile playing on his lips as the scene concludes perfectly, much to the delight of the crowd. The crowd erupts into cheers, the sound of applause filling the hall as parents beam with pride at the young actors. Under the bright stage lights, Gunha and his co-star take their final bow, the shadows of the audience stretching toward them in a standing ovation. "Way to go, no Gunha." Everyone gather round. The other kids rush out, their excitement boiling over as the play ends. Suddenly, Gunha finds himself hoisted into the air, caught off guard by his classmates' sudden burst of enthusiasm. "What?" he gasps. "Whoa, you guys, this is dangerous," he yells, flailing as they toss him upward in a chaotic celebration. Panic sets in as he realizes he's heading straight for the floor with no one to catch him. Just before impact, a pair of strong, familiar hands catches him midair. "Oops," his father says with a calm, knowing wink. Dad! Gunha exclaims, his fear instantly replaced by a wide grin. Wow, son, you were incredible. His father praises, lifting him high. Of course, I'm your son, after all. Gunha boasts, now perched safely and proudly on his father's shoulders. Gunha, his mother calls out, drawing his attention. Yeah, Mom, he replies, looking down from his high vantage point. She smiles warmly, her eyes reflecting the bright future she sees for him. Have you figured out what you want to do? She asks gently. Gunha pauses. The question echoes back to the same conversation they had the year before, making him think seriously for once. So, what do you want to be when you grow up? She asks again, watching him sip his drink thoughtfully. Don't know, he admits, his gaze drifting as he searches for an answer that fits the hero he felt like on stage. But in that moment of childhood bliss, surrounded by laughter and the warmth of his family, a spark begins to ignite. The joy of the performance and the strength of his father's grip give him a new perspective on what it means to be powerful. A determined look crosses his face. Well, he begins, his voice gaining a sudden, unexpected confidence. Maybe a warrior, he declares, the word feeling right as it leaves his lips, sealing a destiny he doesn't yet understand. Dad, let me down now. Of course, if that is the warrior's wish. His father laughs, playing along with his son's new dream. His mother watches him with a tender smile, her heart swelling with pride at her son's budding ambition. Yeah, our Gunha, go after everything you want, she thinks, her eyes shimmering with hope for his future. I'll be cheering you on, she whispers as Gunha runs back to play, his red cape fluttering behind him like a hero's mantle. Time flows forward like a river, and the small stage of the kindergarten play is replaced by the grander halls of a real school building. The entrance ceremony is in full swing, the air thick with the scent of spring and the nervous chatter of new beginnings. It is year 3 of the goddess calendar. Gunha, now 8 years old, stands among his peers, stifling a yawn during the long speeches. What are you doing? It's embarrassing. The principal is speaking, a girl whispers, nudging him to pay attention. Guys, the teacher said to be quiet, another classmate pleads, trying to maintain order in the restless crowd. Boss, will there be lots of strong kids here? When are you going to take the top spot? A boisterous boy asks, eyes sparkling. As expected of the boss. You're worried I'll get hurt, aren't you? The boy cheers. Gunha's face drops in disbelief. No, that's not. We look forward to everyone's exciting school life, the principal concludes, as the students begin to disperse to their new classrooms. Gunha finds himself in class 1 to 4, the door marking the start of a formal journey that will test his resolve as a future warrior. Inside, the introductions begin. I'm Kim Minji. I live in the Heiwa district, a girl announces with sparkling eyes and a wide grin. She goes on and on about her kindergarten days and her love for dramas. Gunha watches her, thinking, why is she talking for so long? Finally, the homeroom teacher, Eugenia, steps in. Minji, we don't have much time today, so can you tell us the rest next time? The girl lets out a long, relieved sigh as she returns to her seat, glad the spotlight has finally shifted away from her. Teacher smiles, calling on a boy to take the stage and introduce himself to his new classmates. The boy stands with a composed demeanor, introducing himself with a bluntness that feels far too mature for his age. The teacher pauses, waiting for more, but the boy simply confirms that his brief introduction is all they're going to get. Moving quickly to keep the schedule, the teacher calls up the next student. The girl freezes, her nerves clearly getting the better of her as she prepares to face the class. She slowly stands up, her voice trembling as she struggles to find the words to start her introduction. With her face turning a bright shade of red, she managed to stutter out her name, her anxiety on full display. From his desk, the boy watches her closely, his sharp eyes analyzing the shy girl's every move. The school day passes, and the scene shifts to a bright, clear sky over the city. The children arrive at a modern, stylish building that houses a cozy cafe on the ground floor. They are greeted warmly by a man in an apron who introduces himself as the father of one of the students. A group of kids bursts into the room with bright smiles and high spirits. The man welcomes them inside, promising a delicious lunch and asking what they'd like to drink. The boy stares at the man, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he realizes who this is. The room erupts in chaos as the children shout out their orders, ranging from chocolate to mango juice. The man turns to the boy, noticing his silence, and asks for his choice. The boy jokingly asks for an espresso before quickly correcting himself to banana juice, maintaining his cool facade. Soon, the table is covered in an incredible spread of gourmet food that looks far too professional for a simple home-cooked meal. Children dive in immediately, the sound of satisfied eating filling the air. Every bite is a revelation, and the kids can't stop praising the incredible quality of the food. One of the girls beams with pride, bragging about her friend's father's culinary skills. The boys tease her for being a foodie, leading to a playful and loud argument at the table. The boy watches the bickering with a slight sweat drop, preferring to focus on his drink instead. He takes a long sip of his juice, wondering why the others are reacting so intensely to the flavor. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. The liquid hitting his tongue isn't just juice, it's something else entirely. A massive surge of power courses through his veins. He can't believe what he's experiencing. A brilliant blue aura explodes around the boy as his energy reserves refill at an impossible rate. He stares at the glass in trembling hands. To find something this potent in a common cafe is beyond belief. He realizes these are high-level elixirs designed to restore the internal energy within a person's body. In this world, such energy is more than just power, it is the very essence of life itself. The girl notices his intense reaction and nervously asks if something is wrong with the drink. Boy quickly recovers, assuring her it's delicious before asking for her father's full name. The girl reveals her father's name while he continues to work diligently behind the counter. The name hits the boy like a physical blow. The pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. The name is one that carries immense weight in the world of specialized professionals. The humble cafe owner is revealed to be a master of his craft, capable of weaving something extraordinary into the food and drink he serves. That extraordinary potential isn't just a dream, it's a glimpse into a future where Gunha reigns as the king of the potion market, leading the Alice Group to become one of South Korea's top 3 powerhouses. But as Gunha sits in deep thought, a discrepancy in the timeline bothers him. Based on his knowledge, the man he's thinking of shouldn't even have a daughter. Suddenly, it clicks. The girl is alive because Gun has stepped in and changed destiny. His actions have already rippled through time, saving a life that was originally meant to be lost. He turns to Haeyoung, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder as she looks at him with wide, curious eyes. With a confident thumbs up, Gunha declares that if anyone dares to bother her at school, they'll have to answer to him. He won't let a single soul lay a finger on her. Haeyoung blushes slightly, taking a sip of her juice and offering a soft, shy agreement to his overprotective promise. Later in class, Haeyoung stands up, her hands clenched nervously as she prepares to introduce herself to her new peers. She manages to find her voice, telling the class she attended the same kindergarten as Gunha and that she enjoys reading and drinking tea. Despite her social anxiety, she flashes a bright, hopeful smile, asking her classmates to be kind and talk to her. Gunha doesn't hesitate to cheer her on, giving her another enthusiastic thumbs up. In his eyes, she did a perfect job. The teacher beams, praising Haeyoung for her brave introduction before moving on with the lesson. Teacher then calls upon the next student, a girl named Jin Seona, to take the floor. Gunha's eyes widen in surprise as he senses something unique about this new student. Visible atop her head are a pair of distinct, furry animal ears that twitch with every sound in the room. Behind her, a long, bushy tail sways nervously, confirming her non-human heritage. The classroom erupts in hushed, cruel whispers. The children point and stare, labeling Jin Seona a monster, a demi-human. In this world, demi-human is a clinical term for children born with genetic alterations caused by the chaotic and uneven distribution of mana. To those who have lost loved ones to the rampaging monsters outside the walls, these children are nothing more than a painful reminder of their trauma. Hatred is palpable. People despise demi-humans simply because they share physical traits with the very creatures that hunt humanity. Jin Seona bows her head, her voice trembling as she introduces herself and begs the class to just try and get along with her. Gunha listens to the toxic gossip around him. He realizes that even among children, deep-seated prejudice against demi-humans is already taking root. Breaking the tension, a boisterous boy named Choi Yoonhyuk jumps up, shouting his introduction with enough energy to shake the room. Yoonhyuk brags about his sword skills and claims he's learning to master mana from someone he calls the boss. To Gunha's absolute horror, Yoonhyuk points directly at him, announcing to the entire class that Gunha is the legendary boss he was talking about. Yoonhyuk continues to boast, hyping Gunha up as the class ace and warning everyone not to mess with him because he's incredibly strong. As Yoonhyuk leads a one-man cheer for the boss, the teacher desperately tries to regain control and get the hyperactive boy to sit down. However, the teacher's expression turns cold as she looks back at Gunha. The boss title has clearly landed him in hot water. She orders Gunha to stay back after class and demands a parent-teacher interview. Gunha is left reeling, wondering how he ended up in trouble. Defeated by the absurdity of the situation, Gunha slumps at his desk, the weight of his new reputation already becoming a burden. As the day drags on, the cheers for the boss continue to echo in the background, adding to Gunha's growing exhaustion. Gunha's patience finally snaps. He vows that from this moment on, Yoonhyuk is going to experience a hellish training regime for putting him in this mess. In the cafeteria, Gunha watches Yoonhyuk shovel food into his mouth. He dryly notes that the lunch lady is definitely going to remember him after his third helping. A pink-haired girl nearby asks Gunha what he plans to do next, mentioning that she's also considering going back for seconds. A dark, mischievous glint appears in Gunha's eyes as he prepares a sharp retort. With a predatory, toothy grin, he tells her to go right ahead, mockingly calling her a glutton. She explodes in anger, vehemently denying being a glutton and claiming she only took a small portion the first time. Haeyoung tries to play peacemaker, awkwardly agreeing with the girl while Gunha just offers a dismissive, playful shrug. Purple-haired schoolgirl points her utensils towards someone off-screen with an expression of judgment and curiosity. A boy beside her watches with a detached expression. A blonde demi-human girl is shown from behind, revealing a fluffy animal tail. Nearby students react with visible surprise at the sight. Whispers spread through the cafeteria as two schoolgirls huddle together, their expressions and hushed tones conveying judgment towards the girl with the tail. The blonde demi-human girl shrinks under the collective gaze, looking downcast and vulnerable. Someone nearby offers a warning to avoid eye contact with her. With her animal ears drooping, the blonde demi-human girl walks cautiously through the cafeteria with a lunch tray, searching for an empty seat amidst the judging stares. She tentatively approaches a table where a boy and another girl are already seated, eyeing an empty chair. At the table, a girl with light brown pigtails glances away dismissively as the blonde demi-human approaches. With a hopeful and timid expression, the blonde demi-human girl makes a request to sit at the table. The girl with pigtails, wearing a smug smirk, delivers a cold and blunt rejection. The boy winces at the harshness of the rejection, while a dark-haired girl with a red bow reacts with shock and sympathy. The girl with pigtails stands and imperiously challenges the blonde demi-human, questioning her right to sit at their table. Another girl joins in with a cruel smile while her friend makes disparaging remarks about the demi-human's appearance and tells her to know her place. The third girl scoffs at her clothes, and the bullying continues with suggestions that she belongs elsewhere. The blonde demi-human girl's face flushes with embarrassment and her eyes well up with tears as she bows her head, overwhelmed by the cruel remarks. She offers a pained apology as she retreats, looking small and defeated in the bustling cafeteria. Dark-haired girl confronts the girl with pigtails, expressing her anger at the mean behavior. A boy with a small bandage on his nose looks up at an unseen figure with an expression of concern. From behind the boy, voices are heard mocking the girl for crying. The scene shifts to a bright light as a voice begins a monologue regarding the nature of demi-humans. A powerful figure in golden armor and fur sits confidently with a smirk exuding strength. The armored figure speaks in a challenging tone to a blue-haired demi-human who responds with a wary expression. The blue-haired demi-human replies with a firm and steady gaze. The armored figure continues to speak, suggesting that while some demi-humans might be kind, many others are bad. The blue-haired demi-human and the armored figure engage in a tense exchange. The blue-haired demi-human suggests the armored figure is acting out of concern but is sharply interrupted. Leaning forward with a menacing glint, the armored figure questions why he is perceived as a good person by the blue-haired demi-human. Blue-haired demi-human looks up in shock as the armored figure stomps his boot down and a glowing sword appears. With a malevolent grin and glowing red eyes, the armored figure brandishes his sword and asks if the other thinks he is a pushover. The blue-haired demi-human recoils in fear, stumbling backward and questioning the sudden shift in the armored figure's intensity. The armored figure explains his frustration with the other's intrusion during the night. The armored figure points his sword, ordering the blue-haired demi-human to stand guard outside. The demi-human nervously complies, moving into a ruined city. The blue-haired demi-human slashes fiercely with his blade in combat, striking a monstrous opponent. Standing over the fallen monster, he observes the strength of the foes within the dungeon. His eyes narrow with determination as he prepares for further combat. He lunges forward, his blade clashing violently with a monstrous foe in a brutal, bloody exchange. He cries out in pain as a powerful blow sends him reeling. A large, mantis-like monster raises its sharp limb, poised for a final strike. The monster looms over the fallen figure and lets out a roar, preparing to end the fight. The beast's massive claw swings with lethal intent, but the young man barely manages to deflect the blow, the sheer force of the impact vibrating through his entire frame. Gripping his blade with white-knuckled intensity, the warrior prepares for a desperate counteroffensive as the monster's shadow engulfs him. A sickening spray of dark blood paints the air as a strike connects, signaling the brutal reality of this life-or-death struggle. The massive entity collapses under the weight of a devastating blow, its form shattering as energy ripples through the chamber. The survivor stands amidst the carnage, his silhouette framed by the fading light of the battle, but the victory feels hollow. Across the blood-stained floor, his companion lies broken, his life force ebbing away as he gasps for air in the sudden silence. The young man rushes to his side, cradling the dying warrior as the fallen man struggles to speak through the crimson pooling in his mouth. With his final breaths, the dying man urges the survivor to keep moving, his eyes burning with a dying ember of resolve as he demands that his friend not hesitate. The young woman sprints toward them, desperate to help, but the man cuts her off with a harsh command to stay back, his voice thick with grief and rage. The woman freezes, her face pale with shock as the dying warrior acknowledges that he knows the depth of his own wounds better than anyone. The dying man's voice drops to a whisper, stating that the reason their kind falls is so they can defeat more monsters, a grim philosophy of their existence. He looks out over the battlefield of fallen comrades and enemies alike, asking the survivor why he is still hesitating in this place of death. The survivor's expression is a mask of suppressed agony as he asks the dying man if there are any last words he needs to leave behind. A memory surfaces of the fallen warrior in better days, warning that demi-humans aren't all kind and to keep one's guard up. In the vision, he insists that one shouldn't give more to others just because of their race, a lesson the survivor claims to remember well. Back in the grim present, the man coughs up more blood, admitting that while there are bad demi-humans, they shouldn't be ignored because of it. He confesses that he himself is no different from them, his eyes softening as he looks at the young woman one last time. The man's hand finally falls limp against the cold stone, his final admission being that he was actually a flawed person. The young man stares at the lifeless body of his friend, the weight of the loss finally breaking through his stoic exterior. The scene shifts to a memory of the man as a young boy, his eyes already showing a hint of the determination that would define his future. In the busy school cafeteria, the boy stands up abruptly, calling out to a girl while his classmates look on in confusion. Boy ignores his friend's questions, focused entirely on the fox-eared girl sitting alone, his young face set in a serious line. The fox-eared girl looks down at her tray, her expression a mix of sadness and resignation as she prepares to be shunned once again. The boy approaches her and gestures to a nearby table, simply stating that there's a seat available and inviting her to join them. She gasps in surprise, her wide eyes reflecting a shock she can't quite hide at this unexpected gesture of kindness. She reaches out, hesitating for a moment before the boy gently pulls her along, refusing to let her stay isolated. The girl stammers out an apology, but the boy just smiles, telling her it's okay and leading her toward his group of friends. The boy's friends wave them over enthusiastically, shouting that they've made plenty of space for her at the table. The girl looks up at the boy with a worried expression, warning him that things might get tougher for him if he chooses to help her. Boy doesn't even blink, his response short and certain. He simply doesn't care about the consequences of doing what's right. Nearby, other students whisper about them, mentioning a previous school and wondering if they should dig up more info. A young girl watches from the shadows of the room, a mysterious and slightly wicked smile playing on her lips as she dismisses the gossip. Her golden eyes narrow, tracking the boy's movements with an intensity that suggests she has her own plans for him. At the table, the group welcomes the new addition, though one girl can't help but make a small, stubborn comment about the situation. One of the boys gives a cheerful thumbs up, declaring that today's lunch is actually pretty good and trying to lighten the mood. The boy hands the girl a cup of barley tea, his movements natural and kind, further cementing his role as her protector. One of the girls beams at her, officially offering her friendship, and the fox-eared girl finally offers a small, genuine thanks. The group eats together, a small island of warmth in a school that had previously felt cold and unwelcoming to the outsider. In the reflection of the tea, the girl sees a version of herself that isn't alone anymore, all thanks to the boy's unwavering resolve. The reflection of the tea, the girl sees a version of herself that isn't alone anymore, all thanks to Gunha's unwavering resolve. Siona, however, is more focused on the present, chugging her drink in one massive go as the others watch in pure disbelief. She doesn't stop there, stuffing her face with a spoon as if it's her last meal, her cheeks bulging with every frantic bite. Gunha leans in with a worried sweat drop, telling her to eat slowly and reassuring her that no one is going to steal her food. Group gathers around the emotional girl, offering a handkerchief to wipe her tears while trying to figure out why she's so overwhelmed by a simple lunch. Later in the courtyard, the mood shifts to excitement as Gunha declares he'll be it for their game, instructing everyone to suppress their mana to hide their presence. He explains the tactical options: they can either hide completely or burn their mana to heighten their physical capabilities to escape him. The goal is to confuse his senses and run far enough away that he can't track them down within the time limit. Siona raises her hand, admitting she hasn't mastered mana control yet, but Gunha notes that her natural fitness should be more than enough to keep her in the game. Her friends encourage her to use her raw strength to beat him, though Gunha secretly plans to teach her telepathy once the game is over. Gunha adds one final, crucial rule: no going inside the buildings while hiding. The game must stay strictly outdoors. The group confirms they understand the boundaries, shouting a collective "yeah" as they prepare to scatter. Gunha turns toward a pillar and starts the countdown, giving them a full 100 seconds to vanish into the environment. As the seconds tick down to 1, Gunha's focus sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to unleash his tracking skills. With a burst of energy and a confident shout of "here I come," Gunha launches himself into the hunt. It's a total sweep. One by one, the kids are found, their hiding spots no match for Gunha's keen senses. He tallies the results, noting that only Haeyoung and Siona are left. He's particularly impressed by Haeyoung, whose presence has completely vanished. Recognizing that Siona is relying on her raw physical speed rather than mana control, he decides to prioritize catching her first before moving on to the final target. Gunha spots a flicker of movement near the bushes and shouts "bingo," charging forward with predatory speed. He dives into the greenery with a triumphant "found," certain that he's cornered his prey. But he's met with a surprise. He catches a glimpse of a tail disappearing around the corner, realizing he's been spotted first. Gunha yells for Jean Siona to stop as he chases her through the courtyard, his competitive fire fully ignited. His hand reaches out, fingers just inches away from her hair as the chase reaches a fever pitch. Siona lets out a sharp ugh as she twists her body mid-air, narrowly evading Gunha's desperate grasp with a stunning display of agility. Gunha stumbles as he misses his mark, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes how much faster she's become. Siona stands her ground, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light as she taunts him, declaring that she won't lose as long as she isn't caught. She makes a massive leap onto the roof of the gazebo while Gunha frantically yells for her to get down before she gets hurt. The other kids watch from the sidelines, noting that while Gunha has spotted them, he hasn't actually managed to tag anyone yet. Realizing they can still win, the group decides to start running again, their bodies glowing with intense blue mana. Young realizes that by channeling her mana she can push her physical limits and run faster than she ever thought possible. Gunha is left completely stunned as the kids bolt away like lightning, leaving him screaming in frustration. Clutching his head, Gunha can't believe the turn the game has taken, but he isn't about to give up that easily. With a determined roar, he vows to catch every single one of them, his own mana beginning to surge as he gives chase. Siona looks down from her high vantage point, the leaves swirling around her as she watches Gunha's frantic efforts with a smug grin. The scene cuts back to earlier in the day, showing Hyang's perspective as she looks for the perfect place to hide. She wanders through the halls, her mind racing as she tries to find a spot that Gunha won't be able to sniff out. Recalling the instructions, she tries to suppress her mana, but the effort causes a visible aura to flicker around her. Realizing she can't go inside the main buildings, she decides she has to head back out before she's disqualified. But as she turns to leave, something caught in the light stops her. She looks toward a doorway with a puzzled expression. She steps inside, her eyes widening as she finds herself in a room filled with endless stacks of books. The room is a labyrinth of knowledge, the towering piles of books creating a perfect, quiet sanctuary far from the chaos of the game outside. The girl's eyes sparkle with pure joy as she clutches a book, feeling as though she's stumbled into a literary heaven. The sheer scale of the library suddenly hits her, turning her wonder into a mild panic as she realizes she has no idea where she is or how to get out. Her fear is momentarily forgotten when a vibrant red cover catches her eye among the endless stacks of books. It's a beautifully bound edition, a treasure hidden in the quiet corners of this sanctuary. A shadow looms over her as an elderly man with sharp, discerning eyes behind thick glasses silently approaches. The girl looks up, frozen, as the presence of the mysterious librarian fills the narrow aisle. The old man's gaze is intense, studying the young intruder who dared to wander into his private collection. A startled hiccup escapes her lips, the heavy silence of the library amplifying her nervousness. Suddenly, the air fractures with a shimmering blue light as the boy and his companions burst through the door, searching for their missing friend. The boy's face is a mask of frustration, his energy flickering with his rising irritation as he finally spots her. The tension dissolves as the old man settles into his chair, reading the red book to the captivated girl. The boy stands there, fuming in silence while the librarian calmly notes that she should have mentioned her friends were waiting. The girl offers a sheepish apology while the other children peer through the doorway, sensing the boy's impending explosion. The boy's patience snaps, his presence erupting in a dark, fiery red as the fact that she simply forgot echoes in his mind. With a swift movement, the boy delivers a sharp flick to her forehead, a physical punctuation to his lecture on responsibility. He tries to maintain his stern facade, but seeing her on the verge of tears, he decides to cut the scolding short. Turning to the librarian, the boy offers a polite apology for the disruption, but the old man simply invites them back, welcoming fellow book lovers. The girl's face lights up with joy at the invitation, her previous fear completely replaced by pure excitement. The boy wastes no time grabbing her hand, pulling her away before she can get any more ideas, insisting it's time to head home. As they leave, the boy pauses, a lingering sense of suspicion causing him to glance back at the quiet office. The librarian stands alone amidst his towers of books, a figure of calm authority watching the children depart. Outside, the setting sun casts a golden glow over a sleek, high-end luxury car waiting at the curb. Children scramble toward the vehicle as a ride is offered, but the boy stops dead in his tracks, baffled by the man's status. The kids treat the expensive leather interior like a playground, while the boy panics, terrified they'll damage something worth a fortune. The librarian settles into the back seat, his demeanor unchanged as he gives the driver the signal to depart. The engine roars to life, and the luxury sedan glides away, leaving the group standing in the fading light of the street. The boy watches the car disappear, a mix of envy and confusion swirling in his mind as he realizes even he hasn't ridden in something that fancy. His expression hardens into a determined pout, the mystery of the librarian adding another layer to the day's events. Time skips forward to a gloomy, rain-drenched afternoon at school, the atmosphere heavy and gray. Inside the classroom, the boy stares out at the rain, his mind miles away from the teacher's monotonous lecture. Peace is shattered when the teacher announces she's adding the boy's name to the list of candidates for a new role. The boy snaps out of his daze, his eyes widening in shock as he looks toward the front of the class. The chalk screeches against the board, finalizing the list of candidates for the upcoming election. He shoots up from his seat, demanding to know why his name is being put forward without his consent. The teacher remains calm, explaining that someone specifically requested he be included in the race. A purple-haired classmate points a finger backward, her expression knowing as she reveals the culprit. A boy with a bandage across his nose grins with infectious energy, clearly the one behind the nomination. He raises his hand high, cheering for his friend and calling him his leader in front of the entire class. But before the celebration can even settle, the boy drops a bombshell on the entire room, raising his hand not to cheer but to announce his immediate withdrawal from the election. The teacher is taken aback, reminding him that a classmate nominated him out of pure sincerity, but he barks back, insisting he isn't qualified to lead anyone. He looks at him with a mix of confusion and concern, trying to instill some confidence by claiming that every child in this room holds unlimited potential. A girl in the class can't help but snicker at the display, prompting the boy to snap at her for not warning him sooner, though she simply shrugs off his tantrum with a smug grin. Trying to restore order, the teacher turns back to the class, noting that the boy was currently the only candidate and asking if anyone else is brave enough to volunteer. From the middle of the rows, a hand shoots up with absolute confidence, drawing every eye in the classroom toward the back. The girl stands with an air of elegance that feels out of place for her age, her movements calculated and precise. The boy and his classmates watch in silence, sensing a shift in the atmosphere as this new challenger prepares to make her move. With a sharp, knowing smirk, the girl locks eyes with the teacher and boldly nominates herself for the position of class president. Boy narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming that this girl isn't just looking for a title, she's playing a much deeper game. Suddenly, a mountain of premium burgers appears, the golden wrappers shimmering under the classroom lights like a literal treasure chest. Girl stands beside a man in a sharp suit, announcing to the stunned class that her father has paid for everything and they should all dig in. The room erupts into a frenzy of excitement as the kids cheer the girl's name, their loyalty easily bought with the promise of a luxury lunch. The bribe is working perfectly, the students whisper among themselves, convinced that voting for the girl means a monthly feast of burgers. The boy stands with his small circle of friends, watching the display of blatant manipulation with a cold, judgmental stare. Burger is thrust toward him, the smell of grease and salt filling the air as an unspoken invitation to join the majority. He remains unmoved, his hands shoved deep into his pockets as he refuses to even acknowledge the offering. The girl clutches the remaining burgers, her eyes tracking the boy's every move as she realizes not everyone is so easily swayed. She flashes another predatory smile, thanking everyone for their precious votes while keeping her gaze locked on the boy who dares to resist. Boy's voice cuts through the noise, a flat and decisive rejection that leaves no room for negotiation. He doesn't want it. He turns his back on the spectacle, leaving the girl standing there with her bribes as he walks away with his head held high. Internally, he sighs at the absurdity of it all, disgusted that even at this age, people are already resorting to such cheap political tactics. Glances back over his shoulder, his expression unreadable as the murmurs of the class continue to buzz behind him. One of the boys looks at the burger in his hands with sudden regret, the weight of the bribe finally starting to feel heavy. The rebellion spreads quickly, the boy's friends begin handing back the food, asserting that they aren't charity cases to be bought off. He looks at his comrades with a genuine, rare smile, realizing that he isn't standing alone against the tide of corruption. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next phase of this schoolyard power struggle. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the lush, green peaks of the mountains as the school year moves into its next major event. The school spring field trip is officially underway, a chance for the students to leave the classroom behind. The teacher tries to keep the chaotic energy in check, calling for attendance and telling the children to raise their hands when they hear their names. She calls out for the president and vice president to step up and help manage the group, her voice cheerful despite the mounting noise. Girl, now officially the class president, responds with a practiced, dutiful shout, her facade of the perfect leader firmly in place. And right beside her, the boy, having been forced into the role of vice president, grinds his teeth as he offers a reluctant, pained confirmation. The group moves out, the teacher leading the way while the students trail behind, their chatter echoing through the mountain air. Kids scatter across the trails, some running ahead in excitement while others stay close to the teacher, enjoying the freedom of the outdoors. They arrive at a traditional temple, the teacher gathering them around to explain the history and significance of the ancient structures. Finally, the class settles down for a picnic on the grass, the tension of the election forgotten for a moment as they enjoy their lunch in the sun. Yunha stares down at his lunchbox. As he clicks the lid open, he finds a heart-shaped message made of food that reads, "Yunha, I love you." His classmates immediately crowd around, squealing at the sight. One girl remarks on how delicious it looks, while Gunha wonders when Yunha found the time to prepare it. The girl teases him, reading the note aloud and commenting on how much his sister must love him. Blushing furiously, Gunha snaps back, telling her to be quiet before asking what she brought for her own lunch. She shows off a neatly packed box filled with kimbap and mini sausages. The sight of the delicious spread makes Gunha's stomach growl. Nearby, the other girls admire Hyang's lunch, calling it incredibly pretty as she holds it out for everyone to see. It's a masterpiece of bento art, featuring a perfectly sculpted rice bear winking from a bed of vibrant vegetables and star-shaped garnishes. Amidst the gourmet displays, one boy boldly claims that cup noodles are the absolute best choice for a field trip. Gunha and the others look over in shock, asking if he seriously failed to pack a proper lunch for the outing. The boy beams with pride, holding up his instant ramen and explaining that his mom told him they were the superior choice. Heavy silence falls over the group as they stare at him. His enthusiasm is met with nothing but blank, confused expressions. The girl sighs internally, pitying the boy whose mother clearly couldn't be bothered to cook, while the boy doubles down on his love for instant noodles. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere shatters. Deep in the shadows of the forest, a man in a dark hoodie is sprinting for his life, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Panic flares in his eyes as he senses something closing in. He screams in terror, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding behind him. His foot catches on a root, sending him crashing face-first into the dirt. A sickening thud echoes through the trees as he hits the ground hard. He groans, struggling to crawl away, but the weight of his fear pins him down as the rustling in the bushes grows louder. He rolls onto his back and freezes. A massive, dark shape looms over him, blocking out the dim light filtering through the canopy. Red eyes burn through the darkness, not just one pair, but several. The predators have cornered their prey, and they are hungry. The man's voice cracks as he whimpers for someone to save him, but his plea is answered only by the sound of snapping jaws. The system identifies the threat, a rank 6 monster, the hellhound. The beast's jagged teeth drip with saliva as it prepares to strike. Man can only watch in paralyzed horror as the hellhounds leap from the shadows, their movements a blur of lethal speed. A single, violent swipe of a claw tears through the air, followed by a spray of crimson that paints the forest floor. The sounds of a brutal feast fill the clearing as the hellhounds tear into their meal, their glowing eyes fixed on the carnage. Back in the sunlight, the children remain oblivious to the slaughter nearby. They gather around, preparing to reveal the slips of paper they've drawn. They open them simultaneously, but the excitement quickly turns to disappointment as every single paper reveals the word nothing. The kids groan in unison, realizing their search has been a bust. Gunha tells them they should just give up for now. The purple-haired girl isn't ready to quit. She suggests they head deeper into the woods to find something better, her eyes burning with determination. Group agrees, though some are more hesitant than others. They begin to move away from the safety of the open clearing. Gunha trails behind, clearly annoyed. The girl notices his lagging pace and asks where he thinks he's going, burning a muffled curse from the boy. He complains that this isn't a picnic anymore, but a full-blown hike. He questions why they came all the way to Buchan Mountain instead of somewhere closer. His mind wanders to the Wajongbu district just past the peak, and a dark memory of a monster invasion flashes before his eyes, chilling him to the bone. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rips through the air, freezing the children in their tracks as the echoes bounce off the trees. The color drains from their faces. They whisper in fear, asking what that sound was and if something terrible just happened. Gunha's instincts kick in. He holds a finger to his lips, his expression turning deadly serious as he commands everyone to be quiet. In the distance, a massive clawed foot slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The hunt has moved closer to the children. The terror is immediate. Beside Gunha, a young girl trembles, pointing a shaking finger into the dark tree line. Her voice cracks as she asks about the thing lurking there. A monstrous black hound emerges from the shadows. Its eyes glow with a predatory red light, and saliva drips from its fangs as it locks onto its prey. This is no ordinary animal, it is a nightmare made flesh. The beast lets out a low, guttural growl that vibrates through the forest floor. Gunha grits his teeth, his expression hardening. He curses their misfortune. Of all the days for a monster to appear, it had to be today. This was the beginning of the infamous Buchan Mountain flower viewing incident. While Seoul was supposed to be safe behind the cocoon, a pack of monsters from the Wajongbu district had breached the perimeter and headed south. It was a bloodbath. Later, the news headlines would scream about the tragic incident and the overwhelming number of casualties left in the wake of the slaughter. Back in the woods, the children are cornered. The hound snarls, closing the distance as the reality of their situation sets in. The beast bares its teeth, its breath hot and foul. It is ready to strike, its hunger overriding any hesitation. The young girl is paralyzed, her eyes wide with soul-crushing fear as the monster prepares to lunge. With a sudden burst of speed, the hound springs forward, its claws digging into the dirt as it launches a lethal assault. A deafening roar echoes through the trees, the sound of a predator claiming its kill. But Gunha isn't going to let that happen. He plants his foot firmly, preparing to intervene before the girl is torn apart. Girl falls back, letting out a sharp gasp of terror as the massive beast looms over her, its jaws wide open. She screams in pure desperation, shielding her face as the shadow of death falls upon her. Gunha intercepts the beast mid-air with a devastating kick to the ribs, the sheer force of the impact sending the monster spiraling away. The hound slams into the ground with a pathetic whine, its ribs shattered and its momentum completely neutralized. Gunha's aura explodes. Radiant blue mana surges around him as he draws a small tool, wielding it with the precision and intent of a master assassin. Blue energy forms into ethereal claws that hum with lethal power. In a blur of motion, Gunha tears through the monsters. Blood sprays across the clearing as he systematically dismantles the threat with cold, calculated efficiency. The other children watch in stunned silence. Their faces are masks of horror, unable to reconcile the boy they know with the killing machine standing before them. As the last beast dissolves into golden particles, Gunha exhales, the intense heat of his mana slowly fading as he stands over the remains. He turns back to the group, his voice surprisingly calm as he asks if they are okay. The girl stammers out a response, still trembling from the shock of the near-death experience and the violence she just witnessed. One of the boys speaks up, his voice hesitant. He tells Gunha that they should be the ones asking if he is alright given the madness that just unfolded. Internally, the boy is reeling. The person standing there isn't the boss he thought he knew, it was something else entirely. Gunha wipes the grime from his face, trying to downplay the situation. He claims he was just a bit agitated, but deep down he knows he revealed too much. In that moment of slaughter, Gunha felt like an undead, a player consumed by a primal hatred for monsters, losing himself in the thrill of the kill. He looks down at his stained hand, a sense of regret washing over him. He had shown them a side of himself that should have remained buried. Suddenly, more screams pierce the air. Gunha tenses up, his gaze snapping toward the source of the new disturbance. The kids panic and look to him for orders. Gunha's first instinct is to run, to get them as far away from the carnage as possible. But it's too late. Hounds move in packs, and a massive wave of them is descending from the mountain peak. There are too many to outrun. Gunha calls for their attention, his voice dropping to a serious, commanding tone that demands absolute obedience. He tells them to listen carefully to his next words. Their lives depend on the plan he's about to lay out. The scene shifts to a sunny afternoon on the mountain trails where children are playing and searching for hidden treasures. Julie holds a piece of paper, her attitude dismissive as she announces that she's taking a break right where she is. She tells the other students to go on without her to find the treasure, her tone laced with a sense of superiority. The others complain, feeling that her laziness is excessive, and ask if they can also take a moment to rest. Julie's golden eye narrows, flashing with a sharp, intimidating glare that instantly silences the group. Terrified by the sudden shift in her aura, the kids scramble away, promising to keep moving and leave Julie to her rest. A girl, left alone, suddenly flinches, her eyes wide as a sharp, guttural cry echoes through the forest. The terrifying sound sends the remaining children scattering, their faces contorted in pure panic as they flee. She clutches her chest, a chilling dread washing over her as she trembles in fear. Then, the horrifying truth reveals itself. A monstrous, black wolf beast with burning red eyes charges, sending a wave of terror through the fleeing children. She watches in horror as the children run past, the sounds of chaos closing in around her. The beast pounces on one of the stragglers, its brutal force sending the child flying while she can only watch, paralyzed by fear. As the monstrous hound turns its attention to her, she desperately cries out for help. The terrifying creature closes in, its fangs bared, as she screams for someone to save her. Tears stream down her face, the monster's imminent attack reflected in her wide eyes. Just as the beast lunges, a blinding flash of light erupts from its side, halting its deadly assault. The monster collapses, a dark wound bleeding energy, as she stares in stunned silence. A golden sword lands with a thud, and she looks up, recognizing her unexpected savior. The shock and confusion are palpable on her face, her eyes still wide with lingering terror. The young man stands tall, his expression grim, as he issues a blunt command for her to head down the mountain to survive. She stammers in confusion as the man, having dealt with the immediate threat, dismissively indicates he has done enough and the rest is up to them. Yet from the dark depths of the forest, more red-eyed, wolf-like monsters emerge, their numbers growing. Panicked, she grabs the man's arm, pleading for him to stay and protect her. Her grip tightens, desperation etched across her tear-filled face. His eyes flash with a cold, intense glare as he warns her to stop getting in his way and leave. His expression hardens further as he prepares to give instructions to the group. He instructs the children to run down the mountain and find help. One of the boys, concerned, asks if he is going to come with them. The man explains his intention to go find the other children. The boy eagerly offers to go along, mentioning his own training, but he is sharply cut off. The man's gaze is unwavering as he commands them to focus on surviving rather than playing around. The boy's face falls, and he quietly apologizes as the girl beside him offers comfort. The man continues his instructions, telling the four of them to form a party and keep his words in mind. He explains the monster's keen sense of smell and tells them to suppress their energy as much as they can. The children affirm their understanding, relating it to a game. Vast, green forest stretches out, with the man a lone figure embarking on a perilous journey. He scatters food from a box, noting the subtle energy emanating from the provisions. He explains his strategy, knowing these monsters' senses are specialized for sniffing out energy. His plan unfolds as the monsters are drawn to the energy-infused food, which he uses to confuse and distract them. With a determined expression, he closes his eyes, focusing his own power to locate his targets. A vast, blue energy pulse erupts from him, spreading across the landscape in a hexagonal grid to map the surroundings. He observes the scan, confirming he has bought enough time for the others to escape while noting the positions of the children and a distinct figure. He moves with speed and agility, leaping over obstacles as he navigates the dense forest. He pauses, looking up at a colossal, dark swarm of monsters blotting out the sky, noting their overwhelming numbers. He assesses his resources, noting that his energy levels are lower than usual and he must save his remaining supplies. Suddenly, a chilling sound makes him whip his head around, his senses on high alert. He sees a child surrounded and overwhelmed by a pack of savage wolf monsters, desperately crying out for help. The child's face is contorted in pure agony and terror, their repeated pleas for rescue echoing through the air. A scream of agony rips through the air, a face contorted while reliving a nightmare of pure terror. The nightmare manifests in the bared fangs of a beast, its maw dripping with hunger and malice. A pack of shadow wolves closes in, their glowing red eyes fixing on their prey with murderous intent. One of the monsters lunges forward, a blur of fur and claws fueled by a primal instinct to kill. Blood sprays across the frame as the beast is struck down, its yelp of pain cut short by a visceral impact. Battlefield is littered with the fallen, but the horde shows no signs of slowing their assault. The young man stands amidst the chaos, his gaze hardening as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He knows that there must be a weapon hidden within his reach, waiting to be summoned. He draws a short sword from the portal, deciding that a heavy longsword would only hinder his speed. The blade is forged from mana-infused metal, glowing with a radiant blue light that pulses with power. With a cold, unwavering resolve, he prepares to unleash a slaughter upon the encroaching pack. He beckons the monsters forward, a confident smirk appearing as he challenges them to test his new strength. The wolves respond with a collective snarl, their hunger driving them into a frenzy of aggression. The lead beast leaps through the air, its shadow looming over the young man as it aims for a lethal strike. He moves with predatory grace, the world slowing down as he calculates his next move. His focus intensifies, the blue mana from his blade reflecting in his determined eyes. Short sword finds its mark, piercing through the monster's hide with surgical precision. He weaves through the horde, a whirlwind of steel and blue energy that shreds everything in its path. His eyes burn with a crimson light, the thrill of combat taking over as his power continues to grow. Blue slashes of mana tear through the air, leaving nothing but disintegration in their wake. A beast attempts an ambush from behind, its breath hot on the back of his neck as it prepares to bite. He slides low to the ground, narrowly avoiding the lethal snap of the monster's jaws. He thrusts his blade upward, gutting the beast in mid-air and ending its threat instantly. The monster erupts into a pillar of golden mana, its essence consumed by an overwhelming aura. He slams his palm into the earth, channeling a massive surge of mana into the very ground beneath him. He propels himself into the sky, leaving a trail of blue light as he ascends above the battlefield. From his vantage point in the air, he looks down at the remaining pack like a force of destruction. The sword glows with a blinding intensity as he prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow. He dives down like a meteor, trailing a massive beam of mana that illuminates the entire forest. He activates a skill, raining down 1,000 shards of blue energy upon the horde. The wolves howl in agony as the mana shards pierce through their bodies simultaneously. Explosions of mana rock the field, incinerating the monsters and clearing the path forward. A massive shockwave of blue light ripples outward, disintegrating the last remnants of the shadow wolves. The sheer force of the attack levels the surrounding trees, leaving a crater of pure energy. The mana continues to surge, a testament to the overwhelming power that has just been unleashed. The young man lands amidst the ruins as the battle concludes. The final remnants of the mana dissipate into the air, leaving a heavy silence in the forest. Birds fly away from the trees, the only living things left to witness the aftermath of the slaughter. The last monster dissolves into golden light at the feet of a trembling survivor. The girl stares in absolute shock, her voice trembling as she realizes that he was the one who saved her. The young man stands tall, sword in one hand and a smoking pistol in the other, his gaze cold as he warns the girl to descend the mountain immediately if she wants to live. She can only stutter in confusion, but he isn't interested in a long goodbye, telling her he's done enough and the rest is up to her. Nearby, the low growls of monstrous black wolves echo through the air, their red eyes fixed on their next meal as they prepare to lunge. Panicked, she grabs his sleeve, pleading for him to stay and protect her from the nightmare closing in. Her eyes well with tears and her small frame trembles as she realizes her only lifeline is about to walk away. He shoots her a look of pure, unadulterated coldness, telling her to stop being a burden and get lost before things get ugly. He brushes her off with a flick of his wrist, his mind already shifting to the next objective he spotted on the way up the path. He mentions the man he saw earlier, currently in critical condition and desperately needing medical attention down below. Without another word, he turns and leaps into the distance, leaving the girl behind as he vanishes into the trees. She remains frozen on the path, her voice a mere whisper as she stares at the spot where he stood just moments ago. In the reflection of her eye, the image of the person who saved her is burned into her memory as he disappears from sight. The young man sprints down the rugged mountain trail, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he hunts his prey. Suddenly, a surge of radiant blue energy erupts around him, crackling with intense power as he prepares for combat. He launches himself into the air, a streak of blue light cutting through the dense forest canopy like a falling star. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he spots his targets, his voice low and predatory as he declares he's finally found them. He dives headfirst into a swarm of monsters, the surrounding environment teeming with lethal threats in the dark. The alpha beast, distinguished by its jagged red mane, lets out a blood-curdling roar at the intruder. He grips his blade tight, the air around him thickening with dark energy as he prepares to unleash a devastating strike. Facing the darkness, he mocks the beasts, indifferent to whether they've marked him as their prey or not. He swings his sword in a wide arc, a crescent of blue energy tearing through the shadows with lethal force. His eyes burn with murderous intent as he delivers a final, insulting warning to the creatures before him. Barrage of blue energy lances rains down from the sky, skewering the monsters in a display of overwhelming power. The beasts scramble in a frenzy, their predatory instincts failing them against his superior speed and energy. Energy-infused beams pierce through their hides, turning the mountain path into a graveyard of shadow and blood. He lands gracefully amidst the chaos, his senses sharp as he detects another movement in the brush. He looks up to see a massive pack gathering on the ridge, led by the red-maned alpha looking down from the peak. The alpha snarls, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light as it commands the rest of the pack to attack. Dozens of beasts lunge from the heights, their jaws snapping as they close in from all sides. With a reflexive tilt of his head, he narrowly avoids a set of razor-sharp claws aimed at his throat. He counters instantly, his energy-charged fist slamming into a beast's skull with bone-shattering impact. Dual-wielding his gun and sword, he becomes a whirlwind of destruction, picking off targets with lethal efficiency. He fires a point-blank shot, the kinetic force blowing a monster backward into its companions. His feet dance across the grass, maintaining perfect balance as he navigates the bloody melee with ease. Surrounded and outnumbered, he remains calm, his hand glowing with a concentrated sphere of blue energy. His eyes flare with intense energy, his expression shifting into one of pure, unbridled aggression. He unleashes a vertical slash, the blue energy trail cutting through multiple beasts in a single, fluid motion. Remaining monsters are engulfed in searing white flames, their forms dissolving into ash under the intense heat. He steps over the smoldering remains, his boots treading through the dark ichor staining the earth. He stands alone on the battlefield, the mountain silent once more as the last of the pack falls to his power. Aiming his pistol at the final survivor, he sighs in frustration, finding the endless waves of monsters more annoying than a real threat. Although those monsters were mere annoyances to seasoned killers, for these young trainees, every step through the dense forest feels like a dance with death. The leader looks back at his team, his expression stern as he double-checks their readiness. He reminds them that the predators have an incredible sense of smell, so suppressing their mana is the only way to stay invisible. The group picks up the pace, their small feet thumping against the dirt path as they try to maintain the delicate balance between speed and stealth. They come to a sudden halt in a small clearing, gasping for air as the weight of the mission begins to press down on their young shoulders. The girl clutches her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs. She knows the stakes are high, whispering to herself that she has to find the strength to push through. The leader had been clear when he assigned their duties. One girl's sharp perception makes her the lead navigator, with the other acting as her vital backup. Determined to prove her worth, the girl's eyes suddenly ignite with a brilliant blue mana, her resolve hardening as she prepares to use her abilities. She points toward the left, her voice trembling slightly as she warns the group about an ominous presence lurking just out of sight. The navigator's fox ears twitch, picking up a cacophony of disturbing noises coming from the very direction indicated. Despite the fear, she urges everyone to keep moving. They break into a run again, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees as a sense of dread begins to settle over the group. Boy's face pales, the realization of their isolation starting to sink in as he wonders why things are going so wrong. His breath comes in ragged hitches. He can't understand why they haven't encountered a single other player in this vast, terrifying zone. The frustration boils over into a scream. The silence of the forest is more deafening than any monster's roar. Suddenly, a firm hand grips his wrist, anchoring him back to reality before his panic can spiral out of control. A girl pulls him forward, her voice sharp as she commands him to stop looking back and keep his focus on the path ahead. A hand reaches out to pat the girl's head, a small gesture of comfort amidst the chaos, though her eyes remain fixed on the darkness ahead. The tension between the kids flares up as they bicker, the stress of the situation causing their composure to crumble. The girl grits her teeth, a low growl escaping her throat as she tries to ignore the insults and maintain her focus on survival. But their petty arguments are cut short when a massive surge of black energy erupts from the ground right in front of them. Girl screams out a warning, her eyes wide with terror as the shadowy portal begins to take a physical, monstrous shape. The kids stand frozen as the dark mana swirls violently, a gateway for something far more dangerous than anything they've faced before. A massive, fur-covered claw steps out of the darkness, its sharp talons digging deep into the earth with bone-chilling force. The creature emerges fully, a beast of nightmare proportions with glowing spines protruding from its hunched, muscular back. Children stare in absolute shock, their breath catching in their throats as the predator turns its gaze toward them. The threat is immediate, a high-level predator that lives for the hunt. The creature lets out a piercing howl that shakes the very leaves from the trees, signaling the start of a slaughter. Boy trembles, his voice barely a whisper as he asks what kind of nightmare they've stumbled into. But it's not just one. Dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows as the rest of the pack surrounds them. The kids are completely encircled. In a field of gray stone and green grass, they are the only prey in sight. Boy grits his teeth, fear warring with a growing sense of duty. He knows he can't just run anymore. Words from their training sessions echo in his mind. He was told that he is the only one strong enough to protect the others. He remembers the unwavering gaze of the leader during training, who told him that he must be the one to face the monsters they encounter head-on. Silent promise was made with a simple fist bump, a pact of strength and protection that the boy is now forced to fulfill. Channeling his mana into the wooden branch, it ignites with a fierce blue flame. He calls out, ready to embrace his role. He thinks back to the countless hours spent swinging a practice sword under a watchful eye. All that training was for this exact moment. With a roar of defiance, the boy charges. He is no longer a scared child but a hunter protecting his pack. He lunges forward, his voice cracking with the effort as he unleashes his first real strike against the encroaching creatures. The blue mana blade carves through the air, catching the lead creature off guard as the battle for survival truly begins. Gunha lets out a triumphant cry, convinced for a fleeting moment that his strike was enough to end the nightmare. But his celebration is cut short as a sharp voice from behind snaps him back to reality, reminding him that the danger hasn't passed. Pack of wolves remains unyielding, their low growls vibrating through the air as they recover from the initial shock. One beast, its eye-leaking dark ichor, stares back with a murderous, crimson glare. Without warning, the predators lunge. Gunha stands his ground, gripping his makeshift weapon as the sheer weight of the monster's killing intent threatens to crush his resolve. He activates his mana, a radiant blue aura swirling around his blade. His eyes sharpen, focusing entirely on the incoming threat as he prepares for a high-speed counter. The collision is violent. Gunha carves through the air, but the beasts are relentless, their claws tearing through the space where he stood just moments ago. A sharp gasp escapes his lips as a claw finds its mark. The impact sends a jolt of agony through his frame, but he refuses to let go of his weapon. Wolves don't stop. They move with a terrifying coordination, circling Gunha like shadows in the night, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a critical blow. Another lunge, faster than the last. Gunha barely manages to dodge, the wind from the beast's movement whipping against his face as he struggles to maintain his footing. He's hit again. A spray of blood stains the air as a wolf's teeth graze his side, the searing pain threatening to break his concentration. Gunha staggers, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind him, the girls watch in absolute terror, their voices trembling as they call out his name, fearing the worst is yet to come. Julie stares at the carnage, her blue eyes wide with shock. She can see the malice in the monster's eyes. They aren't just hunting, they're enjoying this. The realization hits her like a physical blow. They're toying with him, dragging out his suffering before the final kill. Despite the blood loss, Gunha's spirit remains unbroken, his grip tightening as he prepares one last stand. The pack closes in for the kill. The sound of their paws hitting the grass is like a drumbeat of doom, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Gunha channels every remaining drop of mana into his fist. The blue energy flares with newfound intensity, crackling with a power that feels ancient and overwhelming. A wolf leaps, its jaws wide and ready to snap. It's a leap of pure aggression, aimed directly at Gunha's throat. With a roar of defiance, Gunha unleashes a mana-infused strike. The impact is deafening, a burst of blue light exploding as his fist connects squarely with the beast's skull. The sheer force of the blow surprises even him. He stares at his hand, the blue mana still flickering around his knuckles, wondering where this sudden surge of strength came from. It felt familiar, a sensation he's only seen once before. The way the energy pulsed, it was exactly like the power of the boss he had once witnessed. But the victory is short-lived. Another wolf strikes from his blind spot, its massive form crashing into him and sending him tumbling across the dirt. Gunha hits the ground hard, the girl's desperate screams echoing in his ears. He tries to push himself up, but his body is finally beginning to fail him. He coughs, blood spattering the grass beneath him. The world is spinning, and the shadows of the wolves are growing longer, looming over his prone form. The alpha wolf pins him down, its hot breath reeking of death. Gunha lets out a pained cry as the beast prepares to finish what it started. Monster's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. In this moment, Gunha looks death in the eye, his strength spent and his mana flickering out. The girls can only watch in horror, their screams of "no" lost in the wind. The sight of their friend being pinned down is too much to bear. Julie's eyes fill with tears as she whispers a final, desperate plea. She can't let it end like this, not after everything they've been through. Memories of their school days flash before her eyes, the laughter, the peace, the simple life they once knew. A silent prayer for help rises from her heart. Pictures of their friendship, frozen in time, contrast sharply with the brutal reality of the present. She begs for anyone, anything, to save them. Wolf's jaws snap shut, a sickening sound that signals the end. The predator's eyes glow with a sadistic triumph as it finally claims its prize. Gunha's scream of agony rips through the air as the beast's teeth sink into his shoulder. The pain is blinding, a white-hot sensation that consumes his entire world. The girls cry out in a choir of despair. They are helpless, forced to witness the brutal execution of the boy who tried so hard to protect them. Suddenly, a strange warmth begins to emanate from Julie. Her hair starts to glow with a flickering, golden light, as if a dormant power is finally waking up. She closes her eyes and prays with every fiber of her being. The golden aura intensifies, swirling around her in a protective cocoon of pure energy. A massive explosion of golden light erupts from her, a pillar of energy that pierces the dark sky. Her voice rings out, a desperate cry for salvation that echoes through the forest. The shockwave clears the entire area, the golden light blinding everything in its path. The sheer magnitude of the power is unlike anything they've ever seen. As the light fades, a heavy silence falls over the clearing. The grass is scorched and the air hums with the remnants of the massive mana discharge. Wolves are thrown back, their aggressive postures replaced by confusion and fear. They snarl at the unseen force that has disrupted their hunt. They look around, startled by the sudden shift in the battlefield. Something has changed, the very atmosphere feels different, charged with a new kind of energy. A massive blue maelstrom of energy suddenly forms, a swirling dome that encases the children. It's a perfect shield, pulsing with a rhythmic, calming light. Julie looks up in wonder at the swirling vortex above them. She realizes that despite the chaotic appearance, the energy isn't hurting them, it's keeping the monsters at bay. Blue-haired girl gasps, her eyes fixed on the incredible display of mana. The tide of the battle has shifted, and for the first time tonight, a flicker of hope remains. A violent vortex of wind tears through the battlefield, shielding the terrified children. A blue mana barrier hums with intensity, serving as the only defense against the looming threat. A woman descends with effortless grace, her presence immediately stilling the storm. She gazes at the huddled group with gentle eyes, offering a silent apology for the terror they've endured. Her heels click rhythmically against the earth, cutting through the silence of the aftermath. Every step radiates an aura of absolute power and authority. The children watch in awe as she stands before them like a goddess of the wind. In the distance, the monsters hesitate, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. She strides forward, her long coat fluttering in a self-generated breeze. There is no fear in her pace, only the cold, predatory determination of a hunter clearing the field. Turning back to the children, she offers a reassuring gaze. Even amidst the carnage, her composure remains unshaken, serving as a beacon of hope for the survivors. She tells the children to close their eyes for a moment. Known as the Phantom Wind, she is a legendary warrior who has not come to negotiate. With a chillingly beautiful smile, she snaps her fan open. She prepares to punish the beasts that dared to harm the innocent as the wolves snarl from the shadows. The scene shifts to a memory of fire and blood. A young boy stands alone in a burning field, his small frame silhouetted against a pack of ravenous beasts. He reaches for a flask, his hand steady despite the surrounding chaos. In this world, survival depends on having the right item at the right moment. He chugs a mana-restoring potion, feeling the liquid burn down his throat. He laments that higher-quality elixirs have yet to be developed in this timeline. Tossing the empty bottle aside, he draws a short sword. The fire reflects in his eyes, revealing a soul far more dangerous than his youthful appearance suggests. Blue mana surges from the blade as he flashes a murderous grin. To him, every beast in his path is already nothing more than prey. The bottle clatters against the grass, the final sound before the carnage begins. The air grows heavy with the scent of ozone and impending slaughter. Launching forward with a burst of speed, the boy becomes a blur of blue light. He hurls himself at the lead wolf, defying gravity with a surge of pure power. The impact is thunderous. A crescent of blue energy carves through the air, sending dirt and monster blood flying as he makes his first move. The rest of the pack lunges, their red eyes fixed on the small target. They see easy prey, but they couldn't be more wrong. Boy meets the charge head-on, slamming a mana-reinforced fist into a wolf's snout. He sneers at the beasts, completely unfazed by their aggression. He dances through the pack, a whirlwind of steel and energy. Every movement is calculated, and every strike is designed for maximum lethality. He jams a handgun directly into a beast's open maw, his expression cold and pitiless. He shows no mercy as he prepares to finish it. A single shot echoes, followed by a spray of dark blood. He doesn't even stop to watch the monster fall, already moving toward his next target. Mana swirls around him like a protective cloak. His eyes burn with an intense light as he prepares to unleash a higher level of destruction. A massive horizontal slash tears through the front line of the pack. The sheer force of the blue energy sends shockwaves across the field. Beasts are cleaved in half before they can even whimper. The boy is a storm of blue lightning, leaving nothing but carnage in his wake. Unleashing a series of omnidirectional strikes, he becomes a blur of motion. The entire area is filled with crackling blue electricity and the sound of rending flesh. He skids to a halt, panting heavily as the dust begins to settle. His small body is pushed to its limit, sweat dripping from his brow. Across the clearing, a giant black wolf with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. The boy points his sword at the alpha, signaling its next. His eye glows with piercing blue mana, locking onto the alpha's movements. He analyzes the beast, looking for the one opening needed to end the fight. He launches another high-speed dash, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He is no longer just fighting for survival, he is fighting to dominate. Blue lightning wreaths his entire form as he pushes his mana circuits to the breaking point. The power is intoxicating, but it comes at a heavy physical price. He grits his teeth, feeling the strain in his muscles. Though he has pushed himself to the edge, there is no turning back now. He braces himself for the final clash, stomping his foot down with resolve. He is prepared to go all out to secure victory. The alpha wolf's massive paw slams down, missing him by inches. The ground shatters under the weight of the beast's fury. The boy flips through the air, narrowly avoiding a lethal bite. He lets out a defiant shout, refusing to back down against the monstrosity. He brings his sword down on the wolf's head, the blue energy clashing against the beast's thick hide. Sparks of mana fly from the impact. Simultaneously, he fires his gun point-blank into the wolf's face. The dual assault is a desperate gamble to break the alpha's momentum. A massive explosion of fire and smoke erupts. The wolf's head is obscured by the blast as the boy pours everything he has into the attack. He curses under his breath, his eyes wide with frustration. The beast is tougher than anticipated and his energy is fading fast. Suddenly, the wolf's mouth glows with a terrifying orange light. It's preparing a breath attack and the boy is caught directly in the blast zone. He slides back, his gun still raised even as his posture shows the true weight of the battle. The ground burns around him as the final stage of the fight begins. A massive wall of flame erupts across the battlefield, forcing the warrior to move with desperate speed as the heat singes the air around him. Without missing a beat, he levels his weapon, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage that lights up the darkness, bullet casings flying in every direction. The towering beast of shadow and rage takes the hits head-on, purple energy splattering against its thick hide. The warrior slides low across the scorched earth, his hand reaching for the hilt of his blade as the fight transitions into a deadly close-quarters dance. Two combatants stand apart for a fleeting second, the ground between them charred and broken from their relentless exchange. He grips his sword, blue energy flickering around the steel. He realizes his weapon is empty and his strength is fading, but he knows he must engage in melee combat. The beast is exhausted as well, its breathing heavy and ragged. The warrior senses that despite his dwindling strength, the fight is still winnable. Beast growls, gathering a terrifying amount of dark energy for one last strike. The warrior's heart sinks as he witnesses the surge of power, unable to believe the creature still has enough energy for another massive attack. Sweat beads on his forehead as the pressure intensifies. The sheer weight of the beast's remaining power feels like a crushing physical force. He notices strange markings forming in the smoke and realizes the creature isn't just attacking, it's trying to compress the smoke into a lethal weapon. With a blood-curdling roar that shakes the very air, the beast lunges forward with murderous intent. Black spheres of compressed energy rain down, but the warrior remains focused, determined to find a path through the chaos regardless of the cost. With a defiant shout, he swings his blade, determined to cut through every obstacle in his way. A brilliant streak of blue light cleaves through the darkness, a testament to the warrior's unwavering resolve in the face of certain death. Suddenly, a massive explosion of smoke and energy erupts, catching the warrior off guard as the battlefield is plunged into total obscurity. He covers his mouth, coughing as he realizes the black mist is incredibly dense and restrictive. Refusing to be trapped, he channels his remaining strength into a wide horizontal slash, aiming to blow the smoke away with sheer force. The blue energy of his sword clashes violently with the beast's infernal flames, creating a spectacular vortex of elemental power. He grinds his teeth, the strain of the clash threatening to break his bones as he withstands the beast's bottomless hatred. A titanic explosion of fire engulfs the area, the roar of the flames drowning out all other sounds as the final stage of the duel reaches its peak. Desperation sets in as the warrior's strength is finally spent. He stands defenseless in the heart of the inferno. The force of the blast hurls the warrior backward, his body battered and his clothes scorched by the intense heat. He hits the ground hard, a pained groan escaping his lips as he struggles to even keep his eyes open. Even though he poured the last of his energy into a desperate defense, the damage he sustained is catastrophic. He can barely move a muscle. The warrior pants heavily, the taste of blood in his mouth as he stares at the ground, his vision beginning to blur. An observer watches from the shadows, noting that the warrior looks like he's finally reached his limit. A hidden presence remains, sensing that true worth is only revealed when one is pushed to the brink. Deep within the warrior, something ancient and primal begins to stir, a surge of power that defies all logic and limits. His eyes snap open, glowing with a terrifying intensity as a manic, predatory grin spreads across his face. A massive pillar of radiant blue energy erupts from the warrior's body, piercing the heavens and shattering the ground beneath him. The beast recoils in shock, unable to comprehend how a human could possibly possess such overwhelming power. The warrior lunges forward with incredible speed, preparing a final, devastating blow. The two forces collide once more, but this time, the momentum has completely shifted. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as he channels every ounce of his newfound power into his blade. The creature's eyes widen with genuine fear as it realizes it can no longer match the intensity of the warrior's rage. With a single, blinding flash of blue energy, the warrior delivers a strike so powerful it tears through the beast's defenses and its very flesh. The beast staggers, its body beginning to disintegrate as the weight of the final blow seals its fate. Gunha isn't finished yet. He plunges into the fray, his small frame enveloped in radiant blue mana that cuts through the shadows. The collision is cataclysmic. A blinding flash of azure energy meets the darkness head-on, sending shockwaves through the forest floor. The beast's monstrous form snarls, its eyes glowing with a primal, predatory hunger as it tries to withstand the pressure. Gunha grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he feels the sheer weight of the aura pushing back against him. A void of pure shadow coalesces, a sphere of destructive power that begins to swallow the surrounding light. The atmosphere screams as the gravity around the dark orb distorts, threatening to implode. Undaunted, Gunha steps forward into the swirling gloom, his resolve as sharp as the blade in his hand. With a look of pure mockery, Gunha faces the creature's attempt at concealment, his posture showing he is entirely unimpressed. Gazing at his blade, he realizes the enemy's defense is brittle and knows he can still break it. He advances with unwavering intent, the blue flames on his sword burning brighter. With a cold glare, he focuses on the creature, his expression conveying a lethal threat. Light erupts, a pillar of azure energy tears through the darkness, incinerating everything in its path. The beast recoils, its hide scorched and broken by the overwhelming force of the explosion. Standing amidst the embers, Gunha looks back with a dominant presence, his eyes reflecting the intensity of the battlefield. He looks down at the fallen beast with chilling calm, his gaze serving as a final verdict on its fate. He looms over his foe, the blue mana flickering as he prepares the finishing blow. With one swift motion, the blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light in the darkness. The beast's life force finally extinguishes, leaving only silence in its wake. The adrenaline fades and Gunha collapses, finally feeling the crushing weight of the battle he just survived. He gasps for air on the scorched earth as the silence of the forest returns. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the city in shades of fire as Gunha realizes the struggle is over. The long struggle concludes with the fading light of day, leaving a bittersweet taste of victory. He lies still, watching the remains of his enemy burn into nothingness, the flames reflecting in his tired eyes. The young hunter lies alone in a field of ash, a testament to his growth and survival. Elsewhere, Shin Seo-young enters the stage and signals for the bystanders to close their eyes for a moment. With a playful but deadly smile, she prepares to take care of the monsters surrounding them. She stands as a shield for the frightened children, her presence radiating a calm yet terrifying authority. The sharp click of her fan closing signals the beginning of the end for her enemies. She is visibly annoyed, her frustration clear as she wonders how these monsters were allowed to roam. With a flick of her wrist, she opens her fan, unleashing a surge of mana that chills the air. Massive twin tornadoes spiral into existence at her command, tearing the ground apart as they roar to life. The monsters are caught in the powerful winds and shredded. Seo-young looks around with a cold, disapproving gaze. She moves gracefully amidst the carnage she has created, her movements precise. A look of cold finality crosses her face as she glares at the remaining beasts, ensuring none survive. The sky screams as the winds collide, creating a vacuum of absolute destruction. Blood and shadow spray into the air as the monsters' lives are snuffed out by the razor-sharp winds. The purple vortex reaches its peak, showcasing the devastating power at her disposal. As the dust settles, Shin Seo-young remains untouched, her eyes cold and the threat erased. The massive purple vortex dissipates into the clear sky, leaving the woman standing amidst the settling debris, her power finally under control. Her heart sinks as she spots a group of terrified children huddled nearby. She hadn't realized they were so close to the epicenter of the destruction. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, the woman tries to regain her professional composure despite the awkward situation. With a flick of her wrist, she descends gracefully on a small air current, looking down at the wide-eyed survivors below her. She offers a gentle, apologetic smile, pleading with the children not to cry and assuring them that her scary display of power is over. The young boy's fear instantly vanishes, replaced by pure admiration as he shouts out how incredibly cool she looked during the fight. The purple-haired girl joins in, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she asks if the woman is one of the legendary heroes. The boy points excitedly, his earlier terror forgotten, while his companion scolds him for being rude before properly thanking their savior. The woman watches them bicker, amazed that these kids can be so energetic after witnessing such a brutal battle. The children continue their chaotic antics, leading the woman to wonder if they've simply gone mad from the sheer shock of the event. When the boys start screaming about broken ribs, she realizes that despite their high spirits, they are definitely worse for wear. Her eye glows with a sharp blue light as she activates a diagnostic skill to scan for any hidden internal injuries. Blue mana flares around the children as the scan reveals their status, much to their confusion and slight alarm. The purple-haired girl stands frozen, her golden eyes wide as she feels the strange energy of the scan wash over her. Suddenly, the woman pulls the girl into a tight hug, surprising everyone with her sudden display of affection. With an intense look, she asks the girl if she wants to become a player, offering a path to power most only dream of. The boy immediately jumps in, shouting that he is the one destined to become a player, refusing to be left behind. As the boy speaks, a memory of his past determination flashes through his mind, blue energy crackling around his small fist. The woman finds his spirit admirable, recognizing the spark of a true warrior within the young boy. She can't help but nuzzle the children, calling them cute as they struggle against her overwhelming motherly energy. Turning her attention to the girl with cat ears, she praises her for the telepathic message that allowed her to locate the group in time. The cat-eared girl breaks into tears, overwhelmed by the realization that her small effort actually saved her friends. She lunges forward, burying her face in the woman's embrace as the weight of the day's terror finally begins to lift. The woman instructs them to head down the mountain where rescue forces are waiting, but the children are hesitant to leave her side. She explains that her mission isn't over yet, but she promises she won't let them descend the dangerous slopes alone. A thunderous crashing sound echoes through the trees, prompting a smirk from the woman as she remarks on the timely arrival. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms between the trees, its presence radiating pure, unadulterated strength. The beast tears through the foliage with ease, its massive claws splintering ancient wood as it approaches the group. The children gasp in shock, mistaking the newcomer for a monster, but a booming voice complains about being left behind. A large man appears, huffing and puffing after his grueling climb up the mountain. The woman tells the kids to follow the big man down, but the boy stops her, shouting that his boss hasn't returned yet. The woman and the large man share a look of utter confusion, wondering who this boss could possibly be. In the boy's mind, a vision of his future self appears, battered and bruised, yet still standing tall against the darkness. Scene shifts to a ruined city at night where shadows of the past whisper warnings about the cost of survival. An adult version of the boy sits shirtless as blue healing mana surges through him, his expression one of stubborn defiance. A woman's voice rings out in anger, calling him a fool for pushing his body to the brink of collapse just to stay conscious. She delivers a sharp slap to his back to snap him out of his brooding, her frustration boiling over at his recklessness. The man winces but tries to bargain, asking for some of her time over the weekend as an apology for his behavior. Under the starlit sky, their silhouettes argue in the camp, a testament to a bond forged in the fires of a dying world. The boy's eyes snap open as the harsh fluorescent lights of a hospital room replace the starlit memories of a dying world. He sits up abruptly, scanning the sterile, white-walled room to ground himself in the present. Confusion clouds his mind as he examines his hands, wondering how he transitioned from chaos to such a peaceful place. A soft knock at the door interrupts him, but he is more shocked to find his body completely free of injuries. He watches the entrance as a mysterious woman enters, his expression guarded despite his youthful appearance. He stares back in silence, mentally evaluating the threat level of his unexpected visitor. The woman offers a greeting and he responds with a cautious hello, his eyes narrowing slightly. She stands with an air of authority and asks if he feels any pain now that he is awake. Maintaining a poker face, he says he is fine and asks if she was the one who saved him. She takes a seat and confirms she brought him to the hospital after finding him at the scene. He acknowledges her words but pushes for her identity, knowing she shouldn't have been able to identify him so easily. She introduces herself playfully, though he inwardly scoffs at her casual demeanor. A sudden realization hits him, and his sense of calm is replaced by a surge of urgency. He leans forward, demanding to know how long he has been unconscious and what happened to his companions. She explains it has only been 6 hours and reassures him that all his friends are safe and his family is on the way. Relief washes over him, followed by the realization that he needs a believable excuse for his family. Her tone becomes professional as she explains she needs to conduct an investigation and requires the truth. She leans in, her piercing gaze focused on why he was at the scene of the incident. The conversation turns to the carnage left behind. She is specifically interested in the one capable of defeating high-level monsters. He remains silent, maintaining an unreadable expression as he plays the role of an innocent victim. He laughs nervously while rubbing his head, claiming he doesn't remember much and was simply trying to escape. He continues the act, suggesting a mysterious savior must have intervened just before he lost consciousness. She stands up, her skepticism palpable as she looms over his bed. He leans closer, and the atmosphere in the room grows tense as the interrogation intensifies. She drops a bombshell, telling him directly that she believes he was the one who killed the monsters. She waits for a reaction, searching for any crack in his facade while the accusation hangs in the air. His mind races, she is too observant and he needs to find a way to deflect her suspicion. She repeats her claim, certain that the child in front of her is far more than he appears. She demands an answer, leaving him cornered as he struggles to maintain his secret. He scoffs, dismissively asking how a mere student like him could possibly defeat monsters. She mentions that his past records show he has been involved in similar heroics before. He asks if this incident was also just a coincidence, showing her persistence. She reveals that his fingerprints were found on the weapon used at the scene. He falls silent, realizing the evidence makes further excuses impossible. He drops the act entirely, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to address her directly. He asks about her true intentions. She smiles and offers to make a deal regarding the information he is hiding. She asks what he wants in exchange for the truth. With a nonchalant shrug, he tells her he simply wants to live a normal life. The rhythmic clicking of high heels echoes through the sterile hallway, marking the departure of a woman whose presence is as sharp as her stride. Outside, the city skyline looms under the twilight, where a luxury sedan waits like a silent predator at the building's entrance. As she prepares to enter the vehicle, she issues a cold directive to investigate the successors of the Dan Gun Group, leaving no stone unturned. Back in the hospital room, Shin Seo-young is taken aback by Gunha's audacity, specifically his focus on the female successors among their ranks. Gunha remains silent, his gaze fixed and unreadable, as if he's already calculated every possible outcome of this dangerous game. He brings up the complicated history of the Ocean clan and the delicate relationship involving their clan lord. Her eyes narrow, flashing with a sudden, sharp intensity that could pierce through steel. She makes it clear that she has no patience for games or jests, demanding absolute sincerity from the boy sitting before her. Leaning forward, she asks Gunha if he is truly prepared to take full responsibility for the consequences of his proposal. The calm that defies his age, Gunha offers a wager. If his investigation yields nothing, he will join her clan without hesitation. Shin Seo-young scoffs, reminding him that the Ocean Clan isn't a place just anyone can walk into, regardless of their talent. Gunha shifts the topic, questioning if she was ever truly convinced that he was the one who eliminated the Hellhounds. She looks away, admitting that regardless of the truth, the situation will likely end in her favor anyway. Gunha points out that this is her golden opportunity to test her husband's integrity while securing a valuable asset for herself. With a sharp snap, she crosses her legs, punctuating the end of their negotiation as she prepares to depart. In the back of the car, she repeats the order to her driver, emphasizing the need to look into any connections between the Dangun successors and her husband. She further demands a comprehensive tier report on the monsters currently infesting the Gangnam district. Turning back to Gunha one last time, she asks if he is also involved in maintaining the stability of the Gangnam area. As she warns him not to underestimate the new types of monsters, a terrifying Tier 7 beast wreathed in blue lightning manifests behind him. The driver is stunned, questioning why she would take responsibility for the Hellhounds in Mount Yukon. A bead of sweat rolls down the driver's face as he catches her reflection in the rearview mirror, sensing the weight of her decision. Gunha lets out a dark, knowing grin, satisfied that the pieces are falling exactly where he wants them. He leans back, claiming he intends to remain nothing more than an ordinary elementary school student for the foreseeable future. Watching him from the car, Shin Seo-young can't help but find the arrogant little kid fascinating. Suddenly, the hospital room door bursts open as Gunha's frantic guardians rush in, breaking the heavy atmosphere. News reports flood the airwaves, detailing the appearance of 100 Tier 7 hounds in Mount Yukon earlier that afternoon. Public apologies are issued by Gil Song-jun, the clan lord of the Ocean Clan, as the fallout from the incident begins to spread. Controversy erupts as the sublord Kim Kyang-won is forced to resign and bow before the grieving families and an angry public. The situation takes a tragic turn when a suicide note is discovered in the sublord's cabin, marking a grim end to the scandal. A few months pass, and the chaos of the past seems to have faded into the background of daily life. In a bright classroom, a young girl named Seo Na is showered with confetti as her classmates celebrate her birthday. She is touched by the surprise, wondering how they even managed to find out it was her special day. Gunha can't resist teasing a girl named Minji, mocking her for how much she whined to their homeroom teacher. Despite the bickering, the atmosphere is warm as Seo Na is presented with handmade chocolates. The classroom is filled with the simple, innocent joy of childhood, a stark contrast to the world of hunters and clans. One student excitedly announces that the party will continue at a place called Happiness, manifesting multiple arms in his excitement. Gunha whispers to his friend, checking if they secured permission from Hyung's father, ensuring their plans go off without a hitch. Gunha and Sena exchange a nervous glance as the rest of the class stares them down, their secret plans feeling far too obvious to ignore. Sena shouts that it's none of their business before scurrying back to her seat just as the morning assembly begins to settle the chaotic classroom. Left standing in the middle of the room, the fox-eared girl clutches a small gift, her expression a mix of confusion and wonder at the sudden outburst. As night falls over the city, the apartment complex glows with a quiet warmth, hiding the celebration about to unfold within its walls. Suddenly, confetti fills the air as the girls shout "Happy Birthday," catching the fox-eared girl in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. Gunha and the rest of the crew burst in with party favors and gifts, their voices joining together in a chorus of birthday cheers. Overwhelmed by the kindness of her friends, she can't help but let out a tearful thank you, her heart swelling with gratitude. A decadent chocolate cake is thrust into her view, accompanied by a playful reminder that she should save the tears for after the candles are blown out. The group gathers around, the glow of the candles reflecting in their eyes as they prepare to count down for the big wish. A Polaroid captures the perfect memory, Sena's 8th birthday, a brief moment of peace before the complexities of the world take hold. Looking at the photos pinned to the wall, a lingering question remains: will things truly be alright as they move forward? Conversation turns to the past, recalling how Jean Sena used her father's status as an office worker to force her way into the inner circle. Gunha and Sena sit together, the atmosphere thick with the unspoken weight of their family legacies and the power dynamics of the KK Group. The KK Group stands as a titan in the Republic of Korea, a massive conglomerate spanning electronics, construction, and advertising. While the pharmaceutical sector is currently minor, a strategic merger is planned to seize total control of the lucrative ocean market. Gunha cuts through Sena's complaints with a sharp flick to her forehead, telling her to stop making such a gloomy face. He teases her about the succession, pointing out that only those with a Kim surname have a real shot at leading the KK empire. Sena bristles at the reminder of her Jean surname and her status in a collateral family, while Gunha simply tells her to stop worrying and eat. Fuming with indignation, Sena storms off, leaving Gunha alone with his thoughts and his half-eaten cake. Gunha stares at his fork, sensing that the situation is becoming more troublesome, though he remains cold and calculating. He watches the others, his resolve hardening. No matter the group, anyone who messes with his family will pay a steep price. His eyes flare with a terrifying golden intensity as he drives his fork into the plate, a silent vow of absolute protection. The scene shifts to the school sports day where Choi Yunhyuk boasts to Gunha about the results of his intense training. Gunha watches with mild interest as Yunhyuk charges onto the track, wondering just how much confidence the boy actually possesses. Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure washes over the field, catching Gunha by surprise as he scans for the source. The entire class is consumed by a fiery competitive spirit, their eyes burning with a literal flame of determination. The motivation is revealed. The teacher has promised a feast of chicken and pizza if their class manages to take home the win. In the background, the teacher weeps over her wallet, lamenting the high cost of feeding her group of hungry piglets. Real life player title card appears as the stakes for this school festival reach an all-time high. The starter raises his pistol, the command "on your mark" signaling the beginning of the high-stakes race. Yunhyuk prepares to launch, blue mana flickering around his feet as he vows to surprise everyone with his newfound speed. A sharp crack echoes across the stadium as the pistol fires, unleashing the runners onto the track. The ground erupts with mana-enhanced force as the students burst forward, leaving a trail of dust and blue energy in their wake. A blur of motion streaks past the spectators, the sheer speed of the competitors creating a sonic boom across the field. Gunha watches closely, his eyes tracking Choi Yunhyuk's every move as the boy pushes himself to the absolute limit. Yunhyuk grins, seeing the finish line within reach and shouting out to his boss to witness his certain victory. The crowd roars as the runners approach the final stretch, but something feels off as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. In an instant, Yunhyuk's body becomes impossibly heavy and he crashes to the track, his momentum sending him sliding into the dirt. The boy and his sister watch with a mix of concern and relief as the dust settles on the track. A runner is barely conscious as he's carried away, muttering about the sky spinning while his teammate tells him to get a grip. The boy sighs and crosses his arms. He knew his teammate would overexert himself and realizes he needs to help the boy control his temper in the future. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrap around the boy from behind as a cheerful voice shouts for him. It is his sister, beaming with pride as she announces her first-place victory in the 100-meter race. The boy can't help but smile at her success. As the sister runs off to her next event, a pink-haired girl nearby teases the boy, calling him a total sister's boy. Nearby, a blonde girl with fox ears is absolutely spent, panting heavily after the intense competition. She accuses the boy of only caring about his sister instead of their own team, but he plays it off, claiming he was just thinking about lunch. The atmosphere turns heavy as the girls stare him down, unconvinced by his weak excuse. Sweating under the pressure, the boy quickly changes the subject, asking where their friend is to deflect their suspicion. Right on cue, a girl comes sprinting toward them, surrounded by a cheerful, flowery aura. She leads them to a picnic spot where some neighbors are enjoying a lavish spread. The girl urgently grabs one of the neighbors, begging for her help with something important on the track. The neighbor finds herself talking to a school official, using her foreign status to navigate a confusing situation. The plan works perfectly, and the two share a triumphant high five while the official looks on, impressed. The boy hands the girl a bottle of water, curious about how she managed to involve the neighbor in her scheme. Girl explains she used English to trick them, though the boy points out that the neighbor is actually Italian, not American. The boy watches as the girls laugh together, wondering if his friend's wit is bordering on manipulation. He reflects on how much she has grown, showing a level of cleverness he hadn't expected. He remembers her as a fragile crybaby, but now she's sharp and resourceful. However, his thoughts are interrupted by another sight. The boy glances toward the side, his sharp eyes catching a glimpse of something familiar in the crowd. The runner is still recovering on the ground, feeling the effects of the recovery drink he was given to restore his energy. The school speakers blare, announcing the start of the lunch break and instructing everyone to gather. Group gathers for a meal, the atmosphere light and friendly as they share food under the shade. The boy brings over a tray of fruits and snacks, a gift from his mother to share with his friends. A girl points out a woman, mentioning she's become a regular at their place recently. The boy narrows his eyes. The woman looks incredibly familiar, but he can't quite place where he's seen her before. Lost in thought, the boy walks away from the group, his mind racing to connect the dots. He stumbles upon an oddly formal tea party set up right on the school grounds, guarded by men in black suits. A spoiled girl spots him and immediately calls him over, her tone dripping with arrogance. Girl points the boy out to her father, claiming he's the one she mentioned earlier. The man is revealed to be the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. He looks down at the boy with pure disdain. The boy stares back, completely unimpressed by the CEO's attempts at intimidation. With a cold smirk, the boy mutters a comment about the father and daughter being much the same. He doesn't stop there, insulting the man's status by calling his business a measly pharmaceutical company. The CEO explodes in rage, unable to believe a mere child would dare speak to him this way. The man lunges forward to strike the boy, his face contorted with fury. But he freezes mid-swing. A sudden, overwhelming pressure washes over him, stopping him in his tracks. Behind the boy's calm exterior, a monstrous, demonic aura erupts, chilling the man to his very core. In that moment, the man doesn't see a boy. He sees a terrifying, looming shadow. Bully sneers, poking a condescending finger into Gunha's chest as he mocks him, asking if he's finally starting to feel scared. The mockery suddenly dies in his throat. A sharp gasp escapes him as he senses a presence that shouldn't be there. His pupils contract in shock. The air has shifted. The predator has suddenly become the prey. Losing his composure, Jin Youngwon lunges forward with a desperate roar, swinging his fist at Gunha. Gunha stands his ground with cold, focused eyes, watching the clumsy strike approach with the calm of a seasoned warrior. In a blur of motion, the attack is intercepted. Gunha watches as the man's momentum is violently redirected. A heavy impact echoes across the field. Jin Youngwon is sent crashing into the dirt, coughing out a pained groan as blood spatters the ground. Gunha looks up in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he recognizes the man standing over the fallen bully. Dad? Gunha's father stands like an immovable mountain, his voice booming with protective fury. How dare you mess with my son? His father turns, his face softening with worry as he checks Gunha for injuries. Gunha assures him he's fine, but he's internally reeling from his dad's sudden intervention. Jin Youngwon struggles to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. He snarls in outrage, insulted that someone he considers less than a dog dared to strike him. Pointing a trembling finger, the humiliated man screams for his security detail to seize Gunha's father immediately. Gunha grits his teeth, his eyes burning. He wanted to handle this himself, and the threat to his father pushes him to the edge. Blue mana begins to flicker around Gunha's hands. He's ready to kill if they touch his dad, but his father calmly tells him to stand down. With absolute confidence, Gunha's father steps forward to face the approaching guards, declaring that he will handle them personally. Jin Youngwon continues his tirade, his face twisted in elitist rage, unable to fathom a commoner fighting back. The guards close in, surrounding the father and son as the tension on the track reaches a breaking point. Despite the danger, Gunha's father remains unbothered, shielding his son from the coming storm. He stands tall against the men in black suits, a silent promise of retribution radiating from his posture. Jin Youngwon demands to know who he is, but the father simply replies that he knows exactly who he's dealing with. Removing his glasses, the father identifies the man as the president of KK Pharmaceuticals in a cold, analytical voice. He brushes his hair back, revealing his face and asking if his appearance helps the president remember him. Color drains from Jin Youngwon's face. The realization hits him like a physical blow as he recognizes the man before him. It's Section Chief No from the Sirius Group, a man whose power far exceeds that of a pharmaceutical president. Panic sets in. Jin Youngwon can't believe that a high-ranking official from Sirius is standing right in front of him. He realizes now why the boy was so confident. Gunha wasn't just some brat, he was the son of a titan. Even Gunha is caught off guard, his jaw dropping as he learns his father's true status. Meanwhile, the president is terrified that even the boy seems shocked. Sirius Group is the nation's second-best corporation, a massive entity producing everything from automobiles to high-end player devices. These devices are essential weapons for players, and Sirius controls the heart of the industry. Stuttering and sweating, Jin Youngwon asks why such a powerful man is here, to which Section Chief No coldly notes that he finally remembers. No fixes him with a piercing gaze, his authority absolute. The power dynamic has completely flipped. The once arrogant president is now a trembling mess in the presence of a true superior. He begins to grovel, offering a frantic apology and questioning how a section chief of strategy management ended up at a school sports day. No explains he's just there for his children, but notes the president seemed to have quite a bit of trouble with his son. The weight of his mistake sinks in. KK Pharmaceuticals is nothing compared to the might of the Sirius Group. Jin Youngwon bows deeply, begging for forgiveness. He knows he cannot afford to provoke a man destined to lead the Sirius Group. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he pushes his daughter forward, forcing her to apologize while she cries in confusion. With a mask of desperate anger, he commands Jean Senna to hurry up and apologize to the boy she was bullying. Senna stands frozen, her world shattered as she watches her powerful father break down in fear, leaving her to face the consequences alone. The girl stands paralyzed, her eyes wide with terror as she looks back at the man who was supposed to protect her, realizing she is now truly alone. The crowd doesn't hold back. Whispers fill the air as they gossip about the fight, noting that it seems she has finally lost. They laugh, saying it serves her right since she's always treated others poorly. The weight of their judgment crashes down on her as they warn each other to stay away. Shaking uncontrollably, the girl stands in a void of criticism, the sound of the crowd's mocking whispers echoing in her ears like a physical weight. Tears well up as she bows her head in shame, a broken, stuttering apology barely escaping her lips as her world continues to crumble. But the pressure is too much to bear. With a desperate wail, she turns and bolts across the track, fleeing from the eyes of everyone she once looked down upon. On the other side of the field, the boy watches the chaos with a heavy heart, his hand resting on his father's arm as they prepare to leave the scene. The father remains humble, suggesting they call it even regarding the earlier confrontation, showing a level of grace the others lack. The other man bows deeply in respect, wishing the section chief a safe departure while the boy worries if he's about to be scolded for the trouble. His father calls out to him softly, sensing the young boy's anxiety and the weight of the day's events on his small shoulders. He kneels to the boy's level, telling him that if anything like this happens again, he shouldn't try to solve it alone and should always come to him. He takes the boy's hands firmly, a gesture of absolute protection in a world that has just shown its teeth to those without support. He reminds the boy that he is still just a young child who needs his parents, encouraging him to rely on them a bit more. Wind blows through the schoolyard, carrying away the tension of the day as the event flags flutter against a clear blue sky. The boy stares back at his father, processing the gravity and sincerity of those words, feeling a shift in his own perspective. In that moment, he realized one thing that would stay with him forever. It was the profound sense of security he felt, all because of his father's warm and reassuring words. A small, genuine smile finally touches the boy's face as he thanks his dad, the bond between them stronger than ever. The scene shifts to the skeletal remains of a skyscraper, bathed in the blood-red light of a setting sun, a monument to a different kind of world. A man stands on the edge of the ruins, exhaling a plume of smoke as he surveys the wasteland with a cold, calculating gaze. He approaches a hooded figure lounging in the shadows, questioning if he really had to travel all this way just to enlist his help. The man explains that he is planning something significant and needs help dealing with a few people who have been bothering him lately. The hooded mercenary doesn't care about the details of the plan, he only has one question: what about the payment? The man signals his subordinate, who steps forward from the shadows carrying a heavy, high-tech metallic briefcase. He offers an advanced payment, promising another installment upon the successful completion of the task. The mercenary eyes the cash, his face hidden but his interest clearly piqued by the substantial sum laid out before him. Suddenly, a surge of radiant blue energy erupts from the mercenary's hand as he accepts the contract, his power manifesting in a blinding display. The energy swirls violently, creating a localized vortex that begins to consume the briefcase, shocking the subordinates present. In a flash of light and energy, the mercenary and the payment vanish, leaving only glowing blue embers drifting through the ruined room. Subordinates are left stunned, but the man himself simply watches the empty space with a satisfied, dark curiosity. A dark, sinister laugh escapes the man as he realizes he has just secured the perfect weapon for his upcoming scheme. He drops his cigarette, the embers fading into the dirt as his plan finally begins to move into its next, more lethal phase. His laughter grows louder, echoing through the hollow, ruined building like a harbinger of the chaos he is about to unleash. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a bustling and modern mall, a stark and vibrant contrast to the ruins of the past. A young girl runs ahead with infectious excitement, her joy lighting up the crowded entrance as she marvels at the sights. Boy follows behind, looking completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale and noise of the massive shopping center. He sighs, muttering about how it's been a while since he's come to a mall, but the experience is still just as tiring as he remembers. His companion leans in close, teasing him that he can't get tired yet, as their day of shopping has only just begun. As they walk, the boy's expression suddenly hardens. He feels an eerie, chilling presence coming from a mysterious man trailing them in the crowd. Gunha narrows his eyes as he watches the man's retreating figure, wondering how an ordinary office worker could mask his mana so perfectly. Deciding to investigate further, Gunha activates his insight. His eyes flare with a piercing blue glow as he scrutinizes the mystery before him. Man stops and turns, noticing Gunha's intense gaze. He asks what is wrong, addressing him by his alias, Yunha. Gunha feigns concern, asking about the whereabouts of his sister and Julie. The man smirks, privately noting that Gunha is no ordinary child. The man explains that they headed for the 5th floor. Gunha sighs, realizing that finding them in this massive crowd will be a daunting task. He thinks of Julie. If she has also learned to conceal her mana, tracking her by energy alone will be nearly impossible. Man tells him not to worry and pulls out a device. Gunha is skeptical. Does he really plan to find them using just a smartphone? Gunha's eyes widen at the screen. It is a high-tech tracking interface showing a live location, making him realize the man is actually monitoring them. Slightly unsettled, Gunha asks if Julie is aware of this. The man simply adjusts his coat and tells him it's a secret. Gunha's suspicion of this Bajusi grows, but he keeps it to himself. The man clears his throat and suggests they head upstairs. As they move through the mall, they are being watched. A hooded figure with a dark tattoo on his arm stands among the shoppers, his eyes fixed on them. Gunha walks past the threat, his senses on high alert. The hooded man is already on his phone, likely reporting their position to a superior. A sinister grin spreads across the stalker's face as he whispers into the receiver. The hunt has officially begun. The predator follows from a distance, weaving through the blue-tinted crowd of unsuspecting civilians. Gunha feels a sudden chill. He stops and glances back, his instincts screaming that someone is trailing them. A surge of blue mana flickers in his vision, a manifestation of his growing unease and battle readiness. He catches a glimpse of the tattoo, a skull entwined with a serpent. The sight of it triggers a visceral reaction within him. Visions of scorched earth and a ruined skyline flash before his eyes. This mark is tied to a catastrophe he can never forget. He remembers standing amidst the flames, sword in hand, with eyes burning from the heavy weight of survival. Memories of a desperate battle in the ruins resurface. He has faced these hooded monsters before, and the cost was high. Skull tattoo looms large in his mind, the symbol of the organization that brought the world to its knees. The man's mocking grin is etched into Gunha's memory. This isn't just a random encounter, it's a ghost from his past. Gunha blinks, returning to the present. The feeling of being hunted is now an absolute certainty. His mana pulses with a cold intensity, reacting to the murderous intent he senses nearby. There is no doubt about it. That mark belongs to the very group he swore to destroy. The hooded man remains in the shadows, his tattoo glowing faintly as he prepares to make his move. He continues to smile, unaware that his prey has already turned into the hunter. Gunha's mind races. Why are they here? The man beside him notices his distress and asks again what is wrong. Gunha looks at the Fajusi, his expression hardening. He tells him plainly that something is very wrong. The man stops, his casual demeanor vanishing. He scans the surroundings with a sharp, calculating gaze and mutters a single word: 3. He confirms there are 3 individuals in the vicinity emitting a strange, hostile energy. The first is a man in a baseball cap trying to blend in near a vending machine while keeping a close eye on them. The second is a bald man with a beard, leaning against a wall and watching their every movement with cold eyes. Third is a man in a bucket hat, crouched low and ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Gunha doesn't wait for them to attack. He summons 3 spheres of crackling blue mana, his resolve as sharp as a blade. With a swift motion, he launches the projectiles. The blue flames streak through the air toward their targets. Mana spheres find their mark with explosive force, slamming into the hidden assassins and neutralizing the threat instantly. The blue mana ripples through the air as the boy braces himself, the force of the impact vibrating through the bench beneath him. His companion grips his shoulder with urgency, telling him they need to move immediately. Scanning the crowded mall, his eyes sharpen as he realizes the truth. These aren't just civilians. They're players. He notes their movements, coordinated and disciplined. This is no random gathering, it's an operation. He looks back at his ally, his voice low as he asks about the final target, sensing the net closing in. High above, a man in a bucket hat watches the scene with predatory focus, monitoring the target. Suspicious figures weave through the crowd, their eyes darting as they wait for the signal to strike. Tension in the air is thick. Every person in a tracksuit seems like a hidden blade waiting to be drawn. He keeps his head down, moving through the sea of people while tracking the subtle shifts in their formation. Something is fundamentally wrong. He mutters to himself that the atmosphere is far too strange for a normal day. He spots a bald man moving with suspicious intent, reaching into his pocket as he navigates the escalator. He gasps as he sees an object slip from the man's hand. It's not a weapon, but something far more volatile. A glowing blue shard hits the floor, humming with a dangerous, unstable energy that illuminates the dark tiles. His heart skips a beat. A magic stone in the middle of a public mall. The implications are terrifying. The realization hits him like a freight train. These people aren't just players, they're terrorists setting a trap. Suddenly, the stone erupts. Violent blue mana spirals upward, tearing through the fabric of reality. Energy expands with a deafening roar, creating a swirling vortex of mana that consumes the surrounding space. A rift opens in the center of the mall, a glowing blue maw that threatens to swallow everyone nearby. Confusion turns to terror as a child asks what's happening, while others wonder why the mana is unstable. Piercing scream shatters the air. The rift isn't just energy, it's a gateway for something monstrous. Hell breaks loose as massive, red-eyed wolves leap from the blue flames, attacking the fleeing crowd. A beast lunges at a fallen civilian, its jaws dripping as it prepares to deliver a fatal strike. The mall becomes a slaughterhouse. Dozens of monsters pour out of the rifts, overwhelming the unsuspecting public. Emergency sirens blare as a villain coldly orders his team to continue with the plan amidst the chaos. Over the comms, the command is simple and ruthless: kill anyone who gets in their way. His mind races. This terrorist attack never happened in his previous life. The future has officially changed. He recalls a vision of a colossal, tentacled horror, the catalyst that rewrote his destiny. Images of him protecting his sister flash through his mind as a blinding explosion levels the area. Back in the present, a wolf lets out a blood-curdling howl, its fangs bared as it spots him. Beast lunges with terrifying speed, its massive shadow looming over the young boy. He freezes for a split second, his eyes wide as the predator closes the distance in a single bound. A heavy fist slams into the wolf's skull with bone-shattering force, sending the creature flying backward. His guardian grabs him by the shoulders, shouting for him to get a hold of himself before they're overrun. They need to reach the others immediately. The guardian demands to know if he's ready to fight. He nods, his resolve hardening. Saving his sister and the others is the only thing that matters now. They sprint toward the 5th floor, dodging monsters and debris as they search for their allies. A voice calls out, stopping them in their tracks. A man asks if he's the one who used mana earlier. The man in the bucket hat reveals a sinister grin, his eyes glowing with a faint, predatory light. He mocks them, asking where they're going in such a hurry as he blocks their only path forward. Gauges the enemy's strength. He doesn't have time for this. He's incredibly busy. He doesn't hold back, delivering a crushing blow that leaves the enemy gasping for air. A surge of blue mana erupts as he follows through, the sheer force of the impact vibrating through the floor. The thug is driven into the ground, completely overwhelmed by the raw power on display while the boy watches the scene unfold. The boy is genuinely impressed. To think the man is this formidable even without a mana device. He's clearly no ordinary fighter. Seeing the man prepare for a finishing move, the boy steps in, calling out for him to wait. He reminds the man that they can't afford to kill these people, punctuating his point with a swift, painful kick to the thug's groin. The thug lets out a blood-curdling scream as the low blow connects with agonizing precision. The boy explains that killing them is just too much trouble. The paperwork and cleanup are simply too annoying to deal with. He shudders at the memory of the endless nagging he once endured, all because he didn't understand the consequences of his actions. The man stares at him, bewildered by the boy's casual attitude toward violence as the boy signals it's time to move. Suddenly, an emergency announcement blares over the mall speakers, only to be cut short by a terrifying scream. Panic spreads like wildfire. Civilians scramble in fear, wondering if a monster has appeared. Amidst the chaos, a young girl takes a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm and assess the threat. She activates her scanning ability, her eye glowing with a digital blue grid as she peers through the smoke. She immediately identifies 3 monsters lurking across from them to the left, their forms glowing red in her vision. 2 more are positioned to the right, with a final one prowling in the center of the hall. 6 monsters in total. She calculates a path downward, hoping to slip past them without being detected. She turns to her companion with a determined smile, promising to protect her no matter what. But the companion's eyes widen in terror as she screams a warning. A monster is right in front of them. A massive, snarling wolf beast lunges from the shadows, its jaws open wide as it targets the young girl. Companion reacts instantly, her hand shooting out to grab the girl and pull her out of the line of fire. The beast's claws miss by a hair's breadth as she drags the girl to safety, the monster's hot breath practically on their necks. The girl cries out in shock, her heart racing as she realizes how close they just came to death. The woman plants her feet firmly, her expression shifting from fear to a cold, sharp focus. She grabs a simple wooden clothes hanger, imbuing it with a sudden, brilliant flare of blue mana. With a powerful swing, she strikes the wolf, the mana-enhanced impact sending a shockwave through the creature's skull. The beast is sent flying across the mall floor, crashing through a storefront window in a shower of glass. The girl is left speechless. She felt it, the unmistakable surge of mana coming from the woman. The woman looks down, her face pale as she realizes the gravity of what she just did. She stares at the broken hanger in her hand, the cost of her intervention weighing heavily on her mind. Shaking off the shock, she tells the girl they need to evacuate immediately. The others will be waiting for them. The girl nods, her admiration for the woman growing as they prepare to run for their lives. The danger isn't over. More wolves emerge, their red eyes glowing with predatory hunger as they surround the pair. The woman pulls the girl close, shielding her with her own body as the pack prepares to strike. With a desperate shout, she tells the girl to run, knowing she has to hold them off alone. She calls upon her power once more, her hand erupting in a brilliant blue flame of pure energy. She unleashes a wave of mana, but the monsters are faster than she anticipated, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Julie grits her teeth as the blue energy flickers around her hands, realizing her mana reserves are hitting the red zone. If she doesn't find a weapon soon, she and the young girl will be defenseless against the approaching pack. Desperate to find an escape route, Yunha points toward a nearby escalator, shouting for Julie to follow her toward the only exit in sight. Julie's eyes widen in terror as she realizes the danger, screaming out for Yunha to stop before she runs straight into a trap. Confused by the sudden warning, Yunha pauses mid-stride, her heart racing as she looks back at Julie, unaware of the shadow looming behind her. A massive, red-eyed beast lunges from the darkness with its jaws wide, prompting Julie to let out a blood-curdling cry for Yunha to get back. Time seems to slow down as Yunha stares up at the monster, the sheer weight of its murderous intent paralyzing her for a split second. In the reflection of her trembling eyes, the monster's silhouette grows larger, triggering a dormant instinct buried deep within her soul. A horrific memory flashes through her mind, a titan of destruction from her past that makes this current threat look like a mere shadow. Suddenly, Yunha's body erupts in a brilliant blue mana aura, her fear transforming into a focused strike as she launches herself at the beast. Her foot glows with concentrated energy, the power of her mana enhancement manifesting as a physical force ready to shatter anything in its path. With a thunderous impact, she connects a devastating kick to the monster's head, sending the massive creature reeling backward across the mall floor. The beast is sent spiraling through the air, completely overwhelmed by the explosive power of a girl who looked like an easy target moments ago. It tumbles violently over the railing, its predatory confidence replaced by a desperate struggle to regain its footing as it falls. The monster's eyes are wide with shock, its tongue lolling out as it realizes it has just been outmatched by a human child. Yunha lands gracefully as the beast lets out a pathetic whine, its body dissolving into shadows as it retreats from her overwhelming presence. The adrenaline fades, leaving Yunha breathless. She lets out a sigh of relief, but her legs suddenly buckle, causing her to stumble forward with a startled cry. Before she can hit the ground, Julie catches her in a protective embrace, holding her tight as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. Julie checks her for injuries, her voice trembling as she admits how terrified she was, while Yunha offers a small, reassuring smile. Their moment of peace is short-lived as more growls echo through the atrium. The pack is closing in, and this time, they aren't coming alone. Trapped on the upper level with monsters prowling the floor below, Julie realizes they are completely surrounded with nowhere left to run. Julie looks at the distant escalator and asks Yunha if she has enough strength left for one final dash. With newfound resolve, Yunha confirms she's ready. Using the last of her mana, Yunha vaults over the railing, her body once again shrouded in that ethereal blue light as she leads the way. The two of them leap through the air in a desperate bid for freedom, soaring over the heads of the monsters that snap at their heels. They plummet toward the lower level, the blue mana acting as a buffer against the wind as they aim for the safety of the moving stairs. They land hard on the escalator, the metal steps clattering beneath them as the monsters above watch their prey slip through their claws. Julie urges Yunha to keep moving downward without looking back, knowing that the beasts won't hesitate to give chase. The monsters snarl at one another, their predatory instincts clashing as they prepare to descend and finish what they started. Julie realizes that without her combat device, she's practically toothless. She needs a weapon, anything heavy enough to swing to stand a chance. As a beast leaps from the upper tier, Julie spots a heavy metal stanchion nearby, her eyes locking onto it as her only hope for survival. She grabs the metal pole with a desperate grip, cursing her luck as the monster closes the gap in a blur of fur and teeth. With a surge of adrenaline, she swings the makeshift hammer with everything she has, the heavy bass whistling through the air. The monster can't react in time, its red eyes widening as the cold steel of the stanchion comes screaming toward its skull. A sickening crack echoes through the mall as the impact connects, the force of Julie's swing sending the beast flying into the railing. The blow is perfect, catching the creature right under the jaw and shattering its momentum instantly. The sheer power of the strike is enough to send shockwaves through the metal pole, but Julie doesn't let go, her resolve hardening. The rest of the pack skids to a halt, whimpering as their comrade is tossed aside like trash. Julie stands her ground, weapon ready. Watching from a safe distance, Yunha's eyes sparkle with admiration, cheering for Julie as she realizes her protector is far more capable than she ever imagined. The chaos continues as the sounds of struggle echo through the corridor. Makeup kits and personal belongings lie scattered across the cold floor amidst the growls of predators. Gunha drops into a low, predatory stance, his eyes locking onto his target with lethal precision as he prepares to counter. With a sharp metallic ring, Gunha deflects an incoming strike, his movements a blur of calculated efficiency. Enemy gasps in shock as Gunha slips past his guard, moving with speed that defies the naked eye. Gunha pivots on his heel, grounding himself as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow to the opponent's center of gravity. A devastating low kick connects, shattering the enemy's balance and sending a shockwave through the tiled floor. Gunha follows through with a ruthless slam, driving the thug into the ground with enough force to end the fight instantly. The thug's face is a mask of agony and blood, a testament to the overwhelming power Gunha has just unleashed. Standing over the carnage, Gunha confirms he's finished his part of the job. His scarred companion agrees they need to move upstairs immediately. Wait, Gunha catches a glimpse of something, stopping his ally in his tracks as a new realization hits him. Leaning over the railing, Gunha's eyes light up. He's found them, the targets they've been searching for are finally in sight. Below them, a monstrous beast is hurled through the air like a ragdoll, showcasing the sheer violence occurring on the lower levels. More creatures are tossed aside, clearing the path as the battle for the mall reaches a fever pitch. Gunha and his ally look down at the mountain of defeated monsters and unconscious guards, realizing the scale of the threat they face. Julie stands tall, confirming that she and the young girl are safe for now, though the tension in the air remains palpable. Knowing they can't fight empty-handed, Gunha and his companion begin scavenging weapons from the fallen enemies to prepare for the next floor. Gunha picks up a short sword and tests its weight. It is a simple blade, but in his hands, it's a tool of absolute lethality. His grip tightens on the hilt, his resolve hardening as he prepares to face the mastermind behind the massacre. The scarred ally notices a shift in Gunha's demeanor, a cold intensity that suggests the hunt has officially begun. A silent question hangs in the air as the companion watches Gunha, sensing the boy is no longer just a survivor but a hunter. Across the blood-stained atrium, a mysterious figure enveloped in a radiant blue mana aura appears, standing amidst the carnage like a vengeful god. Blue energy crackles with immense power, signaling the arrival of a force that will change the tide of this battle. Gunha asks if that's the one responsible. He decides to leave Julie in his ally's care while he goes to settle the score. His voice is a low whisper, filled with a promise of retribution that the culprit won't see coming. Thighs burning with cold intent, Gunha declares he will personally take care of the main culprit behind this nightmare. Elsewhere, a group of arrogant thugs spots Julie, mocking her and relishing the chance to cause more trouble. The leader calls out to Yunha, his tone dripping with malice as he corners the two women. They discuss their escape plan, aiming to pull out before the Shinra forces arrive to clean up the mess. Beanie-wearing thug sticks out his tongue in a grotesque display, asking if they should have some fun before they leave. Julie's face contorts with rage and disgust, her protective instincts flaring as she shields Yunha from their predatory gazes. The sound of heavy boots clicking on the floor signals that time is running out for an escape. The thug continues his disgusting taunts, completely unaware that he's provoked a woman with nothing left to lose. Julie prepares herself for a desperate stand, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination to keep the young girl safe. Julie urgently tells Yunha to go hide, promising to find her later as she prepares to face the thugs alone. But Yunha refuses to leave her side, her voice trembling but firm as she declares she wants to stay with her protector. The man in the beanie sneers, his voice dripping with malice as he asks who exactly gave the order to let them go. The slick-haired thug looms over the girl, his predatory grin widening as he repeats the question, trapping her in his shadow. Suddenly, her friend swings a heavy microphone stand with all her might, calling out as she attempts a desperate counterattack. The heavy metal head whistles through the air, a blur of motion aimed directly at the assailant's head. A deafening crack echoes through the hall, not from the impact but from a high-caliber handgun firing point-blank. The heavy stand connects with a sickening thud, the force of the blow sending the man stumbling backward. He clutches his ringing ear, cursing as the explosion of sound nearly bursts his eardrums from the sheer proximity. The girl's friend stands her ground, her face pale but determined as she warns the thugs that they've made a grave mistake. Beanie-wearing thug licks the barrel of his gun, a twisted glint in his eyes as he tells her she should have focused on him instead. He suggests a one-on-one duel, eager to finish them off before reinforcements arrive to spoil his fun. The girl's voice is small but sharp, commanding the man to stay away as she prepares to defend herself. The thug just chuckles, stalking toward her while telling her there's no need to be so terrified of what's coming. He finishes his sentence with a chilling smile, claiming he isn't actually that bad of a person despite his murderous intent. He slams his hand against the wall, pinning the girl in place as he prepares to snatch her from the ground. But the girl is faster, ducking under his reach and sprinting toward the exit with a sudden burst of agility. As the thug lunges again, a sudden flare of blue mana erupts between them, halting his advance in an instant. The energy coalesces into a solid palm of light, pulsating with a power far beyond a normal human's capacity. With a violent surge, the mana explodes outward, blasting the attacker back across the floor with a concussive force. The girl raises her hands, and a shimmering hexagonal barrier flickers into existence, shielding her from any further harm. Thug stares in disbelief, wondering how a mere child could possess such an overwhelming amount of raw mana. Greed replaces his shock as he draws a jagged knife, thinking that selling a girl with this much power would be a jackpot. He charges like a madman, his blade glowing with dark intent as he strikes the barrier with everything he has. The knife sparks against the blue shield, the high-pitched screech of metal on mana filling the narrow corridor. He hacks at the barrier repeatedly, frustrated that the thin wall of light refuses to shatter under his brute strength. Girl closes her eyes, focusing on the technique she was taught, realizing she actually has the power to block him. The thug's weapon finally gives way, his grip failing as the barrier's rebound force numbs his entire arm. A small smile of triumph breaks across the girl's face, the defense held and she survived the onslaught. But the victory is short-lived. The man's hand begins to glow with a sinister light as he claims he can bypass her shield. Before she can react, his hand pierces through the mana barrier, grabbing her arm with a crushing, inescapable grip. The game of survival has only just begun. Meanwhile, at the main station, the hunters are in the thick of a brutal cleanup operation against the monster horde. Captain's eyes widen in shock as he senses a massive spike in energy coming from the shadows of the mall. A slime monster slithers into view, its gelatinous body signaling a major threat level for the remaining hunters. The captain orders his men to bring in the ranged specialists, but one hot-headed soldier is already charging in recklessly. Ignoring the danger, the soldier leaps forward, his axe wreathed in blue flames as he aims for a finishing blow on the monster. Blade bites deep into the monster's core, but instead of a clean kill, there's only a sickening, wet squelch. The soldier's confidence vanishes instantly as he realizes his weapon is stuck and the monster is barely even phased. The mall descends into utter chaos as speakers blare warnings to the panicked crowd. Security screams for everyone to get back, realizing physical attacks are useless against the creatures, while the command center orders a full standby until specialists arrive. Amidst the terror, a villain in a red beanie watches the carnage with a twisted smirk. He leans back, satisfied that the timing of the incident has bought his team the precious minutes they need. He draws his weapon, his voice dripping with malice as he suggests they hurry up and end things quickly. A young woman hides behind a pillar, her breath hitching as she realizes she's being hunted. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the hall. Another villain in a dark suit seizes a young girl, his grip tightening as blue energy flares around them. The girl's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice trembling as she wonders how he could possibly have bypassed her defenses so easily. The suit-wearing antagonist lets out a cold laugh, boasting that if he couldn't handle a simple barrier, he wouldn't be worthy of his status. His smug expression falters for a split second as a sudden, intense heat radiates from the side, catching his eye just as a flash of orange light erupts. A massive pillar of flame slams into the villain's hexagonal barrier, the impact sending sparks flying across the mall floor. The woman isn't backing down. She channels her inner heat, her palms glowing with a fierce, concentrated fire as she prepares to strike again. With a desperate cry, the woman commands the girl to run, using her fire magic as a blinding distraction to create an opening. The villain grits his teeth, his shield vibrating under the thermal pressure as he curses her for her persistent interference. The slow, rhythmic sound of clapping cuts through the roar of the flames. It's the man in the beanie mocking the display of power. He looks at the woman with a condescending tilt of his head, feigning surprise that she's capable of such a feat. The woman is knocked back, her strength flagging as the villains close in. The man in the suit looms over her, his presence suffocating. Refusing to stay down, she gathers the last of her energy into her palm, the flames flickering with a dangerous, unstable intensity. The beanie-clad villain laughs, calling her fire useless and taunting her to give up. He makes a crude suggestion, his arrogance reaching a boiling point. Woman's head drops, her face hidden in shadow as she trembles, not with fear but with a cold, simmering rage. She kicks off her restrictive heels and tears her long dress, freeing her legs for combat. The damsel persona is gone. She stands tall, wreathed in a swirling vortex of fire. With a voice like ice, she declares she is no one's doll, while the villain remains unimpressed. He continues his mockery, claiming her cute powers won't work on them, completely unaware of the shift in the atmosphere. Villain's eye twitches as he senses the sudden spike in temperature. The woman's glare is sharp enough to cut through steel. She thrusts her hand forward, unleashing a torrent of white-hot energy that shatters the silence of the mall. The suit-clad villain is thrown back, his boots skidding across the floor as he gasps in shock. He can't believe the power coming from her. Panic finally sets in as he realizes her power has suddenly surged far beyond her previous limits. Massive, glowing magic circles manifest behind her. The villain realizes with dread that she's activated a powerful hidden ability. Meanwhile, the girl sprints through the toys section, her breath coming in heavy gasps as she searches for an escape. The suit villain catches up, panting but wearing a predatory grin. He mocks her, noting that she's clearly reaching her limit. He corners her between the toy-filled shelves, declaring it a dead end and demanding she give up her futile run. He walks toward her with a sickeningly sweet tone, telling her to play nicely with him as he reaches out. Girl's feet suddenly ignite with a brilliant blue energy aura crackling against the floor tiles. With an explosive burst of speed, she leaps high into the air, vaulting over the shelves and leaving the villain stunned. She grabs a heavy toy box from the top shelf, her small hands gripping it tight as she prepares to use it as a weapon. She swings the box with surprising force, her eyes burning with determination as she brings it down toward her pursuer. The villain barely manages to raise his shield, the impact of the toy box vibrating through his entire arm. He's losing his patience. Enraged, he lashes out with a brutal kick, shouting that she is finally starting to piss him off. The girl is sent tumbling backward, her small frame looking fragile against the backdrop of the colorful toys section. The villain's hands ignite with a sinister blue flame. He snarls that he's going to burn her leg off to ensure she never runs again. His triumph is short-lived. He looks up, a shadow falling over him as he senses a massive presence descending from above. A titanic explosion of blue energy shatters the area, a crushing force that threatens to level the entire toys section in a single strike. The man reels back, his hexagonal mana shield flickering under the immense pressure of the blast. He snarls through gritted teeth, claiming he was holding back, but now the girl has pushed him too far. The girl remains unfazed, her eyes burning with a cold, focused intensity. She begins a lethal countdown, her voice steady as she whispers 1, while blue mana crackles around her body. 2, she continues, the energy in her hands condensing into a blinding sphere of light that threatens to tear through the very air. Titanic explosion of blue energy shatters the area, a crushing force that levels the surroundings and sends the man flying with a pained scream. The girl doesn't let up for a second, launching herself forward and driving her boot into the remains of the barrier with bone-shattering force. She descends from above like a vengeful spirit, her movements blurred by speed as she targets the man's vulnerable position among the store shelves. Panic flashes in the man's eyes as he curses the girl, unable to believe a mere child is overwhelming his sophisticated defenses. He manages to brace himself, shouting that the same trick won't work twice, even as the girl's mana continues to flare with terrifying brilliance. In the heat of the clash, a memory of her friend being cornered by flames flickers through the girl's mind, fueling her resolve to end this fight immediately. Recalling her friend's own techniques, the girl concentrates her power into a singular point, her expression hardening into one of absolute lethality. She unleashes a massive discharge of blue energy that erupts outward, dwarfing everything in the area. The man can only watch in horror as the blue light consumes his vision, his arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. The entire store is bleached white by the intensity of the blast, the shockwave rippling through the building like a physical hammer. Debris and shattered boxes rain down as the energy finally dissipates, leaving a scene of total devastation in its wake. From the shadows of the wreckage, a red-haired man emerges, his hand bloodied as he surveys the ruins with a look of growing annoyance. The ground is littered with the remains of the battle, the silence that follows the explosion feeling heavy and ominous. Suddenly, the girl bursts through the smoke, a yellow bat gripped tightly in her hand as she screams out for her friend with desperate urgency. The red-haired man scoffs, amazed that his associate was defeated by a child. He curses under his breath, realizing he's out of ammunition in time. He looks at his blood-soaked hand, concluding that fighting both girls now would be too much, though he hates to let them escape. The friend screams for the girl to stay back, but the red-haired man has already decided to gamble his escape on a much more sinister move. The friend's eyes widen as she prepares to fight back with all her strength, but she's caught off guard by a sudden, dark presence. Glowing red chains suddenly erupt from the ground, binding the girl's legs and arms in an instant. She gasps, wondering when he could have set such a trap. The red-haired man approaches with a sadistic grin, suggesting they start playing a bit more shamelessly now that the tables have turned. He lunges forward, his arm snaking around the girl's throat in a brutal chokehold, cutting off her breath and her ability to resist. With a jagged knife held to her neck, he mockingly asks if she predicted this outcome. The girl can only let out a pained groan as the blade draws closer. He warns the other girl not to move another inch, threatening that her friend will pay the price if she tries to be a hero. The girl freezes, her eyes filled with terror as she watches the red-haired man press the knife against her friend's skin. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the shadows. The first opponent has survived the blast and is ready to strike back. Before the girl can react, the man slams her headfirst into the concrete floor, the impact shattering the ground beneath her. He pins her down with a malicious laugh, asking if she really thought a player could be defeated by someone like her. The girl's vision blurs as she's crushed against the floor, her thoughts racing as she realizes that if this continues, everything is lost. She refuses to collapse, her spirit screaming out as she watches her friend being dragged away by the red-haired man. A massive pillar of blue mana suddenly erupts from the girl, the force of her awakening pushing the man back with incredible power. The man is stunned, his eyes wide as he realizes the girl's mana is increasing exponentially, far beyond anything he's ever seen. He warns that if she's left alone, the sheer volume of her mana will cause her to explode, but the girl only has eyes for her friend. The red-haired man curses as the blue light fills the area, his grip on the girl tightening as he realizes the situation has spiraled out of control. The girl's friend fights back with a desperate fury, her eyes locked on her companion as the blue energy begins to consume the entire room. As the blue aura reaches its peak, the girl stands tall within the storm, her heart set on saving her friend no matter the cost to her own body. The chaos intensifies as a desperate thug clutches Julie, his voice trembling as he realizes the scale of the slaughter and asks if they truly intend to leave no one alive. But Gunha is far beyond reason, his body surging with a violent blue mana as he whispers a singular, unbreakable vow to save the person who matters most. A massive shockwave erupts, the sheer pressure of Gunha's energy shattering the surroundings as the battle reaches a fever pitch. In the eye of the storm, Yunha looks on with a gaze hardened by trauma, her resolve crystallizing amidst the swirling blue embers. Memories of cowardice flicker through her mind, the moments when others suggested abandoning Julie because she was a burden despite her beauty and latent mana. Yunha recalls the confusion of her past, staring into the light and questioning the identity of the mysterious presence reaching out to her. She had been tempted by a dark offer of power, but a familiar, commanding voice cut through the haze, screaming for her to ignore the siren call. It was Gunha, his face twisted in a desperate shout, trying to pull her back from the edge of a dangerous transformation. He had warned her that even if they survived this time, the world wouldn't stay kind for long and the dangers would only grow more lethal. With a heavy heart, young Gunha promised to shoulder the burden of their destiny himself, pleading with Yunha to just live a normal life while he handled the darkness. He made her promise to never listen to that ominous voice again, sealing their pact with a simple pinky swear that carried the weight of their futures. Yunha had looked at him then, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope, wondering if such a normal life was even possible for them. She had smiled, trusting in Gunha's strength, unaware of the blood and sacrifice that would soon follow. Back in the brutal present, Yunha collapses, blood dripping onto the cold floor as she whispers an apology to the boy who tried so hard to protect her. A thug looms over her, mocking her weakness, but Yunha's internal monologue burns with a new desire, the desire to finally protect something herself. She envisions a world of peace, of family and laughter, and realizes she must seize the power to make that vision a reality with her own two hands. The thug is stunned as Yunha crawls forward, her voice raspy as she declares her need for power to save her sister, refusing to stay down. The enemy strikes with a mana-infused fist, telling her to go to sleep forever, but Yunha's soul screams for the strength to fight back. In a moment of pure desperation, her eyes flare with a golden light, a single word echoing through her mind: power. The thug's punch connects, but the impact is swallowed by a sudden surge of energy as Yunha finally breaks her promise and listens to the voice. Blood spatters the air, but it isn't Yunha's defeat, it's the beginning of her awakening as the forbidden energy takes hold. With a roar of defiance, Yunha delivers a crushing counterblow, her fist burying itself into the thug's gut with superhuman force. The Force of the strike sends the man spiraling backward, his body a mere ragdoll against the raw power Yunha has unleashed. He crashes into the ground, coughing up blood and cursing the crazy bastard who just turned the tables on him in an instant. Yunha looks up, her vision blurring as a massive shadow falls over her. She recognizes the man instantly. It's Bruno. Without a word, Bruno places a heavy coat over her trembling shoulders, a silent gesture of protection and respect for her struggle. He tells her she did a good job, his deep voice providing a moment of sanctuary in the middle of the battlefield. Yunha pulls the coat tight, her expression shifting from terror to a grim determination as she prepares for whatever comes next. The thug who was carrying Julie is paralyzed with fear, staring at the crazy bear-like bastard who has just appeared to end his spree. Bruno looms like a mountain of muscle, his eyes glowing with a predatory light as he prepares to reclaim the girl the thug stole. In one swift motion, Bruno slams the thug into the concrete, the impact cratering the floor and instantly neutralizing the threat. He immediately checks on Julie, his rough hand surprisingly gentle as he calls out her name, hoping she's still conscious. Nearby, a wounded thug's hand trembles as he reaches for a discarded combat knife, his desperation overriding his common sense. He grips the blade, his eyes bloodshot and wide with a manic need for revenge against the man who humiliated him. Bruno remains focused on Julie, shielding her body with his own as the shadow of the assassin creeps closer. The thug lunges, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he aims for Bruno's exposed back. But a heavy fist intercedes, shattering the thug's jaw before the knife can even get close as Gunha finally arrives to finish the job. Gunha stands over the broken man, his blue aura burning brighter than ever as he demands retribution for everything done to Julie and Yunha. The final, devastating punch charged with pure mana, Gunha prepares to end the nightmare once and for all. Gunha's mana-charged fist connects with brutal force, tearing through the enemy as a system message declares they will pay with your life. The scene shifts abruptly to a few days before the mall terrorist attack, revealing a secluded house nestled deep within a dark, foreboding forest. Inside, a desperate voice cries out, "I did everything you ordered me to do. What more do you want?" The man, clutching his chest in distress, is surrounded by news reports detailing a major controversy and the bowing of a vice-lord, hinting at a wider conspiracy unfolding. He stands ready to strike with his spear, confronting a mysterious hooded figure who watches him with an unnerving stillness. The man lunges, his fury palpable as he screams, "I'm going to kill you, and then I'll kill that bastard Gil Sung-jun." Powered by a surge of blue energy, he unleashes a fierce, desperate attack, shouting, "HIYHH." His face contorts in a mask of pure terror as his attack fails to connect, revealing a horrifying realization. In a swift, brutal counter, a blade pierces his chest, drawing blood as his eyes widen in shock and agony. He collapses to the ground, blood staining his clothes, as the hooded assailant looms over him, the dark energy of their power swirling. Hooded figure, now holding a rope and a menacing sword, looks down at his victim and remarks with cold indifference, "You sure are mumbling a lot." A rope snaps tight around the man's neck, his face turning purple with desperate struggle as he chokes. The rope hangs taut from the rafters, and the hooded figure's chilling voice echoes, "Now then, this is a message from your clan's lord." The hooded figure delivers a final, twisted message as the man is hanged, stating, "I will look after your family, and you don't need to worry about your wife. I'll treat her well." A cruel thought bubbles up, he's such a dirtbag. A newspaper headline screams the news, Vice Lord Kim Kyungwon's will has been found at his cabin, presumed to have come to an extreme decision. A chilling, final message flashes, "Thanks for your hard work up until now. Bye." Scene shifts to the Dawn Mall distribution warehouse where a group of figures gathers. One asks, "Is this everyone?" And another replies, "Ah, Captain." Another voice reports, "Apparently the Shinhwa clan rushed in. We can't get in contact with the rest of the guys." The hooded figure smirks, thinking, "They're faster than I predicted. We should quickly back out." A dismissive thought crosses their mind, "We did something useless. TSK. Then, an unexpected voice interrupts, excuse me." The hooded figure turns, surprised by the interruption, and mutters, "What child?" Reflected in the dark lenses of the hooded figure's sunglasses is the unsettling image of a child, Gunha, whose presence was completely unnoticed until now. Gunha stands calmly behind the hooded figure, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "It's about time you noticed me." Gunha's eyes gleam with a dark intensity, radiating an aura that makes the hooded figure inwardly question, "Who's this kid?" And then, with growing alarm, "Since when was he behind me?" Another thug, misjudging the situation, dismisses Gunha as a lost child, asking, "What? He doesn't know the child, so maybe it's a lost kid. Then, why are you looking at the child scared?" He confidently suggests, "Let's kill him in one go." One of the thugs approaches Gunha with a condescending tone, warning him, "Kid, you shouldn't follow people carelessly." The thug's knife glows with a menacing blue aura as he continues his threat, "If you do, then something bad will happen," he finishes, a cruel grin spreading across his face, confident in his impending attack. In a horrifying instant, Gunha stands amidst a shower of blood, a small knife in his hand, having already dealt a swift, fatal blow. The remaining thugs recoil in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sudden, brutal display of power from the seemingly innocent child. Gunha looks down at the fallen thug, a hint of regret in his voice as he mutters, "Oh no, I shouldn't have killed him." Infuriated, the thugs charge forward, one yelling, "That crazy brat," while another, recognizing the danger, warns, "Don't be careless. He isn't just a child." More armed thugs converge, their expressions grim and determined, ready to overwhelm Gunha with sheer numbers. Gunha looks up, a taunting smirk on his face, challenging the thugs. "Look at you all hesitating just because a gorilla spoke. Heh, why? Are you scared of the knife that a normal kid, not a player, is holding?" He pushes further, his face contorting into a mocking grimace as he sneers, "Are you really scared?" With a burst of blue mana around his knife, Gunha charges forward, a chilling declaration on his lips, "I'm going to kill you." The thugs rush to meet him. Activating heavenly steps, Gunha becomes a blur of motion, his blue energy tearing through multiple enemies in a single, devastating flurry. The warehouse echoes with screams as blood splatters across the boxes, a testament to Gunha's brutal efficiency. Standing amidst the fallen, Gunha taunts the remaining survivors, "Hey, why aren't you coming at me? If you're not going to come, then I'll go to you." The hooded figure watches in horror, thinking, impossible. He defeated players who were above B rank in an instant. The hooded mercenary realizes the gravity of his situation, his purple aura flickering as he admits he can't possibly win a head-on collision against such overwhelming force. He wonders if the boy is a candidate for a legendary position, but he still hopes his stealth will keep him hidden from the boy's senses. The boy's gaze remains cold and unwavering, his eyes locking onto his target with predatory precision. In a blur of motion, the boy dodges the lethal swipe and counters, his movements so fast they leave the mercenary gasping in pure shock. A surge of blue mana erupts as the boy channels his energy, preparing to end this skirmish once and for all. The impact is devastating. The boy's strike connects with a sickening crunch, forcing a pained grunt from his opponent. Standing over the carnage, the boy dismisses the mercenary group as mere outsiders, realizing they were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. The mercenary leader grits his teeth, his purple energy flaring in a desperate, last-ditch attempt to regain control. The boy remains unimpressed, watching with a hollow expression as the villain screams in a futile rage. The mercenary is sent reeling back, his mind racing as he fails to comprehend how a mere child can possess such incredible speed. Boy continues to weave through the attacks effortlessly. This sensation, it's familiar, as if he's fought this exact battle 1,000 times before. The mercenary tries to taunt him, claiming that without his special ability active, the boy is nothing special, but he's about to learn how wrong he is. The boy leaps into the air, his silhouette framed against the warehouse ceiling. He won't kill him, he needs information. In an instant, the boy pins the man to the ground, a blade held firmly against his throat as the mercenary's resistance finally crumbles. The warehouse falls silent, the only sound being the fresh blood dripping onto the cold concrete floor. Outside, the authorities have arrived. Amidst the sea of ambulances, the boy stands with a mysterious red-haired woman who seems to be in charge. She reminds the boy that he is now deeply in her debt. With a nervous sweat, he promises he will find a way to pay her back. She agrees to let it slide for now, turning to leave, but the boy calls out to her, his curiosity getting the better of him. The boy approaches the bound mercenary. He's been dying to see the face of the man who caused all this chaos. The mercenary trembles, begging the boy not to remove his glasses, his reflection showing the terrified face of a man who knows he's finished. Ignoring the pleas, the boy reaches out and snatches the sunglasses away with a swift motion. The reveal leaves both the boy and the woman completely speechless, their faces contorted in a mix of shock and utter disbelief. Man's face is so bizarrely flat that the boy can barely stand to look at him, feeling a wave of genuine disgust wash over him. Suddenly, a massive man appears at the warehouse entrance, carrying a young girl in his arms. The boy's heart skips a beat. The young girl is safe, though she looks exhausted and slightly battered from the ordeal. For the first time today, a genuine, warm smile breaks across the boy's face as the weight of the world lifts from his shoulders. He sprints toward her, shouting for his sister as the nightmare finally comes to a close. Later that day, news reports flood the screens. A terrorist attack at the department store resulted in multiple casualties before being subdued by a powerful clan. A scarred eye watches the broadcast with intense focus, the golden iris glowing with a predatory light. A man sits in his darkened room, surrounded by trash and empty bottles, his eyes fixed on the footage of the boy. He watches the grainy footage of the scene, his mind already calculating his next move against the boy who disrupted his plans. The group walks away from the site, unaware that they are being watched by a monster far more dangerous than the mercenaries they just defeated. The man lets out a low, menacing chuckle, his sharp teeth bared in a grin that promises nothing but violence. A massive blue barrier is erected around a local cafe, ensuring that no ordinary civilians can witness the secret meeting taking place inside. Inside, the boy sits with the woman, a high-ranked caster in the country. She expresses her gratitude for his help, but he knows that in this world, gratitude is rarely the only thing being exchanged. The weight of that exchange hangs heavy in the air as Gunha leans forward, his gaze fixed on the woman across from him. He needs to know the full extent of the fallout, asking simply, "So, what happened?" She sets her drink down with a sharp click, her voice cold as she reveals the government's verdict that the no-name group has been sentenced to death, the first such brutal verdict since the establishment of the Celestial Maiden's government. Gunha realizes the execution is just a symptom, the real question is who pulled the strings. When he presses for the identity of their employer, she remains tight-lipped, claiming she isn't in a position to speak. Conversation shifts as Gunha probes further into the fate of the Sabya group, wondering if the ripples of his actions have reached the corporate giants yet. The news is significant. President Lee Yoon-hee has officially returned to the fold. In his wake, the potential successors have retreated from the spotlight, pivoting their focus towards social welfare to scrub their images clean. Satisfied for now, she stands to take her leave, mentioning other matters that require her immediate attention. Gunha watches her go, knowing their paths will inevitably cross again. Gunha's mind drifts back to the original timeline. Before his regression, a vicious succession war had torn the family apart, ending with the eldest son seizing the throne through blood and shadow. Things are different now. His family survived the Kraken, and his sister performed a miracle that shouldn't have been possible. The casualties at Mount Buchan were slashed, and the children were saved. The gears of fate are grinding in a new direction. The terrorist attack at the department store was a new variable, and the succession war that once defined the era has vanished entirely. He looks at his sister, Eunha, her smile a bright contrast to the dark future he once knew. Every choice he makes is rewriting the world around them. Young Gunha smiles back, holding his drink, momentarily allowing himself to enjoy the peace he's fought so hard to secure for his family. As the sun sets over the city, the peaceful facade of the apartment buildings hides the complex web of changes Gunha has introduced to this timeline. Back in a memory of a family dinner, the atmosphere is warm and domestic. It's an evening that's about to be shattered. Eunha suddenly declares her desire to become a player. The announcement is so shocking that young Gunha nearly chokes on his food, his eyes widening in disbelief. The table falls silent. Gunha looks at his sister with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. This wasn't supposed to happen. Sweat beads on his forehead as the terrifying truth hits him. The future hasn't just changed, it's spiraling out of his control. His sister was never meant to walk this path. Gunha slams his hand onto the table, his voice firm and uncompromising. He is dead set against it, refusing to let her enter that world. He barks at Eunha, telling her that being a player is far too dangerous and that she simply isn't suited for such a life of violence. Eunha fires back, reminding him that he was the one who told her she had a gift. Gunha counters that he only taught her mana control to keep her healthy, not to turn her into a combatant. He explains that his goal was to prevent her from developing mana disorders, wanting only for her to live a long, sickness-free life. But Eunha is stubborn, shouting that she wants to be a player regardless. Gunha grows desperate, asking why she throw away a normal life for a path that is neither honorable nor extravagant but a constant, grueling pain. Her eyes burn with a fierce determination. She doesn't care about the difficulty, she wants to become someone capable of saving others, just like the heroes she sees. She confesses her deepest frustration. She hates being forced to hide and watch from the sidelines, powerless to act while others put their lives on the line. To Gunha's horror, their mother laughs and gives her blessing, telling Eunha she should follow her heart. The sudden shift in tone startles the youngest sibling, who begins to wail. Their mother quickly scolds Gunha for causing a scene and making the baby cry, forcing him into the role of the villain in this family drama. Gunha tries one last appeal to his parents, asking if they are truly okay with Eunha throwing her life away into the meat grinder of the player system. His father smiles warmly, agreeing that if it's what Eunha wants, they should support her. He looks at his daughter with pride, encouraging her to give it her all. The room erupts in cheers and hugs as the family celebrates Eunha's new ambition, leaving Gunha as the only one who understands the true cost of this decision. He sits in the shadows of the dinner table, his expression grim. He saved them from the Kraken, but he might have inadvertently led them into a different kind of disaster. The scene shifts to a high-stakes meeting in a corporate boardroom where the true nature of the recent chaos is being dissected by those in power. An executive explains that the department store attack wasn't random terrorism. It was a calculated strike born from the internal power struggle within the Sabya group. He presents the hierarchy chart showing how Chairman Lee Yoon-hee's authority is split. While the youngest son is weak, the real battle for the throne is between the first and second sons. The eldest, Lee Byong-in, is a notorious ruffian with a vicious temper. In contrast, the second son, Lee Jong-in, is respected for his management skills and composed personality. The room gasps as the truth is revealed. Lee Byong-in was the one who incited the attack on the very store his younger brother was managing, a move of pure fratricidal malice. Big Mama listens as they discuss the chairman's reaction. It seems the betrayal was enough to pull the old man out of seclusion and back into the driver's seat of the company. But the betrayal is only the beginning. The executive points to the screen, his voice grim as he prepares to reveal a much deeper, more dangerous complication. Forces Byong-in hired aren't just common mercenaries. The no-named group is something far more sinister, and their involvement changes the stakes of this war entirely. The sinister forces at play are far more extensive than we initially believed. It's highly likely that the enigmatic Ocean clan is behind it all. The revelation sends a shockwave through the room. One man exclaims in disbelief, demanding to know the truth, while another voices his concern, questioning if this is just excessive speculation. The presenter continues, detailing that 42 hounds, including a fearsome hellhound, were neutralized during the Mount Yukon incident. Although the Ocean Clan claimed 70% of the magic stones, only 30% reached the market, and those were the very stones that fueled the recent terrorist attack. The speaker raises a chilling possibility. What if their true aim was to wait for the market price of magic stones to spike? He notes that unrefined 7th-tier magic stones are common, making their strategic hoarding highly suspicious. Gunha, his blue eyes sharp, interjects and asks if the Ocean Clan could have manipulated the 30% of magic stones that were actually released onto the market. A man in glasses vehemently denies the claim. He states that all information gathered by the Silla clan during their investigation suggests such a scenario is absolutely impossible. Gunha retorts that it's merely speculation without definitive evidence. Yet, he presses on, suggesting that everyone present must have heard rumors of this possibility even if they remain unconfirmed. A tense silence falls over the meeting room as Gunha stands, his presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Gunha recounts a pivotal event from April of this year, Shin Seo-young's furious reaction upon discovering Gil Song-jun's affair with the heir of the Dan-gun group. He explains that Gil Song-jun's intentions were clear. He was severing ties with the Dan-gun group to shift his focus entirely toward the Sabya group. With a chilling smirk and glowing blue eyes, Gunha declares that this is precisely why he convened the meeting today. An elderly man at the table asks if this means war. Gunha's smirk widens as he calmly replies that war isn't necessarily a bad outcome. A man points out that the formidable Divine Tempest is aligned with the Ocean Clan. Another counters, reminding the room that their side also boasts the Thunder Emperor, questioning if the 12 sovereigns are exclusive to the Ocean Clan. A worried attendee argues that despite the Thunder Emperor's genius, he is still young, which would make a direct confrontation against the Divine Tempest an incredibly difficult fight. Gunha, standing at the head of the table, delivers a surprising statement: they will not be going to war. However, Gunha clarifies that they cannot simply allow the Ocean Clan to continue unchecked, hinting that he has a different strategy in mind. With energy crackling from his hand, Gunha declares their plan: they will support Lee Jong-in, the heir of the Sabya group, shattering a document as he speaks. Gunha's eyes glow with an intense, menacing blue light as a powerful aura radiates from his hand, revealing a glimpse of his true power. Scene shifts to classroom 2-3. A text box indicates the setting. No Yunha, 4th year of the goddess calendar, 2nd year. A voice questions if this situation even makes sense. A younger Gunha sighs in exasperation at the realization that they have all been placed in the same class. The students express their surprise at being grouped together. One finds it interesting, while another admits they were worried they would be separated. Two students discuss a certain girl in the first class, expressing relief that they won't have to deal with her anymore. Gunha sighs, hoping for the year to pass smoothly. Yunhyuk, a curly-haired boy, urgently calls out to Gunha, addressing him as boss. Yunhyuk points toward a group of 4 other boys, informing Gunha that they have been staring at him for a while now. Gunha simply acknowledges the situation with a calm "ah." An agitated Yunhyuk offers to scold the boys to make them stop. Gunha is internally exasperated by Yunhyuk's eagerness, while a purple-haired girl tells Yunhyuk to stop escalating things. Gunha's eyes narrow, betraying a deeper intensity beneath his calm demeanor. The group of boys who were staring earlier visibly flinch and look away, clearly intimidated by the tense atmosphere. The purple-haired girl asks Gunha if he really doesn't need to clear up the misunderstanding. Yunhyuk, still agitated, questions what she means, to which she replies in surprise, "Wait, you don't know?" Girl reveals a terrifying rumor that they beat the K Pharmaceuticals president to a pulp, causing the entire school to fear them. Gunha is shocked, wondering how he and his father became villains. Yunhyuk questions where she learned such words but admits the rumor isn't entirely a misunderstanding. The animal-eared girl expresses concern, asking Gunha if he'll be okay given the rumors and their new, fearsome reputation. Gunha replies with a resigned, I'm fine. He finds a silver lining, noting that at least no one will annoy him, which he considers a good thing. Yunhyuk, looking energetic, explains that he simply trained exactly as Gunha instructed and drank Hyang's dad's juice while doing it. Gunha reacts with a stunned what, clearly taken aback by Yunhyuk's revelation. Gunha's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the implication. He was the one who told Minji and Siona to drink that juice to replenish their mana. With a determined expression, Gunha resolves that he, too, should start drinking a glass of the juice every day from now on. A student loudly announces that the teacher is coming, causing a stir in the classroom as everyone scrambles to prepare for class. The distinct sound of footsteps echoes as the teacher makes their entrance into the classroom. Yunhyuk, startled by the teacher's arrival, scrambles to his seat while quickly telling Gunha that he's heading back. The classroom falls into a hushed silence as a man steps up to the podium, his presence commanding immediate attention. He introduces himself as Im Do-hun, announcing that he'll be the homeroom teacher for the upcoming year. Behind his glasses, Im Do-hun's gaze is sharp and clinical. A faint, chilling blue aura begins to radiate from him, signaling that this is no ordinary educator. Gunha narrows his eyes, immediately sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He realizes that the mana flow coming from this man is far beyond that of an average person. In a quiet, sun-drenched office, a weathered hand rests firmly on the cover of an ornate red book, hinting at a story unfolding far away from the classroom. An elderly man, the grandfather, sits in his study and demands a report from his subordinate. The younger man stands at the ready, documents in hand. The subordinate confirms that the requests from parents to expel a student named Jean Siona have been handled exactly as instructed. The old man offers a cold, satisfied nod. Looking out over the school grounds, the grandfather explains his manipulation of the student body. He's gone to great lengths to group specific children, including young Haeyoung, into the same class. He mentions KK Pharmaceuticals, questioning if that's the company operated by Kim Gun's family while watching the children play below. His voice turns dark and protective. He won't allow anyone to mess with the child he considers his own granddaughter, remarking on how arrogant the world has become. Turning his attention back to Haeyoung's class, he asks about the teacher they've assigned. The subordinate explains that while the man is a retired player due to injury, he is still highly competent. Grandfather inquires about the teacher's former affiliation. The answer is immediate: the Regulus clan, a prestigious S-rank organization. Reviewing the file for Im Do-hun, the grandfather is satisfied. With a background in an S-rank clan, he deems the man trustworthy enough to watch over his granddaughter. A flashback shows a younger Haeyoung reading. Her grandfather asks her who she wants to be in the same class with when she reaches the second grade. Haeyoung admits she wants to be with all her friends, though her father warned her it would be difficult. Her grandfather smiles warmly, promising to make her wish come true. The old man laughs gently, apologizing for treating her like a small child when she's growing up so fast. He then offers to make a prediction for her future, piquing the young girl's curiosity. He predicts that even in the second grade she will find herself surrounded by the very friends she holds dear. Prediction comes true. In the hallway of class 2 to 3, Gunha and Haeyoung walk together with their group, the grandfather's influence hidden behind a mask of coincidence. Back in the present, the grandfather's hand remains on the red book. His plans are moving forward perfectly. He speaks to someone unseen, asking if they find it fascinating that he cares for this child as if she were his own flesh and blood. He sits alone amidst stacks of books, a silent architect of the lives of the students at the academy. The scene shifts to a desolate warehouse on the outskirts of the city where the setting sun casts long, orange shadows over the concrete. Inside the dusty interior, Gunha stands with a female companion. She complains about the grime, noting that their contact should be arriving at any moment. She curiously asks Gunha how he knows the woman they are meeting. Gunha casually explains that they became close after meeting at a place called Happiness. Suddenly, the air in the warehouse begins to churn. A powerful draft sweeps across the floor, carrying with it a surge of energy. Girl's eyes light up with excitement. She realizes their guest has finally made her entrance. A massive vortex of blue mana erupts in the center of the room, a violent display of power that clears the dust in an instant. The mana swirls with the intensity of a hurricane, illuminating the dark warehouse with a brilliant, ethereal glow. Gunha's companion watches in awe as the shockwave of energy ripples through the building, her hair whipping in the wind. From the center of the fading light, a woman with vibrant red hair emerges, hiding a smirk behind a decorative fan. She apologizes for keeping them waiting. Gunha isn't impressed by the theatrics, bluntly telling her she's very late. She playfully retorts that he's quite picky considering how many people are waiting to meet her. The younger girl is completely starstruck, her face flushing as she realizes who is standing right in front of her. She quickly bows in respect, stammering out a greeting to the high-ranking visitor. The woman's eye glows with a piercing blue light. She tells the girl to drop the formal titles like 12 Thrones and simply call her Seo Young. As Seo Young unleashes her aura, Gunha observes the sheer magnitude of her mana. It's overwhelming, and he realizes she's perfectly controlling every ounce of that massive power. The woman smirks, indicating that the gift is more of a debt to be settled later. She holds out a pulsating energy core, observing that the boy seems to be enjoying the thrill despite the gravity of the situation. He presents the items, a specialized device and a high-grade magic stone. The girl watches intently as the woman begins to explain the mechanics of the trial they are about to face. The boy takes the stone and inspects its crystalline structure. Even in his small hands, the raw power radiating from the gem is palpable, casting a blue light over his determined features. The quality is undeniable. This isn't just a common mana shard, it's a catalyst designed for something much more significant than a simple training exercise. The girl looks on with a mix of worry and resolve. The boy asks if she is truly ready for what comes next, and she responds with a firm, unwavering expression. With a heavy breath, the boy declares he will no longer stand in her way. He reaches into the void, manifesting a blade through his mana to signal the start of the real lesson. The woman watches them with an amused, almost predatory gaze. She hands over the device, indicating it is time for the test to begin. The girl accepts it, her hands trembling slightly but her spirit determined. The boy ignites the magic stone, and blue flames of pure mana swirl around his hand. He believes the experience will be her best teacher, regardless of how much she understands yet. The energy slams into the ground with a deafening crack. He commands the session to start as the training hall transforms into a simulated battlefield. Magic stone erupts in a blinding flash of azure light, and the summoning sequence begins with a surge of atmospheric pressure. From the light, a soft, pink paw emerges. It looks harmless, appearing out of place in the cold, industrial training room. A twitching ear follows. The creature manifesting does not appear dangerous, it seems entirely innocent. The girl grips her sword, her eyes wide as she stares at the emerging creature. Beside her, the boy remains stoic, his eyes fixed on the target. Summon is complete. A small creature stands before them, looking more like a stuffed toy than a lethal threat. A system window confirms the entity. The girl is momentarily stunned, her confusion visible as she looks at the adorable monster. She finds it hard to believe this is her opponent. The boy breaks the silence, coldly identifying it as a monster and recognizing the danger hidden beneath its cute exterior. His voice drops to a chilling tone as he commands her to kill it. The order hangs in the air, clashing with the girl's hesitation as she looks at the trembling creature. The boy reflects on her stubbornness. He did not want to put her through this, but he believes she must understand the brutal reality of being a player to survive. Path of a player is defined by cruelty. The girl stands frozen with her sword raised as the creature watches her with large, innocent eyes. The creature hops playfully, its movements light and airy. It seems non-threatening, making the girl's task feel like a burden. The boy senses a shift before she does. He warns her not to let her guard down, his body already tensing for a counter-move. Suddenly, the creature's form begins to distort. A dark shadow erupts from its back, and the girl's eyes fill with terror as the creature begins to reveal its true nature. Creature's mouth unhinges, revealing rows of jagged teeth. It is a nightmare disguised as something harmless, lunging forward with predatory speed. The boy moves like a blur, delivering a powerful kick that sends the transforming beast flying back before it can reach the girl. The monster tumbles across the floor, its cute disguise completely shattered as it snarls in frustration. The monster lies dazed, its horrific form visible through its gaping maw. The lesson is clear: in this world, appearance is the ultimate deception. Boy barks at her, emphasizing that hesitating based on appearance is a death sentence. He needs her to wake up and see the monster for what it really is. He asks her if she can continue. The girl is trembling, her eyes fixed on the ground, the weight of the sword feeling heavier than ever. A vision of the future crosses her mind, a lone warrior charging toward a colossal horror amidst a ruined city. She sees the flames and destruction, a reminder of why she chose this path in the first place. The girl tightens her grip on the hilt. She refuses to be the one who constantly needs protection and wants to stand between her loved ones and the dark. She looks up, her eyes burning with a new, fierce determination as she overcomes her fear. The blade bites deep. Purple blood splatters the floor as the magic stone falls from the monster's dissolving remains, ending the encounter. Girl stands over the aftermath, gasping for air. Her face is a mask of shock as the adrenaline fades, leaving behind the cold reality of her first kill. The sword clatters to the ground, slipping from her numb fingers. The silence of the training hall is deafening. She collapses to her knees, her strength completely spent. The trauma of the encounter is etched into her posture. The woman notes with clinical detachment that the girl finally succeeded after multiple grueling attempts. The cost of her progress is evident. Girl stares at her blood-stained palms, tears streaming down her face. The boy watches from the shadows, knowing that while she survived the test, a part of her innocence is gone. As tears stream down her face, staining her palms with blood, Gunha gently pulls her into an embrace, his voice a soft, steady comfort. Good job. You did well. An unseen observer watches the scene, reflecting on her own grueling rise to power. She muses that while players must be strong, the path to such strength is often brutal. The girl's face is a mask of raw anguish, her mouth open in a silent scream as the harsh reality of her ordeal sets in. A woman with striking red hair and a chilling smirk addresses the girl by name. No Yunha, she says, you're a truly frightening child. The scene shifts abruptly. A text box reads a few days later, transitioning to a mundane school hallway outside classroom 2-3. Inside the classroom, a hand reaches into a green crate, handing out milk cartons to the students. The teacher instructs the class, group leaders, collect the milk for your groups. Once you're finished, return the empty cartons to the box. The students respond with a collective, yes, teacher. One student offers his milk to Gunha. Please, drink mine too. Gunha accepts with a word of thanks, then internally muses, come to think of it. Gunha's thoughts drift to a memory. Bakrian didn't like milk either. He recalls an older, taller figure gently patting his head, saying, you need to drink this if you want to grow taller. Back in the present, the student pushes a milk carton toward him. Quickly, take it. Gunha's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. This? The student reveals a small, brightly packaged item. It's the magic item that turns plain milk into chocolate milk. Surprised, Gunha asks, where did you get this? The student leans in conspiratorially. Keep it down, boss. I secretly bought it at the stationery store today. Gunha expresses concern. What are you going to do if the teacher catches you? The student, unfazed, grins. Like you said, since when were we afraid of things like that? Gunha closes his eyes with a faint smile. That's true. He thinks to himself, did I corrupt him too much? Gunha offers to help. Give it to me. I'll do it for you. The other student throws his hands up in delight, as expected of the boss. The enthusiastic student then holds up a carton with a curious expression. But boss, what's with the message on the milk cartons lately? Gunha looks at his milk carton, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ah. He turns the carton to reveal a message. We are praying for the safe return of our compatriots currently suffering in Italy. Gunha realizes, so, it was that time of year again. A bright clear sky hangs over the school as a ding-dong chime signals an announcement. Gunha descends the school stairs, lost in thought. Did Nuna say her class was grade 6, class 4? Flashback shows Yunha's pained face. Gunha reflects, even if it was for her own sake. I still feel bad seeing her cry like that. Back in the present, Gunha continues walking, hoping she isn't too depressed. Suddenly, another student rushes past, nearly knocking him over. The student who ran past Gunha grins mischievously, looking back with a taunting expression. Grinning student exclaims, ah, shit. Gunha, startled, thinks to himself, ah, shit, did he really just say that? An older student confronts Gunha. Hey, you're not a 6th grader, are you? Who gave you permission to come up here? Gunha sighs internally. Ha, I'm caught up in something annoying again. Ha, something weird? Gunha asks. The older student and his companions demand, if you bump into someone, you should apologize. What grade are you in to be acting so cocky? Gunha stares at the aggressive student. This guy, he looks familiar. The student warns, while I'm still being nice. Gunha's realization hits him. This guy is. A menacing image of an older, red-haired man with an unsettling grin looms behind the student. Gunha identifies him, Lee Kanghyuk. The narration explains, Lee Kanghyuk, a player who once ruled the back alleys of the Sunbuk district. Although he wasn't a skilled player, he was a master at exploiting weaknesses and managing his subordinates. A cascade of blue binary code fills the screen. It was true that all information regarding the Sunbuk slums flowed through Lee Kanghyuk's organization. Lee Kanghyuk smirks, thinking the boy must have lived in the Sunbuk district since he was young. Noticing Gunha isn't looking away, he wonders, is that why he was able to run an intelligence group around here? One of Kanghyuk's companions remarks, wow, kids these days are so arrogant. Gunha is visibly annoyed, his patience wearing thin. Suddenly, a hand grabs Gunha roughly by the collar. His eyes widen in surprise at the sudden physical aggression. The companion laughs. Hee hee, Kanghyuk, teach him a lesson. Lee Kanghyuk responds with a smirk, yeah, I was going to discipline him anyway. He warns the onlookers, what are you all looking at? This isn't a show. Don't even think about telling a teacher. Gunha, a cold glint in his eye, ponders, what should I do with these guys? Gunha considers his options. Should I just give them a light threat? A faint, ethereal blue aura begins to emanate from him, unnoticed by his tormentor. The blue energy around Gunha intensifies, swirling with surging power, as the companion shouts, you're dead, kid. The companion lunges forward, his fist drawn back for a punch, his face contorted in a furious snarl, unaware of the power awakening before him. Gunha looks up, his expression unreadable, as a massive, ethereal blue hand forms above him, ready to unleash its devastating power. A stark memory flashes, pulling us back to Gunha's youth, where a bully, Lee Kanghyuk, looms over him, his fist clenched. Gunha, small and vulnerable, looks up, a question forming in his mind, this voice. The scene unfolds from a low angle, revealing Gunha cornered by Lee Kanghyuk and his intimidating group of schoolmates. The tension is palpable, a silent exclamation of impending trouble hanging in the air. Lee Kanghyuk's face contorts in a mix of anger and frustration, muttering a strained "Yuug" as young Gunha stares back, confused by the sudden aggression. Suddenly, a determined figure steps into view. Yunha, Gunha's older sister, stands tall with hands on her hips, her expression sharp and ready to confront the situation. Moment replays Lee Kanghyuk's aggressive shout of "Hey!" Lee Kanghyuk echoing as Gunha's internal monologue questions the familiar voice once more. This voice. The intimidating circle of bullies around Gunha and Lee Kanghyuk is shown again, emphasizing the overwhelming odds Gunha faces before Yunha's intervention. Lee Kanghyuk's face, flushed with exertion, lets out another grunt of "Yuug" as Gunha's innocent gaze questions the unfolding confrontation. Yunha's sudden appearance shocks everyone, her voice cutting through the tension with a surprised and demanding "Yuna" as she recognizes the bully. Lee Kanghyuk's tough facade crumbles instantly, stuttering "Yuna, that's not it," in a panic. Meanwhile, Gunha, observing the unexpected reaction, has a sudden realization, oh, don't tell me, this guy likes my Nuna. Lee Kanghyuk's face is a mask of pure embarrassment, sweat beading on his forehead as his crush on Yunha is inadvertently exposed. A dark, fiery aura erupts around young Gunha, his eyes burning with intense protectiveness as he declares, how dare he towards my Nuna. I'm going to kill you. Below him, the bullies cower in fear, intimidated by his sudden, powerful outburst. One of the bullies quickly tries to explain, it's not like that. He bumped into Kanghyuk and didn't apologize. Another chimes in, that's right, so we were going to discipline him. Yunha, still furious, confronts Lee Kanghyuk directly, her voice sharp as she challenges, discipline. Did you just say you were going to discipline my brother? Lee Kanghyuk's eyes widen in utter shock, a single word escaping his lips, brother. The realization hits him with full force. The bully recoils, his head snapping to the side in disbelief and panic as the full implications of his actions sink in. Yunha steps in front of Gunha, shielding him. The other bullies express their confusion, stating, you guys don't look anything alike. Lee Kanghyuk internally curses, seriously, these guys. Lee Kanghyuk, now thoroughly intimidated and apologetic, bows deeply, admitting, anyway, sorry, we weren't thinking properly, we won't do it next time. As Yunha leads Gunha away, Lee Kanghya continues his desperate apologies. I'm sorry. You're Yunha's little brother, right? Are you hurt anywhere? Gunha, however, remains unimpressed, thinking, what? This sneaky bastard. Yunha simply calls, Yunha, let's go. Lee Kanghya, now overly eager to please, waves enthusiastically at Yunha, calling out, Yunha, have a good day today. He then turns to Gunha, promising, little brother, tell me if anyone is bothering you at school. I'll take care of it. Gunha, walking away with Yunha, is still seething internally, thinking, what the hell is that crazy bastard saying? I'm going to kill you the next time we meet. As they walk, Gunha, still bothered, asks Yunha, Nuna, do you like that guy? Yunha, feigning ignorance, replies, what do you mean by that guy? Kanghyuk's older than you. Gunha persists, unwilling to let it go. That guy, Hyung, or whatever. Anyway, do you like him? Yunha remains silent, offering no direct answer, leaving Gunha hanging. Gunha watches as Yunha walks ahead, her silence a playful tease. Yunha turns back, a radiant smile gracing her face, clearly enjoying Gunha's exasperation. Gunha, still a little flustered but determined to be the protective younger brother, declares, let's go, I'll take you to your classroom. A tired Gunha lets out a weary well as the day's events catch up to him. With a resigned sigh, Gunha finally concedes, simply stating, fine. The playful dynamic between the siblings is captured in a charming chibi moment. Yunha playfully asks, my Yunha, do you like your Nuna that much? Cute, while Gunha, slightly annoyed, retorts, bleh. The narrative shifts abruptly to a few days ago as heavy rain pours down on a quiet street where an old woman walks alone, sheltered by an umbrella. The old woman clutches her bag, her thoughts drifting to the past, wondering how long has it been since the children came. A sense of nostalgia and longing fills the rainy air. She gazes at a photo on her phone, a warm smile gracing her lips as she thinks, Yuna and Yunha have grown a lot. The children in the photo playfully remark, Yunha is already 3 years old too, and grandma, Yunha's only a head smaller than me. I've grown a lot too. Soft ha escapes her lips as she muses, I wonder how much taller they've both gotten. But a sudden UGH hints at an underlying worry or discomfort. As the rain continues to fall, the old woman pauses, an exclamation mark appearing as something catches her attention in the desolate street. Her brow furrows in concern, a worried did I hear wrong escaping her lips, followed by another UGH as she strains to understand what disturbed her. She looks towards a dark alleyway, her expression shifting to shock as she gasps Q at the sight before her. Her eyes widen in disbelief and profound sadness, a soft oh my gosh whispering from her lips as she fully comprehends the tragic scene. Huddled inside a discarded trash can, a tiny, blue-haired child, shivering and vulnerable, is revealed, a harrowing discovery that will forever change the old woman's life. The old woman reaches out, her hand brushing against the child's frigid skin, noting just how cold Gunha is. Another figure, shielding himself from the rain, observes the discovery, identifying Gunha as a demi-human and immediately suggesting they sell him. The old woman confirms the child's nature, her expression a mix of concern and fear as Gunha remains huddled, eyes wide with terror. Sinister figures loom closer, their intentions dark as they discuss Gunha, deciding he's worthless to sell and suggesting he be used as a mere sandbag before being discarded. A fist connects, sending Gunha reeling, his face contorted in agony, a brutal reminder that no one values a demi-human's life. Gunha is violently tossed onto the wet pavement, landing with a splash as the old woman cries out in shock and dismay. From the ground, Gunha lashes out, his eyes burning with feral rage, demanding to know who his attackers are and screaming at them to get lost. The old woman observes Gunha's badly injured leg, a wave of concern washing over her as she wonders about his guardian and the harsh conditions. Despite Gunha's frantic warnings to stay away, the old woman insists she cannot abandon him in such a state even as he struggles with pain. Gunha's hands instinctively cover his face, his expression a mixture of fear and raw vulnerability. Through his fingers, one of Gunha's red eyes glares out, a silent question or a flicker of desperate hope in his gaze. The old woman extends a compassionate hand, offering Gunha a place to stay, a sanctuary from the cruel streets. Time flashes forward as the old woman arrives at a warm home, greeted by her eager grandchildren, a stark contrast to the earlier grim scene. The old woman, with a gentle smile, praises her grandchildren, Yuna and Gunha, noting how much they've grown. The children's mother playfully complains about Gunha's childish antics towards his grandmother, while he laughs innocently. The old woman playfully teases her daughter, remarking that she's still a child despite having 3 of her own, to which the daughter retorts with a puzzled expression. Amidst laughter, the old woman jokes with her son-in-law, acknowledging the challenges of living with her daughter, creating a warm family atmosphere. The old woman gently addresses the youngest child, Yuni. The old woman wonders aloud if Yuni remembers their last meeting a year prior, as the child gazes up innocently. The mother asks about Yuni's age as the child's small hand clutches at clothing. Yuni takes a tentative step, attempting to walk towards her grandmother, a heartwarming display of early development. A small hand proudly displays 3 fingers, indicating Yuni's age. With a beaming smile, Yuni proudly announces her age, holding up 3 tiny fingers. The old woman embraces Yuni, exclaiming over her cuteness, then declares it's time for dinner, promising to order everyone's favorite chicken. The children cheer excitedly at the mention of dinner, their voices echoing with anticipation as they head towards the house. The family enters their home carrying boxes, with Gunha following behind, a sense of warmth and belonging filling the scene. Suddenly, Gunha pauses, turning back with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss. His eyes glow with a faint blue energy, indicating a heightened perception as he picks up on something others cannot. Gunha calls out to his sister, urging her to wait, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Gunha's unique vision reveals a translucent, blue-hued figure of a girl, accompanied by a glowing orb, prompting him to wonder if it's a monster, yet its calm demeanor suggests otherwise. As Gunha and his sister cautiously creep forward, he speculates that the presence might be a thief. Peering through the door, Gunha's protective instincts flare, declaring that he cannot allow a thief to desecrate his grandmother's home. Inside, Gunha sees a smaller, blue-haired figure, a projection of his past self, sitting calmly in front of a television, emanating a familiar blue energy. He observes its small size and formulates a plan. With a surge of youthful confidence, Gunha decides he can attack it head-on. Gunha bursts into the room, a vibrant blue aura surrounding him, launching a surprise attack as the sitting figure turns in shock. Meanwhile, outside, the rest of the family continues towards the house, oblivious to the impending chaos within. A sudden, loud crash from inside the house jolts the family, their expressions turning to surprise and alarm. Gunha, now looking utterly bewildered, hears the commotion from outside, while his family reacts with confusion to the unexpected sound. The commotion outside escalates as a man cries out in dismay, realizing the chicken is gone. Gunha, startled, calls out to the boy, who clutches his head in pain. The boy, still reeling, looks up in confusion, questioning his own name as if bewildered by the situation. Amidst the unfolding events, a calm hand pours water into a glass as a voice quietly acknowledges the situation. The man expresses his mild frustration, stating they should have been informed. The woman nods in agreement, adding that they wouldn't have objected anyway. The older woman, holding a bottle, cheerfully explains that she intended to tell them once they arrived, eliciting a collective groan from the others. As they settle down to eat the chicken, a thought crosses someone's mind: this place is Gunha's hometown. A flashback reveals the older woman's first encounter with the boy, a stark contrast to their current situation, making one wonder how their relationship began in such an unexpected way. The boy devours his chicken, while Gunha observes him, pondering how much the future might have already been altered. Boy, with a fierce expression, demands to know why Gunha keeps staring at him. The boy fiercely declares the chicken is his and warns Gunha to get lost. The older woman gently scolds him, reminding him about his language. Gunha's face contorts in annoyance, his internal monologue cursing the boy for his relentless staring. The older woman comments on someone's resting eyes, then kindly offers the boy more food. The boy, however, dismisses her internally with a disrespectful thought. The boy's dismissive thought about the older woman sparks a furious reaction, as if the very air around Gunha ignites in anger. Gunha recalls his initial impression of the boy as a wild, untamed individual. Yet, his rage boils over at the sheer disrespect shown towards his grandmother. Gunha, with a deceptively sweet smile, announces to his grandmother that he's going outside to play with the boy, leaving the latter utterly baffled. The boy, still chewing, retorts aggressively, questioning Gunha's motives and asserting his right to refuse. The older woman, oblivious to Gunha's true intentions, expresses her delight at the prospect of the boys getting along, advising them to be careful while playing. The woman expresses her desire to join them, but Gunha firmly tells her to continue eating her chicken. Gunha, with an air of finality, declares they're going outside, completely ignoring the boy's furious protests and denial of any intention to play. Without warning, Gunha seizes the boy by the head, pulling him along, leaving the boy stunned mid-bite. With glowing red eyes and a chilling aura, Gunha menacingly advises the boy to stop talking and simply follow him, causing the boy to flinch in alarm. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, Gunha drags the reluctant boy out of the house, their destination unknown. With a sudden, forceful motion, Gunha hurls the boy through the air, sending his precious chicken flying as the boy screams in shock. The boy lands hard on the ground with a pained groan, while Gunha stands over him, a silent sentinel of impending trouble. The boy's eyes blaze with furious intensity, a silent declaration of his simmering rage. His ultimate nightmare unfolds. His beloved fried chicken lies on the dirty ground, a halo of despair above it as he laments its loss, noting that 3 seconds have already passed. The boy explodes in a furious tirade, comparing Gunha to someone worse than a dog disturber for not letting him finish his meal. Gunha, now crackling with radiant blue mana, retorts with a cold logic: people leave dogs alone because they bite, implying the boy lacks that deterrent. A massive blue energy dome erupts around them, trapping both boys within its shimmering confines, leaving the boy utterly astonished. Gunha internally muses about the need for discretion, noting the dome's size, then calmly tells the boy that he's not a dog. With a chilling smile, Gunha adds a cutting remark, stating that based on the boy's previous behavior, he didn't seem entirely human either. Gunha then hurls the Pepsi bottle, declaring his intention to help the boy live like a human, a chilling promise given his current demeanor. The boy's rage erupts, challenging Gunha to a fight and confessing his dislike for him from the very start. Gunha lunges forward with a fist enveloped in blue energy, letting out a casual "oh" as he initiates the assault. Boy reels from a powerful impact, his face contorted in shock and pain. As he stumbles back, the boy furiously retorts that he was the one who disliked Gunha first, preparing for a counterattack. The boy is sent flying by another forceful blow, wondering internally if he's being struck by a cannonball due to the sheer power. Relentless assault continues as Gunha delivers another brutal blow, his words mocking the boy. "To your savior who fed you," he snarls as the boy lets out a pained cry. Gunha's attacks don't cease, each strike accompanied by his cruel taunts. "Let you sleep at her house, and treated you," he continues, emphasizing the boy's perceived ingratitude. A sharp, concussive force slams into the boy, the sound of impact reverberating through the air. Boy collapses to the ground with a sickening thud, utterly defeated as Gunha stands over him, holding a plastic bottle. A surge of raw blue energy erupts around Gunha, his eyes glowing with an unsettling red light as he thinks, FCK, Gran. Gunha continues his relentless assault, demanding, "Your manners really left your body, didn't they? Ha!" The boy cries out in desperation, "ACKKKK, save me." Gunha, with a chilling smirk, warns the boy, "I'm telling you this in advance. Even if you try calling the adults, it's useless. The sounds inside here can't be heard from the outside." The boy, internally furious, thinks, "What do you mean, in advance? You already hit me." Meanwhile, in another room, adults obliviously chat, one remarking, "It seems like Yunha is happy that he has a hyung now," and another adding, "Right? He's really proactive." Gunha continues to torment the boy, a cruel smile on his face. If you know how to use telepathy, then maybe you can ask for help," he taunts, dangling a false hope. The boy looks utterly bewildered and defeated, his expression a mix of confusion and despair. "I can't use that though," he thinks, highlighting the futility of his situation. The boy, still on the ground, stares up at Gunha. "I'm just 10 years old, how can I use telepathy? Are you insane?" he questions, a childish frustration in his voice. Years later, the boy, now older and with a more refined appearance, reflects on that day. So he was lying when he said that he could use telepathy when he was young, he muses, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "I could use telepathy when I was 10 years old. Me, who's so cool." Floating against a moonlit sky, the older boy's expression turns menacing. "Since he fooled me, is that another reason why he should get hit?" he questions, a dark resolve hardening his features. Back in the present flashback, Gunha's shadow looms large and sinister over the cowering boy. "Now then, shall we have some fun?" Gunha asks with a cruel grin, while the boy, terrified, stammers, "Weren't you done?" The boy's desperate scream of ACKKK echoes as a massive, shimmering blue energy barrier envelopes the entire house, sealing off any hope of escape or external help. Brutal night passes, and the next day dawns, deceptively bright and calm over the house. The boy, visibly battered and bruised, his eyes red from crying, internally laments, "It hurts. He hit me in the places that aren't visible." He then questions Gunha's true nature. Instead of being a 9-year-old kid, isn't he some rough hunk? In the living room, the adults and Gunha sit together, observing the heavily traumatized boy. The adult male ponders, was the boy 10 years old? Then, he should be in the 3rd grade, as the adult female listens intently. Adult female acknowledges, "That's true, but since he hasn't received education up until now." The boy's defiant internal thought interrupts, "Oh, FCK, I'm not going." Gunha's eyes glow with an ominous red, a silent, chilling threat. The boy, trembling with fear, finishes his thought aloud, "Going to school," as Gunha stares at him with an intimidating gaze. Gunha places a hand on the boy's shoulder, his expression unreadable. He thinks, "Before I regressed, I heard that he got bullied often in the academy, that he was admitted into 1 year before me, and he really doesn't want to go." Gunha's hand rests firmly on the boy's shoulder as he declares, "We should go together this time, I think." Gunha leans in close, his voice a low command, "The 2nd grade is better for the boy." The boy vehemently protests, "I said I don't want." The adult female cautiously asks the terrified boy, what do you think?" as Gunha maintains his menacing smile, subtly pressuring the boy. Under Gunha's intimidating smile, the boy nervously forces a smile and declares, "I want to go into the 2nd grade." Gunha, seemingly delighted, puts his arm around him, thinking, "Well, I can go to middle school with the boy. You like it too, young?" The adult male smiles, remarking, "It seems that Gunha and the boy have gotten very close in just a day." One of the adult females agrees, "Yes, children sure do get close with each other quickly." A silent, furious thought erupts from the boy, "What are you saying?" Gunha grins, a sinister laugh escaping him, his arms still around the boy. The boy, trapped and terrified, can only manage a forced haha, while internally screaming, "Don't you see that I'm being threatened by him right now?" The adults smile warmly, one commenting, "The boy looks a lot better when he laughs too," completely unaware of his internal torment. Gunha grips the boy's head firmly, his eyes fixed on him, and calls him, "the boy," his tone dripping with veiled menace. Gunha cheerfully walks away, leaving the terrified boy cowering on the floor. "Shall we play together again today?" he asks, his words a chilling promise of further torment. The narrative shifts to a grand, imposing building, its traditional architecture standing out against the clear sky. Inside, the elegant goddess Lim Jia Yul sits regally at a table laden with pastries, flanked by 2 stern-faced men in dark suits. Italian Ambassador Albert Valentine, a man with slick-back blonde hair and glasses, speaks with authority. We intend to help the 4,000 Koreans who are stuck in Italy return to Korea, he announces while the red-haired berserker listens intently from his seat. Albert Valentine continues, laying out the formidable condition. However, it's on the condition that we'd make your help to subjugate the monster that appeared in the North Atlantic. Theoretically speaking, it's the strongest monster excluding rank 1 monsters. The worst kind of monster, which brings about disasters that could paralyze a nation. The true scale of the threat is revealed. A colossal, terrifying sea monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, identified as the rank monster Leviathan, emerges from the tumultuous North Atlantic. While the world grapples with emerging monstrous threats, a high-stakes diplomatic meeting unfolds. Gunha, in her elegant form, proposes a strategic alternative, suggesting it would be difficult to deploy Korean players to unfamiliar territories. She offers to supply potent potions to the Northern European players instead. Albert Valentine acknowledges the exceptional effects of the potion previously demonstrated, remarking on its revolutionary nature as it requires no direct injection. He finds it both impressive and surprising. Albert Valentine, with a calculating gaze, then frames the potions as a valuable bargaining chip to be traded for access to Mediterranean mana alloy. Gunha subtly reminds Albert Valentine that the potions are an item desperately needed by Italy itself, hinting at their leverage. Suddenly, a foot encased in crackling blue energy slams down, shattering the floor with immense force. The red-haired berserker, consumed by a destructive aura, lunges forward, tearing through the meeting table in a fit of rage, while Albert Valentine watches from behind. The red-haired berserker aggressively demands to know why they are hesitant, stating that they are merely asking for assistance in exchange for the return of the Korean people. Red-haired berserker mocks their perceived weakness, suggesting that the Korean players are too feeble to even consider leaving their goddess. Albert Valentine sharply warns the red-haired berserker, identified as Yanko, not to overstep. Yanko retorts, pointing out that Gunha isn't denying his provocative statement. The red-haired berserker continues his offensive, expressing his disdain for Koreans and claiming their only concern is kimchi. Gunha, eyes shadowed, internally dismisses the red-haired berserker as a yellow head who talks too much. The tension escalates, depicted in stark black and white, as the red-haired berserker and Albert Valentine are caught in a sudden, unseen impact. Red-haired berserker is violently thrown back while Albert Valentine recoils in shock, a single word echoing the sudden shift in power. All right. Gunha declares her unwavering commitment, stating that for the safe return of all Koreans trapped in Italy, they will provide their full support. Gunha, surrounded by a radiant blue aura, announces the deployment of 2 additional players from the formidable 12 thrones, asserting their country's strength beyond even the divine spear, Nangung Sungwon. Gunha's voice rings with conviction, expressing her belief that this level of support will be more than enough to ensure the safe return of their citizens. With a sharp, decisive gesture, Gunha points, her purple eyes glowing with authority as Albert Valentine looks on, clearly intimidated. Albert Valentine's face contorts in fear, sweat beading on his brow as the full weight of Gunha's power and resolve settles upon him. Red-haired berserker, now cowering, is drenched in sweat, his manic grin replaced by a look of pure terror. Albert Valentine groans, warning that nothing good will come of Gunha's actions. Gunha, unfazed, challenges him to lodge a complaint if he dares. Gunha threatens to report Big Mama to the International Mana Management Bureau for sending hooligans as ambassadors. The red-haired berserker, still defiant, retorts that they are nobodies who don't know their place. The red-haired berserker, consumed by fury, screams a death threat, vowing to kill them all. Albert Valentine frantically shouts for Yanko to wait. As the red-haired berserker lunges, he is suddenly frozen in place by an unseen force, ice cracking around his feet. He cries out in disbelief, "What?" A close-up reveals Gunha's eye, now glowing with an intense, piercing blue light, signifying the activation of his true power. Gunha, now appearing in his male form, radiates overwhelming blue energy, completely immobilizing the red-haired berserker and another figure. A chilling realization dawns, "I'll die if I move." Gunha, back in her female form, observes the frozen figures and remarks with a hint of sarcasm that they are not totally brainless. The threat neutralized, the red-haired berserker and Albert Valentine hastily retreat from the shattered meeting room, leaving destruction in their wake. The red-haired berserker's face contorts in frustration, his teeth gritted as he curses his defeat. The scene shifts to the Blue House office, where an unseen voice admonishes Gunha's earlier recklessness, urging her to be more careful. A male figure reminds Gunha that she is no longer merely the beloved actress of Korea but has ascended to the status of a goddess, addressing her as Park Sang-jin. Gunha sharply questions the male figure, asking if his words are spoken as her bodyguard or as the manager of the actress Lim Jae-yul. The male figure, identified as Lee Young-hyun, sighs, dismissing a third party as a coward and remarking that despite their skill, they fail to understand a woman's thoughts. Gunha sternly advises the male figure against making such comments. She then internally notes that he is the only one who has delayed his report, demanding it immediately. He quickly apologizes, affirming, "Yes, ma'am." The male figure then recalls that Italy brought a Maserati Gran Turismo as a gift, chuckling softly. Gunha, surprised, repeats the car's name, Maserati Gran Turismo. He enthusiastically confirms, explaining that Big Mama sent the car she cherishes as a gesture of goodwill, hoping to foster friendlier relations. He internally muses that she might be a better person than the previous ambassadors. Gunha, however, coldly orders them to send the car back, stating she doesn't need it. The male figure reacts with shock, questioning the decision to return a Maserati Gran Turismo. Gunha looks away, a subtle expression on her face as she utters the name Big Mama. The narration reveals that Big Mama, though never met in person, is widely known to be an unfriendly individual. Big Mama is revealed, her sinister smile and red eyes suggesting a cunning nature. She reflects on her decision to send her ambassadors, contemplating whether it implies a hidden agenda or simply her disdain. Big Mama commands Lee Younghyun to assign trusted personnel to observe the Italian ambassadors and report any issues immediately. He confirms, understood. The subtle sound of a chair shifting echoes through the office as the powerful organization continues its operations following Big Mama's recent command. A male executive walks with a female colleague, reporting the successful outcome of their recent deal, stating that the results were better than expected, largely thanks to the Alice pharmaceutical potion. He acknowledges their debt to engineer Jong Seokun and the Alice Group. The female executive, with a confident smile, suggests they express their gratitude once the deal with Italy is finalized. The male executive behind her confirms he will relay that message to her aide. Looking out a grand window, the male executive expresses his lingering concern, believing it was still too dangerous to provoke the Italian ambassadors. The female executive's purple eyes narrow as she challenges his statement, asking if he was speaking as her bodyguard. The male executive remains silent, his expression unreadable. A sly smirk plays on the woman's lips as she confidently reveals that the divine spear was on standby in the next room, ready for any contingency. Her expression dismissive, the woman clarifies that if any problems were to arise, the Italian ambassadors would be the ones to suffer the consequences, not her. Powerful figure, likely the divine spear, stands amidst a chilling display of ice shards, their back to the viewer, radiating an aura of cold, lethal efficiency. The scene shifts to a bright city street where Julie, with long blonde hair, strolls along the sidewalk, humming a cheerful tune to herself. A kind-faced doctor delivers life-changing news, congratulating a patient on being 6 weeks pregnant. Julie gazes up at an airplane soaring across a clear blue sky, lost in thought, a new future unfolding before her. A radiant smile graces Julie's face as she continues her walk, clearly filled with joy and anticipation. Julie's phone rings, and a light bulb appears above her head as she exclaims, realizing something important, her excitement palpable. Julie's voice bubbles onto the screen, warmly greeting Gunha, calling him Brew. Gunha, in turn, asks if she has had lunch, the city bustling with students in the background. Julie tells Gunha she's on her way to lunch and asks if he's eaten, while internally debating whether to share her news immediately or wait to see him face to face. Gunha responds that he's also heading to lunch and inquires about her hospital visit, asking if she's alright. With a bright smile, Julie excitedly tells Gunha that he needs to come back earlier today, hinting that she has something important to tell him. Gunha's simple alright confirms his agreement as the phone call ends, leaving Julie eager with anticipation. Julie looks at her phone, a hopeful smile on her face, thinking about how quickly she wants to see Gunha's happy reaction to her news. Suddenly, the menacing red-haired berserker appears from the shadows, his eye glowing with a sinister light, as he asks, "Yo, who do we have here?" Julie's expression shifts to shock and fear as the red-haired berserker chillingly identifies her, asking, "Isn't this Julieta Valentine?" Julie gasps in terror, stepping back as a large, ominous figure looms over her, the realization of danger dawning. Her eyes wide with pure fear, Julie lets out a silent scream, sweat beading on her forehead as the threat becomes undeniable. The red-haired berserker grins maniacally, feigning politeness as he taunts Julie, asking, "Have you been well?" He continues his unsettling compliments, remarking that Julie has gotten much prettier since their last encounter, his words dripping with malice. Julie's terror is evident as she finds herself surrounded by the red-haired berserker and other men in suits, including Albert Valentine, as the red-haired berserker declares, "But it's too bad." Hand clamps forcefully over Julie's mouth, silencing her scream as she is abruptly seized, her eyes wide with shock. The red-haired berserker's sinister smile fills the frame as he holds Julie captive, declaring, "It's time for the bluebird to go back to its cage." Back at his desk, Gunha's phone vibrates and rings with an incoming call from Julie, the screen showing her name as his fingers busy themselves on the keyboard. Gunha looks confused, pondering what could be wrong, as he had just spoken to Julie moments ago. With a hint of concern, Gunha answers the call, addressing Julie. "Yeah, Julie." Julie's voice delivers a heartbreaking final message. "Brew, thanks for everything you've done." Gunha, stunned, can only utter her name in disbelief. "Julie." Realization dawns on Gunha, and he screams in panic, leaping from his seat, desperately calling out Julie's name. "What? Julie? Julie?" Julie's hand trembles uncontrollably, clutching her phone, which has gone dark, signaling the abrupt and terrifying end of her call with Gunha. Inside a moving car, the red-haired berserker smirks, telling Julie, whose head is bowed in defeat, "Yes, that's the right choice, princess." With Albert Valentine in the front seat, the red-haired berserker continues his manipulation, asking Julie, "You ought to let the person you love have a normal life, shouldn't you?" Camera pulls back, revealing a tranquil urban landscape, a stark contrast to the dramatic events unfolding within its confines. In a flashback, a younger Gunha walks with his high school friends, declaring, "Wow, I feel so much better now." A female friend suggests they come to her father's cafe for its good air conditioning, prompting another friend to eagerly exclaim, "I wanna go." The pink-haired girl, holding an ice cream, tells her friends she'll put down her bag and head to the cafe afterwards, and Gunha agrees to join them. Just as Gunha agrees to join his friends, the pink-haired girl points across the street, exclaiming that it's Julie. Gunha, confused, questions this sudden sight. Sudden realization dawns on Gunha as his eyes widen in alarm. Across the street, Julie is being escorted by two masked men towards a dark vehicle. One of the men, with vibrant red hair, eyes her with a chilling smirk. Gunha's thoughts race as he recognizes the red-haired berserker, questioning what the Tretisai organization is doing here. His mind connects the dots, recalling news about talks between Korea and Italy and a milk carton praying for compatriots suffering abroad. The narrator reveals a dark history that a divine spear, Namgung Sungwoon, returned from Italy missing an arm. The railgun, Shin Myung-hwan, was permanently disabled by mana berserk side effects, his screams echoing in the darkness. And the florist, Bang Yeonji, was reported to have died during a mission. But that was only what people thought. A chilling image of chained hands suggests a different truth. Bang Yeonji hadn't died, she was held prisoner in Italy, her figure silhouetted behind bars in a crimson glow. She was captured by the red-haired berserker who had once visited Korea as an ambassador, a hand harshly covering her mouth. The red-haired berserker leers menacingly over the captured woman, his eyes glowing with dark intent. In response to these atrocities, various countries, including Korea, had launched a storm of protests, leading to a public execution. The incident culminated with Big Mama herself ordering a brutal public execution, marked by a splash of crimson. Gunha's thoughts return to the present, astonished that such a dangerous individual would be with Julie. He urgently instructs his pink-haired friend, Minji, to wait and not follow him, no matter what. Gunha reiterates his command, making it clear she must not follow him. Minji internally laments his stubbornness as he declares his intention to find their destination and contact Shin Seo-young or Bruno. Mana swirls around Gunha's feet as he quickly ties his shoelaces, preparing for action. As Gunha launches forward, a blur of blue energy, Minji shouts his other name, "Hey, no Yunha." Gunha's intense gaze is fixed forward as he propels himself with incredible speed. He slides across the asphalt, leaving a trail of shimmering blue mana in his wake. From a low angle, Gunha appears as a small, determined figure, rapidly closing the distance to the villain's car. Albert Valentine, adjusting his glasses, questions if the approaching figure is just a kid, wondering who had been watching them earlier. Gunha, slightly annoyed, thinks to himself that they noticed his presence. Albert Valentine simply calls out to Gunha a single word, "Kid." The red-haired berserker, with a chilling grin, asks Gunha if he has any business with them. Gunha's eyes glow with a fierce, determined light, ready for confrontation. With a burst of blue mana, Gunha delivers a powerful, swift kick. The red-haired berserker is violently thrown backward from the impact, leaving a trail of distorted air. Gunha's face is illuminated by his own mana, his resolve unwavering. The red-haired berserker, surprised by the attack, exclaims, "Huh, what's with this kid?" The red-haired berserker sarcastically remarks on the children of this country being good at mana, but Albert Valentine dismisses it, calling Gunha a weird one. The red-haired berserker agrees, deciding it can't be helped. He declares his intent to get rid of him and lunges at Gunha with menacing speed. The red-haired berserker's powerful fist connects, met by Gunha's determined block. Gunha thinks to himself, enraged, "Bastard, does he intend to kill me?" as he endures the blow. Gunha's feet glow intensely with mana as he maneuvers, preparing a counterattack. With a swift move, Gunha sends the red-haired berserker flying upwards, a blue mana trail marking his ascent. Gunha follows up instantly, launching himself into the air after the airborne villain. Mid-air, Gunha delivers a powerful, mana-infused kick directly at the red-haired berserker. Red-haired berserker struggles, realizing it's hard to dodge mid-air, while Gunha plans to gather more mana at his feet for the next move. Gunha launches a devastating mana strike, the blue energy erupting with a thunderous boom as he connects with his target. The red-haired berserker watches in disbelief as Gunha twists mid-air, defying gravity with a smirk that says the fight has only just begun. While still inverted, Gunha concentrates his power, a concentrated orb of blue mana forming in his palm like a miniature star. He releases the pressure. A blinding flash of energy consumes the red-haired berserker, tearing through the street with raw, unbridled force. Gunha sticks the landing, his eyes fixed on the smoke where his opponent stood, ready for the next exchange. The red-haired berserker grits his teeth, acknowledging that Gunha's mana efficiency is no joke. He's never seen a kid utilize energy this precisely. But even so, the villain isn't finished. He lunges forward, a blur of motion closing the gap in a heartbeat. With a predatory grin, the red-haired berserker mocks Gunha, reminding him that despite his skill, he is still just a child. Gunha's eyes widen in shock. The speed is too much, he can't react in time as the threat looms over him. A massive hand clamps around Gunha's throat, cutting off his breath and pinning him in a vice-like grip. Lifting the boy off the ground, the red-haired berserker admits that this hunt was more fun than he had originally expected. Gunha gasps, his hands clawing at the iron grip as blue mana flickers desperately around his body. The red-haired berserker tightens his hold, telling Gunha not to be so fast. He's not done savoring the boy's struggle. A sinister glow enters the villain's eyes as he reveals that Gunha isn't the only one who knows how to manipulate mana. Panic sets in. Gunha realizes he needs to break free immediately, or this street will become his grave. His vision blurs as the oxygen leaves his lungs. At this rate, he'll be out of breath and out of time very soon. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Julie arrives with Albert Valentine, demanding to know why the promise to leave her acquaintances alone was broken. The red-haired berserker glances back, surprised. He asks Julie if she actually knows this brat. Gunha tries to warn Julie to stay back, but only a choked wheeze escapes his throat. Julie insists Gunha is just an ordinary child and orders his release, but the red-haired berserker argues that experience dictates killing threats like him while they're young. Albert Valentine steps forward, his voice cold and authoritative as he calls out to the red-haired berserker, signaling for him to stand down. Red-haired berserker scowls, clearly annoyed that his fun is being interrupted by the Valentine family's interference. With a frustrated huff, he tosses Gunha aside, muttering about how much he hates dealing with the Valentines. Gunha hits the pavement hard, gasping for air and coughing violently as the circulation returns to his neck. Julie rushes to his side, her face pale with worry as she calls out Gunha's name, checking for serious injuries. She thanks him for trying to help but tells him he's done enough. Gunha looks up, confused by the heavy atmosphere and Julie's sudden appearance. Julie remains silent for a moment, her eyes filled with a sadness that Gunha can't quite understand. Slowly, she reaches for a ring on her finger, pulling it off with a sense of finality. She places the ring in Gunha's hand, asking him to deliver it to Brew and to tell him that she is truly sorry. Gunha stares at her, his voice trembling as he calls out to her, sensing that this might be a final goodbye. He reflects on their time together, realizing that up until this very moment, he was truly happy, but the light is fading fast. Julie turns away and begins to walk toward the villains. Gunha cries out her name, desperate for her to stay. He shouts again, his voice cracking as Julie continues her walk into the shadows with the red-haired berserker. The red-haired berserker snaps back at him, warning Gunha to stay away while he's still feeling nice. Before Gunha can move, the villain strikes him down with a brutal blow to the head, sending him sprawling. Gunha is sent flying back, the world spinning as he loses sight of Julie, his strength finally failing him. Gunha collapses amidst the debris, his vision blurring as a red-haired assailant stands over him, casually pointing, clearly victorious. A dark vehicle speeds away with a tack and a roaring "Biuang," leaving Gunha abandoned in the desolate alley. Gunha lies broken among the trash, his body bruised and unmoving, a stark image of his utter defeat. Gunha's internal thoughts surface, a deep disappointment in his shadowed eyes. He reflects, I was certain that my second life would be different. Flashback shows him embracing his family, a moment of triumph from his altered past. He recalls, I saved my family who were supposed to die. The memory shifts to a joyous moment with his friends. He remembers, I saved my friends. He reflects on a grander success, seeing the peaceful landscape he helped preserve. I minimized the damages from the Buchan Mountain incident. The radiant smile of a woman, bathed in golden light, reinforces his past triumphs. He concludes, and these changed moments gave me assurance. But a chilling question echoes in his mind, shattering his false sense of security. But on whose accord? Gunha struggles to rise, his body aching, as the question reverberates in his mind, on whose accord are you following the flow of the past? His fists clench, a surge of defiance pushing through his pain. He demands of himself, when I'm working so hard to change that shitty future. A shimmering ring appears in his thoughts, a symbol of a cherished bond, as a gentle voice whispers, my happiness includes you too. Gunha's eyes sharpen with resolve, his fist tightening. He asserts, don't arrogantly exclude yourself, ready to reclaim his destiny. Title card appears, for life player, marking a new chapter in Gunha's relentless journey. A drawer slides open with a heavy kun, revealing an array of vibrant potions, hinting at a bustling production. A man in an apron, looking exhausted, lets out a tired sigh, clearly under immense pressure in the quiet cafe. Man in the apron explains the overwhelming demand, stating that to fulfill the government's request for 1,000 potions by next week he'll have to drastically cut down on sleep. The woman in glasses reacts with a shocked pardon. The long-haired woman kindly offers a drink to the woman in glasses, saying, here, in a gesture of support. The long-haired woman looks surprised, asking why, as the woman in glasses smiles, accepting the drink. With a sparkling aura of joy, the woman in glasses takes her friend's hand, exclaiming, oh my, nothing, I'm just happy, radiating warmth. Tender moment is interrupted by the insistent vibration of a phone. An incoming call from Hyang's friend Yunha flashes on the screen, signaling an urgent message. The woman in glasses answers the call, her expression shifting to surprise. She says, hello, Yunha. Before Yunha's voice replies, yes, Ajusi. It's me, Yunha. I'm sorry for suddenly calling you. The man in the apron, now looking grave, listens intently. Yunha's urgent voice continues on the other end, something has happened. I have a favor to ask of you, Ajusi. The man's gaze drifts to the potions. A favor, he repeats, a sense of foreboding settling in as he considers Yunha's request. Scene shifts to an isolated industrial building silhouetted against a dramatic sunset hinting at a new, potentially dangerous setting. On a vast, grassy training ground, a red-haired woman with a powerful blue aura faces off against a smaller, brown-haired figure, the air crackling with latent energy. The red-haired woman stands composed as immense, glowing blue roots erupt from the ground, wrapping around a tree, showcasing her formidable control over nature's power. With a sharp tatic sound, the red-haired woman snaps her fingers, signaling the activation of her next move. Blue energy roots surge forward with vicious spikes, transforming into deadly whips, lunging towards their target with lethal intent. The brown-haired woman deftly evades the onslaught, moving with incredible speed as the energy whips strike past her, her eyes wide with surprise at the sudden assault. Her expression hardens with a fierce determination flashing in her eyes as she prepares for the next volley. The blue energy detonates around her with a thunderous quang, sending the brown-haired woman flying through the air, caught in the powerful blast. The red-haired woman observes the chaotic scene, remarking with a smirk, "Your reflexes are amazing," as multiple afterimages of her opponent are tossed by the raging blue energy. With a sinister grin, the red-haired woman raises a mysterious object, blue energy swirling around her. "Then, what will happen if I do this?" she challenges, hinting at an escalation. The brown-haired woman is violently ensnared, trapped in a powerful vortex of blue energy, her body contorted as she's flung around with a hyuk sound. Desperate scream erupts from the brown-haired woman. "Kayak!" she cries out, completely overwhelmed by the crushing force. The blue energy coalesces into a devastating tornado, engulfing the brown-haired woman completely as her prolonged scream "Kyaa" echoes across the field. The red-haired woman watches, unfazed. The red-haired woman studies the maelstrom, pondering, is her ability to react not that great? Her expression remains calm, almost bored. The blue energy swirls with destructive force, a deafening chua filling the air, signifying the final, overwhelming blow. The blue energy swirls with destructive force, a deafening chua filling the air, signifying the final, overwhelming blow. Within this maelstrom, Yunha spins, a whirlwind of raw power as the attack culminates. Instructor, a smaller figure, calls out, concerned, asking Yunha why she would unleash such power so suddenly. Engulfed in the vortex, Yunha replies that practice is only meaningful if it mirrors a real battle. The instructor silently acknowledges her impressive skill. The instructor then challenges Yunha, pondering her next move as she holds up a sleek, comb-like device, its surface glowing with latent energy. Suddenly, Yunha is seen soaring high above a cityscape, propelled by a vibrant blue energy board that cuts through the sky with incredible speed. Her descent is abrupt and powerful, creating a massive impact crater on the ground below, startling the instructor who watches from a distance. Yunha plummets with a terrified scream, her body contorting as she struggles against the force of gravity, caught in an uncontrolled fall. In a desperate move, Yunha extends her hand, calling out the name of her protective ability, J-Jelly, as a shimmering blue, gelatinous aura begins to form around her. The jelly-like energy fully envelopes Yunha, creating a resilient, cushioning sphere that braces for impact, absorbing the destructive force. The impact is softened by the blue jelly, which splatters across the ground, leaving Yunha safe but momentarily stunned by the sudden force. Yunha looks up, wide-eyed with shock, as cracks radiate from her landing spot, a testament to the power she just endured. The instructor, now actively engaging, praises Yunha's vigor as she conjures multiple blue energy shards, sending them hurtling towards her. Yunha braces herself, shouting, "Jelly," once more as the energy projectiles rapidly close in on her, forcing her to react offensively. The blue shards strike Yunha's protective jelly, creating bright sparks and deflecting the attacks with shimmering resilience. Instructor observes Yunha's defensive maneuvers, musing that her imagination is brilliant, perhaps due to her youthful perspective. She continues her internal monologue, surprised that Yunha possesses the mana to perform both defensive and restrictive magic. Yunha's face lights up with excitement, realizing something significant, while the instructor's thoughts confirm her potential, knowing she is a true gem. Instructor delivers a powerful kick to Yunha, who is now entangled in thick, magical roots, reminding her that she still has a long way to go. Yunha lets out a desperate shriek, struggling fiercely against the constricting roots that bind her, a younger version of herself also caught in the entanglement. Despite the current predicament, the instructor acknowledges Yunha's significant improvement over the past 3 months. Yunha, however, is at her limit, pleading to be released. The instructor, fanning herself with a playful smile, firmly states that learning to free herself is an essential part of the lesson, refusing to help. Yunha's face contorts into a comically distressed expression, utterly defeated by her instructor's stubborn teaching methods. Instructor's phone rings, displaying "No EUNHA" on the screen, causing her to react with a surprised as she sees the unexpected caller. Holding the phone, the instructor expresses her worry, noting that it's rare for him to call her personally, hinting at a significant development. Her eyes narrow with intense concern, a single thought forming in her mind, "Don't tell me," as she anticipates bad news. The scene shifts to an aerial view of a bustling city street bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, setting a new stage for unfolding events. Inside a room, a man crouches, meticulously opening a briefcase to reveal a submachine gun and a sharp combat knife preparing for an imminent operation. A close-up highlights the deadly contents of the briefcase, a compact submachine gun and a pair of brass knuckles gleaming under the light. The enforcer, now holding the brass knuckles, looks up with a determined expression, declaring himself all set for the task ahead. He pulls open his shirt, revealing his muscular physique as he glances at his reflection, assessing his readiness for combat. Observing his reflection, the enforcer notes with a hint of dissatisfaction that his muscles have gotten smaller than before despite their impressive size. Later, the enforcer walks casually through a bustling city square holding 2 ice creams, drawing attention from the crowd. A terrified man is held captive by 2 guards, desperately trying to explain that he didn't know the woman he offended was Valentine's princess, but his excuses are dismissed as ridiculous. The enforcer stands beside Julie, the Valentine family's princess, coolly questioning if there's truly anyone in Sicily who doesn't recognize her. The terrified man frantically insists he's serious, claiming he was merely on holiday in Sicily, but the enforcer retorts that his reason is irrelevant. The enforcer's grip tightens, twisting the man's arm with painful force, emphasizing that his actions against Julie remain unforgivable. The terrified man is forced to his knees, his face contorted in fear and pain, completely at the mercy of his captors. He struggles vainly against the overwhelming force, his desperate movements highlighting the futility of his resistance. With a brutal, decisive strike, a powerful kick sends the terrified man flying through the air, delivering a final, punishing blow. The brutal fight fades, replaced by a scene of unexpected calm as a delicate hand clutches an ice cream cone, a stark contrast to the violence that just unfolded. A radiant Julie praises Bruno, the formidable Valentine's brown bear, for his performance, celebrating a successful day amidst a crowd of onlookers, as one remarks, "Wow Bruno, you did a great thing today too." Julie expresses her gratitude, declaring, "I'm always thankful, Bru," as Bruno, bashful yet pleased, quietly accepts the compliment while enjoying his treat. The scene shifts dramatically to a majestic mansion, its opulent facade gleaming under the sun, a symbol of immense power and wealth. Inside the grand hall, a tense meeting unfolds as the news breaks. Big Mama has unilaterally appointed Myron as the new ruler of Sicily, a revelation that shocks the assembled figures, eliciting gasps of disbelief. 2 men erupt in outrage, questioning, "How can we go under someone like Myron?" and demanding to know, "Then what will happen to us?" The anger intensifies as another man reveals the betrayal within their ranks, shouting, "There are already people among us who have gone over to Marin's side. Those sons of bitches." A commanding voice cuts through the uproar as a man with blazing red eyes silences the room with a thunderous, "Stop." With a heavy declaration, it's announced that Valentine has decided to merge forces with Myron, a strategic move that sends ripples of unease through the room. Julie, distraught, confronts her father, arguing, "Father, that's not a merge," a sentiment echoed by other members who fear will be dominated by those Myron bastards. Yet another voice insists, "That's ridiculous. This is all in order to protect Valentine. It's not to conquer Valentine." The commanding voice, his face contorted in a shout, asserts that their alliance with Myron is merely temporary, proclaiming, "We're just allies with Myron for the time being." A tense silence falls over the room, anticipating the next critical revelation, which begins with a simple, ominous, and chilling intensity emanates from the man's piercing gaze, his eye glowing with a subtle, ominous purple light. The chilling truth is revealed. As a symbol of the alliance, Julie, referred to as Julietta, is to be engaged to Vincent Myron, a pronouncement that leaves her utterly stunned, barely able to utter, "Pardon?" Julie's face contorts in horror as the name Vincent Myron registers, a name that clearly evokes dread, as she thinks, if it's Vincent Myron. Thought of Vincent Myron conjures images of a decadent playboy, a notorious punk known as the son of the Myron family's boss, indulging in lavish parties. The full weight of the demand crashes down on Julie. "Marry Vincent and get pregnant." She cries out to her father in utter desperation, "Dad." A commanding voice coldly explains Julie's unique gift, amplification, which enhances mana efficiency, revealing their true objective. "If you become pregnant with Vincent Marin's child, your child will receive the effect of the amplification." One of the men, horrified, begins to grasp the chilling implication, uttering, "B-boss, don't tell me," as the commanding voice confirms the sinister plan. "That's right, the child that's born." A shadowy figure reveals the ultimate goal, a child who will obtain a gift much more powerful than Valentine and Myron, a child they intend to seize immediately after birth, stating, "After we take the child away." Julie's face contorts in a mask of pure fury and betrayal, her world crumbling around her as the full extent of their monstrous plan is laid bare. As Julie stares down, a quiet voice laments the boss's ruthlessness, treating people like mere objects, and questions if anything truly matters beyond Valentine's stability. The commanding voice, with a chilling smile, manipulates Julie, urging her to consider Valentine's future and placing the entire burden of their family's fate squarely on her shoulders, saying, "We'll leave it in your hands, young miss." Another voice assures Julie that Vincent Myron is intelligent and healthy, then callously instructs her to fulfill her duty to Valentine without question, stating, "Please do your best for your duty to Valentine." Julie is told that as a member of Valentine she must endure the humiliation of becoming Vincent Marin's lover, a harsh reality emphasized by a man clearing his throat beside her, saying, ahem. Julie desperately protests, crying, but the commanding voice dismisses her anguish, reminding her of the privileges she's enjoyed as a Valentine, implying a debt she must now repay. Surrounded by menacing, shadowy figures, Julie is overwhelmed by the chilling chorus of voices reminding her of her singular duty to bear a strong child for the Valentine family, repeating, young miss, please have a strong child. Panicked, Julie turns to Gunha, desperately calling out to him as older brother, seeking an ally in her despair. Albert Valentine stands in silent despair, his head bowed, the weight of his family's decision visibly crushing him. Julie peeks from behind the door, her eyes wide with terror, a silent witness to her own impending doom. Defeated and broken, Julie kneels, her whispered yes, a chilling surrender to her fate. The grand meeting room now stands empty, the heavy silence amplifying Julie's solitude, with only Gunha remaining by her side. Julie remains bowed in despair, Gunha standing stoically behind her, a silent guardian in her moment of utter defeat. In a dimly lit, cold blue hallway, two masked guards stand motionless by a grand door, their presence a stark reminder of Julie's imprisonment. Gunha's voice cuts through the silence, urging Julie to speak, bathed in the ethereal glow of a large window, simply stating, tell me. Gunha, standing before Julie, implores her to reveal her true feelings, seeking to break through her facade of resignation, asking, tell me your honest feelings. Curled up on the bed in a pristine white dress, Julie remains silent, her unspoken thoughts a heavy shroud of despair. Gunha kneels beside Julie, gently taking her hand, his quiet utterance of her name, Julie, a tender plea for connection. A tear falls, reflecting Julie's inner turmoil as she finally begins to voice her profound refusal, whispering, I don't want. Julie finally breaks, tears streaming down her face as she vehemently declares her refusal to marry under such terms, to have her child treated as an object, and her utter revulsion for this suffocating place, crying, I don't want to get married like this. I don't want my child's worth to be weighed like an object. I'm sick of this place. Gunha watches, distressed by her anguish. As Julie's despair peaks, a hand reaches out, gently enveloping hers. A voice addresses her formally, Julietta Valentine. Gunha leans in, gently kissing Julie's hand, his gaze firm as he vows to protect her, even if it means turning the entire world against him. He then asks, will you leave with me? Julie's eyes, wide and tear-filled, reflect the profound shock of his words, her expression a mix of disbelief and burgeoning hope. The tears still fall, but a radiant smile breaks through, illuminating her face as she embraces the possibility of freedom. Curtains billow inward from an open window, bathed in brilliant light, a silent promise of escape. The opulent room now stands empty, the bed untouched, as if its occupant has vanished into the light. Back in the present, Gunha's hand grips a smartphone, its screen displaying a detailed map. A red marker pinpoints F5 Julietta within a towering building, indicating her location. Gunha, resolute, places a hand over his heart, declaring with fierce determination, I'll definitely save you. With a quiet click, Gunha steps through a doorway, his expression grim as he embarks on his critical mission. A younger Gunha stands, a sheathed blade at his hip, as the man he addresses as Bruno Adjussi enters the room. Bruno Adjussi's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. From above, Bruno Adjussi looks down at the younger Gunha, whose determined gaze meets his, bathed in the sharp light from a nearby window. Younger Gunha offers a confident, almost mischievous smile, his eyes shining with an unyielding resolve. The city lights blur into streaks as a car speeds along the highway under the cloak of night. Inside the car, Bruno expresses his concern to the younger Gunha, acknowledging Gunha's skill but warning of their formidable opponent, Tretisai. He states, I don't want to drag you into something dangerous. Bruno, with a serious expression, urges Gunha to get out, warning him of the impending danger. Gunha, however, retorts, acknowledging the danger but refusing to back down. Younger Gunha, his face set with resolve, reminds Bruno of their prior discussion, asserting, we talked for a long time before we started heading over there, right? I'm going too. After a moment of silence from Gunha, Bruno sighs in resignation, telling him, do as you please. Gunha asks, can you find her? The phone screen once again displays Julie's location, and Bruno confirms, thankfully, it seems like she has her mobile phone on her, with a nod. Gunha identifies their destination, Alice Hotel. It seems like this is it. Bruno, still worried, suggests, wouldn't it be better to wear armor? It'll be dangerous wearing nothing. Gunha reveals a hidden array of potions and a knife, explaining his inability to wear armor due to his size, stating, I would like to, but I'm small, so there aren't any that fit me. It's hard to move even with just this. The narrator observes the scene, noting Gunha's meticulous preparation. It seems like we're going to war. Gunha lists his arsenal. I have the poison from a shadow spider. I also brought every type of potion. The narrator then ponders, is he used to these things? Gunha holds up a ring, reassuring Bruno, I have the ring you gave me, so don't worry. Bruno questions him, you also know how to use it, right? Gunha confirms his understanding of the ring, stating, yes, roughly. The ring glows with a vibrant blue mana, revealing its true nature as a mana amplification item. The narrator notes this, while Gunha internally muses, Julie Nuna did this, right? Must be nice. The 26th year of the goddess calendar, a monumental event unfolded. The Southern Europe's alliance successfully raided the Abyssal, a feat everyone on Earth had deemed impossible, revealing ancient structures and a colossal, dormant dragon beneath the radiant deep. Despite the initial disbelief, the world erupted in praise for those who successfully raided the Blackcolor dungeon. In a grand hall, players celebrated, eagerly gathering to read the raid diary with excitement. Yet, beneath the surface of triumph, a more sinister truth lay within the pages of the blood-stained raid diary. However, the truth recorded within was disgusting. The grotesque truth unfolds. A woman bearing the surname Myron sits on a throne revealed to be nothing more than a breeding tool exploited for the Myron family's powerful mana. The younger Gunha, fists clenched, reflects on the past, realizing, I think Bruno Adjussi wasn't able to save Nuna and die before I regressed. The sharp screech of tires, the car pulls to a halt, signaling their arrival at the destination. Bruno announces their arrival, standing beside the car with Gunha. We're here. Gunha, facing the looming building, tells Bruno with a steely gaze, don't regret it. Gunha clarifies his earlier statement, asserting that regret is a burden reserved for their adversaries. Two suited guards observe Gunha and Bruno. The first guard wonders, who are they? Aren't they just normal citizens? While the second guard aggressively orders, hey, this is a restricted area, get lost. Bruno turns to Gunha, asking, then, shall we go? Gunha, without hesitation, responds, yes. A blur of motion and a sudden impact signify the immediate start of combat. The swift, brutal strike, Gunha sends a guard flying, a chilling command echoing, die. The scene abruptly shifts to a quiet, closed door in a hotel hallway, hinting at hidden secrets beyond. The red-haired berserker, lounging casually with a bottle, expresses his annoyance. Why did they change the hotel all of a sudden? He expresses surprise at Julie's presence in the country, admitting he hadn't known she was here. Red-haired berserker adds his agreement, stating that they wouldn't have known about her presence without seeing it on the news, initially disbelieving the reports. He continues, noting that the confirmation from her biological brother solidified the truth of the news. Julie, with a sarcastic smile, finds it amusing how multiple men plotted to capture one woman, questioning if the Myron family lacks any sense of embarrassment. The red-haired berserker's voice cuts through the tension, addressing Julie with a provocative title. His eyes blazing with anger, the red-haired berserker demands Julie to remain silent, warning her not to underestimate their capabilities. A man steps closer to Julie, who reacts with a sharp, questioning what as he approaches. A hand roughly grips Julie's shoulder, her eyes burning with defiance as she glares at her aggressor. Leaning in with a chilling grin, the red-haired berserker taunts Julie with a lewd suggestion. Julie's hand lashes out, delivering a sharp slap as she curses him, branding him a crazy bastard. The red-haired berserker stumbles back, reeling from the unexpected blow, a look of stunned disbelief on his face. His face contorted in a mask of pure rage, the red-haired berserker seethes, barely containing his fury at Julie's defiance. He lunges forward, screaming that Julie wants to die, his hand raised to strike. Suddenly, a blinding burst of blue energy erupts and a system notification flashes. Genko Marin. The red-haired berserker is violently lifted into the air, ensnared by crackling blue energy, while Julie floats nearby, a mysterious hand reaching up from below. Despite his predicament, the red-haired berserker smirks, mockingly commenting on the tear-jerking sibling love displayed. The red-haired berserker, cursing the situation as fucking shit, declares he's leaving to get some air, abandoning the confrontation. The other man stands beside Albert Valentine, who remains engrossed in his tablet, a subtle tension hanging in the air. The man calls out to Albert Valentine, his voice cutting through the silence. Julie, with a sudden shift in demeanor, sweetly orders Albert Valentine to fetch her a bento box and bread from the convenience store. He questions the request, suggesting they simply order room service instead. Albert Valentine, his eyes glowing with a subtle blue energy, glares at him, reminding him that Julie specifically requested convenience store food. The man, clearly intimidated, meekly responds with a simple, yes. Albert Valentine calls out to the departing man, summoning him back. The sinister smile, he tells Albert Valentine to remember that he is not truly Albert Valentine but rather Albert Myron. Albert Valentine's eye narrows, a flicker of understanding or concern passing through his gaze. The man reassures Albert Valentine not to worry, promising to return shortly as he departs. From an elevated view, Julie sits calmly on the couch while Albert Valentine occupies a nearby chair, the room now quiet. Albert Valentine questions Julie's movement, reminding her that he instructed her not to leave the room. Julie, with a playful smile, teases Albert Valentine about his lack of delicacy. Julie exclaims, with exasperation, that she is simply going to the toilet, causing Albert Valentine to flinch in annoyance. Julie sits alone in the bathroom, her head bowed in her hands, a moment of quiet despair. A warm, protective light envelopes Julie as Gunha's hand gently takes hers, promising to shield her even if the entire world turns against her, asking if she will leave with him. Julie looks up, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of recognition, uttering a soft sound of surprise. Overwhelmed, Julie once again buries her face in her hands, wrestling with her emotions. The scene shifts to a quiet hallway where two identical doors, both marked men, stand side by side. Red-haired berserker, humming casually at a urinal, muses aloud that he'll order room service on his way back. Suddenly, a flash of intense anger crosses the red-haired berserker's eye, his casual demeanor vanishing instantly. The red-haired man's face contorts into a snarl, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. From above, the swordsman descends in a blur, his sword glinting as he aims a swift, decisive strike. Before the red-haired man can react, the swordsman's fist slams into his face with brutal force, the impact reverberating through the confined space. Following the strike, the swordsman's foot lands with a sharp crack, asserting his dominance over the battlefield. The red-haired man cries out in pain, his body violently thrown backward from the relentless assault. The red-haired man collapses against a shattered urinal, disoriented, as the swordsman steps over him with a smirk. Spitting blood, the red-haired man glares up at the swordsman, seething with rage. The swordsman, standing tall with his sword at the ready, looks down condescendingly at the red-haired man, offering him a moment to compose himself. The swordsman's eyes narrow with fierce resolve, his grip tightening on his sword, prepared for whatever comes next. A holographic display materializes, indicating the activation of a movement-enhancing skill. Magic energy radiates around the user's leg, signaling a bolster in physical power. The swordsman stands within an intricate magic circle, empowered by multiple shimmering energy buffs. The swordsman looks toward a female helper nearby, his expression showing concern for the safety of others in the vicinity. The female helper responds to the swordsman, who reacts with a look of visible relief. Observing the still recovering red-haired man, the swordsman recognizes his opportunity, noting the confined space and his opponent's lack of a weapon. The swordsman's gaze hardens, his expression showing that he cannot afford to squander this crucial opportunity. Ignoring his injuries, the red-haired man lets out a roar as he charges forward, unarmed. The swordsman's eyes glow with fierce blue energy as he unleashes a powerful, mana-infused punch. Following up his strike, the swordsman delivers a devastating kick wreathed in blue energy, sending the red-haired man hurtling backwards. As the swordsman lands, his glowing sword reflecting his confidence, he prepares himself for a prolonged fight. Despite the beating, the red-haired man recovers, clenching his fist and preparing to fight with everything he has. The red-haired man activates a defensive skill, manifesting a shimmering hexagonal blue energy shield to guard himself. The swordsman leaps high above, his sword crackling with blue energy, poised to shatter the newly formed shield. The sword collides with the hexagonal shield in a blinding flash of blue energy, the force of the impact threatening to tear through the defense. With a resounding crack, the attack shatters the energy shield, sending the opponent recoiling as the swordsman lands. The red-haired man stumbles, aghast, realizing the swordsman's power is overwhelming as his multiple layers of defense are utterly annihilated. The swordsman, hovering momentarily, slams the stunned red-haired man into the ground with another powerful strike. The red-haired man crashes violently into the wall, a deep crater forming from the impact as he lets out a pained gasp. Desperate, the red-haired man attempts to conjure another hexagonal blue energy shield, bracing himself against the wall. The swordsman charges forward relentlessly, closing the distance as the opponent struggles to fully manifest his shield. The red-haired man, struggling to maintain his defense, finds himself hindered by the confined space and realizes he must find a way to escape. Glowing sword slices through the makeshift defense, a violent burst of blue energy marking the impact. The swordsman lands gracefully, his blade still humming with power, as the red-haired man is sent spiraling away. In a desperate move, the red-haired man swiftly draws a handgun and fires, hoping to create an opening. The swordsman instantly activates his own hexagonal energy shield, deflecting the incoming bullet with a calm, resolute expression. The swordsman's brow furrows slightly, a questioning look on his face as he processes the unexpected move. The swordsman watches in surprise as the red-haired man turns tail and bolts through a nearby doorway. The swordsman's grip tightens on his sword, the blade flaring with intense blue energy, ready for immediate pursuit. Indignant at the escape, the swordsman propels himself forward, leaving a trail of blue energy as he gives chase. The red-haired berserker, in a desperate move to escape Gunha's relentless pursuit, unleashes a volatile blue energy blast, creating a temporary barrier of shimmering shards. His face contorts in a snarl of exertion and rage, yellow eyes burning as the blue energy crackles around him, reflecting his intense struggle. Gunha, momentarily thrown off balance, watches the red-haired berserker flee. He curses his own carelessness and wonders if his opponent possesses the rare Tretisai ability. The red-haired berserker glances back, his expression a mixture of fury and disdain as he continues to put distance between himself and Gunha. Still fleeing, the red-haired berserker unleashes a barrage of fiery, explosive projectiles, vowing to eliminate Gunha for his insolence. Gunha, however, deftly evades the incoming blasts, his eyes burning with an equal intensity, declaring that today will be the red-haired berserker's funeral. With a grimace, Gunha realizes his buff effects and mana reserves are rapidly depleting, which intensifies the urgency of his pursuit. Mid-chase, Gunha swiftly consumes a potion, instantly catching the red-haired berserker's attention. From a distant, opulent office, Albert Valentine calmly sips his tea, seemingly unaware of the high-stakes chase, as the red-haired berserker wonders if Gunha just drank the goddess potion. The red-haired berserker, frustrated by Gunha's resilience, laments not finishing him earlier and acknowledges he lacks the time to retreat to the 18th floor. Spotting a knife block, the red-haired berserker quickly improvises, realizing he needs a new weapon to contend with Gunha. Gunha, still in hot pursuit, notices a large window, a potential shortcut or escape route for his opponent. Without hesitation, Gunha crashes through the glass, shattering the window as he continues his relentless chase. His eyes fixed on his target, Gunha leaps through the broken window, sword in hand, his determination unwavering. Intense close-up reveals Gunha's unwavering gaze, reflecting his singular focus on the red-haired berserker. The two improvised blades clash in a burst of brilliant blue energy, signifying the immediate resumption of their brutal combat. Gunha and the red-haired berserker engage in a flurry of blows, their movements a blur of blue energy and shattered debris. The red-haired berserker recoils from a strike, his face twisted in shock as he demands to know Gunha's identity. Gunha responds with a chilling declaration, his eyes cold and resolved. He is the red-haired berserker's murderer. Gunha launches a powerful blue energy attack, sending the red-haired berserker sprawling across the floor. Gunha presses his advantage, delivering a fierce aerial strike with his mana-infused blade as the red-haired berserker attempts to evade. Gunha follows up with a potent kick, sending the red-haired berserker flying and eliciting a grunt of pain. Gunha stands over the downed red-haired berserker, observing that his opponent's strength seems to be failing. Suddenly, the red-haired berserker reverses their positions, pinning Gunha and holding a blade to his neck, his own breath ragged from the struggle. Red-haired berserker's eyes glow with renewed intensity as he regrets not killing Gunha earlier and realizes he needs a more powerful device to truly defeat him. Dark, shadowy tendrils of energy begin to seep from the red-haired berserker's feet, signaling the activation of a new, sinister power. The red-haired berserker unleashes resentful souls, a skill that engulfs Gunha in swirling dark purple and black energy, trapping him within its malevolent grasp. Red-haired berserker observes Gunha, realizing this new skill devours mana from his opponent's system and deems it an annoying but effective tactic. Gunha activates Heavenly Steps, a rapid movement skill that allows him to instantly dash past the red-haired berserker, evading the mana-draining effect. A streaking blur across the environment emphasizes the incredible speed and agility granted by Gunha's Heavenly Steps skill. Gunha unleashes Manic Dance, a furious flurry of attacks that overwhelms the red-haired berserker with multiple rapid strikes. The red-haired berserker struggles to defend himself, gritting his teeth in frustration and calling Gunha a crazy bastard amidst the relentless assault. Gunha delivers a decisive kick, connecting directly with the red-haired berserker's face, sending him reeling. Impact sends the red-haired berserker crashing into the surrounding structure, creating a violent explosion of debris. The battle's aftermath reveals a devastated room, with both Gunha and the red-haired berserker standing amidst the rubble, visibly exhausted from their brutal exchange. The red-haired berserker, despite his injuries, grins maniacally, taunting Gunha about his weakening attacks, a direct result of the mana-draining skill. Gunha struggles to catch his breath, his blue mana-infused blade flickering, as the red-haired berserker mockingly questions where his previous vigor has gone. Albert Valentine pauses before a closed door, a silent contemplation hanging in the air. He then announces his departure, striding confidently away from the room. Albert Valentine states, if anything is needed, Tom or the intercom will suffice. The distinct click of a door closing echoes as Albert Valentine stands, a heavy sigh escaping him. His expression darkens, a grim determination etched across his face. Then, a chilling declaration escapes his lips, long time no see. Footsteps echo as another figure, Bruno Valentine, approaches Albert Valentine, their encounter clearly prearranged. Albert Valentine's eye glows with an ominous blue light, revealing his true, calculating intent. Albert Valentine confronts Bruno Valentine, declaring the crime of taking Julieta from the family to be grave, with death as its known consequence. Yet, he offers a single chance. He extends a hand, urging Bruno Valentine to return to the Valentine family and to aid in their mysterious agenda. Come back and help us destroy the Myro, Albert Valentine presses as the wall behind him cracks under an unseen, powerful force. Bruno Valentine, now enveloped in a fierce blue mana aura, clenches his glowing knuckles, dismissing any further discussion. There's no point in talking. Albert Valentine adjusts his tie, a sly smirk playing on his lips as he retorts, is that so? The true identities are revealed. Albert Valentine, also known as Tretisai Albert Myron, a hunter type, faces off against Bruno Valentine, a guardian type. Both radiate immense blue mana. The scene transitions to the title card, Real Life Player, marking a significant shift in the narrative. Back in the intense battle, the red-haired berserker taunts Gunha, his manic grin wide, questioning the diminishing edge of Gunha's attacks. He presses further, mockingly asking Gunha, where did that fighting spirit from earlier go? Gunha, battered and breathing heavily, glares up, his determination unwavering despite the exhaustion. He mutters, his grip tightening on his sword, where else could it be? Gunha rises, revealing a small potion in his hand, declaring triumphantly, it's here. The sinister grin, Gunha downs the potion amidst surging blue mana, challenging his foe, why don't you drink a potion too, then? You don't have any, do you? The red-haired berserker's teeth grind in frustration, the sound echoing ominously as he glares. Enraged, the red-haired berserker lunges, his blade wreathed in fierce blue mana, aiming to overwhelm Gunha. Gunha swiftly parries the attack, his mana-infused blade clashing, sending sparks flying in a brilliant display of power. His sword pulses with intensified blue mana, ready for the next decisive strike. Powerful wave of blue mana erupts from Gunha, sending the red-haired berserker recoiling backward from the impact. The sheer force of his attack makes Gunha's feet slide back, kicking up debris from the ground. Gunha's eyes burn with renewed resolve, his mana still surging intensely around him, fueling his comeback. The red-haired berserker, despite being pushed back, summons two ferocious mana wolves with glowing red eyes, sneering, "You've really become weak, haven't you?" Challenges Gunha, "Why don't you have some fun with my dogs then?" As Gunha prepares for the new dual threat. Gunha leaps, a swift blue arc of energy marking his rapid movement as he charges towards the summoned beasts. The mana wolves respond, lunging with feral aggression, sharp blue energy spikes radiating from their forms. Realizing a direct confrontation won't suffice, Gunha concentrates, mana swirling around his blade, deciding this won't work. If that's the case, then he unleashes the skill single-point breakthrough pinpoint, manifesting a devastating mana drill that surges forward with immense power. Pinpoint attack pierces the ground, erupting into a massive explosion of blue energy tearing through the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Gunha and the red-haired berserker clash in mid-air, their battle intensifying with explosive impacts, a true test of their formidable powers. The furious mid-air clash between Gunha and the red-haired berserker culminates in a blinding explosion of raw power. Red-haired berserker, protected by a shimmering blue hexagonal barrier, unleashes a concentrated blast of energy from his palm. Gunha's own defensive barrier shatters as the attack impacts, sending him reeling through the air, a visible bullet piercing his chest. Gunha cries out in pain as he crashes to the ground, while the red-haired berserker lands gracefully, declaring he can finally breathe a little. The red-haired berserker stands triumphant amidst the wreckage, confidently asserting his dominance over the battlefield. Chilling close-up reveals the red-haired berserker's unsettling, manic grin, hinting at his twisted pleasure in combat. The system identifies the red-haired berserker as Tretisite Genko Myron, a ranger-type player, as he prepares to activate his scattershot ability, summoning a volley of purple lightning spears. Gunha's eyes blaze with fury and determination, his jaw clenched as he prepares to face the incoming assault. The air crackles with dangerous energy as countless purple lightning spears descend, filling the space with lethal intent. Gunha ducks and weaves, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from one of the razor-sharp purple projectiles. The red-haired berserker taunts Gunha, challenging him to continue dodging the relentless barrage of purple lightning spears. The purple lightning spears continue their assault, creating a dense, inescapable net of deadly energy. Gunha braces himself, his back to the viewer, as the overwhelming power of the scattershot technique closes in. With incredible speed, Gunha unleashes a sweeping counter, his sword deflecting a spear with a burst of blue energy. The deflected spear leaves a shimmering trail as it is forcefully redirected by Gunha's powerful defensive maneuver. Gunha's eyes glow with intense blue energy, his face a mask of fierce concentration as he pushes back against the onslaught. He continues to deflect the purple lightning spears, his blue energy clashing violently with the enemy's attack. Each deflection resonates with a sharp impact, the sheer force of the exchange creating visible shockwaves. Gunha stands firm on the shattered ground, the force of the impacts creating cracks around him, yet his resolve remains unbroken. His gaze is unwavering, a silent promise of retaliation burning in his eyes despite the visible strain. Gunha tightens his grip on his gun, preparing for his next move, his determination palpable. The red-haired berserker confidently declares his intent to kill Gunha, who looks up, ready to meet the challenge. Suddenly, Gunha is surrounded by spectral blue wolf-like creatures, his eyes widening in surprise as he questions their sudden appearance. A swirling golden projectile descends from above, catching Gunha off guard and leaving him no time to react. Realizing he cannot dodge, Gunha resolves to meet the attack head-on, preparing a counteroffensive. Gunha unleashes single-point breakthrough pinpoint piercer, a concentrated blast of blue energy that obliterates the incoming projectile. The powerful blue energy pierces through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of light as it continues its trajectory. Gunha fires his gun with deadly precision, a trail of blue energy following the bullet as he targets his foes. One of the summoned blue wolves is struck, its monstrous jaws agape in a silent scream as it takes the hit. Gunha moves with incredible agility, launching himself forward with a surge of blue energy while the red-haired berserker leaps into the background. The red-haired berserker's face contorts in shock, reflecting Gunha's unexpected and formidable counterattack. Gunha delivers a powerful kick, sending the red-haired berserker flying with a concussive impact. As Gunha lands, ominous purple magic circles suddenly appear beneath his feet, radiating a dangerous aura. Gunha looks down in alarm, recognizing the ominous purple glow beneath him and questioning its nature. He quickly deduces the trap, realizing he has stepped onto a magic landmine just as it detonates in a blinding flash of light. The magic landmine explodes, sending sharp, crystalline shards of blue and white energy blasting outwards. The devastating explosion continues, fragments of energy scattering across the scene with destructive force. The ground beneath Gunha is completely pulverized, leaving a crater of shattered debris in the wake of the powerful blast. Ground beneath Gunha is completely pulverized, leaving a crater of shattered debris in the wake of the powerful blast. Yet, before the dust can settle, a new threat emerges as Gunha's foot activates a series of glowing purple magic circles. Gunha stands ready, surrounded by an intricate array of these arcane symbols, each pulsating with ominous energy. He grips his twin blades, bracing for the inevitable. His face contorts in a grimace of realization as the purple energy flares around him. Gunha exclaims, "This is..." A blinding flash of light erupts, scattering sharp, crystalline fragments in every direction. Gunha barely has time to register, a magic landmine. The explosion rips through the area, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Rubble and smoke fill the air, the environment scarred by the raw magical force. Gunha's feet lie still amidst the debris, dark spots of blood spreading on the ground around him, a testament to the severe impact he just endured. Wounded and panting, Gunha struggles to catch his breath. He thinks to himself, "I can't run in this state." Collapsing to the ground, Gunha clutches his injured side, his mind racing for a solution. His priority is clear: I must heal first. Suddenly, a new, menacing presence looms over him. The red-haired berserker, with a sadistic grin, offers a small vial, taunting, "Having a drink by yourself?" Before Gunha can react, the red-haired berserker launches a swift, powerful kick, a blur of motion indicated by sharp, red lines. Gunha narrowly dodges the attack, his eyes burning with defiance as he maintains his defensive stance, twin blades ready. The red-haired berserker casually takes a swig from his potion, explaining, "The potion in this country is pretty good. It recovers your stamina and mana right away." Gunha, however, is focused solely on escape. "I have to get out of here first." Activating a skill, Gunha declares, "Heavenly Steps," initiating a rapid, evasive maneuver that blurs his form in a streak of red and white. His eyes narrow, glowing with intense focus, every muscle tensed for his next move. Gunha retaliates with a powerful kick, connecting squarely with the red-haired berserker, sending an explosive shockwave through the air. Red-haired berserker's blades spin menacingly on the ground as he mockingly asks, "Where do you think you're running away to?" Gunha, refusing to yield, delivers a fierce punch, the impact radiating outwards as he declares, "I won't." But the red-haired berserker is too strong. He counters with a devastating blow, sending Gunha hurtling backward, stating with cruel confidence, "Kill you so easily." As Gunha is thrown through the air, the surrounding magic circles on the ground erupt in a series of explosive blasts, compounding his injuries. A massive purple explosion engulfs the area, sending Gunha sprawling to the ground, seemingly defeated by the overwhelming power of the landmines. Standing tall amidst the destruction, the red-haired berserker looks down at the fallen Gunha, sneering, "Dogs should be beaten until they get it together." His face contorted in a confident, almost manic grin, the red-haired berserker continues his taunt, "How dare a puppy like you try to but I?" On the fractured ground, pools of blood spread, painting a grim picture of Gunha's critical condition. Red-haired berserker stands alone in the desolate landscape, the smoke and rubble clearing, as he surveys his apparent victory. He brings his gun to his head, pondering, "What, is he dead?" A flicker of doubt crosses his face as he adds, "He shouldn't have died with only that much though." His eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror, a realization striking him with chilling force. Empty potion bottles clatter to the ground, revealing the secret to Gunha's unexpected resilience. Red-haired berserker turns sharply, his gaze fixed on a shadowy figure emerging from the dissipating smoke. Gunha, alive and seemingly revitalized. Gunha strides forward, his body now enveloped in a vibrant, crackling blue mana aura, radiating immense power and fierce determination. His feet strike the ground with renewed force, the blue energy flaring intensely with each step, showcasing his incredible recovery. The sheer surge of blue energy crackles around Gunha, indicating a massive and instantaneous power-up, defying all expectations. The red-haired berserker stares in utter disbelief, gun still in hand, demanding, "You bastard, how many of them did you drink?" Gunha looks back with a sly, almost taunting smirk, casually replying, "It's a set of fruit potions." "Why?" The red-haired berserker's mind reels, processing the impossible. He thinks, it's already shocking enough that a dying bastard managed to recover his stamina and mana, but think he even refreshed his buffs without any cooldowns. On top of that, has his mana been amplified more than before? Don't tell me. With a chilling smile, Gunha reveals another secret to his power, stating, "It's not just a gift. I have this too." The red-haired berserker's eye widens in pure terror, sweat beading on his brow as he gasps, "That's..." Simple, glowing golden ring appears, radiating immense power, identified by the system as an amplification item. The red-haired berserker recoils, his confidence shattered, utterly terrified by the revelation. He thinks, "No way, just how much stronger can he get?" Reeling from the shocking display of power, the red-haired man desperately searches for an opening, clinging to the belief that he still possesses a chance to win. His eyes scan the environment, a new strategy forming as he observes the discarded sword, realizing a potential weakness. His opponent's shooting accuracy is not his strong suit. The red-haired man ignites with a fierce blue aura, his eyes burning with renewed resolve as he manifests a glowing energy blade, ready to exploit the perceived weakness. His opponent, equally engulfed in a vibrant blue mana, prepares his own energy blade, his gaze sharp and unwavering, anticipating the next move. With a surge of power, the opponent raises his glowing blade, the air crackling with energy as he prepares to meet the incoming assault. Mid-leap, the red-haired man taunts his opponent, claiming a critical error was made by pulling the trigger too quickly. Red-haired man lands with a powerful thud, his blue mana flaring with aggressive intent as he initiates his attack. The red-haired man reveals his true intent, aiming a pistol now crackling with blue energy, convinced this weapon will guarantee his victory. A sharp blue energy blast erupts from the opponent's hand, striking the ground with a powerful impact and deflecting the incoming attack. The opponent moves with blinding speed, a blue trail of mana following his every move as he expertly evades the assault. As the opponent lands, the golden sword from before materializes in his grip, ready for a decisive counterstrike. The red-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, a shocked gasp escaping his lips as he questions what just happened. The opponent charges forward with incredible speed, his sword glowing with blue energy, rapidly closing the distance on the stunned man. A razor-sharp wave of blue energy erupts from the opponent's sword, tearing across the ground and forcing the red-haired man to recoil. A guttural groan of pain escapes the red-haired man as his face contorts in agony, blood splattering from a fresh wound. The opponent stands poised, a chilling blue energy radiating from his hand as he coldly informs the man that this pain is merely the beginning. Within his surging blue energy, the opponent recalls a harsh lesson from the past, suggesting that some need to be dealt with forcefully to regain their composure. The opponent's glowing blue sword pulsates with raw power, a silent promise of the impending onslaught. The red-haired man, despite his wounds, seizes the golden sword, its hilt now crackling with his own desperate blue energy. His grip tightens on the sword's hilt, blue energy surging around it as the man prepares his next move. The red-haired man's face twists in a furious snarl as he rejects the taunt, gritting his teeth in agony. Two combatants stand ready, their energy-infused blades poised, locked in a tense standoff as blue mana swirls around them both. The pristine, illuminated corridor stretches into the distance, its silence abruptly broken by the distant, rapid sounds of gunfire. A man slides across the polished floor of the corridor, his movement hinting at a powerful impact or a swift dodge amidst the echoing sounds of gunfire. The opponent's fist glows with intense blue energy, his knuckles wrapped in metal as a fierce determination hardens his gaze, ready for close-quarters combat. The opponent slams down with devastating force, shattering the ground beneath him in a massive explosion of blue energy and debris. The hallway lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power, yet the man remains, moving swiftly through the chaos, seemingly unaffected. Composed amidst the destruction, the man raises his high-tech handgun, his expression cold and calculating, preparing to retaliate. Two swift blue energy projectiles streak through the air, cutting through the debris-filled corridor as they are fired by the man. The man leaps gracefully over the shattered remnants of the hallway, a blue energy explosion erupting just behind him as he maintains his agility. The man sprints forward, his powerful strides cracking the very floor beneath him, demonstrating incredible speed and continued offensive pressure. The man's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve etched on his face as a fiery red energy impact flares nearby, drawing his intense focus. The opponent unleashes a devastating fiery punch, activating a powerful skill as the man watches the blazing attack approach. Man's gaze remains locked on the incoming fiery fist, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the impact. The man raises a golden glowing arm to block the inferno punch, internally noting with a hint of disappointment that his opponent's core skills haven't fundamentally changed. The fiery punch collides with the defense in a brilliant white explosion, the force contained by golden energy proving formidable resilience. Unfazed by the attack, the man aims his gun, expressing his profound disappointment in his opponent's current skill level. The opponent's expression shifts to one of surprise, a subtle hint of hurt crossing his face at the dismissive words, realizing the true strength of his foe. The air shatters as a violent burst of blue energy erupts, the sheer pressure of the impact sending shockwaves through the corridor. Albert Valentine stands unfazed, his fist wreathed in scorching flames as he looks down at his opponent, coldly noting that Gunha is not nearly as skilled as he used to be. Another heavy collision rings out, sparks and debris flying as the intensity of the duel reaches a fever pitch. Albert Valentine looms over Gunha, his expression one of pure boredom. He admits he was looking forward to this fight, but now he's just disappointed. The blue mana flares once more, a desperate attempt to regain the initiative against the overwhelming power of the antagonist. Dust and smoke fill the hallway as the two fighters stand locked in a tense stalemate, the silence between them heavy with murderous intent. A spent brass casing hits the marble floor with a sharp metallic ping, marking the pause in the exchange of fire. Albert Valentine adjusts his glasses, mocking Gunha's hesitation. He asks if Gunha is just going to stand there and take it. Gunha activates his defense skill, Scudo del Gladiator 2. A crystalline blue barrier manifests, but it's clear he's on the back foot. Blood trickles from the corner of Gunha's mouth as he grits his teeth, the strain of maintaining the high-level defense taking a visible toll on his body. Albert Valentine winds up a punch, his knuckles glowing with an intense, incinerating heat that threatens to melt through any protection. With a cold smile, Albert Valentine lists the two reasons why Gunha is destined to lose this encounter. First, he points out Gunha's predictable attack patterns, effortlessly sidestepping a strike that would have been fatal to a lesser man. Second, he notes that Gunha's mana reserves are nearly empty and his potion buffs are about to expire, leaving him vulnerable. He continues his psychological assault, explaining that while the potion's defensive effects linger, Gunha is trapped and unable to counterattack. Gunha's eyes widen in realization as his mana bottoms out. His shield begins to fracture under the relentless pressure. Spiderweb cracks race across the blue barrier, a clear sign that Gunha's absolute defense is on the verge of total collapse. Albert Valentine places his finger on the trigger, the blue mana around his handgun pulsing as he prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Julie rushes into the room, screaming for the violence to stop. Julie confronts Albert Valentine, her voice trembling with rage. She reminds him of his promise not to harm the people close to her. Albert Valentine doesn't even lower his weapon, mockingly questioning why she's bringing up promises while interfering in his work. He turns his attention to Julie, telling her they are almost finished and commanding her to stay still as he approaches. The cold steel of the barrel presses against Julie's forehead, a terrifying display of Albert Valentine's ruthlessness. Julie doesn't flinch. She stares directly into his eyes and dares him to pull the trigger if he truly has the nerve. Albert Valentine's gaze remains icy and detached, unmoved by her defiance as he weighs his next move. He warns Gunha to back off, threatening him with death if he dares to take another step toward them. Julie pleads with Gunha, mentioning that others are on their way. Internally, Gunha reaffirms his singular promise: he will protect her at any cost. Albert Valentine delivers a final ultimatum, telling Gunha that one word from Julie is enough to decide his fate. Gunha's boots plant firmly on the ground, his resolve hardening as he prepares to break a stalemate. A shot rings out, the muzzle flash illuminating the room as Julie screams in horror at the sudden escalation. But the bullet is deflected by a sudden surge of mana, Gunha's power flaring up in a brilliant display of speed and precision. Albert Valentine's fist erupts in flames once more. He tells Julie that her words are enough to end this. Gunha is engulfed in a vortex of fire, his silhouette barely visible through the raging inferno as he pushes past his limits. Through the flames, Gunha's eye burns with a fierce, unwavering light. He has no intention of falling here. Julie watches with bated breath, her heart aching as she whispers that he is the only one she needs. Gunha clenches his fist, blood dripping from his knuckles as he demands an answer, his mana turning into a physical manifestation of his rage. He charges forward like a meteor, leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake as he closes the distance in a fraction of a second. For the first time, Albert Valentine's composure breaks, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes the sheer scale of the power coming his way. A massive explosion of fire and energy consumes the corridor, Julie shielded by a golden barrier as Gunha unleashes everything he has left. Albert Valentine, protected by a shimmering hexagonal barrier, is forced back by the sheer power of Gunha's explosive strike. Bleeding and gasping for breath, Gunha maintains his resolve, his gaze fixed on Julie as he calls out her name. Gunha stands as a shield for Julie, who watches him with a desperate, pleading expression. A hand, glowing with radiant golden energy, reaches forward to unleash a hidden power. Enveloped in a golden aura, Julie extends her hand as the system announces the activation of amplification. The grand hall is left in ruins, the floor shattered where Gunha and the berserker faced off. Coughing and leaning on his sword, the berserker mocks Gunha, telling him he's overreacting about his severed arm. Berserker's hand tightens with rising fury as the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hall. Gunha coldly steps on the berserker's severed arm, asking if he honestly expects to reattach it with healing magic. The berserker's face contorts in agony, his eyes wide as he weakly pleads for Gunha to stop. Ignoring the desperate cry of No, Gunha brings his foot down with lethal intent, blood splattering as he glares coldly. Gunha crushes the severed limb, leaving the berserker defeated and groaning in pain. Overcome with rage, the berserker screams as his body ignites with a volatile crimson energy. The berserker activates Michia Detonant Explosion, surrounding himself in a destructive vortex of red energy. Gunha watches the berserker's surging aura, wondering if a massive area of effect explosion is coming. Blazing with blue mana, Gunha moves at high speed, confident he can evade the blast from a distance. As Gunha attempts to retreat, he is startled to find the red energy tendrils actively pursuing him. Shocked, Gunha realizes the crimson energy is tracking the mana from his Heavenly Steps ability. Blue and red energies collide, triggering a violent explosion that sends shockwaves through the air. Gunha is sent plummeting, his blue aura flickering as the impact craters the floor beneath him. Skidding across the ruined floor, Gunha manages to regain his footing, his mana still radiating despite the impact. Gunha's eyes burn with fierce determination, his teeth gritted as he prepares to overcome the threat. With renewed energy, Gunha lunges forward as a blur of blue, ready for a decisive strike. Activating one-point breakthrough, Gunha pierces the crimson aura, pushing himself to reach just a little more power. The berserker strains against the pressure, desperately trying to move just a little faster. Gunha's blue energy surges toward the berserker, who watches the incoming blow in wide-eyed shock. Sweat pours down the berserker's face as he realizes Gunha's attack is unavoidable. Suddenly, Gunha is intercepted by crackling red energy, caught off guard by an unexpected countermove. Gunha grimaces, realizing his adolescent body is reaching its physical limit too quickly. Seizing the opening, the berserker grins maniacally, declaring that this is his moment to strike. Crimson energy manifests into towering bars, forming an inescapable magical prison. Gunha is suddenly ensnared within a glowing red cage as the system declares the activation of ARP's imprisonment. The crimson energy pulses, solidifying the magical bars of the prison around Gunha. Trapped within the glowing bars, Gunha's eyes flare with desperation as he looks for an escape. Still confined by ARP's imprisonment, Gunha strains against the red bars in frustration. Gunha lashes out at the bars, realizing he must end the fight before his body completely fails him. With a roar, Gunha strikes the crimson bars with his sword, sending shards of energy flying. Gunha's eyes take on a dangerous red glow as a new, potent power begins to awaken within him. The young man's eyes, now blazing with a dangerous red glow, reflect the power that has fully awakened within him, his jaw clenched in fierce resolve. From above, a red-haired warrior descends, unleashing a devastating blow that engulfs the young man in a blinding white explosion of energy, shattering the ground beneath him. Yet the young man remains defiant, crouching low as raw purple energy surges from his hand, ready to counter the relentless assault. Swirling purple energy manifests around his hands, a dark shield forming as the red-haired warrior looms in the foreground. The red-haired warrior, surrounded by the same dark energy, scoffs, dismissing his opponent's power. Two combatants clash violently, the young man's blue aura meeting the warrior's crimson power in a brutal exchange that sends blood splattering. Amidst the chaos, a handgun fires, a bright muzzle flash cutting through the purple-tinged air, adding another layer of ferocity to the battle. A massive impact rips through the floor, creating a deep crater that separates the blue-wreathed young man from the red-clad warrior. The young man's hand, gripping the pistol, glows with a menacing red skeletal energy, his expression a mix of shock and desperate resolve. His red eye glows intensely, sweat beading on his brow as he grinds his teeth, channeling his newfound power. The red-haired warrior lunges with his red-bladed sword, screaming in fury, but the young man swiftly counters, firing his gun upwards. The warrior deftly evades a red energy slash, his body twisting in mid-air as the young man's leg is seen kicking from below. The young man unleashes a barrage of bullets, muzzle flashes illuminating the debris-strewn ground as he fires relentlessly. The red-haired warrior, still in motion, parries yellow energy slashes with his sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles with practiced ease. With a manic grin, the warrior's sword glows crimson, his eyes gleaming as he lets out a guttural sound of exertion. He lunges forward, his red-bladed sword leaving a searing trail of energy, a relentless pursuit against his opponent. The warrior's foot, enveloped in a crimson aura, slams down with immense force, hinting at a powerful stomp attack. The young man is sent flying backward from a brutal kick from the red-haired warrior, red energy streaking behind him as he is propelled through the air. Close-up reveals the young man taking a devastating blow to the face, blood splattering from the impact as his head snaps back. The young man collapses to the ground, defeated, as the red-haired warrior stands over him, fist raised, a menacing shadow cast upon his fallen foe. The red-haired warrior delivers a direct punch to the young man's face, the force of the blow creating a violent burst of energy. Mid-punch, the warrior screams in rage, his face contorted with bloodlust. The young man's body falls to the ground, his arm outstretched, the impact sending ripples across the floor. His hand hits the cold, hard ground, the faint sound of impact echoing in the aftermath of the brutal assault. The red-haired warrior stands over the fallen form, breathing heavily, his sword still in hand, surveying the cracked and debris-littered battleground. Warrior's feet approach the fallen body, indicating his intent to deliver a final, crushing blow. With a triumphant, menacing glare, the red-haired warrior looms over his opponent, red energy swirling around him. He unleashes a devastating red energy attack that erupts in a massive explosion, engulfing the area in destructive force. Amidst the settling dust and debris, the red-haired warrior stands, cautiously scanning the environment for any signs of movement. A slight smile plays on the warrior's face, his expression one of satisfaction as he lets out a quiet, triumphant chuckle. The warrior laughs triumphantly, his voice hoarse with exertion and victory. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he scans the dusty surroundings. His hand clenches, a murderous resolve hardening his features as he reaches out for his presumed victim. Suddenly, the warrior's reaching hand is caught in a vice-like grip, his expression shifting to one of utter shock and disbelief. The young man, eyes blazing with furious red light, has reversed their positions, now relentlessly pummeling the warrior with a barrage of brutal punches. The warrior screams in agony and terror, desperately crying out as his opponent continues his relentless assault. The young man's fists blur into a flurry of impacts, each punch landing with bone-jarring force, creating shockwaves that ripple through the air. The red-haired warrior, despite the beating, maintains a defiant stance, sneering at his opponent and dismissing the attack. However, the warrior's body is suddenly shown in a negative hue, blood erupting from his mouth and chest, revealing severe internal damage. A pool of fresh blood stains the ground as the warrior, in a moment of grim realization, sees that he has sustained an injury severe enough to vomit a large amount of blood. The red-haired man, his face contorted in agony, screams that he can no longer control his mana as crimson energy rages wildly around his hand. His hand pulsates with uncontrolled power, the volatile mana threatening to rip him apart from the inside. His legs buckle beneath him as the destructive energy consumes his body, forcing him to his knees. He shrieks in agony, realizing the terrifying truth: it is a mana counterflow, an internal explosion of his own power. His blood-soaked face contorts further as he glares at the young man, demanding to know what has been done to him. The young man calmly holds up a small vial containing a glowing green liquid, revealing it to be a deadly poison. The young man explains that the substance disrupts internal mana, causes a mana explosion, and ultimately leads to death. The red-haired man, still reeling, realizes with shock that the potent poison had been hidden inside the young man's mouth. Red-haired man weakly curses his opponent, asking if he plans to die with him, while the young man, turning away, dismisses him for carrying only poison. With a quick snap, the young man opens a small vial, revealing an antidote. The young man confidently declares that he, of course, possesses the antidote, then quickly drinks it. Red-haired man, defeated and dying, can only muster a single, choked word: crazy. The young man stands over his fallen foe, mockingly telling him not to curse and criticizing his pronunciation. The young man grabs the man by his collar, pulling him closer. With a gun pressed to his temple, the red-haired man desperately warns the youth, questioning if he will regret killing a member of a powerful group, an act that would escalate into a global issue. As the man continues his threats, proclaiming the entire world would become the youth's enemy, the young man cuts him off with a sharp "shut up." Without hesitation, the young man shoves the barrel of the gun deep into the man's mouth, silencing his pleas. The young man stares down at the fallen man, declaring that the survivor alone determines the value of the loser's death. With his finger on the trigger, the young man asserts his will, stating he will be the one to decide whether the world becomes his enemy or not. His final words echo in the silence: "Since you lost, die obediently." A deafening gunshot rings out, echoing through the desolate room as the man's body slumps onto the fractured floor. The once pristine room is now a scene of utter devastation, littered with debris and overturned furniture, bearing witness to the brutal execution. The young man lets the handgun fall from his grasp, clattering onto the shattered floor next to his foot. The young man collapses onto the cracked floor, panting heavily as the adrenaline fades to reveal his utter exhaustion. He notes with a grimace that he only has one potion remaining, contemplating whether to use it on himself or save it for an ally, all while feeling on the verge of death. Unbeknownst to the young man, a new figure discreetly observes the aftermath of the battle from behind a pillar. The newcomer, clutching a shopping bag, gasps in shock, wondering what chaos has unfolded. The observer's eyes widen in horror, realizing that a formidable fighter had been killed by a mere child. He muses that while he could easily finish off someone on the verge of death, in this case, it might actually take longer. Deciding against engaging, the observer quickly flees the scene. In a high-stakes meeting, a woman gives orders, prioritizing the capture of a target before the other players arrive, noting an unusual personal dispatch to a hotel. One of the operatives rushes off, a determined expression on his face, ready to carry out the urgent orders. Chapter concludes, leaving the audience to ponder the implications of the brutal victory and the new threats emerging. A new combatant emerges, his fist engulfed in scorching flames, ready for battle. A man with glasses, caught off guard, stares in surprise as the fiery fist rapidly approaches him. The fiery attack connects with devastating force, sending the man hurtling backward as the ground beneath him shatters from the impact. The immense power of the attack leaves a fiery crater in the ceiling, prompting an observer to wonder if this amplified strength is truly different from before. The man's eyes glow with a cold, determined blue light behind his glasses, signaling his resolve to retaliate. The atmosphere turns ice cold as Albert Valentine presses a jagged blade against Julie's throat, declaring that the game is finally over. With a sinister calm, Albert Valentine demands that everyone suppress their mana immediately if they don't want to see Julie die right before their eyes. Anha watches from the shadows, his expression unreadable as he observes the desperate standoff in the shattered hallway. The blade nicks Julie's skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Albert Valentine barks a final warning for no one to move a muscle. Hallway is a graveyard of marble and glass. Albert Valentine commands the survivors to break their combat stances and raise their hands. Reluctantly, the fighter known as Bruno raises his hands, his knuckles still stained with the blood of the previous encounter. Albert Valentine adjusts his glasses with a chilling smirk, casually announcing that Sergenko has already met his end. He pulls out a sleek black handgun, noting that they must finish this quickly before the Korean players arrive to investigate the chaos. A thunderous crack echoes through the corridor as Albert Valentine pulls the trigger without a second thought. Bullet finds its mark, ending a life in a spray of crimson. Julie stands frozen, the sudden execution leaving her in a state of shock. The world seems to blur around Julie as she stares at the fallen body, her mind struggling to process the betrayal. She looks toward Albert Valentine, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and confusion as the smoke clears. Julie whispers a soft realization, seeing the true face of the man standing before her. The barrel of the pistol continues to smoke, a grim reminder of Albert Valentine's absolute lack of empathy. A manic grin stretches across Albert Valentine's face as he celebrates the death of his rival, his eyes glowing with malice. This is the world of the real-life player, where loyalty is a luxury and power is the only currency that matters. Albert Valentine confesses that he had been biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and seize control. Bruno watches the villain closely, his hand tightening around his brass knuckles as Albert Valentine gloats over the fallen. He declares that the Myron family is finished and that soon there will be nothing left of their legacy in this country. Standing over the cracks of the broken floor, Albert Valentine offers Bruno and Julie a choice: return to the Valentine family or perish. Blood-red text screams his ambition: the total annihilation of the Marins and the reconstruction of the Valentine Empire. Julie lashes out, calling Albert Valentine crazy and insisting that the Marins won't fall so easily just because one leader is dead. She wonders internally if the weight of leadership has finally pushed him over the edge, turning him into a stranger. Albert Valentine's eyes flash with a cold, calculating light as he explains how he will use Jenko's death to manipulate the Marins into a self-destructive war. He levels his gun at Julie, claiming that only he has the power to protect her in the new world order he is creating. He orders Bruno to surrender and live for the sake of the Valentine family, his finger hovering over the trigger. His gaze sharpens, his vision tunneling as he prepares to eliminate any remaining resistance with a single shot. Suddenly, Gunha bursts onto the scene in a blur of motion, demanding to know who gave Albert Valentine permission to take his people. With lightning speed, Gunha's blade slices through the air, drawing a spray of blood from Albert Valentine's leg. Gunha continues his assault, moving with such fluidity that the villain's bullets find only empty air. A heavy kick lands with bone-shattering force, slamming Albert Valentine against the cracked walls of the corridor. Shock and pain register on Albert Valentine's face as he realizes he is no longer the predator in this room. Gunha doesn't let up, driving his knife deep into the villain's side, determined to end this threat once and for all. Blue mana erupts from Gunha's body, a radiant aura that deflects Albert Valentine's desperate point-blank fire. The sheer intensity of Gunha's power sends shockwaves through the hallway, the blue energy crackling with lethal intent. Gunha skids to a halt, his eyes burning with a cold fury as he prepares for the final decisive strike. Albert Valentine growls, frustrated that he wasted so much time talking instead of securing his victory. His eyes widen as he senses a massive surge of magical energy manifesting behind him. Golden magic circles erupt around Julie and Bruno, a powerful protective spell that leaves Albert Valentine speechless. Gunha stands firm, staring down the villain and making it clear that he is the one who will decide the fate of everyone in this room. Gunha looks toward his companion with a gaze that's both protective and weary, telling Julie not to wander off on her own. He asks if his desperate efforts managed to buy them the time they needed. Julie offers a soft, reassuring smile, promising she won't leave like that again. Suddenly, she triggers her amplification skill, her eyes glowing with a fierce, celestial light. The room erupts in a blinding golden flare as Albert Valentine stands his ground, gun drawn, facing the overwhelming pressure of Julie's rising power. Sweat beads on Albert Valentine's brow as he curses under his breath. The situation is rapidly deteriorating, and his calculated plans are turning to ash. Julie looks back one last time, her voice steady but laced with concern as she tells her ally he must come back alive from the impending clash. A simple "yeah" is the only confirmation needed before a massive shockwave shatters the floor, marking the start of a high-speed assault. Albert Valentine is caught in the crosshairs of a brutal strike, his glasses nearly flying off as the fiery force of the attack slams into his guard. Pain sears through Albert Valentine's leg as blood sprays from a fresh wound. He growls in agony, realizing that Gunha's interference has left him crippled. A secondary blast of blue mana impacts Albert Valentine with crushing force, drawing a pained cry as his defenses are systematically dismantled. The momentum sends both combatants flying. Amidst the chaos, Gunha wonders if the reinforcements have kept him in their sights. Albert Valentine hits the wall with bone-shattering impact, the structural concrete cracking under the sheer velocity of his retreat. Puffing up a spray of crimson, Albert Valentine struggles to maintain consciousness as the internal damage begins to take its toll. The red-haired berserker charges through the smoke, wreathed in destructive flames and moving with the predatory speed of a true monster. Cornered and desperate, Albert Valentine gathers the remnants of his mana, focusing it into his specialized handguns for one final, lethal discharge. The barrels of his weapons hum with a deadly blue energy, system notification of imminent danger as he prepares to flood the corridor with lead. He screams continuous shooting in Italian, unleashing a relentless barrage of mana bullets that tear through the air in a desperate bid for survival. The red-haired berserker doesn't flinch, punching straight through the energy stream with a fist wreathed in intense golden heat. With a heavy stomp that shatters the floor tiles, the berserker closes the distance in a heartbeat, leaving Albert Valentine no room to breathe. The red-haired berserker winds up a devastating haymaker, his knuckles glowing with the concentrated power of a finishing move. The berserker tells him to go to hell as his fist connects with Albert Valentine's face, a critical hit that sends teeth and blood flying. The structural integrity of the building gives way under the force of the blow, the wall behind Albert Valentine spiderwebbing into 1,000 pieces. The glass shatters outward as Albert Valentine is ejected from the building, his broken form falling into the dark abyss below. Plummeting through the air, Albert Valentine's mind is a whirlwind of denial. He refuses to accept that his grand ambitions end here. As he lies broken on the pavement, a chilling realization sets in: this defeat is only the beginning of his true punishment. Massive shockwave ripples through the city block, the final echo of the battle that leveled the upper floors of the hotel. A bloodied hand reaches out from the rubble, clawing at the cracked earth as Albert Valentine clings to a desperate hope for survival. He gasps for air, whispering to himself that as long as he's alive there is still a chance to reclaim his lost glory. His internal monologue is cut short by the sharp click of a heel. A cold voice identifies him not as a conqueror but as a disgraced ambassador. Big Mama looms over him, her expression unreadable as she places him under arrest for orchestrating the terror attack on the Alice Hotel. She informs him that the political landscape has shifted. His presence has become a liability that her organization can no longer tolerate. Stripped of his suit and his dignity, Albert Valentine is thrown into a high-security cell, a straitjacket ensuring he can no longer use his skills. Bandaged and broken, he tries to protest his innocence, claiming he never started any terror attack, but his words fall on deaf ears. Big Mama dismisses his claims with a cold smile. With video evidence of his crimes, his life as a free man is officially over. Bound and defeated, Albert Valentine is a shell of his former self. His claims dismissed, his fate sealed, he faces the cold, harsh reality of his capture. Big Mama's sinister smile twists as she mocks the idea that an elementary school child could have killed Genko Myron or orchestrated a terror attack. Her purple eyes glow with malice as she dismisses the notion, asking who'd believe that. Her words are a chilling testament to her absolute control over the narrative. Albert Valentine's eye glows with a fierce, desperate light as he grinds his teeth, the weight of his predicament pressing down on him. In a flurry of internal revelations, Albert Valentine connects the dots. He had analyzed Big Mama's political stance and Italy's power, realizing she and others had killed Genko Myron to suppress the Myron family's influence. He realizes that Tom Myron wasn't the only one dispatched to watch him, confirming a deeper, more insidious web of surveillance and manipulation surrounding him. His eye burns with newfound understanding as he deduces that the Myron family had been secretly moving in the shadows, orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Big Mama presents her leverage, revealing she has captured all the Italians involved. With them, she intends to make a deal with Albert Valentine, leaving him no choice but to comply. Albert Valentine, defeated but still defiant, asks the crucial question, "What do you want?" Big Mama's footsteps echo as she reveals her demand. She wants Albert Valentine to fabricate an equal amount of lies, transforming them into truth, just as she has done. With a chilling smile, Big Mama looms over Albert Valentine, declaring her extensive desires. "I want a lot of things." The scene shifts abruptly to a modern university hospital, a stark contrast to the dark dealings of Big Mama. Inside, a mother's voice echoes through the hospital corridor, questioning her child, "Are you really not going to listen to your mom?" Gunha winces as his mother scolds him for repeatedly getting injured, reminding him of his 12-week recovery period. His little sister, Yunha, worriedly tells him, "Appa, don't get hurt." Gunha, feeling remorseful, softly admits, "I was wrong." His mother, holding Yunha, gently reiterates her concern, emphasizing, "Mom doesn't want you to overexert yourself, okay?" Gunha, with a somber expression, quietly agrees to his mother's plea, responding with a simple, "yes." His mother offers a gentle smile, reassured by his promise to take care. As she prepares to leave, she reminds Gunha to be good, promising to return later. Gunha watches the door close, a quiet moment of solitude settling in the hospital room. A harrowing memory flashes. A younger Gunha, terrified, asks if his dad and Nuna will arrive soon, while Yunha screams in panic. Back in the present, Gunha sits alone by the window, a somber expression on his face as he whispers, "I'm sorry, everyone." Bored and restless, Gunha sighs, wondering if he should watch the news to pass the time. He picks up the remote, preparing to switch on the television as the news broadcast begins. The news anchor reports on a loud sound from the Alice Hotel last night, causing widespread fear. She mentions that Italian players staying at the hotel helped, implying a significant event. The report continues, stating that since no civilians were present, the Italian players raided a red dungeon within the hotel. Tragically, everyone died except for the Italian ambassador, Albert Valentine. Gunha's eyes widen in shock as he processes the news, realizing the implications of Albert Valentine's survival and the devastating incident at the hotel. Suddenly, his hospital room door opens, revealing a man and a woman who greet him with enthusiasm, calling out, "Boss, are you well?" Gunha, clearly annoyed, tells the woman, "Nuna, please stop calling me boss." The man interjects, insisting, "Boss is a boss. As a man, you should learn to be proud of it." Gunha's exasperation grows as he thinks, "And you're not sorry for forgetting about me at the hotel?" While the man and woman share a loving glance, oblivious to his irritation. Gunha tries to interrupt their romantic moment, reminding them, "Excuse me, Nuna, Ajusi, I'm in a lot of pain." The man clears his throat, finally acknowledging Gunha's presence. Gunha looks at them, confused by their sudden shift in demeanor, unsure how to react to their over-the-top display. The woman expresses profound gratitude to Gunha, stating, "Thank you for saving me. If you weren't there, I would have had to live in despair." The man adds, addressing him as boss, and declares, "I can't repay the debt I owe you with my life." Flustered by their intense display of loyalty, Gunha urges them, "Ajusi, Nuna, get up. The man then begins a solemn vow declaring that tonight under the moonlight and starlight with humble words he will forge a holy connection. He pledges his all to Gunha and swears to protect the honor of his brothers. The man's hand reaches out, a symbolic gesture of the unbreakable bond and unwavering loyalty he pledges to Gunha. With resolute expressions, the man and woman declare their lineage and their unwavering commitment, stating, "My father is the sun and my mother is the moon." Even after such a solemn declaration, Gunha, still bandaged and recovering, processes the weight of their words with a quiet, thoughtful expression. Breaking the somber mood, the woman, with a mischievous grin, playfully suggests calling Yunha boss and even proposes raising their future child to be Yunha's exclusive aide. Gunha erupts in protest, spitting out his drink as he vehemently rejects the entire notion, declaring his absolute refusal to become a player or be involved with the mafia. Amidst a flurry of question marks, a bewildered Gunha demands to know why they are making such life-altering decisions without even consulting him. The woman's audacious idea of raising their child as Yunha's exclusive aide echoes in Gunha's mind, leaving him utterly speechless with a stunned, disbelieving "huh?" With radiant smiles, the couple joyfully announces their pregnancy to Gunha, who, despite his earlier shock, offers sincere congratulations and relief at their safety. The woman, still beaming, then gestures to something new, holding up 2 official-looking cards and prompting a curious question from Gunha. A hand extends, presenting Gunha with 2 official-looking cards, leading him to question what they are. Instructing him to look at the name, the woman watches as Gunha turns the cards over, his curiosity piqued. The cards are revealed as official identification, bearing the new names No Giulietta and No Bruno, a shock that hits Gunha like a physical blow, eliciting a sharp cry. As Gunha recoils in utter disbelief at the sight of their changed identities, the woman laughs heartily, clearly amused by his stunned reaction. She explains their decision to embrace a completely new life, which necessitated changing their surnames to truly signify their fresh start. With a shared wink and sparkling enthusiasm, the couple proudly declares their new identities, stating it was only fitting to adopt Yunha's surname and introduce themselves as No Giulietta and No Bruno. Gunha stares down at the new identification cards, the weight of their irreversible decisions and his unexpectedly altered reality settling heavily upon him. Desperate no from Gunha reverberates, a visceral rejection of the chaotic and unexpected turn his life has suddenly taken. The scene shifts to a long, elegantly designed hallway bathed in golden sunlight with towering stacks of books lining both sides, leading towards a brightly lit doorway. Within a cozy study, an elderly man with a bandaged face and spectacles sits comfortably engrossed in a book, calmly acknowledging an arrival with a simple, "You're here." The man from earlier, now serious and respectful, addresses the elder, acknowledging his crucial role in preventing their sensitive information from being exposed. With a deep, deferential bow, the man expresses his profound gratitude, acknowledging that they are once again deeply indebted to the elder. He elaborates on the elder's extensive support, from providing them shelter upon their initial arrival in Korea to his recent intervention in the incident. The elder, with a knowing smile, admits to pulling some strings and then kindly instructs the man to lift his head, dismissing the formality. The elder reveals the difficulty of maintaining secrecy, noting the goddess was intensely curious about those Italians, while the man, humbled, simply offers his sincere thanks. The elder explains his strategic shift, abandoning the struggling Alice Hotel business, which lagged behind the Dawn and YH groups, to invest more heavily in pharmaceuticals, seeing it as a balanced exchange for his assistance. He issues a grave warning, despite the goddess claiming no further investigation, her words cannot be trusted, urging extreme caution. The man responds with a firm yes, a silent pledge to heed the elder's warning and remain vigilant. The elder then extends a surprising offer to the unemployed man to become his exclusive player, a proposition met with thoughtful silence. The elder clarifies that the role doesn't demand constant escorting, stating he won't force the man but emphasizing the freedom involved, prompting the man to consider the implications. The elder reveals the core of the new role. When not accompanying him, the man's primary and most crucial duty is to protect the children, just as he has always done. The man observes the elder's kind nature, prompting a chuckle from the elder, who playfully warns him to stop staring so intensely. The elder reveals his simple, heartfelt desire. He only wishes to see the children, who have brought unexpected joy into his life, smile brightly. With a final, unspoken thank you, the man departs, leaving the elder in the quiet solitude of his study. Alone, the elder gazes into the distance, a quiet admission escaping his lips that he truly feels the weight of his age. He muses further, a faint reflection of himself visible, surprised by his own emotionality at such an advanced stage of life. Gently holding a worn copy of Alice in Wonderland, the elder softly addresses an unseen deer, asking for their thoughts, hinting at a profound personal connection. Suddenly, the tranquility shatters as a colossal blue energy wave erupts from the tumultuous ocean, threatening a massive naval fleet, while a terrified soldier cries out, "Aye, it's coming." A concentrated pillar of blue mana tears the sky asunder, obliterating the ocean surface and sending shockwaves through the naval fleet. Amidst the chaos, a voice commands with absolute certainty, "It's now," as a colossal shadow looms beneath the waves. Soldiers stand frozen on the deck, their weapons trembling in the pouring rain, signaling the arrival of a nightmare. The ocean erupts as a massive, armored tail smashes into the fleet, tossing multi-ton warships aside like toys. Fighter jets and radar arrays are rendered useless as the sheer scale of the entity disrupts the very atmosphere. The crew can only watch in sheer terror, faces pale as they realize they are no longer the sea's apex predators. Rising from the depths is the rank 2 overrank monster, Leviathan, a creature of myth turned into a living extinction event. Suddenly, the temperature drops. Frost spreads across the deck as a new power enters the fray. With a cold, authoritative tone, a man steps forward and commands the panicked soldiers to move. Massive shards of ice erupt from the sea, piercing the Leviathan's hide and locking the Titan in place. Declaring he will open a path, Namgung Sunwon leaps from the ship's railing, his cape billowing in the storm. He sprints across the frozen surface, a lone warrior charging a godlike beast with a spear of pure frost. The ice cracks under the Leviathan's struggle, but the density of Namgung Sunwon's mana keeps the monster pinned. Determined to end it, he makes a grim resolve, stating he will sacrifice one of his arms to fuel the final strike. A mountain of ice rises from the ocean floor, encasing the Leviathan in a tomb of eternal frost. Beast lets out one final, muffled roar before the ice completely consumes it, silencing the battlefield. Namgung Sunwon descends, his spear glowing with the residue of a power that can level cities. He activates his ultimate skill, Frozen Plum Blossom, current peak intent, shattering the monster's core into 1,000,000 pieces. Years later, Gunha stares at the news report. The future he knows remains unchanged. The victory was a national loss. He knows the history. Namgung Sunwon will retire from the 12 thrones in just a few years due to his injuries. Flashback to the secondary academy exam day. The streets are packed with hopeful applicants and their families. A 10-year-old Gunha holds his little sister, No Yuni, who begs him to play because she's bored. Gunha wonders why their older sister hasn't come out of the exam hall yet, his eyes fixed on the massive building. He worries if something went wrong, unaware that the exam was extended due to an unprecedented number of entrants. Inside, the entrance exam is in full swing, with candidates monitored across dozens of high-stakes training modules. From obstacle courses to combat simulations, every movement is recorded to find the next generation of players. Supervisors watch intently, noting that this isn't just about talent, it's about who has the grit to survive. The general supervisor orders the cameras to focus specifically on candidates number 39 and 40. They discuss Ryu Yanoa, the applicant who recorded the highest internal mana reading in the entire group. Ryu Yanoa moves with lethal grace, already acknowledged as a seed, a candidate destined for greatness. General Supervisor then asks for the name of number 39, his interest piqued by her performance. The name is revealed, No Yuna. She is the sister Gunha has been waiting for outside. No Yuna navigates lethal traps and magical circles with a speed that blurs the camera's vision. The supervisors exchange stunned looks, sensing something fundamentally different about these two girls. One asks if No Yuna is a seed as well, unable to explain her overwhelming prowess. The answer is no, which only deepens the mystery of this rookie who is outperforming the elite. They realize they might have a reserved throne in this round, a candidate capable of reaching the absolute top. But then, the most shocking realization hits. They aren't using mana at all, they're doing this with pure physical ability. Results of the strenuous physical test are in. Ryu Yanoa takes first place with an A+ grade, while Gunha secures second, also with an A+. Gunha observes the rankings, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A stern voice echoes, explicitly forbidding the use of mana during the test. Gunha, caught in the memory, displays a flicker of distress. The instructor clarifies the rule, advising to avoid mana unless absolutely necessary. Gunha, entangled in the test's obstacles, questions the logic, asking if mana control isn't crucial for a player. Instructor explains the rationale, stating that players frequently face disadvantaged situations and must learn to overcome them without relying solely on mana. The instructor points out Gunha's natural inclination to use mana, implying the test is designed to push her beyond that reliance. A spark of realization ignites in Gunha's eye as a new thought begins to form, but Gunha internally marvels at discovering another participant who also abstained from mana during the test, and to her surprise, this person was even faster. Gunha, impressed, compliments the other participant, remarking on her exceptional running ability. Gunha continues, expressing her surprise and delight that the other participant also ran without mana, just like her. The two top performers engage in a lively conversation, a rare moment of connection. A subtle shift in the conversation as the other participant looks away, leaving Gunha slightly puzzled. Gunha utters a confused "huh" as the other top performer abruptly turns and walks away. Observing the exhausted participants around her, Gunha wonders if the other top performer's abrupt departure stems from an unsociable nature. The instructor addresses the assembled applicants, announcing that he will now explain the details of the final exam. The instructor gestures towards a massive door, revealing that a complex maze lies beyond it. He further explains that the maze's structure will dynamically change at set intervals, and each applicant will be assigned a random entry point. The instructor details the exam's conditions, designated break areas with refreshments, permission to use weapons and mana, and the option to cooperate with other applicants. An applicant approaches Gunha and the other top performer, acknowledging their top ranks in the previous exam. Gunha responds with a surprised huh. Applicant introduces herself as Choi Heiji. Gunha politely reciprocates, introducing herself as No Yuna. Choi Heiji confidently boasts about her background, mentioning her elementary school and proficiency in mana use. Gunha observes her, noting her considerable self-assurance. Choi Heiji proposes that Gunha team up with her and her companions. Gunha questions the practicality, pointing out that they will likely be separated once inside the maze. Choi Heiji clarifies, explaining that their team-up is a friendly pact for a match devoid of any malicious intent. Choi Heiji extends the invitation to the other top performer. However, she curtly declines, stating her preference to proceed alone. Choi Heiji cheerfully bids farewell while the other top performer simply turns her back without a word. Choi Heiji expresses concern for Gunha, criticizing the other top performer's perceived rudeness. Another applicant chimes in, speculating about her social life. Gunha dismisses their attempts to console her, internally affirming that she wasn't upset to begin with. Choi Heiji continues to complain about the other top performer's attitude, with an accompanying applicant adding a sarcastic comment about her conceit. Gunha internally wonders about the other top performer's standoffish demeanor. Gunha concludes internally that forming a close bond with these gossiping applicants will prove difficult. Instead, Gunha's thoughts drift to the other top performer, a sense of potential connection forming in her mind despite their brief, awkward interaction. With a renewed sense of purpose, Gunha steels her resolve, ready for the challenge ahead, leaving the other applicants looking surprised. The instructor's voice booms, declaring the imminent start of the final exam. A vast, intricate maze opens before them, its complex pathways ready to challenge the resolve of every applicant. Standing at her random entry point, Gunha ponders her strategy, a thoughtful escaping her lips. Facing the daunting labyrinth, Gunha questions which path she should take to navigate its twists and turns. A memory of the instructor's guidance flashes through Gunha's mind. When faced with uncertainty, the first step is always get a grasp on the mana flow. As the instructor's words resonate, Gunha's eyes glow with a powerful blue light, sensing the ambient mana. A shimmering trail of blue mana manifests on the ground, clearly indicating a path forward through the maze. Gunha deduces that the mana flow must lead towards the exit, and she begins to follow its luminous path with confidence. Arriving at a designated area, Gunha is greeted by a supervisor who announces her as the first to reach this point. Her expression shows a hint of surprise. Supervisor, with a welcoming smile, offers Gunha a bottle of water, already uncapped, acknowledging her tough journey. Gunha, surprised but grateful, readily accepts the refreshment. Gunha eagerly gulps down the water, her thirst quenched, while the supervisor watches her with a subtly unsettling grin. The supervisor then offers Gunha a hint for the exam, claiming it's permitted due to the final test's difficulty, despite Gunha's initial surprise at the offer. He points down a specific path, confidently declaring it to be the correct route. Gunha, trusting his word, expresses her thanks and quickly dashes down the indicated path, eager to proceed. As Gunha departs, the supervisor's face contorts into a wide, unsettling smirk, hinting at a hidden agenda. Suddenly, Gunha halts, her eyes wide with confusion, realizing something is amiss. She thinks to herself, unable to perceive any mana flow in this direction, yet struggles to believe the teacher could have lied. Gunha looks back, seeing the supervisor now joined by other students, and tries to reassure herself that she must be on the right path if a teacher is present. Among the newly arrived students, a pink-haired girl named Yunha is spotted, looking surprised. Gunha greets Yunha, who explains that they were just asking the supervisor for directions, with other students also pleading for a hint. The supervisor, seemingly obliging, asks the students a riddle about the sun's rising direction, to which they excitedly shout the east. Cheering, the students rush off in the direction the supervisor hinted, while Gunha remains behind, her expression still etched with confusion. Gunha's eyes glow blue as she perceives the mana flow, a look of deep concern on her face, realizing the situation is truly strange. An overhead shot reveals the students rushing in one direction, while a vibrant blue mana flow visibly pulses in the exact opposite path, confirming Gunha's suspicions. Gunha stands still, watching as the other students hurry past her, oblivious to the mana flow guiding them astray. A close-up on Gunha's face shows a dawning realization mixed with worry as she acknowledges her earlier intuition about the strangeness of the situation. At another crossroads, a second supervisor, with a broad, welcoming smile, congratulates the students for making it this far, announcing it as the final leg of the exam. The second supervisor explains that only one of three paths leads to the exit, while students, tired but eager, beg for another hint, noting the exam's imminent end. With a sly grin, the second supervisor playfully refuses to give a direct answer, clearly enjoying the students' anticipation. He gives a subtle wink, a clear, unspoken hint that excites the students, whose faces light up with understanding. Believing they've deciphered the hint, the students cheer and rush down a path, confident they are the first to find the exit as the second supervisor watches. Gunha, with a look of urgent concern, calls out to the departing students, causing them to halt and question her interruption. With a distressed expression, Gunha points in a different direction, asserting that the path they are taking is not the way to the exit. She explains, pointing to a distinct blue mana flow, that it indicates the true path to the exit, contrasting it with the path the students are on. The students confront Gunha, expressing disbelief and frustration, reminding her that the teacher gave them a different direction, while Gunha tries to insist on the mana flow. Gunha's face contorts in shock and hurt as the students dismiss her warning, fully convinced that the exit is just ahead thanks to the teacher's hint. The students angrily question Gunha's motives, tired and irritated by her perceived obstruction, believing she is undermining the teacher's guidance. Gunha attempts to appeal to Yunha, who hesitates, seemingly torn between her friend's warning and the group's conviction. Yunha, with a stern expression and crossed arms, dismisses Gunha's concerns, telling her to stop being difficult and implying she might be wrong. Gunha's face fills with self-doubt, questioning if she truly is mistaken, while the first supervisor's smirking face subtly appears, observing her distress. Distraught, Gunha clenches her hands, tears welling in her eyes, as she internally laments that she only stated what she saw, then wonders what Yunha would do in this situation. A flashback begins, showing a younger, male Gunha in a car, seriously advising a child not to trust anyone. The flashback continues as the young female Gunha questions if she should trust absolutely no one, to which the male Gunha reiterates that a player can never trust anyone. Male Gunha imparts crucial advice: as a player, one must only trust in oneself, a thought that deeply resonates with the young female Gunha. Back in the present, Gunha's hands clench into determined fists, a clear sign of her renewed resolve. A glowing system message appears, echoing the crucial advice from her memory: don't forget. Gunha's hands are clasped, no longer in distress but with a newfound determination, her expression resolute. With unwavering conviction, Gunha points to the correct path, contradicting the students, who dismissively tell her to go alone if she insists. The pink-haired student, one of those who dismissed Gunha's conviction, crosses her arms and sarcastically states, "Okay, sure," then adds a skeptical, With unwavering conviction, Gunha's leg, enveloped in radiant blue mana, steps decisively forward, leaving the bewildered students behind. A powerful burst of blue energy flares as Gunha's foot strikes the ground, propelling him forward and stunning the onlookers. The pink-haired student, along with her peers, can only utter a bewildered huh as they witness Gunha's unexpected speed. As an unnamed female student with light brown hair charges forward, a faint blue aura emanates from her, yet she mentally questions, is she an idiot, referring to the pink-haired student's dismissiveness. Shaking her head, the pink-haired student dismisses Gunha's actions, declaring, "Well, whatever, let's go to the real exit, guys." Internally, she admits, "I really don't understand," referring to Gunha's logic. As the group walks towards the blinding light of what they believe is the true exit, the pink-haired student muses, "The answer is right in front of us, yet she chose a different path." Meanwhile, the light brown-haired female student sprints down a parallel path, a thought bubble appearing above her, but thanks to that triumphant grin spreads across her face as she glances back, realizing, "I finished faster than rank 2, an unexpected outcome from following Gunha's lead." A single foot steps out of the brilliant light, marking the successful completion of the test. The light brown-haired female student continues to move with incredible speed, her form outlined by shimmering blue energy as she navigates the final stretch. From an aerial perspective, the true scale of the intricate maze is revealed, with numerous students still lost within its depths, while the light brown-haired female student, highlighted by a faint glow, utters a surprised huh at her unexpected shortcut. Standing before a vending machine, the light brown-haired female student reflects on her fortune. "To think the exit was near me. I was lucky," while anxiously confirming, "I passed, right?" The light brown-haired female student reaches for a drink from the vending machine, internally thinking, "But the test finished later than I thought. Everyone must be waiting for me. Let me drink something and go. Yunha and Yuni must be hungry." She then notices another hand and says, hi." The light brown-haired student looks up, uttering a curious as a blue-haired student approaches, holding 2 cans and explaining, 2 of these came out." Blue-haired student, holding a soda can, clarifies a past interaction, stating, "And about the offer to team up before the exam started. I rejected it, but it's not because I don't like you." With a bright smile, the light brown-haired student thinks she's shy, cute, then tells the blushing blue-haired student, "You're really cute." "Yeah, thanks, I'll drink it well." A hand deftly pops open a soda can, while the student internally muses, "I don't know what the results will be." The light brown-haired student, introducing herself as No Yuna, extends a friendly offer, stating, "But I'm No Yuna. Let's be friends if we see each other in the academy." Blue-haired student pauses, a thoughtful silence hanging between them as she considers the unexpected offer of friendship. With a soft clink of their soda cans, the blue-haired student finally responds, revealing her name, "I'm Ryu Yanawa." The scene shifts to reveal the grand, modern architecture of the academy, bathed in the morning light. Young Gunha carefully holds a sleeping little girl, a quiet G's escaping his thoughts as he watches over her. Gunha, still cradling the child, looks towards 2 adults seated on a bench, his internal question echoing, "When is Nuna coming out?" The scene transitions to a bustling classroom, designated 3-3, filled with students in bright yellow uniforms. Young Gunha, sporting a bandage on his nose, leans forward with wide eyes, urgently calling out, "Boss, boss." One student whispers to Gunha, "Teach him. Dohun is our homeroom teacher again this year," to which Gunha replies with surprise, "And we're all in the same class too." The male student on the right exclaims, I had a feeling we would all be in the same class, but it's so cool, right? To which Gunha simply responds, yeah. The cat-eared female student, however, mutters, it's strange, strange. The cat-eared female student, Siona, looks suspicious, her thoughts racing. Why did all the people I told Grandpa all end up in the same class as me? A flashback bubble shows someone asking her, Siona, who do you want to be with in class? To which she mentally listed, I want to be with Yunha, Haeyoung, Minji, Yunhyuk, but I don't want to be with Jin Sena, and there are also others who I talk to, and from the homeroom teachers, I'm Dohun. He's the best. Siona pokes Gunha, asking pointedly, Yunha, you know something, right? What do you think? Gunha, looking slightly annoyed, concedes, yeah, it's a strange coincidence. Gunha's eyes widen in shock as a flashback assails him. An older man requests, please look after Yunha, who was just admitted. A doctor reassures him, we will look after him well, as it's what the president of the Alice group has asked for. Gunha's internal voice screams, you're lying. Tell me, Han. Siona cries out, ow, as the teacher firmly pulls her ear, disciplining her. The teacher admonishes Siona, you're really brave to not pay attention in the first term of the new year. Siona, holding her head in pain, meekly apologizes, I'm sorry. Gunha, meanwhile, tries to stifle a laugh. Teacher turns to Gunha, stating, no, Yunha, you too. Gunha, surprised, asks, pardon? To which the teacher retorts, you weren't chatting. Gunha sheepishly admits, I was. The teacher then assigns him, go and clean with Siona. Gunha responds with a resigned, yes, while another male student, unable to hold it in, lets out a pft. The teacher's voice rings out, you too, Choi Yunhyuk. The student, now identified as Choi Yunhyuk, reacts with shock, pardon, why me? The teacher's eyes glow menacingly as he declares, you laughed. Red energy crackles around him as he continues, you laughed. Is now the time to be laughing? So you thought I was funny, huh? Gunha and Choi Yunhyuk's eyes glow red in fear, while Siona shrinks in terror. Teacher's aura is suffocating as he forces a terrifying smile. Red energy crackles around him as he suggests they have a good time cleaning, while Gunha realizes he is absolutely doomed. Elsewhere in the school, the atmosphere is far less life-threatening. A pink-haired girl adjusted her glasses and sighs, wondering why their classmates haven't matured at all even though they're already third graders. This is Player High School Academy, a prestigious institution designed to mold the next generation of elite hunters and mana users. Julie is absolutely ecstatic, her arms thrown wide in a celebratory cheer as she soaks in the excitement of the new semester. She spots her friend Yanoa in the crowd and rushes in for a tight hug, thrilled to find out that they both successfully passed the entrance requirements. Julie's joy only grows when she realizes they've been placed in the exact same class, making the start of the year feel like a dream come true. Their reunion is cut short as a strange, heavy silence suddenly ripples through the hallway, catching everyone's attention. The other students begin to whisper in shock, their eyes wide as they wonder if a major celebrity has just stepped onto the campus. Rhythmic, confident footsteps echo against the tile. The whispers turn to awe as people recognize the figure who was selected for the 12 thrones at the young age of 22. It's the Holy Mother herself, Park Haram. She strides through the hallway, her presence commanding the respect of every student in the vicinity. While the crowd is paralyzed by her beauty and status, Park Haram maintains a graceful, practiced smile that hides her true thoughts. Internally, she is fuming. She hates being called Holy Mother while still in her 20s, feeling like the title makes her sound ancient. She ignores the noise and focuses her intense gaze. It's been 4 long years since she last saw this girl during the infamous Kraken incident. She notes that Julie has grown remarkably, her mana levels now so vast and dense that they are difficult to measure accurately. Julie, feeling the pressure, begins to sweat. Park Haram looms directly behind them. Julie leans over to Yanoa, whispering her concerns about whether this high-ranking woman is actually a weirdo. Park Haram identifies Yanoa as the seed of Elder Namgung, marveling at how her internal mana is dense enough to physically affect her body. Clearing her throat, Park Haram assumes a regal pose, confident that Julie must know exactly who she is without any formal introduction. He reaches out and places a firm, authoritative hand on Julie's shoulder, signaling that she has chosen her target. Without any preamble, she makes a shocking proposal, asking Julie if she wants to become her seed and disciple. Park Haram knows that for someone with Julie's potential, only a top-tier master can teach her to control such a massive reservoir of mana. He grows increasingly desperate to secure such a talent, leaning in with a frantic intensity that starts to freak Julie out. She practically shouts the offer, demanding Julie accept a chance to become her protégé right then and there. But Julie doesn't hesitate for a second. With a blunt and polite refusal, she leaves the legendary throne holder completely shattered. Julie explains that she has no idea who Park Haram is, and more importantly, she already has a teacher she considers to be the greatest. With a cheerful goodbye, Julie and Yanoa hurry off to their classroom, leaving a trail of dust and a very confused legend behind them. Park Haram stands frozen in the middle of the hallway, the words "great teacher" echoing in her mind like a physical blow to her ego. She is in total shock. Her reputation as one of the 12 thrones means nothing to this girl who didn't even recognize her face. Her existential crisis is interrupted by the ringing of her phone. It's an urgent call from Clan Lord Gu Yansu. She answers the call, her comedic distress instantly vanishing as she asks the clan lord what could possibly be wrong. Her expression turns cold and professional. The news on the other end of the line is far more serious than a bruised ego. Monster horde subjugation, she repeats, her voice dropping as she realizes the scale of the threat emerging in the city. This emergency stems from a string of mysterious disappearances and murders in Guachin City that have been haunting the headlines. Initially, the public and the authorities ignored the first few cases, assuming they were just typical missing persons reports. The truth was far more gruesome. Several corpses were discovered in the woods, covered in bite marks that no known animal could produce. The realization hit the city like a thunderclap. These weren't human crimes. They were the work of a predatory monster. Panic gripped the population. Protests erupted in the streets as citizens demanded that the goddess government take immediate action to protect them. To quell the rising fear, the government has officially brought in the most powerful clans of Guachin City, Kings, Regulus, and Blaze, to launch a full-scale subjugation. Full-scale subjugation begins at the Guachin Reservoir, the area now tainted by an ominous crimson glow marking the monster's territory. A monstrous, sharp tail, radiating a sinister red energy, slices through the air, hinting at the powerful creatures lurking within. Rank 6 sharp-tail monsters swarm the area, their forms grotesque as one lunges, while a powerful warrior, wreathed in fiery aura, prepares to counter their assault. The red-haired berserker unleashes a devastating attack, his eyes burning with crimson power as flames engulf his form, obliterating everything in his path. With a fierce roar, the red-haired berserker decimates the surrounding monsters, their forms reduced to burning embers around him, a testament to his overwhelming might. Another rank 6 monster collapses, its body consumed by the intense, destructive flames, leaving only ash in its wake. The red-haired berserker's heavy boot crushes the smoldering remains, a decisive end to another monstrous threat. The red-haired berserker, identified as the Blaze clan lord Kong Hyuncheol, questions how these bastards were able to hide until now, his gaze sharp and analytical. A man with a fur-collared coat, observing the scene, remarks that monsters possess intelligence, especially those capable of commanding such a massive horde. The Regulus clan lord, a blindfolded man, suggests the monsters were deliberately hidden, perhaps warned by an intelligent leader that humans are dangerous. The red-haired berserker challenges the Regulus clan lord's assertion, questioning how he could possibly know a monster's thoughts, especially when their forms seem incapable of complex action. The Regulus clan lord retorts, warning that a flame demon not to look down on monsters. The red-haired berserker grunts in annoyance, clearly irritated by the Regulus clan lord's admonition. The Regulus clan lord addresses his clan members, emphasizing that even a moment of carelessness can lead to death in this dangerous environment, as some members are seen recovering mana. The red-haired berserker scoffs, asserting that he is well aware of the dangers. The red-haired berserker asks a female clan member about the status of the monster subjugation. She explains that while most monsters have been eliminated, some have run away, so a pursuit team is needed to track them down. Regulus clan lord mockingly comments on the 12 thrones seemingly losing monsters, then reveals that it was a deliberate tactic. The King's clan lord, a man with a rifle, explains their strategy. If these monsters can create a horde of this size, they will run to their boss's hideout. The Regulus clan lord understands the strategy, asking if they've located the hideout, to which an elegant woman declares that it has already been found. The elegant woman lands softly, her graceful movements contrasting with the rugged environment as she descends. The King's clan lord warmly welcomes the elegant woman, the King's clan florist, as she joins the group. The red-haired berserker questions the location of the hideout. The elegant woman points, indicating its direction, causing the red-haired berserker to react with surprise. The red-haired berserker points ahead, realizing the true location of the Sharptail's hideout. The group stands poised, a sense of revelation dawning upon them as they prepare to move into the heart of the monster's territory. The realization hits them. The hideout is none other than the vast Guachin Reservoir itself, a sprawling body of water. The reservoir shimmers with an ethereal glow, surrounded by vibrant flora, a deceptive beauty concealing the monster's lair beneath its sparkling surface. The female clan member gazes in awe at the stunning, yet dangerous, landscape, captivated by its mysterious beauty. The female clan member reflects on the magic displayed, admitting her inability to manifest such power, acknowledging it as a clear indication of a talent gap no matter how hard she tries. A hand reaches out, emphasizing the stark difference in talent the female clan member perceives, a silent acknowledgement of her thoughts. The female clan member flinches back with a startled cry as a hand suddenly appears, interrupting her introspection. The red-haired berserker playfully teases the female clan member, asking what she's pondering so intensely with a smirk. Female clan member angrily demands to know what the red-haired berserker is doing. He retorts, questioning her jealousy and reminding her of her designated role. The female clan member insists she understands her role as a healer and supporter, but the red-haired berserker's smirk suggests he remains unconvinced. Regulus clan lord interrupts the red-haired berserker and female clan members' banter, telling them to focus and urging them to come see something important despite their obvious flirting. The female clan member reacts with shock while the red-haired berserker, now serious, asks what has captured the Regulus clan lord's attention. Their attention is drawn to a strange, pipe-like structure emerging from the reservoir, an unexpected and unsettling sight. A King's Clan member confirms the plan. Their clan will thoroughly survey the whole area and subjugate any remaining threats with unwavering resolve. Regulus Clan Lord outlines the strategy. The Blaze and Regulus clans will create groups with the available personnel and they will head into the hideout in staggered turns. The Elegant Woman specifies a critical detail. If she has plenty of mana, she can sustain her abilities for a maximum of 4 hours, a crucial limit for their operation. The Regulus Clan Lord instructs some players to protect the Elegant Woman and guard the reservoir, but his words are cut short as the red-haired berserker suddenly falls, indicating an unexpected and alarming event. The red-haired berserker plummets downwards, his body kicking up a massive cloud of dust and rubble as he crashes through the ground. His heavy boot slams into the earth with devastating force, cracking the very ground beneath him and sending fragments flying. Ignoring the others, the red-haired berserker declares, "I'm heading in first," leaping into the dark pipe, leaving the rest of the team stunned by his reckless speed. A female player gasps in disbelief, exclaiming, "Seriously, that man," as others marvel at his youthful audacity. Shouting for him to wait, the remaining players scramble to follow, some rappelling down the rock face, others diving into the pipe after the red-haired berserker. A news broadcast details the goddess government's unwavering commitment to subjugate the monsters infesting the Guachin reservoir, dedicating all resources to the mission. As the family shares a meal, a young Gunha watches the news report on the Guachin reservoir subjugation featuring key players like Hong Hyunchil and wonders if this was the pivotal moment. When asked what he was thinking, Gunha simply replies, "Nothing," but his internal monologue reveals a chilling premonition. This mission would profoundly and negatively impact the future. Lost in thought, Gunha contemplates his next move, pondering, what should I do? As he realizes the mob subjugation mission was only partially successful. The assembled players, including the red-haired berserker, stare upwards in horror at grotesque, shadowy figures hanging from the cavern ceiling, a grim welcome to the monster's domain. The red-haired berserker's face contorts in a furious grimace, a single expletive, "fuck," escaping his lips as he comprehends the horrific scene before them. The horrifying reality of the monster's actions is laid bare. Grotesque lizard-like creatures feast on their victims, while others gather around a macabre fire, consuming what appears to be human remains. The players gaze up in stunned silence at the gruesome sight of several bodies glowing with an eerie red aura hanging upside down, confirming their worst fears. A female player stammers, her voice trembling, "Don't tell me that those are all the missing people," a chilling confirmation of their fate. The red-haired berserker's eye, burning with a cold, murderous intent, narrows into a slit, reflecting the inferno of rage building within him. Roaring aggressively, the lizard-like monsters surge forward, their sharp claws and teeth ready to tear into the stunned players. A searing burst of crimson flame erupts, engulfing the area in a wave of intense heat and destructive power. Searing flames engulf one of the monsters, its body writhing and screaming in agony as it's consumed by the inferno. Two monsters recoil in terror as the red-haired berserker stands engulfed in a blazing aura, a living embodiment of destructive fire. His face now a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, the red-haired berserker roars, condemning the monsters, "You disgusting bastards." The battle rages, red-haired berserker unleashing his fiery wrath upon the creatures while other players, including the one-eyed Regulus clan lord, engage in brutal close-quarters combat, dark energy swirling around them. Amidst the carnage, the Regulus clan lord commands an immediate halt to the attack, ordering his players to stop the attack, determine who's injured, and find those who are alive. The stark reality of the battle's toll is evident. A lifeless body lies sprawled on the cold ground, a pool of crimson blood spreading beneath it. Fresh blood drips onto the stone floor, a grim testament to the violence that has just unfolded. The red-haired berserker stands with his back to the scene, his form still wreathed in the flickering, angry flames of his power. Two players stare in utter shock as a figure radiating an ethereal blue light manifests amidst the lingering flames, its sudden appearance prompting a collective gasp. The Regulus clan lord extends a hand, enveloped in a calming blue aura, urging the red-haired berserker, whom he addresses as Flame Demon, "Calm down. Did you forget about the missing people?" The red-haired berserker's furious expression remains, but the Regulus clan lord firmly reminds him, "Flame Demon, the place where you are right now isn't one where you can do whatever you please." Regulus clan lord's hand clenches, his voice laced with authority as he reminds the red-haired berserker of his responsibility. "If you're a player who represents a nation and a clan." With a stern gaze, the Regulus clan lord commands the red-haired berserker to have some class, child, his words finally piercing through the younger man's rage, leaving him in silent contemplation. Other players nervously speculate if the two powerful figures are about to clash, quickly dismissing the idea due to the confined space, fearing the catastrophic consequences if they did. A subtle smirk plays on the red-haired berserker's lips as he lets out a soft hue, acknowledging the Regulus clan lord's words with a hint of defiance. The red-haired berserker offers a terse apology, "I'm sorry," and the Regulus clan lord, a slight smile on his face, tells him to lift his head, asserting, "Are you someone who should be bowing his head towards me?" The other players breathe a collective sigh of relief. The Regulus clan lord surveys the group, his voice cutting through the lingering tension as he demands, "What are you all doing?" "We're resuming the search." The female player approaches the red-haired berserker asking, "Are you alright?" To which he retorts, "Why wouldn't I be?" dismissing her concern. The female player points out that he was just scolded, and the red-haired berserker, pulling up his sleeve, readily admits, "I did something wrong, so I got scolded. I know that." Internally, the red-haired berserker muses on the disdain he senses from more experienced players, aware they secretly look down on him. He further realizes that Gu Yansu, the Regulus clan lord, deliberately addressed him as Flame Demon instead of his official title or name, a subtle power play he won't forget. The red-haired berserker's fist clenches, his mind seething with the insult. He acknowledges his current shortcomings but affirms that his anger remains an undeniable force. Park Hyerim's gentle hand, emanating a soft blue light, reaches out to his as she suggests they learn together. Red-haired berserker reacts with surprise as Park Hyerim gently reminds him that, compared to the seasoned veterans, they are both still new to this path. Park Hyerim smiles, holding his hand, and adds that their journey will involve learning even as they face criticism. The red-haired berserker utters Park Hyerim's name in surprise, to which she responds that it has been a long time since he addressed her so directly. The red-haired berserker dismisses his moment of vulnerability, claiming he wasn't acting like himself. In her thoughts, Park Hyerim wonders how he could be so ungrateful after she had just healed him. With a determined smirk, the red-haired berserker declares that one day he will undoubtedly catch up to the strength of those around him. The leader, a man with an eye patch, asks if the boss has been located. The glowing scout confirms that the densest energy wavelength indicates the boss monster is directly behind this door. The scout reiterates that the boss monster is confirmed to be within the room beyond the imposing doors. The leader commands everyone to focus, announcing their intention to form a party and eliminate the Monster King. The group responds with a unified affirmation. The red-haired berserker, addressed as Flame Demon, boldly asks if he can lead, with the condition that he be made the main damage dealer. The leader agrees to the red-haired berserker's terms, designating him the main dealer, while the leader will act as support. The sniper chuckles, and Park Hyerim wonders if the red-haired berserker has already returned to his usual self. Park Hyerim declares her readiness, her form enveloped in intricate blue magic circles, signifying the activation of her support abilities. She channels her power, activating Sharing Amulet, granting haste, protection, and blessing to her allies. The leader issues final instructions, emphasizing the importance of maintaining their battle formation upon entry and warning navigators not to stray from the casters and rangers. The team acknowledges with a resounding yes. With a final command, the massive doors begin to open, revealing the ominous darkness within. With a unified cry, the party charges into the unknown, ready for the confrontation. The red-haired berserker surges forward, his body wreathed in fierce flames, while the leader moves with a swift, blue-hued energy. Monstrous, reptilian eye, glowing with an ominous yellow light, snaps open, revealing the boss monster's presence. The party barrels into the chamber, directly confronting the colossal boss monster, a dark reptilian beast surrounded by its clutch of eggs, as the red-haired berserker unleashes a torrent of flames. The leader's command rings out once more, urging his team forward into the heart of the battle. Red-haired berserker's fiery aura intensifies as he charges, matched by the leader's swift, mana-infused movement. The boss monster looms large, its nest of eggs surrounding it, as the charging party, led by the red-haired berserker's blazing assault, closes the distance. A warrior unleashes a powerful overhead swing, his blade cutting through the air with immense force. The red-haired berserker deftly leaps over a monstrous egg, his blade descending in a swift attack as a shielded ally provides cover below. Mid-leap, the red-haired berserker unleashes a concentrated burst of flames from his hand, targeting an unseen foe with searing precision. The boss monster lets out a guttural roar of pain as the red-haired berserker's flames engulf it. The red-haired berserker lands with agile grace, his sword still raised, his expression a mask of fierce determination. He follows up with a powerful sword strike, his blade carving into the boss monster's tough hide. The boss monster cries out in distress as a powerful blow sends a warrior leaping back, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. The leader unleashes a sweeping attack, his sword glowing with a potent blue energy, cutting a wide arc through the air. The red-haired berserker lets out a confident humph, glancing down as the leader deftly maneuvers into position behind him. The leader delivers a devastating strike, his sword blazing with crimson energy, creating a powerful explosion of force as the red-haired berserker continues his assault in the background. Leader stands firm, his sword radiating crimson power, while the red-haired berserker charges past, and Park Hyerim maintains her support from the rear. The boss monster reels from the relentless assault, a wave of blue energy rippling outwards from its body as it struggles. The leader unleashes a flurry of powerful downward slashes, his crimson-charged blade striking with rapid succession. Sparks fly as a blade connects with the boss monster's armored scales, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. With grim determination, the leader plunges his crimson-infused sword deep into the monster, aiming for a critical blow. Leader's powerful strike impales the boss monster, a burst of volatile purple energy erupting from the point of impact. The boss monster falters, its massive form momentarily stunned, as the leader's hand glows with renewed crimson energy, preparing for the finishing blow. With a fierce grin, the warrior unleashes his crimson power, causing the energy to explode. A blinding flash erupts as the concentrated energy strikes, radiating intense light and force across the chamber. Boss Monster is engulfed in explosive flames, its scaled body writhing in agony as the crimson energy burns through its defenses. The red-haired warrior remarks that he had no choice if they wanted to defeat the monster, while a companion with an eye patch chides him, asking for more care. The boss monster is instantly ensnared by a shimmering blue energy net, its movements restricted by the powerful binding spell. Woman commands a full-scale attack as other allies unleash a barrage of shots and arrows. A cascade of projectiles and arrows strike the trapped monster, tearing into its vulnerable form. The red-haired warrior and his companion with an eye patch stand ready, observing the ongoing assault on the boss monster. Red-haired warrior watches with intense focus, his expression grim as the monster struggles. The monster's scales are visibly damaged, glowing with residual blue energy from the attacks, blood seeping from the cracks. More of the monster's hide cracks and tears, revealing the extent of the damage inflicted by the relentless assault. The enraged boss monster roars, its eyes burning with fury as it curses the humans. Red-haired warrior is surprised by the monster's speech, questioning its consciousness and ability to speak. A male ally rallies the group, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle again as new threats emerge from a shattered egg. A smaller, reptilian monster bursts forth from a broken egg, its sharp teeth and menacing eyes indicating a new wave of danger. Chaos erupts as new monsters attack, drawing blood from the allies, who cry out as a commander urges the rangers to shoot the creatures coming out of the eggs. Red-haired warrior looks on in shock, bewildered as the situation escalates. The massive boss monster looms over the warriors, its presence dominating the battlefield as it prepares to strike. The warriors leap into action, attacking the boss monster simultaneously, their combined force creating a powerful impact. The warrior with the eye patch maintains a confident smirk even as a smaller monster lunges towards him from behind. An ally cries out as a small monster attacks, highlighting the chaos and danger of the new threats. Warrior with the eye patch extends a hand, a calm yet determined expression on his face as he prepares to counter. His hand deftly catches the incoming attack, showcasing his agility and control in the face of danger. The warrior with the eye patch effortlessly grapples with a demon, declaring he will handle the smaller enemies as purple energy crackles around his grip. The red-haired warrior charges forward as his companion tells him to watch his back, to which he confidently agrees. Boss monster glares with malevolent intent, its eyes glowing yellow as it lets out a menacing snarl. The red-haired warrior narrows his eyes, his expression resolute as he anticipates the monster's next move. The monster unleashes a torrent of green, toxic gas, its maw wide open as the deadly poison spreads across the battlefield. Red-haired warrior clutches his mouth, his vision blurring as he realizes he has been poisoned. The woman, accompanied by a small figure, urgently directs the poisoned warrior to move to the right. The red-haired warrior, his eyes burning with determination despite the poison, reacts instantly to the guidance. The green poison swirls menacingly, but the warrior's quick reflexes allow him to evade its direct path. Red-haired warrior deftly dodges the spreading poison, moving with incredible speed to avoid further contamination. He lands firmly, sword drawn and ready, his stance radiating fierce resolve despite the lingering effects of the toxin. The warrior with the eye patch pulls out vials, assuring his counterpart that he will retrieve an antidote. The red-haired warrior grins fiercely as his companion urges him to trust him and attack, to which he confidently agrees. With renewed vigor, the red-haired warrior charges, his body enveloped in furious crimson energy as he prepares a devastating blow. Following his charge, a blinding blue energy erupts from Gunha, activating a sharing amulet detoxification to counter the crimson power. The red-haired berserker laughs maniacally, acknowledging the power, exclaiming that it's just as he expected from the Holy Mother. Suddenly, a monstrous, dark creature with piercing yellow eyes lunges forward, its claws extended, moving with incredible speed. Red-haired berserker, enveloped in his furious crimson energy, unleashes a devastating spinning attack aiming to overwhelm his foe. The red-haired berserker drops rapidly, his body a blur of crimson, descending with immense force. He scoffs, challenging his opponent, demanding if they truly believe he would be intimidated by such a display of power. Gunha swiftly evades the sweeping blow, his body narrowly escaping the crimson energy's reach. The red-haired berserker, still airborne, brings his crimson-infused sword down in a rapid, hammering strike. A man with an eye patch vehemently commands the red-haired berserker, urging him to finish it. Flame demon. The air ripples with raw force as a powerful, unseen blow sweeps through the area. The red-haired berserker grins savagely, acknowledging the command with a fierce "I know" as he continues his relentless assault. Monstrous creature unleashes its ultimate attack, roaring as a devastating violet blaze erupts from its maw. The creature screams "KKKK" as its violet blaze explodes outwards, engulfing everything in a devastating burst of power. The monstrous creature endures a barrage of impacts, violet and pink energy blasts ripping through its form. Severely wounded, the creature struggles, its voice filled with determination, vowing "I must protect the king." Its glowing yellow eye, now fractured and dimming, reflects the creature's fading resolve as dark energy swirls around it. The red-haired berserker stands victorious over the defeated monster, its form dissolving into wisps of dark purple energy. The red-haired berserker surveys the fallen foe, commenting on its admirable tenacity, asking if the battle is truly over. The brown-haired man with the eye patch responds, "Not yet." Brown-haired man's expression remains grim, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He moves with a quiet swiftness, his purpose clear. He reveals that the danger persists, stating, "The eggs are still around," as he delivers a powerful punch, eliciting a sharp kick from a newly revealed threat. From the dissolving remnants of the monster, a final command echoes, "Everyone, dispose of the eggs," followed by an affirmative yes from unseen allies. Brown-haired man ruthlessly slashes at a large egg, purple energy radiating from his blade, as a voice cries out in anguish, "My child." The shattered egg reveals a horrifying sight, black, viscous liquid and a writhing mass of golden, worm-like creatures. In the depths of the circular pit, the monstrous creature lies broken, a faint voice whispering, "Please live," as a smaller creature approaches. Hurry! Monstrous feet step carefully onto soft grass near the edge of a tranquil body of water. A small, shadowy monster creeps silently through a deserted park under the cover of night. Young Gunha, with a bright smile, plays energetically outdoors, exclaiming nice to his playmate. From a distance, Gunha observes children playing, as a system notification concluded that there are no traces of monsters left, marking the Guachin City camping site as safe. Young Gunha protests, demanding, "Change the teams. I want to be on Siona's team." Another child retorts that it would be boring if he and Siona were on the same team, while a third child also expresses a desire to be on Siona's team. Powerful voice instructs the children, telling them, "You guys should thank Bruno Ajusi," as a muscular man named Bruno No, formerly Bruno Valentine of the Valentine family, diligently prepares food. A woman explains that they are there because they managed to convince Bruno Ajusi, while a man adds that without his help they wouldn't have been able to come at all. Gunha expresses his gratitude to Bruno Ajusi for agreeing to their camping trip, to which Bruno Ajusi casually replies that it's perfectly fine given Gunha is his boss. Bruno Ajusi lets out a small laugh, apologizing for being the one who suggested the camping trip in the first place. Gunha, having finished peeling the potatoes, informs Bruno Ajusi that he needs to step away for a while, asking if it's alright. Bruno Ajusi readily agrees, offering his help. Gunha then asks Bruno Ajusi to put some curry into the bottle he's holding. Gunha then asks if he can borrow a knife, leaving Bruno Ajusi momentarily speechless. With a determined nod, Gunha confirms his readiness. Gunha assures Bruno Ajusi he will return by the end of the day, instructing him to make an excuse if anyone asks for him. Concerned, Bruno Ajusi offers to accompany him if he's facing something dangerous. Gunha firmly declines, emphasizing that Bruno Ajusi must stay to protect the others. Gunha declares with unwavering confidence that he can handle it on his own. Camera pans over a vast, enclosed botanical garden, a serene green oasis under a sprawling glass dome. The sleek glass doors of the facility slide open with a soft whoosh. Stepping inside, Gunha confirms his arrival at the destination. His footsteps echo softly on the intricately patterned stone pathway. As he surveys the surroundings, Gunha muses that, just like his past life, this life too seems destined for conflict. Suddenly, Gunha's eyes sharpen as he draws his blade, intercepting a ferocious lunge from a reptilian monster with glowing red eyes. Steel grinds against hardened scales as Gunha's sword deflects the monster's powerful claw attack, sending sparks flying. A burst of light blue mana erupts around Gunha, deflecting the monster's assault as he expertly slides back from the impact. Gunha stares down the enraged beast, which lets out a guttural shriek, its fangs bared. The scene shifts, revealing a title card, The Invasion of Soul, against a backdrop of devastating explosions. The narrator explains a past catastrophe, a coordinated monster invasion of Soul led by commanding monsters, took place during the absence of the Saintess Lim Jiayul, bringing vast armies to conquer the city. The narrator recalls that at that time he had just graduated from the academy and had not yet obtained the title of Undead. Four powerful commanders spearheaded the invasion of Soul. A despairing female voice questions how they could possibly hope to defeat such overwhelming forces. The narrator admits that most players, including himself, were utterly demoralized upon witnessing the colossal commanding monsters leading the invasion. Among these terrifying commanders, one stood out, a lizardman-type monster that commanded its own kind and wielded highly potent poison, instilling paralyzing fear in all players. This was the fearsome rank 3 overrank Lizard King, a creature of immense power. Gunha, mid-combat, scoffs at the absurdity, lamenting that no one detected this monster until it had already ascended to a rank 3 overrank. Gunha's sword ignites with a golden aura as he unleashes a swift, powerful strike. His blade, now shimmering with a potent blue energy, pierces deep into the monster's hide. Gunha's gaze is sharp and focused, his expression unwavering amidst the chaos. Gunha observes that even in its non-adult form, this monster is incredibly tough as it lunges at him. The lizard monster groans, its voice raspy, as blue energy crackles around its fanged maw. Gunha wonders if the monster is attempting to camouflage, recalling how even before his regression this annoying ability inflicted significant damage. Gunha moves with blinding speed, his feet blurring as he shifts position. Looking down at the semi-transparent monster, Gunha dismisses its attempt as too shabby as he prepares to strike. Gunha confronts the monster, pointing out that it constantly exposes its murderous intent, making its camouflage useless. A wave of potent blue energy slams into the ground, creating a powerful impact. The monster is violently thrown backward, its body twisting mid-air from the sheer force of the attack. Gunha stands victorious over the writhing monster, remarking that it cannot even conceal its presence effectively. The monster lets out a pained shriek. Gunha looks at the small bottle he carries, expressing disappointment that he brought it for nothing, as it was intended to counter the monster's camouflage ability. The monster lets out a pained shriek as a golden, viscous substance splatters across its face, coating its scales. Gunha, dual swords in hand, watches the monster recoil, mocking it with a playful tone. "It's yummy, right? It's the curry I made just for you." The monster slams into a tree with brutal force as Gunha's voice rings out, "Eat lots, since that's your last meal." The creature's red eyes glow with fury and disbelief, its fangs bared in a silent snarl. Suddenly, the monster clinging to the tree begins to glow with a sickly green energy, preparing its next move. Gunha crouches, his swords ready, blue energy crackling around his feet. He confidently calls out, "A poison bomb. That's what you're going to use against me." With a burst of blue energy, Gunha launches himself skyward, moving with blinding speed. His eyes burn with fierce resolve as he charges forward, swords crackling with intense blue mana. Gunha unleashes a flurry of strikes, his blue energy blades tearing into the monster still clinging to the tree. Purple ichor erupts from the monster's body as Gunha's attack connects. The monster is sent plummeting downwards, a blur of dark scales against the bright sky. Gunha stands alone in the now calm, open field, surveying the area after the intense clash. A monstrous, scaly claw remains, a lingering remnant of the creature. Golden particles shimmer as the monster's form dissolves, and Gunha's voice echoes, "To think it was this weak." Amidst the fading golden light, Gunha muses, "I thought the Lizard King was born a Lizard King." With a final, dismissive glance, Gunha says, "Anyway, goodbye." Suddenly, the monster scurries away, leaving purple trails. A thought bubble appears. "I used up most of my reserve mana. To make a clone to run away," the Lizard King thinks, "but I had no choice." The Lizard King's thoughts continue, "My claws, camouflage, and poison." Its red eyes narrow as it thinks, "I can't win against him, he dodges all my skills." With a fierce glint in its eyes, the Lizard King vows, "I can't win right now, but just you wait and see. I'm going to become stronger and kill." Suddenly, Gunha appears above the retreating monster, his swords crackling with blue energy. He calmly asks, "Where are you going?" The Lizard King's red eyes widen in utter shock, realizing its escape attempt has failed. Gunha unleashes another devastating blue energy strike, sending the monster hurtling through the air once more. The creature, now reduced to a smaller, cowering form, finds Gunha standing over it. "Did you think I wouldn't know about your cloning skill?" Gunha asks, a hint of disdain in his voice. The monster writhes in agony, letting out a pained whimper as its dark appendages flail. Gunha stares down at the defeated creature, preparing his final blow as the monster lets out a desperate, echoing shriek. With unwavering resolve, Gunha simply states, "Yeah." Blue energy intensifies around Gunha's hand as he grips his sword, channeling immense power for the decisive strike. With a fierce grin, Gunha declares, "This is what you call a fight." Gunha plunges into the monster with a surge of blue energy, their forms colliding in a powerful, final confrontation. The blue energy explodes outwards, an overwhelming display of Gunha's attack. Gunha's eyes are locked on the monster, his blue energy still flaring, sealing the creature's demise. As Gunha stands, the monster beneath him begins to dissipate into thin air, seemingly defeated. The monster lets out one last, agonizing shriek, its red eyes dimming as it appears to succumb. Suddenly, Gunha is enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, his expression hardening with renewed determination. Gunha unleashes a new technique, Resentful Soul, striking the monster with a wave of purple energy. The creature reacts with a startled. The monster lets out a final, guttural gah, as the purple energy consumes it, marking its absolute end. Gunha stands resolute, his purple aura still crackling with the raw power that just annihilated his foe. The air around him shimmers with residual energy. He had unleashed Thorn Needle Stab, a devastating skill that pierced through the monster's defenses. The attack was a flurry of crimson energy, striking deep into the monster's core as purple mana surged around it, tearing it apart. The monster, still clinging to a sliver of life, gasped in disbelief, demanding to know why Gunha would unleash such lethal force upon it. Gunha's eyes hardened, his response sharp and devoid of mercy, questioning the monster's very query. He drove the blade deeper, declaring that monsters required no reason for their demise, only the inevitable end. The monster shrieked in agony. Gunha's grip tightened, his conviction absolute. Humanity and monsters could never coexist. His resolve was unshakable, even if the world itself crumbled. The monster, its life ebbing away, uttered a final, desperate plea, questioning its own existence and actions. Gunha met its gaze with a cold, unforgiving declaration, recognizing the monster's lingering, resentful soul. The monster begged for its life, but Gunha's voice cut through its pleas, stating the inescapable truth: there was only one outcome to this confrontation. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he articulated the brutal reality of their existence, a fight to the death where only one could survive. The monster, coughing its last breaths, conceded their irreconcilable nature, acknowledging their roles as predators. It admitted defeat but defiantly claimed it was not the end. With its final, dying breath, the monster cursed Gunha, prophesying a similar, gruesome end for him. A new scene unfolds, a hand gripping a pistol, as the narrator reflects on a past belief, hinting at a deeper understanding of the monster's dying words. The image shifts to a powerful, armored figure, Gunha in a different era, embodying the harsh truth that a player's life is a constant battle for survival against monsters. Yet, a resolute voice declared a different path for this life. Unlike the monster's fate, Gunha vowed that he would not fall. Young Gunha, pistol in hand, is backed by the spectral, powerful form of his future self, a silent promise of his unbreakable will and evolution. From the monster's demise, 3 radiant stones materialized on the ground, 2 shimmering yellow and 1 striking blue. Gunha knelt, examining the loot, noting the presence of 2 precious skill stones and a single ordinary stone among them. System notification appeared, detailing skill stones as magical artifacts imbued with a deceased monster's essence, their rarity dictating the power of the skill they contained. The system further explained that absorbing a skill stone granted access to the contained ability, a direct transfer of power from monster to player. However, a crucial caveat was revealed: without sufficient compatibility, no light would manifest, rendering absorption impossible. Gunha, observing the faint glow, realized this stone was not for him. Undeterred, Gunha picked up the second yellow stone, his expression hopeful as he prepared to test its compatibility. This time, as his hand closed around it, the stone erupted in a brilliant blue light, signaling high compatibility and a successful absorption. The system confirmed that with high compatibility, the monster's very providence, its essence and power, would be transferred to the absorber. A wide grin spread across Gunha's face, radiating satisfaction at his successful acquisition of the new skill. The scene shifts, Gunha now seen running in the distance, while a boy in the foreground looks back, a sense of playful energy filling the air. He swiftly opened a briefcase, revealing a neatly organized arsenal of 2 swords and a high-tech pistol, ready for deployment. A man in a pink apron, Bruno Ajusi, asked Gunha if he had completed his tasks. Gunha, with a grateful smile, confirmed he had, thanking Bruno for the provided weapons. Bruno Ajusi and Gunha exchanged surprised glances, perhaps at an unexpected development or a sudden realization. Bruno Ajusi noted that it was dinner time, and Gunha, his stomach rumbling, eagerly agreed, admitting his profound hunger. Gunha called out to the children, inviting them to eat, as they excitedly rushed towards him, thrilled by the sight of food and asking about his return. The children clamored around Bruno Ajusi, exclaiming over the delicious-looking food and eagerly asking for generous portions, while Bruno cautioned them about the nearby fire. A child, impatient with hunger, reached for the grill, prompting Gunha to quickly intervene, reminding them that the food was not yet ready. Gunha chuckled, amused by the children's antics, as one was playfully scolded for trying to eat uncooked food, only to claim they'd already had some. Playful chaos continued as children called out to Yunha, surprised by her sudden actions and playfully arguing over who was first to the food. The scene abruptly shifts to a sprawling, opulent mansion in Pyeongchang City, identified as the estate of the Sirius Group's president. Inside the luxurious estate, 4 individuals sat in a richly decorated living room, their presence suggesting a formal gathering. The man gently inquired if the woman beside him was nervous, to which she anxiously responded, seeking reassurance about her appearance. Gunha's father leans in, telling his wife she's the most beautiful woman in the world, while she bashfully asks if she looks okay. Gunha watches the sweet moment, holding little Unai, as a warm atmosphere fills the room. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the drawing room creak open, signaling the arrival of their hosts. Gunha shifts his gaze toward the entrance, his expression neutral but alert as the powerful figures of the Sirius Group enter. Stepping forward are Han Doyao, the interim president of Sirius, and his wife, Choi Soo-bin, radiating an aura of wealth and authority. Choi Soo-bin immediately breaks the ice, complimenting Gunha's mother on her beautiful skin and welcoming the family for dinner. Noticing they are the same age, Soo-bin suggests they drop the formal titles and simply use their names, surprising Gunha's mother with her friendliness. While the adults bond, Gunha observes how easily his sister, Eunha, seems to be fitting in, though she still maintains a polite distance. A young girl in a dark uniform approaches the group, offering a polite greeting to the guests. She introduces herself as Han Seoyeon, the eldest daughter and a middle school freshman. Eunha quickly introduces herself, excited to find someone her own age among the elite crowd. Seoyeon reveals her ambitious dream of becoming a player, prompting Eunha to immediately ask for her contact info to stay in touch. Gunha can't help but be impressed by his sister's incredible sociability, watching her navigate the conversation with ease. However, Gunha's attention is drawn to another figure, a girl walking silently across the room, seemingly detached from the gathering. Recognizing her, Gunha calls out a greeting, but the girl continues to sip her tea, completely ignoring his presence. The rejection is so blatant that even little Unai notices, asking if her big brother just got rejected. Determined, Gunha tries again, calling her Nuna as he approaches the silent girl. The girl, Han Seo-hyun, finally turns, her gaze cold as she tells him to address her comfortably since they've met before. The encounter triggers a memory from 2 years ago back at the Sabyak Hotel during a year-end celebration. The Sirius Group was hosting its annual party, a grand event meant to recognize the hard work of its many affiliates. Elite employees and their families mingled under the glittering chandeliers, celebrating a year of success. Even back then, Eunha's natural charm was on full display as she socialized effortlessly at her very first party. Gunha, younger and less cynical, had spent the evening focused more on the buffet than the networking. His father joined him, lamenting that Gunha's mother and baby Eun-ae couldn't attend because they had to stay home. Suddenly, a group of colleagues approached, addressing Gunha's father with a new, prestigious title. Though he humbly tried to downplay it, they insisted on calling him department head, eager to flatter the rising star of the company. The promotion was a major milestone, moving from section chief to department head in the devices department, a core affiliate of Sirius. Gunha watched his father, imagining the doting, affectionate man he knew at home trying to lead a corporate department. He couldn't help but wonder if the company would actually be okay with such a soft-hearted man in charge. Wandering away from the noise, Gunha spotted a girl standing alone by a window, her back to the crowd. It was Seo Hyun. Even then, she possessed a quiet, melancholic intensity that set her apart from everyone else. Without turning around, she spoke, telling Gunha that he was currently suffering a great loss in his life. Gunha was baffled. He was just a kid at a party with a plate full of food. What could he possibly be losing? She continued her cryptic warning, advising him to eat everything he could while the opportunity still existed. Ignoring her gloom, Gunha offered her a piece of meat from his plate, asking if she didn't want to join in. She hesitated, stating that they shouldn't be eating at a formal party, but Gunha simply countered that food is meant to be eaten. Yielding to his simple logic, Seo Hyun opened her mouth as Gunha held out the fork. She took the bite, a small moment of normalcy in the middle of a night filled with strange prophecies and corporate shadows. Still savoring the moment, a younger Gunha, in his form as Eunha, asks playfully if the bite was tasty. The adult Gunha looks startled, recognizing the young girl as Eunha, while the child looks up to the adult male beside her, addressing him as dad. The worried expression, Gunha scolds Eunha for disappearing without a word, expressing his deep concern. An adult male, identified as Han Do-young, observes the interaction and asks Gunha if the child is his son. Eunha's eyes widen in shock, clearly recognizing Han Do-young. Eunha's thoughts race, identifying the man as Han Do-young, the next chairman of the Sirius Group, while Han Do-young expresses relief that the child caused no trouble. Eunha confidently introduces himself as No Eunha, a first-year student from Doan Middle School, to which Han Do-young replies that he has heard much about him. Han Do-young then introduces the young woman beside him as his daughter, Han Seo-yeon. Eunha's internal monologue reveals his awareness of Han Seo-yeon's status as Han Do-young's sole daughter and an exceptional manager, prompting him to feel the need to make a good impression. Han Seo-yeon gently places a hand on Eunha's shoulder, a subtle gesture in the formal setting. The adult Gunha observes the interaction, sensing a strange aura from Han Seo-yeon and questioning her intentions. Han Do-young introduces another woman, his second daughter, Han Seo-hyun, who greets them with a pleasant smile, hoping they get along well. As Han Seo-hyun speaks, a hand firmly grasps Gunha's shoulder, making him flinch. Han Seo-hyun leans in, informing Gunha that she is 2 years his senior, prompting him to wonder if she's subtly correcting his informal speech. Gunha hesitantly asks if he can address her as Nuna from now on, but Han Seo-hyun dismisses the formality, inviting him to speak casually. With a mischievous grin, Gunha confirms, asking if he can simply use hey to address her. Han Seo-hyun's hand visibly clenches into a fist, a subtle sign of her displeasure at Gunha's casual remark. A dark, menacing aura flares around Han Seo-hyun, terrifying Gunha, who now questions his own words. Gunha is overwhelmed by Han Seo-hyun's imposing presence and chilling expression, wondering why she's so angry. Han Do-young extends a formal invitation, promising to send one next time and urging them to visit his family. The title card Real Life Player flashes across the screen, marking a transition. Gunha reflects on Han Do-young's invitation, admitting surprise that the promise was actually kept as the group gathers around a lavish table. Young Eunha, holding a small child, asks about the snacks and the younger child joyfully exclaims that they are delicious. Han Seo-yeon mentions that Eunha will be starting the Player Academy this year, to which Eunha confirms he is indeed a first-year student. Han Do-young holds out a gift box, remarking that he should have given it to Eunha before his academy admission. Han Do-young's voice continues, stating that as a Player Academy student, Eunha should have a reliable means to contact him at any time. Department head No attempts to express gratitude but is cut off by Han Seo-hyun, who sternly calls his name. Han Do-young asserts that he needs to appear generous to secure future assistance, while Department Head No advises simply accepting the gift with thanks. Han Do-young, in chibi form, urges Eunha to open the gift without delay. Han Seo-yeon protests, revealing she already owns a smartphone, hinting at the gift's nature. Han Do-young proudly presents a sleek, superior smartphone, announcing it as Sirius Devices' exclusive product. Han Do-young seeks confirmation from Department Head No, who agrees, while Han Seo-yeon expresses concern, wondering if this is truly acceptable. Han Seo-hyun, in chibi form, gently reminds Eunha to express his gratitude. Eun-ha holds the small child, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses about the strangeness of the situation. Eun-ha's thoughts reveal his confusion. Not only was he invited for a meal but he also received the latest device. He questions the true motive behind such extensive favors for his family. Eun-ha, feeding a cookie to the child, continues to ponder the hidden agenda, wondering what these gestures are truly for. As Han Seo-yeon agrees to something, Eun-ha's thoughts spiral, questioning when Nuna went to that place and made promises for a social gathering. Han Seo-yeon expresses her excitement, looking forward to the event, while Han Seo-hyun casually mentions that Eun-ha will also be attending. Han Seo-yeon, with a knowing smile, directly addresses Gun-ha, stating it would be good if Eun-ha could attend the event as well. Gun-ha looks taken aback, a question forming in his mind. Han Seo-yeon explains that Han Seo-hyun rarely attends social gatherings due to her lack of friends, expressing her desire for Eun-ha to come along. Han Seo-hyun immediately retorts, questioning the assertion about her social life. Han Seo-yeon delivers a blunt, undeniable confirmation that Han Seo-hyun indeed has no friends, her expression unwavering. Han Seo-yeon continues, challenging the definition of friends by asking if those who merely follow for personal gain truly count. Han Seo-hyun's face reflects deep sadness and hurt. Han Seo-yeon extends the invitation, hoping Eun-ha will join to give Han Seo-hyun someone to talk to, while the other girl enthusiastically encourages Eun-ha to come along. Gun-ha, observing the exchange, realizes Han Seo-yeon's true intentions are now clear. Narrator explains the primary reason children attend social gatherings. The narrator reveals that the core purpose of these gatherings is the formation of influential cliques. Gun-ha internally deduces that Han Seo-yeon is attempting to draw him into her social circle. He acknowledges that under normal circumstances he would firmly reject such an offer. Han Seo-yeon reiterates her desire for Eun-ha to attend, with the man adding that it's beneficial for the young to learn about social gatherings. Gun-ha, realizing the manipulation, lets out a defeated chuckle. Gun-ha's frustration is evident as he realizes they have been entirely outmaneuvered and tricked into attending. From behind, Gun-ha observes the women, confirming his suspicion that Han Seo-yeon is indeed the designated successor to Han Do-young. Gun-ha reflects on Han Seo-yeon's cunning, noting how she skillfully steers the conversation while feigning ignorance. Gun-ha resigns himself, admitting he has no valid reason to refuse an event important to his father's group. He scoffs at the disgusting business people while Eun-ha looks up confused. He then adds that he cannot leave his sister alone at such a gathering. Han Seo-yeon's floating thought suggests the arrangement is also beneficial for Han Seo-hyun, while Han Seo-hyun's thoughts remain ambiguous, accompanied by a small grunt of contemplation. The scene shifts abruptly to a quiet, unassuming street, the mundane urban landscape stretching under a clear sky. A man, visibly flustered and holding a bottle, reacts with alarm, demanding to know the cause of the sudden commotion. Strong, unseen force churns the air, creating a vortex of energy that distorts the surroundings. The man stands bewildered, his head tilted in confusion as if something inexplicable has just occurred around him. A sharp, menacing appendage, dark with crimson accents, slices through the air, hinting at a hidden threat. The man gazes up in terror as a colossal 7th-tier mosquito fly looms over him, its glowing red eyes fixated on its prey. The mosquito fly's eyes burn with an ominous red glow, radiating a palpable sense of danger and malice. Monstrous insect's proboscis descends with lethal precision, poised to strike the man's neck, his face frozen in a mask of pure terror. A guttural groan escapes the man's lips as his eye widens in agony and fear, cold sweat beading on his skin. The green bottle clatters to the ground, shattering into fragments as its contents splash across the pavement. The man is swiftly enveloped in a viscous, red, honeycomb-patterned substance, trapped within the monstrous insect's body. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoes, signaling a rapid pursuit or escape. The colossal mosquito takes flight, soaring away from the scene, leaving behind only the man's discarded suit on the desolate street. An armed individual shouts, identifying the fleeing mosquito, and orders the others to give chase immediately. One of the armed individuals calls out to their leader, pointing to the collapsed man and asking for instructions on how to proceed. The leader dismisses the collapsed man, asserting that he merely passed out from drunkenness and orders his subordinates to ignore him. A subordinate hesitantly suggests following protocol, to which the leader reluctantly agrees, instructing them to transport the collapsed man to the hospital for the time being. A faint blue light emanates from the collapsed man's eye, a subtle, ethereal glow hinting at an unexpected underlying power. Narrator marks the passage of time, stating it was the day the heat wave warnings were first issued, as a cicada clings to a tree outside a hospital. The narrator continues, indicating that this same day marked the beginning of their third-grade summer holiday, as a sign for no Julieta is visible. Julie, a blonde woman, cheerfully greets everyone from her hospital bed, waving with a bright smile. A group of children, led by Gun-ha and carrying flowers, enthusiastically return Julie's greeting as they enter the room. Gun-ha offers a more subdued hello. Julie gently shushes the boisterous children, reminding them to be quiet, especially with a baby in the crib. The children, eager and apologetic, respond with a collective yes. A cicada clings to a tree trunk, its persistent chirping filling the summer air, a familiar sound of the season. Persistent chirping of cicadas fills the summer air, a familiar sound of the season, giving way to a scene of pure joy as a group of eager children, including Gunha, gather around a crib, their faces alight with wonder. Gasps of "wow, so cute" fill the air as they marvel at the tiny, sleeping baby wrapped snugly in a blanket. Yunha points out the baby's incredibly small hands, a detail that melts everyone's hearts. The baby's mother, a radiant blonde woman, smiles warmly, noting how comfortable her child is even around strangers. With a proud declaration, she confirms her role as mommy. Young Gunha approaches the mother in her hospital bed, offering a box of tiramisu. She joyfully announces her baby is a healthy boy, Bambino, prompting someone to realize that makes Yunha an older sister. Another woman asks if they've chosen a name for the baby yet. A small child excitedly proclaims the arrival of a younger brother, while the mother confidently states she decided on the name long before his birth. With a gentle smile, the mother reveals the name, Avenir, explaining its profound meaning of dreams, hope, and future. Young Gunha, however, seems taken aback, repeating the name with a questioning look. This joyful scene suddenly shifts to a stark, older memory. Before his regression, Gunha recalls a time spent poring over an ancient Abyss Dungeon raid diary, seeking knowledge. Within the diary, a specific name catches his attention, Avenir Myron, listed among the legendary raiders. This Avenir was known by the alias Diamond Fist, a formidable warrior who played a core role in the Abyss Dungeon raid, renowned for his immense strength. A powerful image of the mysterious warrior with glowing eyes is juxtaposed with the innocent sleeping baby. Gunha realizes the incredible implication: they are probably the same person. Turning to the present, Gunha reflects that before his regression, the blonde woman, whom he refers to as Julieta Nuna, endured immense suffering, never choosing death even in her most miserable situations. Meanwhile, Yunha eagerly asks if she can hold the baby, and the mother agrees, urging caution. The blonde woman's gentle, hopeful smile fills the frame, a testament to her enduring spirit. Indeed, it was because of that very child that she persevered. The children coo with delight as the baby lets out a tiny yawn, finding it utterly adorable. Gunha acknowledges his new role, stating that since the baby is Yunha's younger brother, he is also his. The mother, pleased, asks him to look after his little brother well, to which Gunha replies that he and Bru will do everything they can. Mother jokingly suggests they'll make sure the child grows fast enough to help Gunha, even imagining him riding on his shoulders. Gunha, however, quickly rejects the idea, preferring to be an adult himself by then. A curious boy raises his hand, asking if Avenir's last name will also be No. The mother gleefully confirms, yeah, his name is No Avenir, much to Gunha's visible shock and dismay as he questions the decision. A chibi version of Gunha lets out an exasperated scream, a comical reaction to the revelation of his baby brother's full name. Scene transitions as the group of children, including Gunha, walk out of the hospital, leaving the joyous, albeit chaotic, family moment behind. Immediately, the summer heat hits them. Yunha complains about the intense warmth, lamenting how cool it was inside the hospital. A girl with cat ears excitedly suggests they all go to the community center's pool tomorrow, a plan met with enthusiastic yes and sure from the other children. Yunha turns to Gunha, asking if he'll join them, but Gunha simply looks away, lost in thought, offering no immediate reply. Suddenly, a boy with a bandaged face realizes the day is Wednesday, a revelation that sparks a surprised "huh" from his friend. Gunha and Yunha observe a crowd of people in the distance, a different kind of gathering, hinting at a shift in focus. The narration introduces the term wanderer, orphans who lost their families due to monstrous attacks. These are children born in the slums or abandoned, for whom the goddess government constructed protection facilities, aiming to resolve their dire circumstances. However, despite these efforts, their unfortunate circumstances remained largely unchanged, a harsh reality conveyed as a young Gunha-like figure runs past stacks of boxes, looking distressed. Suddenly, a stack of boxes topples over, scattering their contents. A small child looks up, eyes wide with shock and fear, witnessing the chaos unfold. The boxes burst open, spilling countless packets of food onto the ground, a devastating loss for those who rely on such provisions. Child sits amidst the scattered items, holding a simple cup, their face etched with despair and resignation. Then, a voice cuts through the somber scene, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Young Gunha gently picks up the smaller child, offering silent comfort and support. The small child looks up at Gunha with wide, happy eyes, exclaiming, "Angel Hyung." Gunha, surprised, repeats, "Angel." Child explains that their mommy told them an angel would come to save them in times of danger, then innocently asks if Gunha came to eat too. Gunha awkwardly confirms. In the background, his friends run towards them, one calling out "boss" with concern. Two older boys from the facility look on, one expressing surprise at the sheer number of kids present. Suddenly, an older boy lunges forward in anger, shouting, "You idiot," at another, indicating lingering conflict within the facility. Lingering conflict within the facility erupts as an older boy strikes Gunha on the head. Gunha cries out in pain, a sharp "ah" escaping his lips. Another older boy, holding Gunha, scolds him, demanding to know, "I told you not to talk to other people, didn't I?" Meanwhile, a third boy bows deeply, apologizing for the trouble, explaining that Gunha is still young. He desperately pleads, "Please let this go just this once. I'm sorry." The older boy continues to push Gunha down, forcing him to apologize. I'm sorry. Hurry up and apologize. Gunha, looking up with wide, scared eyes, hesitantly questions, I'm sorry. The scene shifts to Gunha and his companions in the present, their faces etched with concern. A powerful, echoing, I'm sorry, reverberates, a stark reminder of past struggles. Young Gunha, now free, runs off cheerfully, waving goodbye to the other boys from the facility. In the present, the girl with the bow remarks, those kids from before. The girl with pink hair adds, they looked scary. Gunha silently ponders, did they get scared because of their appearance? Gunha's intense gaze reflects his inner monologue. He understands their fear, thinking, that's understandable. There aren't any parents who tell their children about the wanderers. A split panel illustrates Gunha's thoughts, children innocently playing in a bright playground, contrasting sharply with the desolate slums where other children, like young Gunha, struggle. He concludes, children who only know of school and the playground won't run into wanderers or go into the slums, or to places where people don't frequent. Cat-eared girl looks determined, stating, so today's the day. She reminisces, the church where I grew up also did the free meals. Yunhyuk, the boy with light brown hair, questions Gunha from behind, boss, who are they? Gunha responds dismissively, telling them, you guys don't need to know. Gunha and his group walk away, observed by other children. The narration emphasizes, they don't need to know yet. Another stark visual contrast highlights the two worlds, cheerful children in a vibrant playground versus desperate, starving children in a ruined cityscape. This is the side of the fallen world. Both groups of children are depicted, underscoring the harsh reality that this is a cruel world to children. The story transitions to a bright, ordinary school setting. The narrator states, the next day. Yunhyuk, the cat-eared girl, and the girl with the bow relax on a bench. Yunhyuk finds the moment refreshing, while the cat-eared girl asks if they'll be late. Yunhyuk reassures her, it's alright, we won't be late. Yunhyuk laughs, speculating that Gunha and Minji are probably eating ice cream on their way, as it's hot. The girl with the bow giggles, and the cat-eared girl adds, Yunha's always running late. A man's feet pound the pavement, the sound of his heavy breathing, huff, echoing his struggle. Man's face is contorted in terror and disbelief. He gasps, no, and no. His internal thoughts scream, there's no way. At the doctor's office, the physician gravely informs the man, it's mana concentration disorder. I think it's best to go to a bigger hospital. The man, however, is in denial, thinking, there's no way that I, who doesn't even have the normal amount of mana, have mana concentration disorder. The man's thoughts race, recalling a dream of being stung by a monster and his body weakening. He questions, perhaps it wasn't a dream. Then, trying to reassure himself, he insists, there's nothing on my shoulder, so it's just a dream. The panel concludes with his body collapsing, a crimson aura surrounding him. Sudden, loud HIIK and Kwadang startles Yunhyuk and the two girls. Yunhyuk exclaims, huh. The man lies sprawled on the ground as Yunhyuk rushes over, asking with concern, is that a Jussi okay? The man's hand trembles uncontrollably. He forces a laugh, trying to dismiss his terrifying vision. Did I see something because I'm tired? Still trembling, the man reaches for his phone, intending to call for help. He mutters, I need to call the head manager to tell him that I'm unwell. Ominous close-up reveals the terrifying, insect-like head of a monstrous creature. The man's phone crashes to the ground, shattered, as he lets out a blood-curdling scream, HHIIK. Yunhyuk runs towards the man, who is now clutching his head in agony. Yunhyuk asks with growing concern, Jussi, are you okay? You seem really sick. The man's face is slick with sweat and fear as he struggles to speak, stammering, I am. Chilling close-up on the man's eye reveals it glowing with an eerie blue light. He screams, GGO away. Yunhyuk stares in shock, taken aback by the man's sudden, aggressive outburst. Yunhyuk tries to help the man, asking, Jussi, are you sure you're okay? But the man violently pushes him away, shouting, I said go away, get lost. Gunha's eye glows with a powerful blue energy, his expression one of intense focus and concern. The man's body begins a grotesque transformation, his skin cracking and bulging. Gunha calls out a warning, Yunhyuk. Yunhyuk, startled, responds, The man cries out in despair, no. The man's transformation continues, his face becoming monstrous. He repeats in horror, no way, and there's no way, as his body distorts further. The two girls recoil in terror. A colossal, menacing red insect monster looms large. Below, Gunha stands his ground, surrounded by radiant blue mana, ready to confront the threat. A dire warning echoes, run. A different scene unfolds as Yunhyuk wipes sweat from his brow, complaining, it's so hot. Yunhyuk walks along, calling out to Minji, hey Kim Minji. Minji, the girl with pink hair, turns to Yunhyuk, asking, why are you calling me? With a frustrated sigh, Gunha, in her alternate form, suggests to her companion, it's hot, let's have some ice cream before we go. The pink-haired girl, clearly exasperated, shouts at Gunha, explaining that he was too engrossed playing with Une to be ready for the swimming pool. She insists that their friends must be waiting for them now. Gunha casually dismisses her urgency, stating that if they're late, their friends will simply play among themselves. He then sighs, lamenting the heat and suggesting they just buy some ice cream. The pink-haired girl, now visibly agitated, runs ahead, emphatically declaring that they absolutely cannot delay. Her frustration is palpable. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl cries out, her eyes wide with alarm, pleading for someone to call a player. Gunha looks on, confused by her sudden panic. Gunha, still tying his shoe, questions if a monster has appeared. He mentions he keeps hearing Siona's voice, hinting at a telepathic connection or a familiar cry for help. As Gunha finishes tying his shoe, a vibrant blue mana aura ignites around his foot, signaling the activation of a powerful ability, preparing him for rapid movement. Pink-haired girl is caught off guard as Gunha suddenly blasts past her in a surge of blue energy, leaving a trail of shimmering light. She yells, "Wait, hey, no unha." Gunha streaks through the urban landscape, a blur of motion, propelled by his activated mana, leaving the pink-haired girl far behind as he rushes towards an unseen threat. The pink-haired girl, now holding a smartphone, shouts after the rapidly disappearing Gunha, demanding he tell her where the monster appeared before leaving. A system prompt appears, revealing a fundamental truth: the power to make a heartbeat with just a small amount. A translucent, glowing figure illustrates the concept of mana within a human form. The system continues, clarifying that every living thing has mana in its body, emphasizing the inherent energy source present in all life. A swirling vortex of dark blue and purple mana is shown, crackling with unstable energy. The system warns that if beings accumulate mana that cannot be stored in their body, a dangerous transformation occurs. The warning continues, depicting a monstrous, chitinous limb with sharp red spikes, foreshadowing the grotesque transformation that awaits those overwhelmed by excess mana. The system concludes its explanation: they would transform into a monster that goes beyond the concept of a human being. Below, a large insectoid monster lunges, threatening Gunha and two girls. Gunha, wide-eyed with terror, reacts to the monster, questioning if he's seeing things or if an Ajusi has suddenly turned into a monster. He urges everyone, "We've gotta run right now." Large insectoid monster pursues the three children through the city streets, its massive wings blurring with speed as they desperately try to escape its clutches. The ground blurs as the children flee, a sense of urgency permeating the scene. The monster's relentless pursuit leaves no room for hesitation. One of the girls, with animal ears, glances back at her companion, asking, "Hyang, are you alright?" The other girl, with a bow in her hair, replies, I am fine." Gunha looks back in terror, his eyes wide with fear as the monster closes in. He realizes the monster will catch up to them in no time. A thought bubble reveals Gunha's internal struggle. He has no confidence in running or using his mana to block the monster's attack. He desperately wishes for Captain to be with them. The three children continue their frantic escape, seen from an overhead perspective, highlighting the vast distance still between them and safety and the looming threat of the monster. A determined look settles on Gunha's face as he remembers a voice telling him, "Choi Eun-hyuk, you're the only one who can protect everyone." He clenches his fist, resolve hardening. Gunha squeezes his eyes shut, hands pressed to his head as if fighting an internal battle. A voice urges him, "Get yourself together, Choi Eun-hyuk." With renewed determination, Gunha declares, "I'm the only one who can protect my friends right now." He stomps his foot, ready to face the challenge. Gunha turns to the girl with animal ears, asking, "Siona, can you run while carrying Hyang on your back?" She replies, "Yeah, I'm fine with that." The girl with the bow protests, "No, I can still run," but her words are cut short as the animal-eared girl swiftly grabs her. The animal-eared girl quickly hoists her companion onto her back, securing her for a faster escape. Both girls look surprised by the sudden action. The animal-eared girl, carrying her friend, advises Gunha, "Let's follow what Eun-hyuk says for now. He must have a plan." Gunha, facing the monster, asks the girl with the bow, "You can do it, right?" She bravely responds, I can. I'll try." The monster looms menacingly above them. The monster's glowing red eyes fixate on its prey, its menacing form dominating the frame as it prepares to strike, radiating an intense aura of threat. The girl with the bow courageously extends her hand, activating a radiant blue mana shield. Her eyes are wide with concentration as she prepares to intercept the monster's attack. A powerful blue energy blast erupts from the girl's hand, striking the monster and creating a shockwave. Gunha and the animal-eared girl are seen in the background, still running. Gunha urges his companion, "Please keep taking care of the shield." He then turns to Siona, "Siona, you." Siona replies, "I know. I'll send a telepathic message to the people around here." The animal-eared girl closes her eyes in deep concentration, a golden aura shimmering around her as she prepares to send out a telepathic message, focusing her mana. The golden light of her telepathic plea erupts into the sky, carrying a desperate cry for help across the entire city district. Civilians peer out from their windows in shock, wondering what that blinding explosion of energy could possibly be. Panic spreads through the residential blocks as people scream for any available player to come to their rescue. On the ground, Hyang shouts to Gunha, noting that the massive insectoid monster is temporarily snared against their barrier. Gunha prepares to strike while the beast claws relentlessly at the blue hexagonal shield protecting them. The barrier hums with intensity, straining under the physical weight and malice of the predator. The fierce command to get lost, Gunha manifests a spinning disc of mana, ready to cleave through the threat. Hyang doesn't hesitate, thrusting her hand forward to release a concentrated bolt of energy alongside him. The combined assault hits the monster dead center, forcing the massive creature back with a violent burst of light. Seizing the opening, Gunha sprints through the debris, clearing a path for their escape. praises Hyang's timing and urges everyone to run while the beast is still reeling from the impact. They dash across the open field, leaving the dust cloud behind as they head toward the safety of the buildings. Behind them, the monster begins to shudder, its voice box glitching as it repeats a broken, mechanical cry. Its red compound eyes glow with an unstable light, reflecting a mind that is rapidly fracturing. Desperation takes hold as the creature screams its fear of death, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Hyang stops in her tracks, realizing that something is fundamentally wrong with the energy coming from the beast. She senses a mix of human and monster mana, leading to a horrifying realization: this creature might have once been human. Gunha snaps her back to reality, shouting for her to put up a barrier as the monster prepares a mana-charged lunge. The massive shadow of the insect looms over them, its presence suffocating as it prepares to strike the girls. Hyang lets out a sharp scream of terror as the predator's mandibles snap just inches away. Siona tries to pull Hyang away, her animal ears twitching as she senses the lethal intent behind the beast's movements. The creature swoops down, its wings creating a deafening buzz that echoes through the courtyard. Gunha roars Siona's name, his heart racing as he tries to close the distance between them. Hyang gasps, the sheer pressure of the monster's mana making it difficult for her to even breathe. Her eyes are wide with shock, her mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. Gunha finally reaches them, checking to see if they're alright while telling Hyang to keep her head in the game. His expression hardens as he looks down at Siona's legs, which are covered in deep, bleeding gashes. Despite the pain, Siona grits her teeth and tells them that there's no time to worry about her wounds. High above, the monster hovers, its silhouette cutting a terrifying figure against the backdrop of the city. Gunha realizes that with Siona injured, they can't run anymore, they have to stand their ground and fight. He and Hyang both charge their mana, glowing blue spheres forming in their palms as they prepare a counter-barrage. They unleash a storm of energy projectiles, lighting up the sky as they attempt to drive the beast back. The monster's compound eye focuses on the incoming fire, its predatory gaze fixed on its targets. Gunha and Hyang hold their positions, their faces set with grim determination as the battle reaches its peak. The insectoid nightmare dives through the energy blasts, its wings beating with a thunderous roar. Hyang pushes her mana to the limit, determined to protect her friends no matter the cost. Girl's desperation intensifies, her eyes wide with terror as she cries out that everyone will be devoured by the monster, unable to fight back. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with her friends, urging them to abandon her and run to save themselves. A calm, resolute voice cuts through her despair, a simple assurance: it's fine. The young man's confident smirk appears, challenging her to reconsider her assessment with a knowing question: you still don't know? A voice filled with conviction declares that he always appears precisely when he's needed most. Her eyes widen, her despair replaced by a gasp of recognition and burgeoning hope as she stutters, "Who? Ah." His friend beams with relief, exclaiming her unwavering belief in his arrival. A powerful blue energy blast slams into the monstrous insectoid, momentarily halting its advance. The creature is violently thrown backward, the impact rippling through the air as blue energy dissipates around it. His friend reiterates her absolute faith, proclaiming her certainty that he would appear. The young man, with a casual smirk, playfully questions why his friends complain even when he arrives precisely on schedule. He lets out a light-hearted geeze, maintaining his relaxed demeanor despite the looming threat of the monster in the background. With hands on his hips, he feigns exasperation, remarking on their complaints despite his timely arrival. Taking a protective stance before his friends, he instructs them to remain safely behind him until additional players arrive. His friend urgently confirms the situation, explaining that the man they knew suddenly transformed into the monstrous creature before them. His expression shifts to surprise as he processes the revelation that the man had transformed, questioning, transformed? He nods in understanding, realizing the monster doesn't devour humans but rather drains their mana. The narration explains that a person's mana control is completely disrupted once their mana is stolen, leaving them vulnerable. To recover, victims overaccumulate mana, ultimately leading to their bodies exploding from the volatile energy. Alternatively, they undergo a grotesque transformation, morphing into a monster like the one before them. With a determined gaze, the young man stands his ground, blue mana crackling around his form as he prepares for battle. He launches a swift, powerful punch, connecting directly with the monster's face in a burst of force. He observes the reeling monster, his mind racing as he considers the implications of an infected human wandering freely. He concludes that either the medical facilities or the players themselves need to drastically improve their post-incident procedures. Perhaps, he muses, they haven't even established a proper protocol for dealing with such transformations. Shifting focus, he deftly evades a sweeping attack from the creature, deciding that the root cause no longer matters. His mana flares intensely as he bitterly reflects on the incompetence of others who couldn't handle this single threat. With fierce determination, he resolves to clean up the mess left by others, channeling his full power. He launches himself forward, a concentrated burst of blue energy striking the monster with devastating force. The creature is sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground as he lands, victorious. From the defeated monster's rapidly shrinking form, a pained voice cries out, pleading for salvation. Ayok. Ow wow. SS save me. His eyes widen in surprise, realizing the transformed man is still conscious within the monstrous shell, questioning, is he still conscious? As he firmly places his foot on its head, the creature lets out another pained grunt. Ow. He stomps down, and the monster begins to dissolve into swirling dark smoke, its form collapsing. A desperate guttural sound escapes the creature, a fragmented plea, saw. The plea continues, fragmented and weak, as the transformation recedes further, revealing the man's suffering, and me. He observes the horrifying sight, a single word escaping his lips in shock as his friends look on, distressed. That's a demon organization that once plunged the region into large-scale terror. They were known as disasters, identified by a unique classification. A young boy, his energy flaring, looks bewildered as a friend questions him about the rare transformation he witnessed. His two young friends, one with animal ears, vehemently confirm that the person they saw was a man. The boy's internal monologue clarifies that a specific female member of the organization isn't involved here. A small, injured figure whispers for help. Below, the monstrous form of the current threat lies defeated, yet the chilling thought remains that there is still time before the organization officially appears. Suddenly, a desperate cry rings out as a small, dark monster streaks across the sky, fleeing the scene. The boy, his eyes burning with resolve and blue energy swirling around his hand, shouts at the escaping creature. He unleashes a powerful blast of azure energy, a concentrated orb streaking through the air after the retreating monster. He pursues the airborne creature, an energy trail marking his path. He realizes his energy orb isn't enough and scans his surroundings for a weapon to catch the target. Leaping from a communication tower, he continues his desperate chase, scanning the environment for anything he can utilize. The chase takes him over a cluster of old brick buildings, the urban landscape blurring beneath him. Below, a woman cradles a child, both looking utterly terrified and groaning in distress. The monstrous creature descends, its grotesque form filling the frame, eliciting a piercing scream from the woman. The monster's single, bloodshot eye focuses menacingly, appearing to taunt its victims as they cower. The boy intervenes just in time, delivering a powerful energy-infused punch that sends the monster reeling, protecting the mother and child. Battle rages as he continues to fend off the multi-limbed creature, a flurry of blows exchanged as the family remains trapped in the background. He looks up in surprise as the monster, despite the assault, manages to take flight once more, escaping his immediate grasp. Rushing towards the now safe mother and child, he urgently instructs them to go to the hospital to check their internal energy levels. With a determined expression, he leaps into action again, launching himself towards the monster, ready to re-engage. Activating a powerful skill, he charges forward, enveloped in a potent aura of crackling energy, ready to unleash a devastating strike. He connects with a powerful energy-infused blow, sending the monster reeling. Below, a smaller, similar creature is also visible, hinting at a greater threat. His hand grips a metal pipe, now glowing with fierce energy, transforming it into a makeshift but potent weapon. He activates a piercing attack, launching himself forward and unleashing a volley of sharp energy projectiles towards his target. The monster is struck repeatedly by the energy attack, the projectiles impacting its tough hide with visible force. He relentlessly pursues the two flying monsters, weaving through the urban skyline, determined to neutralize the threat. Landing on a rooftop, the boy observes the monster, acknowledging its impressive ability to dodge. Suddenly, a child's cries of pain and calls for their mother pierce the air, drawing the boy's horrified gaze. Without hesitation, he crashes through a window, glass shards exploding around him, propelled by urgent adrenaline. He lands inside the building amidst scattered debris and shattered glass, the scene now eerily quiet. He surveys the devastation, his face etched with despair at the sight before him. A horrifying sight unfolds, a room littered with lifeless bodies and blood, confirming his worst fears. His gaze falls upon the victims, and he realizes with a heavy heart that he's too late. He understands that internal energy surges from the attack often prove fatal. With renewed determination, he faces the monster, vowing to stop it before more tragedy occurs. He lunges, engaging the monster in a fierce clash, his blue energy radiating with raw power as he delivers a devastating strike. His assault continues, a powerful blow sending the monster reeling backward, its form momentarily distorted by the impact. The monster, now severely damaged and bleeding, reverts to a more primal form. He observes that it couldn't finish its transformation, and its consciousness has been lost. Suddenly, another monster launches a surprise attack from behind, its presence marked by a sharp sound of alarm. He narrowly evades the attack, the monster's lunge passing by him as he reacts with lightning speed. He glares at the monster, visibly frustrated. Then, a small voice calls out to him. His eyes widen in shock as he looks down, hearing a familiar voice calling out to him from the wreckage. A familiar voice triggers a vivid memory. A young man's eyes widen in terror as he stares up at a gargantuan structure beginning its catastrophic collapse directly above him. He reacts with a look of choked recognition. The colossal structure crashes down, sending a devastating shockwave across the landscape and engulfing everything in a cloud of dust and debris. The very ground trembles from the impact. Amidst the chaos, the young man struggles to rise as debris rains down upon him, a pained groan escaping his lips. A desperate shout cuts through the destruction, urging others to focus on a target. Clutching a makeshift weapon, the man watches as shadowy figures dart through the wreckage. Voices call out, declaring that their quarry has retreated into a building and giving instructions to attack the moment it reappears. The man's mind races, wondering about the identity of the individuals who responded to the telepathic call for aid. He resolves to leave the monster to the newcomers. His gaze falls upon another child and he is struck by a memory of a cherished bond. The memory shifts, showing a younger child with wide, innocent eyes calling out with a joyful, almost ethereal glow. The vision darkens. The man stares at the child, now grotesquely disfigured, bloodied, and monstrous, questioning if this horrific transformation is truly real. The disfigured face twists into a chilling, blood-soaked smile, a macabre echo of former innocence. Flashback fades, returning to the present. The city lies in ruins, a desolate wasteland of shattered buildings and countless fallen figures scattered across the rooftops. A powerful, sinister voice booms across the devastated cityscape, expressing offense that intruders dare to interfere. The man stands with his allies as a towering, blue-haired warrior prepares for battle, his rage palpable. The source of the voice is revealed, a demonic woman surrounded by a swarm of menacing, red-eyed flies, her power radiating ominously. She sits regally upon a pile of defeated foes, acknowledging that despite their lesser status, her opponents possess notable strength. As a figure is sent flying through the air, the blue-haired warrior roars in frustration, telling the woman to be quiet. Beside him, a female ally cries out in distress for her companion. Woman smirks, recognizing the blue-haired warrior's reputation as a fierce fighter. A burst of blue energy streaks across the area, indicating a swift, powerful attack in motion. The blue-haired warrior screams in pain as he is struck, falling to the ground. He desperately shouts to an ally to stay back, vowing to reach them. Woman holds a female combatant by the throat, her grip tight as she identifies her as the group's sole supporter. A close-up reveals a hand glowing with intense blue energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The woman launches a swift, powerful attack, her form a blur of motion as she strikes down her opponent. Her heavy boot slams down, crushing her opponent into the shattered ground with overwhelming force. She observes her defeated foe with a mocking smile, remarking on their short temper. The woman questions the man about his identity, wondering if he is a legendary warrior. With a grim expression, he tells his female companion to leave first while she urges him to be careful. The woman's gaze sharpens, noting the girl behind the man, who appears to be her true target. The woman's power surges and her wings unfurl as she speaks of the girl's destructive capabilities, comparing her to the most powerful beings in existence. Her eyes glow with malevolent intent and a chilling smile spreads across her face as her power intensifies. A massive explosion of crimson energy erupts, engulfing the area in destructive power. The woman stands amidst the swirling flames, a triumphant chuckle escaping her lips as she revels in the destruction. Her hand, scarred and bleeding, reaches out from the fiery aftermath, showing the resilience of the wounded survivor. The survivor stands defiant, though wounded and bloodied, her presence a testament to her destructive power. The demonic woman remarks that despite her opponent's reputation, she proved weak, yet her mana resistance is incredibly formidable. Woman's sinister smile contrasts with the survivor's enraged glare as the former mockingly praises her resilience. The blue-haired warrior, fueled by rage, lunges forward with his glowing sword, unleashing a furious roar. Now wielding a whip, the woman notes the warrior's surprising speed and questions if he has already been healed by his supporter. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she registers the warrior's renewed assault. Powerful surge of blue energy erupts, striking with immense force, a desperate counterattack against the woman's dominion. The plea hangs in the freezing air, a broken whisper begging for an end to the agony. Please kill me. Gunha stands amidst the swirling embers, his gaze cold and unwavering as he looks back at the wreckage of the woman's ambition. He stares at her bloody, broken form, a dark realization dawning in his eyes. What's wrong? Don't tell me. A twisted, mocking smile spreads across her face as she coughs up blood. Have you grown fond of me? That's a bit disgusting though. Nearby, Julie can no longer hold back her tears, her heart shattering as she witnesses the cold finality of the moment. Tears fall like rain against the backdrop of Gunha's unyielding armor, the weight of the world pressing down on them both. The ground beneath Gunha's boots cracks, a testament to the immense power he suppressed just to stand here. With a heavy heart and a mind steeled for the inevitable, Gunha simply mutters, "Right." He raises his blade high, a silhouette of grim judgment against the blinding light of his own mana. A violent spray of crimson erupts as the final blow is dealt. "See you in hell," he whispers into the void. Blood triggers a memory, a child with a mangled face, laughing through the pain. A ghost from a past Gunha can't escape. Young Gunha stands in the ruins of a warehouse, his voice trembling as he recognizes the victim. "So it was you." The carnage is absolute. The Hyungs are all dead, the realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. He walks through the bodies of those who once cared for him. "Everyone treated me really well though." The dying boy looks up, his voice a fragile thread. "I'm going to die too, aren't I?" Gunha can only offer the truth. "Yeah." The monstrous shadow looms in the boy's fading vision. Does Angel Hyung not smile? Please, please don't go. Young Gunha collapses, clutching a photo to his chest as he screams into the silence. Nuna, don't leave me alone. He turns away, his eyes losing their light. I forgot how to smile a long time ago. But still, you must smile, the boy insists. Gunha asks why, and the answer is simple. The Hyungs told me. Boy struggles to speak, his life force waning. That if you smile, SS someday. The tattered remains of his clothes flutter in the drafty warehouse, a stark contrast to the blood staining the floor. Something. The boy chokes out, his body convulsing as the end draws near. Blood drips steadily, marking the seconds left in a life that was far too short. Image of the dying child overlaps with a woman Gunha just executed. That which makes you smile will see come. Young Gunha stands silent, a witness to a tragedy he was never meant to survive. He ignites a spear with a cold, blue mana. It'll hurt a bit, he warns, preparing to grant the boy's final wish. Boy closes his eyes, a small, peaceful okay escaping his lips. Gunha raises the glowing weapon, his face shadowed. Do you have any last words? The child trembles, the weight of impending death finally breaking through his brave facade. A single word escapes his lips, a primal cry for comfort. Mom. Tears stream down his face, reflecting the blue light of the spear. I miss Mom. The vast, empty ceiling of the warehouse remains indifferent to the small tragedy unfolding below. Bodies litter the floor, a grim reminder of the cost of this world's cruelty. Young Gunha stands over the boy, a lone figure of mercy in a place that has forgotten the meaning of the word. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stone forged in the fires of loss. A single drop falls into a pool of water, sending ripples through a memory of a time before the blood. He remembers the playground, the laughter of other children, and the distance he always felt from them. A boy falls, a minor scrape in a world that Gunha would soon learn was far more dangerous. Boy's mother rushes to him, her cry of Hua echoing with a protective love Gunha would never know again. Gunha watched them, realizing even then that most children believe their parents can fix anything if only they cry hard enough. Gunha sits alone on a swing, the echoes of laughter a distant memory as he reflects on the fragile innocence of youth. He watches a happy family walk by, noting their innocent smiles and their parents' embrace, as if hell doesn't exist in this world. They walk hand in hand, a picture-perfect image of security that feels entirely foreign to him. It is the simple, unwavering belief that they would be able to stay happy forever. Those were the very things taken from Gunha the moment he lost his family right before his eyes, leaving only a crimson stain on his soul. A discarded teddy bear lies among the rubble, a silent witness to the life that was shattered in an instant. Gunha picks up the toy, forcing a smile, unwilling to let those around him worry. However, the emotions that faded while fighting on the battlefield didn't come back even after he regressed to his younger self. Standing amidst the carnage, he realizes with cold detachment that he can't shed a single tear even if everyone around him dies. Soldiers panic, shouting, "It's already a monster," and demanding it be killed at once as blue mana begins to surge. The energy crackles with lethal intent, a radiant blue web of power that marks the end for any foe caught within. Blades of light descend from the heavens, a systematic execution fueled by a power that defies logic. Gunha stands tall, his eyes burning with a hollow intensity that reflects his disconnected heart. On the news, the anchor reports that thanks to the quick response of a demi-human girl, a mosquito monster was safely defeated. The girl even received a bravery award, a headline Gunha watches with a blank expression from his living room. From the shadows of the hallway, his little sister Unei peeks out, her eyes filled with concern for her brother. She worries silently, noting that her brother hasn't been smiling at all recently. Seeking a way to help, she consults with a woman who looks at her with a curious smile, asking how she plans to change things. With a sudden burst of energy, Unei runs toward the couch, shouting out for her brother. She leaps onto him, catching Gunha completely off guard as she wraps him in a tight hug. Gunha chuckles softly, stroking her hair and asking what has put her in such a good mood. She beams up at him, simply stating that she just likes being with him, her innocence momentarily piercing his gloom. She pulls him close, whispering urgently for him to lend her his ear. Instead of a secret, she plants a sweet kiss on his cheek, catching the stoic Gunha by surprise. She cheers, declaring that she likes him the most in the entire world, as vast as the sky itself. Gunha touches his cheek, the small gesture of affection lingering as a warmth he hasn't felt in years. For a brief moment, a genuine, soft smile plays across his lips. As the sun sets over the city, Gunha tells her that he likes her just as much, making her heart soar with joy. The scene shifts to the local elementary school where a grand event is about to take place. The announcer kicks off the partner-finding race, leaving a young Gunha looking confused at the slip of paper in his hands. Children scramble in every direction and Gunha wonders where on earth he is supposed to find his target. Nearby, a girl with golden fox ears named Jean Seona turns around, startled when someone calls out her name. Without hesitation, she grabs Gunha and tells him to follow her, determined to win the race. They reach the official, and Gunha hands over the folded paper with a nervous "Here it is." The paper is unfolded to reveal a single word written in bold letters: puppy. Jin Seo-na fumes with indignation, shouting that she is a fox, not a puppy, while Gunha can only hope their team can still win. Jin Seo-na remains resolute despite the insult. Meanwhile, a fiery-eyed Min-ji declares her intention to win the next class presidency and demands cooperation from everyone. Jin Seo-na's face tightens with suppressed anger, a vein throbbing in her temple as the puppy taunt clearly still stings. Her indignation boils over as Jin Seo-na lets out a frustrated bark. Gunha thinks to himself, she really is just like a puppy. A flashback begins, showing a bright-eyed young Unei proudly presenting a bento box to Gunha, exclaiming, "Appa, Unei made this for you." Gunha, impressed by the meal, asks who prepared it. Unei beams with pride while Min-ji looks annoyed. Jin Seo-na glares, noting the honey dripping from his eyes as he looks at the food. The group descends into bickering. Min-ji demands the same attention Unei receives, while another girl questions why Gunha called Jin Seo-na a dog. Gunha dismisses their complaints as nonsense. Gunha retorts, accusing Min-ji of forcing him into the scavenger hunt. She snaps back, "If I didn't, you'd just be loafing around again." As the second semester class president, Min-ji declares with a radiant smile that class 3-3 must achieve the highest marks. She is surrounded by win, performance, and cool badges. Her cheerful facade cracks as she realizes their only motivation might be the hamburgers teacher Do-hoon promised. She lets out a frustrated ugh. Min-ji warns the group that she won't let anyone off easy if they try to sneak away in the afternoon. Nearby, a tired voice laments, "Ha, this is so hard." Min Soo-jin gently comforts Hyang, asking if she's hurt after all that hard work. Hyang replies, "No, I'm fine, sis, mom." Min Soo-jin smiles warmly at Hyang's new nickname for her, sis mom, finding the term both special and unique. Hyang looks to Min Soo-jin for affirmation while Gunha and Unei watch their interaction from the background. Gunha recalls how Hyang's father married Min Soo-jin a few months ago, a significant event that reshaped their family dynamic. It is revealed that Min Soo-jin is the second daughter of Min Junshik, the chairman of Alice Group, highlighting her prestigious background. Gunha, Jin Seo-na, and Min-ji all address Min Junshik as grandfather. He chuckles, accepting the familial title without any fuss. Hyang awkwardly tries to adjust to calling Min Soo-jin Gyuni. Jin Seo-na playfully points out the slip-up, causing Hyang to cry out in frustration. The scene pans across the vibrant school grounds, bustling with students and decorated with international flags, before focusing on a quiet corner. Exhausted from the day's activities, Gunha stretches and sighs, contemplating taking an afternoon nap. He muses about finding a secluded spot behind the flower garden, unaware that Jin Seo-na is watching him from a distance. Jin Seo-na, looking startled and slightly hurt, is confronted by Gunha. He casually asks, "Puppy, what are you doing over there?" She vehemently denies being a dog and accuses Gunha of causing others to call her puppy as well. He innocently asks what's so wrong with the nickname. Gunha tries to ask Jin Seo-na why she's there, but she quickly cuts him off, clearly agitated. Jin Seo-na declares she's just minding her own business and rushes off. Gunha peeks around a corner and witnesses a heated argument. Min-ji confronts Min Soo-jin, demanding to know why she cares about her social circle, while Min Soo-jin tries to explain her reasoning. Min Soo-jin advises Min-ji to distance herself from Jin Seo-na, suggesting she get closer to Eun-ha, Eun-hyuk, and especially Hyang instead. Min-ji angrily pushes Min Soo-jin's hand away, frustrated that her mother is trying to dictate who her friends should be. With a grave expression, Min Soo-jin reveals a shocking truth: Seo-na is a demi-human. The revelation stuns Gunha, who is listening in secret. Min Soo-jin explains to a bewildered Min-ji that demi-humans are not viewed favorably by society, emphasizing the heavy social stigma. She asks Min-ji what people would think if they saw her associating with a demi-human. Gunha and Jin Seo-na listen, their expressions turning grim. Jin Seo-na sits alone, looking utterly dejected. She quietly murmurs to herself that she's fine, though her posture betrays her sadness. With tears welling in her eyes, Jin Seo-na confesses she always knew someone like her could never have real friends, her words echoing her profound loneliness. Gunha looks at the forlorn Jin Seo-na and asks, "Then what are we?" She replies, "I know. That's why I'm so thankful and sorry to you guys." Feeling awkward after the confrontation, Min Soo-jin tells Min-ji they should leave, noting that her attempt to pick her up has become embarrassing. As Min Soo-jin turns to go, Gunha reaches out and firmly takes Jin Seo-na's hand in a silent gesture of support. Gunha looks at Jin Seo-na with unwavering conviction and tells her, "It's fine. Have faith in Kim Min-ji." Min Soo-jin, her face contorted with anger, reveals the harsh truth. Other mothers are gossiping, claiming Min-ji's friendship with Jin Seo-na is isolating her from other children. Min-ji stands dejectedly, unable to defend her friend, as Min Soo-jin watches on, the weight of societal pressure hanging heavy in the air. The heavy silence of societal judgment breaks as the young girl declares with tearful conviction that Seo-na is her friend, her voice trembling but her heart resolute. Beside her, a young Julie watches, her own eyes wide with the realization of what true loyalty looks like. The scene shifts to the vibrant greenery of the school grounds, where the rustling leaves seem to whisper the secrets of a childhood defined by more than just expectations. Younger Big Mama stares down at the child, her expression unreadable as she processes the defiance in those small, determined eyes. With a cold sigh, Big Mama tells her daughter to figure it out on her own, warning her not to come back crying when she realizes that ignoring a mother's advice was her first great mistake. The girl clings to her mother, vowing she won't regret her choice, while a young Gunha watches the exchange from the shadows, witnessing the stubbornness that would one day define them all. Gunha steps out with a smirk, noting that things finally seem settled, his eyes already looking toward the next challenge. Calls out to Julie, teasingly calling her puppy as they dash across the pavement while she snaps back, wondering if he'll ever stop with the ridiculous nicknames. Gunha pauses, looking back with a soft expression as he calls her by her real name, Unha, catching her completely off guard. Julie flashes a bright, competitive grin, telling Gunha they need to make sure they take first place today, her spirit undampened by the morning's drama. Under a sky filled with international flags, the school sports day is in full swing, and the duo agrees that their main goal is to make Minji feel better through a sweeping victory. The first beanbag flies through the air, a red streak of determination aimed straight for the target basket. A relentless barrage of colorful beanbags rains down on the blue basket as the students give it their all, the sound of impact echoing across the field. Whistle blows as the blue team is declared the winner, leaving Minji stunned by the sheer intensity of the game while Gunha asks what's wrong with her expression. Minji points a finger at Gunha, baffled by why he's trying so hard when it's so unlike his usual relaxed self. Gunha just shrugs it off, sweating from the exertion, claiming he's always been this competitive, though the look in his eyes suggests otherwise. The momentum continues as Julie tears through the finish line, securing another victory for class 3-3 in the relay race. Gunha makes the limbo look like child's play, sliding under the bar with ease and boasting that this entire competition is a piece of cake. Even the three-legged race is a total blowout, with the blue team's coordination proving to be light years ahead of the competition. Confetti bursts into the air as the announcer prepares to name the final winning class of the autumn sports day. Minji stands tall, proudly holding the winner's flag for Doan Elementary, a wide, triumphant smile finally replacing her earlier tears. He boasts to Gunha and Julie that they can achieve anything if they just try, her confidence reaching an all-time high. But as she starts demanding they elect her as the next class president, she notices the mischievous glints in her friend's eyes. Gunha and Julie exchange a knowing look, their eyes glowing with a playful, chaotic energy as they prepare to celebrate their victory in their own special way. Suddenly, hands reach out, grabbing Minji's arms before she can even process what's happening. Dozen hands lift her off the ground, the celebratory bumping ritual beginning in earnest. Minji panics as they start the countdown, her bravado vanishing as she's hoisted higher and higher into the air. With a powerful heave, she's launched toward the sky, a human projectile of pure joy and terror. From the sidelines, the adults watch with amusement, noting how well the children get along, even as Big Mama tells them to stop the rowdy celebration. The countdown continues, the collective strength of the class focused on one final, massive toss. Minji soars high above the field, her laughter ringing out as she finally lets go of the pressure, embracing the chaotic, beautiful bond of friendship.